Chapter 1. Awakening. His entire body felt as if it were breaking apart with pain, and his mouth was filled with a strong metallic taste of rust. Anger gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to sit up against a giant tree in the forest, gasping in pain. Before he closed his eyes, he had been playing through side quests all night, but the scenery he saw upon waking was puzzling. The sharp pains coming from all over his body constantly reminded him that this was reality. What is this? My head hurts. Why is there so much blood on me? Anger held his head, staggered, and leaned on the tree to stand up. It was probably afternoon, but the sky was overcast, and it seemed like it would rain soon. The air was damp, and it would surely be a cold night. In front of him was a clear lake, and his throat was parched. Anger dragged his body to the lake, trying to drink some water to awaken his chaotic mind. But as he leaned down, the clear surface of the lake reflected a face he completely did not recognize. Low-key brown hair, with the ends tied into a ponytail resting on his shoulder, eerie emerald green eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips. It was a handsome young man who made Anger momentarily lose his senses. And he couldn't say he didn't recognize him, although he wasn't familiar with this face. Anger still had some impression of it. In the game Ultimate Fantasy, which he had played countless times, he was the nameless minion Anger Alvis who logged out just 2 minutes into the game. A minor minion among minor minions, with stats even worse than a 3-year-old child, useless and spoiled, the game's only officially recognized strongest waste. For Anger, the only thing he seemed to be known for was his remarkably good modeling, which even made him the male lead in various 3D videos after the model was open-sourced. At the moment he recognized his current identity, countless memories surged forth, and Anger clutched his head, painfully collapsing by the lakeside. Even so, he still gritted his teeth and remained silent, curling up and trembling slightly from the pain. At this moment, even if he was unwilling to admit it, he had to acknowledge one thing. He had crossed over into this epic game masterpiece from his previous life. Countless PPT-like scenes flashed back in Anger's mind. My son, the identity of the Duke of Alvis' legitimate heir seems to be more of a weapon for you to flaunt than a glory. After learning of your despicable behavior towards the eldest daughter of the Eber family, your sister and I are both disappointed. Perhaps I spoiled you too much, leading to such a disaster. From today on, you're no longer a member of the Alvis family. As your father, I hope you can become an honest man in your future life. You scum dared to do that to Miss Lorna Eber. Wait, don't hit him. Look, he's not moving anymore. No, just throw him into the forest outside the academy. It has nothing to do with us. If no one speaks of it, no one will know. Anger slowly regained consciousness, his emerald green eyes calm as water. The sky was getting darker, and he fully understood the memories of himself as a minor minion. He probably had been discarded after dying in the prologue, and now he had inexplicably revived with his consciousness. Sighing deeply, Anger sat up, furrowing his brows as he pondered the correct historical route. If he hadn't crossed over, according to the official history, Anger, as a minor minion, would have faced severe punishment from the Academy after his despicable remarks against the Eber family's heiress, and even attempting to drug her were exposed. Later, he would have seen the male lead, Johann, among the new students and intended to take out his frustrations on the ungrown Johann by framing him for cheating, only to have the truth revealed. When this matter was learned by his father, the head of the Alvis family, Adonis Alvis, he quickly sent a family letter, expelling Anger from the family tree. Anger received the top honor of having a single page in the family tree. The original body left the academy dormitory in disgrace, and the original, who had always lived arrogantly, had no friends at all. In the end, the plot only gave him a textual description of disappearing into a corner of the academy. Said to have disappeared, it turned out he was beaten to death. He looked up at the sky, his expression melancholic. Now everything had settled. As a villain who should have exited the stage, where should he go next? After waking up, his injuries had miraculously healed. He moved around a bit and found no abnormalities in his body. As the sky darkened, a dampness began to fill the air, indicating that a heavy rain would sweep through the forest tonight. Anger took a deep breath. The urgent task at hand was to find a place to sleep, that he knew that being exposed to the elements in the wild for too long was essentially equivalent to death. To be honest, he had no money on him right now, and he had no idea how far he was from the academy, which meant he couldn't return to the academy, or rather, he wasn't willing to gamble his life on such a trivial matter. Moreover, most of the belongings in his bag were just clothes and some textbooks for class, nothing that could help him in the wild. Fortunately, the unknown duo who had discarded him threw him into an unmanaged area outside the academy, which meant, since it's unmanaged, then temporarily building a shelter in the forest is indeed a consideration. He murmured to himself while leaning against the towering tree, as the academy had just revoked his right to accommodation. The Arturo Academy, where Anger studied, was located within the Yara Forest in the southernmost part of the continent. Although transportation with the outside world was somewhat inconvenient, the air was rich in magical essence, making it suitable for students to practice and advance their magical skills. Arturo Academy was a well-known magical academy in the kingdom of Ifafnia and even the entire continent, one of the reasons being that its founder was the great sage Arturo St. Yerenia from 300 years ago. But what Anger wanted to say had nothing to do with any of this. The academy had subtly expressed their intentions through the punishment. In this forest academy, a student without accommodation rights was basically equivalent to being expelled, as living outside in the forest was excessively dangerous and inconvenient. The academy wanted Anger to back down. Even in such a hellish beginning, Anger remained silent. As he began collecting dry branches and fallen leaves, he had to do something because he needed to survive. However, it seemed he thought of something, and Anger gestured in the air, tracing a small triangle. Instantly, a numerical pop-up window appeared in his line of sight. Name: Anger. Race: human. Magic power: 11F. Physical strength: 6F. Charm: 93S unlock. Prerequisite for UNS: agility: 12F. Skill: 4F. Luck 1. Magic possession: beginner fire magic, beginner wind blade. Martial skills: none. Alchemy related: none. Crafting skills related: none. This window was incredibly familiar to Anger because it was the character window from Ultimate Fantasy. He had cleared it countless times and was already well-versed in it. Except for proficiency, all other stats maxed out at 100, and there were almost no characters in the game that could break this limit, not even the main character Jahan. Charm was indeed good. Wait, it might even be a bit too outstanding. He remembered that the Demon Lord Queen from the Demon Army that Jahan faced later only had a charm of 89. Wasn't he a supporting character? Why was his charm value so high? 93? Are you serious? Could it be that Angel is actually a pure-blooded succubus? Moreover, he took another careful look to ensure he hadn't misread the preconditions for unlocking UNS. Unique skill, which is a distinct skill belonging to a single individual, is an absolutely unreplicable soul attribute. In the game, when personal attributes surpass human limits and officially reach demigod level, the precondition for obtaining UNS is unlocked. Each individual account of global players will only have one powerful skill randomly generated by the game's core AI, with random values and effects even if there's a rollback. The generated UNS will not disappear. This is a truly unique skill, and there will never be two identical UNS in the entire world. Angel continued to ponder while working on his tasks. However, even so, other attributes seemed like a joke, which also made Angel feel desperate as current abilities were even inferior to those of slightly talented 3-year-old. Child, how did the original body end up like this? With innate charm, Angel certainly felt lucky, yet this world wasn't one where one could survive solely on looks. Angel himself was a living example even with a high charm value. The despised dandy of the original body still died under a mob's attack. Perhaps to put it more rigorously, he could indeed rely on his looks to make a living. But for Angel personally, he didn't like to sell his body, because not only could it be painful at the beginning, but could also become very painful later on. Thus, before unlocking UNS, charm was merely a useless string of numbers for Angel. In the Academy chapter, the average values of even ordinary students in Angel's second year were hovering around 30. He shook his head as he looked at his pitifully low magic and combat power in the window, sighed, and then waved his hand to close the window. I need to raise my strength quickly. Regarding the unique skill, Angel planned to set it aside for now. After all, improving values could only rely on effort. Angel could work tirelessly day and night, but the character's talent has its limits. Moreover, he didn't even know what the unlocking conditions were, so he could only take one step at a time and explore slowly. Besides, there were other more important tasks waiting for him. Unfortunately, even after waiting until now, no golden finger that could make him stronger had suddenly appeared. The window was just a window. Angel could only see his own values. Yet he still didn't give up because Angel knew he still held the last advantage that surpassed the natives of this world. He knew the direction of the plot. Chapter 2 Struggle. According to the official history, at this time, Ahen was still unaware that he had been schemed against by Angel. He was diligently studying martial arts under teacher Trilla in the swordsmanship discipline as the first special recruit in history. After a few minor plot points, the first monster riot in the Yala forest would occur. During this plot, Ahen met Lorna Eberly, which laid a solid foundation for their future relationship. Deep in the forest, Angel was searching for the necessary branches and dead leaves while sorting out his thoughts. Clearly, things had already happened since he couldn't see the possibility of returning to the original world. Angel could only accept the reality now. Fortunately, he had few attachments in the original world. As for now, his gaze gradually became resolute and calm. Survive through tonight first, and then talk about living. Arturo Academy is located within the Yala forest. The academy covers a vast area, but does not completely encompass the entire forest. While gathering firewood, Angel saw a boundary sign marking the edge of the school territory. This meant that beyond the sign was ungoverned territory. In other words, Angel could settle here. He was somewhat lucky, optimistically thinking. The place where he was abandoned had a small blue lake, and the surrounding trees weren't too dense. Occasionally, a breeze would blow by, and if the weather were better, the scenery here would surely be nice. He casually placed his suitcase aside, and as the weather above grew increasingly gloomy, Angel quickened his pace. Before the crossing, Angel had some unique experiences in his youth. He was selected for a peacekeeping force and went abroad to eliminate terrorists. Having walked through countless deaths and witnessed the passing of loved ones and comrades, Angel struggled to return to normal life after retiring. But with the help of Final Fantasy, or rather, with the help of the protagonist Ahen, Angel was finally able to accept his past experiences. However, there wasn't much to say about it. It had nothing to do with nobility or baseness. At that time, Angel was just someone accustomed to walking on the edge of death. Using knowledge from his previous life, Angel gathered many materials in the forest to build a simple shelter and also picked some thick and large palm leaves. But after doing only this work, he was already a bit out of breath. It seemed that the so-called 6 combat power value was indeed not exaggerated. He was truly weak. It might not be appropriate for Angel to say this, but this is really too useless. He smiled wryly, rubbed his face, and then shook his head. He built a simple triangular shelter with thick branches, covered it with some palm leaves, and then Angel patted his trembling thigh. He couldn't rest just yet. The issue of food hadn't been resolved. If it started to rain later, and he couldn't replenish the energy he lacked, he would likely only be facing a dead end. This was no exaggeration in a noble academy. Students who lost their family and power meant they lost their value. No one would pay for trash. Not to mention someone like Angel, a third-rate villain with not a single friend at this moment. He even had to be careful of others trying to kick him while he was down. Since there was no one to seek help from, he could only rely on himself. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his stomach's rebellion, Angel found a smooth and upright branch and whispered, "Windblade." Then, a blue light appeared in his palm. After the magic was materialized, Angel's fatigue increased further. This was a unique technique of this world. Magic. He gritted his teeth and controlled the wind blade to cut the tip of the branch, but with his extremely low control over magic, he accidentally cut the branch completely. The blue light in his palm disappeared, and Angel closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Resisting the urge to curse, he dragged his body to continue searching for a suitable branch. However, it seemed that the previous action also yielded some results, evidenced by some activity in the character panel. Woodworking Proficiency 3, Simple Shelter Construction. Successful Proficiency 3, Current Carpenter LV.1610 Wind Blade Proficiency 1, Current Beginner Wind Blade LV.2 11,100. Angel finally breathed a sigh of relief amidst countless bad news. There was finally a relatively normal piece of good news that in Final Fantasy, there are many ways to improve characters, but the main method is to continually challenge new things and practice old things. This is what makes it a masterpiece. The game has extremely high freedom, and any profession has the potential to change jobs. For example, learning new magic, trying new alchemy, practicing martial arts, etc. After each practice, regardless of success or failure, characters gain a certain degree of proficiency. Once proficiency accumulates to a certain level, skill levels will increase. This is the so-called the harder you work, the stronger you become. The speed of skill level increase is relatively fast before level 10, but after reaching level 10, each level becomes a significant hurdle. However, all of this has a limitation, which is the cruel reality called talent. Geniuses always have inherent advantages over ordinary people, as evidenced by how easily geniuses upgrade their skills. For example, the male protagonist Johann from Final Fantasy has mastered his martial arts to the highest level, perhaps only needing to practice swinging his sword 1,000 times to reach full proficiency. However, for Angel, he needs to swing the sword 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times. After all, Angel remembers that when he controlled Johann to learn the basic wind blade, reaching level 2 proficiency only required 20 points. But for him, it took 100 points to barely reach full proficiency, which means the protagonist's efficiency in becoming stronger in magic is 5 times greater than his own. However, Johann's true strength lies in martial arts, while magic is actually his weak point. Angel looked up at the sky, suppressing the urge to sigh. What a sad beginning. Shaking his head and not thinking too much, Angel focused on dealing with the crisis at hand and found another stick. Perhaps because this time he had the carpenter skill in his skill bar, he managed to manipulate the wind blade to slowly cut the tip of the stick with minimal mistakes. At worst, it just looked a bit ugly. Although it still looked uneven on the surface, Angel managed to create a harpoon. First successful creation of a wooden harpoon blueprint unlocked, proficiency 5, current carpenter LV.230. Wind blade proficiency 1, current basic wind. Blade LV.2, 12,100. Angel tightly gripped the harpoon and, without hesitation, walked to the edge of the small lake. He took off his shoes and stepped into the water. Luckily, there were fish in the lake. He held his breath and raised the harpoon high as a green-scaled fish swam unsteadily to his feet. His muscles tensed instantly, and Angel thrust the harpoon down fiercely. First fishing attempt failed. Fishing proficiency 2, current catch LV.1210. Angel, realizing he had no muscles at all, he let out a long sigh. Angel painfully rubbed his face. Not complaining about anything, he raised the harpoon again and stared at the slowly calming surface of the lake. About 2 hours later, starving and seeing stars, Angel walked towards a makeshift shelter, carrying 2 green-scaled fish strung on a stick. Fishing proficiency 13, current catch LV.2, 530. Casually setting up a frame, he gathered some dry leaves and firewood, forcing himself to sit beside the stone he had just moved despite feeling dizzy. Fireball. A small spark flickered at his fingertips, and for the first time, Angel thanked his original self. Although he was a low-tier villain, the magic he learned helped him a lot. The campfire slowly burned, the sky darkening. The orange flames danced on his pale skin, casting a calm and indifferent look on his originally handsome and relatively youthful face. His enchanting green eyes stared at the green-scaled fish on the grill. Angel had executed combat plans in the wild for 3 consecutive years, so he was very experienced with camping. Even after retiring, he occasionally went solo camping in the deep mountains. Thus, his extensive knowledge allowed him to not worry about the risk of forest fires. As he slowly rotated the 2 green-scaled fish on the grill, Angel contemplated his future. Chapter 3, settling down. First of all, should he continue studying at Arturo Academy? On this point, Angel did not hesitate, but quickly made a decision. Yes. Not to mention that the graduates of this academy can have a relatively good and easy life in the future, just to maximize his own advantages. Angel could not leave here. After all, in Final Fantasy, the male protagonist Johann's initial stage is here. And the knowledge and plot that Angel used to clear the game in his previous life basically revolve around Arturo Academy. Since he had already made a decision, the next thing he had to face was a more practical problem. What to do about tuition? Arturo Academy not only has an excellent teaching level and well-known reputation, but its expensive tuition is also one of the factors that daunt many students. The tuition for 1 year is 100 gold coins. To convert it according to purchasing power, 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan in the original world. Angel remained silent for a long time, staring blankly at the sky, his mouth feeling sour. This was the taste of hard life. The good news now is that the Yalvis family has already paid for his 2nd year tuition, which means he has about a year of buffer time. However, the summer vacation is about to end, and if Angel cannot pay the tuition after entering the third year, he will still face the problem of being expelled. He has at most 1 year to prepare this 100 gold coins. But this is something he cannot rush into right now. So Angel chose to put it aside for the time being. The grilled fish seemed to be ready. And just as he took it off the grill, the gloomy sky finally started to rain. A few drops of rain hit the leaves with a patter sound, and then the rain formed lines, and the lines turned into a surface. Angel hurriedly bit into the grilled fish and ran into the makeshift triangular shelter with a burning torch. The space was cramped. He had to bend his legs to barely sit down, took out his silk clothes from a small suitcase, and spread them on the dry straw pile. While eating the tasteless grilled fish, he blankly stared at the torrential rain in the forest. With a sigh, he shook his head, leaning against the slightly damp palm leaves. Angel closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the rain. The next day, the sky was bright, and the forest was filled with a sweet smell of resin after the rain. Although the environment was still harsh, at least Angel did not fall ill. Stepping out of the shelter, he stretched lazily while stepping on the muddy dead leaves. There were only 3 or 4 days left of summer vacation, and school was just around the corner. Angel planned to expand the shelter today, at least enough for him to lie down and sleep. Physical labor was too harsh for the original body, to the point that he had to take a break after working for a while. Even so, wandering in the forest all day collecting materials still made his muscles sore. Around 4 in the afternoon, looking at the various branches and berries piled beside him, including the thick tree branches he had spent a lot of time cutting with windblade, Angel felt a sense of accomplishment. Strength 3, current strength. 9 magic 2, current magic. 13 Angel forced a wry smile. After nearly a day's work, his personal abilities had hardly changed. Logically, everyone would be in a rapid growth phase before their ability values reached 20, and normal people's ability values would only encounter a bottleneck at around 30. Angel remembered that when he controlled the protagonist Jahan to practice martial arts, he didn't even know what a bottleneck was. And he was truly worthy of being called a minion. The beginning is always the hardest. Since he had decided to survive, he would grit his teeth and persevere. Angel took a deep breath, suppressing the protest from his stomach, and first used similarly thick branches to enclose a small square of about 3 square meters. He burned several grooves at the joints of the branches using a fireball, then tore his only valuable silk gown into strips and tied them at the 4 corners for secondary fixation. He casually grabbed a few berries he found along the way and tossed them into his mouth, then rolled up his sleeves and pulled out a few relatively strong branches from the collected materials. Angel concentrated a green light in his hand, windblade. Now he wanted to imitate making a tent. The problem was that these branches needed to be fixed to the 4 tree trunks forming the foundation. He pondered, windblade can only be used for cutting. How to make it drill holes? Although he hadn't learned other types of wind magic, Angel planned to give it a try. With a thought, the green light in his hand began to rotate and compress, while the magic power within him started to drain rapidly. He frowned and immediately stopped outputting magic power, sighing. He once again recognized the fact that he was indeed not a genius. Ignite. With a low whisper, a spark ignited at his fingertip, and while chewing on the sour berries, Angel expressionlessly controlled the output of a small amount of magic power, starting the drilling work at the 4 corners of the foundation. Fire magic proficiency 6 until the moon was high in the sky. He finally completed all the preparations. Standing up, he took a deep breath, inserted the 4 branches into the corners of the foundation, bent them together, and tied them at the top with silk scraps. A simple small tent frame appeared before his eyes. Angel closed his eyes, smiled slightly, and clenched his blistered palm, feeling a surge of accomplishment in his heart. He tossed the last few berries into his stomach, covered the frame with a large amount of palm leaves he had prepared earlier, and fixed them on top with thin wooden sticks. He threw all the dead branches and straw into the small hut and covered it with his last 2 silk clothes, then lay down inside. It was pitch black, but an inexplicable sense of security surged in his heart. This was his first home in this world, a home he had made with his own hands. Angel placed his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, slowly closed his eyes, and listened to the birds singing in the forest as he fell into a deep sleep. Total exercise duration today, 18 hours, strength 2, current strength, 11 total magic usage today, 3,055 times, magic 3, current magic. 16 total attempts related to construction today, 122 times, skill 10. Current skill, 14 first time completing the construction of a simple grass hut, proficiency 10, current carpenter LV. 2, 1130, collected a total of 32 berries, including 30 poisonous berries and 2 non-poisonous berries. Proficiency 6, obtained gathering skill LV. 0, 610, angel. How many poisonous berries? Name, angel race, human magic, 16 strength, 11-3, debuff, charm, 93-1 debuff, UNS unlock prerequisites met. Agility, 12-3, debuff, skill, 14 luck, 1 magic possession, beginner fire magic LV. 2, 4100, beginner wind blade LV. 2, 12100, martial skills, none alchemy related, none crafting skills related, fishing LV. 2, 530, carpenter LV. 2, 1130, gathering LV. 0, 610, chapter 4. Shopping after a night of stomach pain, Angel felt dizzy and had a low fever. Although the 30 poisonous berries had indeed filled his stomach, the subsequent negative effects tormented him as well. Fortunately, after dozing off in a daze, he woke up the next day without any after effects. But the pain had taught him a lesson. Berries. It would be best not to eat them casually until he understood the poisonous varieties in this world. He sighed. As a former dandy, he had retained no useful knowledge in his mind. With another sigh, Angel felt that his low luck was not without reason. Sighing seemed to let happiness slip away from his lips. The daytime in the forest came a bit later, when the slanting golden rays pierced through the dense canopy above. Angel had already been working for who knows how many hours. He had thrown his uniform into the lake to wash it clean and hung it on a nearby branch to dry. Bare-chested and drenched in sweat, he focused on crafting traps. Though eating fish could stave off hunger, Angel still wanted to eat some other meats that could fill his teeth. While gathering building materials in the forest yesterday, he had seen many wild small animals, and his past life had given him many strange skills that normal people wouldn't have. After making a few simple animal traps and digging several small deep pits, Angel looked up at the sky. The sun was already low, and he hadn't eaten anything for nearly a day. He pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and sat down by the campfire to rest for a while. He then picked up a spear, rolled up his pants, and walked into the lake. In the evening, Angel walked back to the campfire, holding a small green-scaled fish, tired, and started to roast it. Although the harvest today was meager, it was enough to keep him from starving. With 3 or 4 days left before school started, he wanted to complete a self-sufficient settlement during this time. Since he had decided to survive, he would give it his all. Angel took a bite of the roasted fish. The meat was and tea very good, and there was little of it, but he still enjoyed the meal. After tidying up the campfire and leaving some embers, he put on his dried uniform and then crawled into the small grass hut he had made. Lying on the pile of dry grass, he closed his eyes. Would the traps catch any prey tomorrow? The future was uncertain, even dark, and in a forest where death loomed at any misstep. Angel quietly fell asleep without praying to any existence. The next day, the sky brightened. After entering this world, Angel rarely slept so soundly. Perhaps he had been too tired yesterday, or maybe his sleeping arrangements were too rudimentary. He felt sore all over, but his bright green eyes remained sharp. Stretching lazily, he stepped out of the grass hut and began to check the traps he had set up yesterday in order. He had good luck. In one of the deep pits, he saw a rabbit with a broken leg. After rearranging the trap, Angel took the rabbit out. Looking at the innocent little rabbit, he shook his head in pity and then decisively cut its throat. Bleeding, boiling water, scalding the skin, skinning, butchering. He methodically went through the steps of preparing the rabbit with a calm expression. The rabbits here were different from those in his previous life, although they were called rabbits. They were quite fierce, with thick fur that could be used for warmth. Rather than risking diarrhea by eating them, it would be better to dry the pelts for later use in camp construction. Unfortunately, this meal had no seasoning, and he didn't even have pots and pans. Angel wrapped the raw meat in palm leaves, skewered it with branches, and roasted it over the campfire. The golden fat dripped from the tips of the palm leaves onto the orange-red charcoal, making a sizzling sound, and a mouth-watering aroma of meat wafted through the air. Angel's lips curled up slightly as he smiled. After a hearty meal, it was still noon, and he could continue fishing to prepare for dinner. However, he thought for a moment and decided to head to the academy first. He had just organized his only small suitcase and unexpectedly found a silver coin inside. He planned to buy some seasonings and books about plants. Living in the forest, he couldn't avoid plants, and to prevent eating poisonous berries again. Learning was the only way forward. It was also a good opportunity to measure the distance. Angel lowered his head in thought, talking to himself. The only clothes he had left to wear were his uniform. All other clothes had been torn apart for camp construction. Fortunately, he had washed the uniform yesterday, so he didn't look like a wild man. He walked to the lakeside, and the reflection of the boy in the lake was still handsome. Although he didn't care about such things, Angel still wanted to say, "This is a bit too handsome. Clearly a third-rate villain. Yet with a face more handsome than the protagonist's. No wonder he was offline 2 minutes into the story." He washed his face and headed towards the academy. The journey was farther than he had imagined. Walking at a steady pace, it took him nearly 2 hours to finally see the outer wall of the academy. The teaching building was at the center of the academy, and Arturo Academy itself resembled a university town from his previous life. It was just filled with students, but also many vendors and even administrative offices of the kingdom of Ifavnia. Those two who disposed of the body were indeed too cautious to throw me so far away. He shook his head helplessly and took out his student ID to enter the academy. A commercial street stretched far ahead, bustling with people. In the distance, he could see a cluster of European-style buildings, which he presumed were the teaching buildings, while to the left of the commercial street was a gladiatorial arena resembling a Roman Colosseum, likely a training ground for practical exercises. On the right side of the commercial street was a cluster of exquisite buildings, presumably dormitories, where groups of students occasionally walked together towards the commercial street. Of course, these places were familiar to Angel. In his previous life, while playing games, he had specifically memorized the layout of all the buildings in Arturo Academy to unlock for hidden storylines, even knowing the paths of the underground waterways. Walking on the street, many students who hadn't gone home for the summer were around, and the commercial street was lively, filled with the youthful energy of young people. However, all of this fell out of place for Angel. The reason was, look at that person over there, TSK. Angel Alvis. I heard he was disowned by the Duques family. He deserves it. I really don't know how such scum has the face to stay in the academy. Indeed. But to be fair, the Alvis family really does have good looks. What good is that? He has still scum, right? How dare he do such a thing to Miss Eber? I heard he was even jealous of the new students, forged cheating, but got caught, and now can't even live in the dormitory. Angel walked silently down the street, with no intention of explaining to everyone, nor did he want to do something thankless. In fact, he didn't care about the opinions of those around him. Moreover, what they said was not unfounded. Although he hadn't personally done those things, they had indeed happened, and Angel had no intention of avoiding responsibility. As for now, he just wanted to do his utmost to survive and graduate safely from Arturo Academy, then leave the area of the Kingdom of Ifavnia, where Johann primarily operated, and start a new life on the other side of the continent. Not wanting to waste any more time, Angel walked into one of the shops, using his last silver coin to buy the necessary salt and some seasonings, as well as a few books on wild plant encyclopedias. Carrying a brown paper bag filled with his purchases, he stepped out of the shop, only to see that the level of commotion on the street had intensified even more. Students browsing the shops had stopped in their tracks, casting admiring and reverent glances in one direction. Angel followed their gaze and saw a silver-haired girl with golden eyes at a candy vendor by the street, buying some snacks. Chapter 5 encounter her face was as bright as the solitary moon, and her figure resembled a graceful jade lotus. The girl wore a distant expression, unconsciously exuding an air of superiority, her pure and elegant demeanor perfectly complementing her beauty. Especially those golden phoenix eyes and the enchanting crimson beauty mark at the corner of her eye made even Angel unable to help but exclaim that she was truly a beauty bestowed upon the world by heaven. She was Orna Ebel, the Ice Moon daughter with silver hair. She was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Ebel Duke family, the second female lead in the game, and also one of the reasons for Angel's death at the beginning. With such beauty and figure, it was no wonder that her previous self had developed improper thoughts about her. However, even though she was such a beauty. Angel merely glanced at her with an appreciative mindset before quickly averting his gaze. Just as he turned to leave, it seemed as if she sensed something. Lorna glanced back for a moment and happened to catch a glimpse of Angel's profile as he turned away. She furrowed her brows in silence, but said nothing, only watching his departing figure, lost in thought for a long time. Then she let out a soft sigh, picked up the snack package handed to her by a shop, ignored the gazes and discussions of the crowd, and similarly turned to walk down the opposite path of Angel. By the time they reached the camp, the sun had already set, and the forest was bathed in a golden-red hue from the sunset. Angel went to check the traps again, but unfortunately, there were no catches. Returning to the campfire, he started to use the remaining building wood to create some simple fences around the camp's edge. In just 3 or 4 days, the small camp had taken on a recognizable shape. Carpentry proficiency 2, fishing proficiency 4, hunting proficiency 3, gained hunting LV 1, 310, agility 2. Current agility value 14, gained special item, salt. Cooking skill unlocked, past accumulated cooking proficiency 16, gained cooking LV 2, 615. The ability value frame popped up, and Angel nodded, realizing that he seemed to have a unique talent for these strange crafts. He rubbed his belly, stood up, and took out the leftover rabbit meat from the morning to roast over the campfire. Listening to the crackling of the firewood, Angel sat in the small grass hut and quietly read a book. Gained knowledge in botany, gathering proficiency 16, current gathering LV 2, 220. As the sky darkened, he stretched lazily, took a bath in the small lake, and then lay on the pile of grass in the hut, closing his eyes. His thoughts wandered as he made plans for his tomorrow and the future. Increase food reserves. Now that he had salt, he could extend the shelf life of meat. He couldn't neglect his studies either. Although the original owner-esque grades were nearly a mess, if he could obtain the status of an outstanding student, the expensive tuition could be covered by scholarships. The basic values of magic and martial skills were poor, but since he had decided to live in the academy, he had to practice diligently, as this was an unavoidable matter in a world that ultimately respected the strong. He also wanted to see a hang. He wanted to witness this legendary hero who never retreated from hunter battles. According to the plot, there was still more than a month until the monster riot in the Yala Great Forest, which was the event for the new student's first assessment. So he needed to prepare in advance. From now on, he would run to school every day, which could also exercise his body and improve his qualities. His thoughts surged, and the already exhausted Angel finally fell into a deep sleep. A night without conversation. When he woke up the next day, his muscles were sore, but this was the best proof of his growth. Angel went to the lake to wash his face, then jogged to check each trap he had set up. Today, luck was on his side. He found a small fiery chicken trapped in a cage. This was a small magical creature covered in beautiful fire feathers, looking not much different from a domestic chicken. The only difference being that this chicken could be eaten directly and melted in the mouth. The game described it as having an Orleans flavor. Looking at the incredibly beautiful fiery chicken struggling in his hands, he sighed, then swiftly beheaded it with a knife. Blood splattered, and a drop or two landed on his fair face, but Angel's expression remained calm. He curiously tore off a piece of raw meat to taste, but the texture was too strange, like eating a mouthful of Orleans-flavored milkshake, so he decided to cook it before eating. Later, he discovered a rabbit in a small pit and processed it in the same manner, bringing the catch back to the camp. He carefully dealt with the entrails and blood, wiped the blood from his hands, and looked satisfied at the beast meat he had set aside for marinating. At least it would be enough for 2 days. He muttered to himself, finally solving the urgent food problem. He thought for a moment and decided to use today to preview and review past courses. He took out the textbooks from his suitcase and flipped through the magic tomes, beginning to frown in contemplation. Perhaps due to instinctively using magic to survive, Angel, who came from another world, quickly became familiar with the control of magical elements. But whether he possessed magical talent, the answer was no. While channeling magic and studying theory, Angel distracted himself, pondering the story nodes from his past life. It was clear that the moment he crossed over, the plot had officially begun. From a Hang's perspective, during the summer vacation, he would travel the kingdom with his childhood friend, taking action against the evil cult's small branch for the sake of justice. During this time, a hang would encounter an unbeatable villain. But when tortured by the villain's dark magic to the brink of death, he would comprehend the supreme martial skill, the heavenly sacred armament. At this time, a hang was still unaware that he was actually the descendant of an ancient hero, and the heavenly sacred armament was a soul weapon inherited from the hero's bloodline, which would grow stronger as the protagonist became more powerful. However, such a powerful skill naturally had limitations on its lifespan. The complete manifestation of the heavenly sacred armament required the sacrifice of 5 years of a hang's life as a price. Yet even so, knowing the cost, a hang still chose to fully unleash the weapon, and the reason was simple. He wanted to save people. In the end, the first climax of the plot concluded satisfactorily. The evil cult's branch was eradicated by a hang, and he received accolades from the kingdom, along with an invitation letter to the academy, leading to Angel's subsequent disdain for a hang. A commoner wanted to vent his anger by falsely accusing him of cheating on the exam, only to be cleared by the academy's investigation. And now, a hang should be in the research room of the academy tutor, Trelia, studying how to control the heavenly sacred armament. The effects were evident. He could partially manifest the weapon without consuming lifespan. Afterward, before the new student assessment following the start of school, there would be some daily side quests, mainly setting the stage for the encounter between a hang and Lorna, which wasn't particularly noteworthy. Angel thought for a moment, flipped a page in the textbook, and glanced back at the currently peaceful Yala Great Forest. A riot? It seemed he needed to prepare early. Chapter 6 Class Division, the camp, was very quiet, and it was clear that settling in the forest was a good choice. During these days, Angel had been working hard to survive. Life could be self-sufficient with the resources from the forest, but to continue his studies, he had to focus on the various textbooks in his hands. The intensity of the second-year curriculum had skyrocketed, and his textbooks included Introduction to Basic Elemental Magic, Introduction to Basic Contract Magic, Introduction to Magical Engineering, Fundamentals of Alchemy, Introduction to Magical Creatures, and Comprehensive Martial Arts Techniques. Although these were all introductory theoretical overviews, they were as incomprehensible as ancient texts for Angel, who came from another world. In the days leading up to the start of school, after maintaining the camp's daily routines, he buried himself in study day and night. Even so, he could barely grasp half of the content in the various books. To be honest, Angel was not particularly smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to join the military in his previous life. But surviving on the battlefield of another country meant he wasn't too foolish either. Angel closed the book on martial arts techniques. During these tough days of survival in the forest, his originally frail body had become somewhat stronger, and his fair skin had developed a hint of rugged masculinity. The only constant seemed to be his enchanting emerald green eyes, which always reflected a calmness like a serene lake. He was sharpening a newly crafted wooden spear, and the campfire slightly illuminated his handsome and steady face. He sat bare-chested, with his school uniform hanging on a nearby branch to dry. Time to sleep. Tomorrow was the start of school. He had run to the school for a test of the commuting time needed for classes these past 2 days. Although his current physical condition couldn't allow him to run the entire distance in one go, Angel persevered and calculated that it would take him about an hour and a half. This time would only get shorter as his physical condition improved. He examined the sharp spear in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and then packed the textbooks needed for class tomorrow into a paper bag that the spice vendor had given him. It looked shabby, but Angel didn't mind. Practicality was all that mattered. He looked up at the beautifully starry sky reflected on the lake's surface and closed his eyes. After feeling the lake breeze for a while, he got up and walked into the small grass hut. Luna Eberly, the jewel of the Eberly family, one of the most famous young ladies in the academy, was even nicknamed Daughter of the Frost Moon by the students for her proficiency in frost magic. With beautiful long hair as bright as moonlight and cold, in different phoenix eyes that sparkled like gold, she had many admirers in the academy, yet none dared to declare their feelings. The reason was simple. Her status was too noble. There were only 2 great dukes in the kingdom, and the Eberly family was one of them, besides the Duke of Yalvis and the imperial family of Ifavnia. No other noble could stand on equal footing with her in terms of status. Of course, she was not the type to use her authority to oppress others. Yet even in the academically rich Arturo Academy, There would always be a few individuals of exceptional status who could not be ignored despite the academic atmosphere. She might not care, but others did. Under the bright moon, Luna sat quietly by the window in her independent, noble dormitory, holding a high-level magic book and studying it intently. A strand of silver hair slipped from her ear, and the soft moonlight illuminated the tips of her hair, reflecting a faint pink hue. With a detached expression, she tucked her hair behind her ear and seemed a bit fatigued. Luna closed her eyes and gently rubbed her forehead. She took a sip of the now lukewarm black tea on the table and remained silent for a long time before opening her eyes to look at the moon outside. His gaze seemed to have changed. Luna muttered to herself, her mind recalling Angel, whom she had seen on the street a few days ago. In fact, Luna's first impression of Angel was quite good. A noble gathering held by the kingdom. She had seen him from afar laughing and chatting with a few noble young ladies at the center of the banquet. Although they had not directly interacted, people generally preferred attractive individuals of the opposite sex, and Luna was no exception. Although hailed as the daughter of the Frost Moon, she was just a girl. She had thought that a man with such looks would also have a heart like a knight. However, various incidents that occurred later in the academy led Luna's perception of Angel to plummet. Countless slanders about Angel circulated on campus, and his actions only confirmed those rumors, transforming her feelings from curiosity to disgust. She still remembered the various nauseating desires reflected in Angel's emerald green eyes. Yet, recalling that chance encounter on the street, Luna fell into thought. His calm, lake-like, clear eyes gave her a sense of something unusual. She lightly tapped her porcelain cup with her fingers and, after a long time, shook her head. What does it have to do with me? She closed the book, set the black tea aside, removed her white nightgown, lay down in bed, and closed her eyes. Time to sleep. Tomorrow was the start of school. After moving up to the second year, the first challenge was the class division. Arturo Academy had established 4 classes with different teaching intensities to distinguish between geniuses and fools. A, B, C, D. At this moment, the square was bustling with activity. An Angel stood quietly to the side, his expression calm. Occasionally, whispers of mockery and slander reached his ears, but he ignored them, simply watching the armored scarecrow in the center of the square. A few professors stood by the scarecrow, and students could attack or heal the scarecrow using their proudest skills: martial arts, magic, alchemy, or self-made magical devices. The professors would evaluate this, which would serve as an important basis for class division. A vacuum zone seemed to have formed around Angel, as students deliberately avoided him. Directly in front of him, many students who had completed the test either walked toward the B class area or the C class area. But not a single student approached the D class or a class until Luna Eberly made her appearance. She directly used a mid-level magic, the Ice Moon Seal, containing terrifying magical power to freeze the armored scarecrow into powder. She looked at the astonished professors with a detached expression. After a brief discussion among the professors, they solemnly announced, Luna Eberly, Class A. Upon hearing this, Luna's expression showed little change, while the crowd cheered her name. She paid no mind but slightly turned her head, seemingly glancing in a certain direction. However, the man with the emerald green eyes seemed lost in thought, completely unconcerned about her performance. Luna narrowed her eyes, withdrew her gaze, snorted coldly, and walked toward the Class A area. Chapter 7: The Worst in Summary. Lorna became the first student from Class A in the second year. The subsequent process went quickly. Although there were few people in Class A, there were still about 10, all of whom were of noble status, and many would later become important characters in the main or side storylines. Angel was the last student to take the test. It wasn't he that he arrived late. On the contrary, he arrived quite early but was cut in line many times. His shoulders were maliciously bumped, but he wasn't angry. After all, his previous life had a stinky reputation here, and there were even people in the academy who hated him enough to directly kill him and dispose of his body. These incidents could only be considered small skirmishes. When it was Angel's turn, the students who had been laughing and chatting suddenly fell silent. It was not out of respect, but rather a more malicious kind of gaze, and the previously relaxed atmosphere visibly became heavy. Even the professors frowned at him. One female professor glanced at Angel with disdain and quietly said to another male professor, "Wasn't he expelled?" The middle-aged male professor shook his head. He was just deprived of his accommodation privileges. Don't make unnecessary moves. After all, this is still an academy. And he was at least once a member of the Alvis family. The female professor clicked her tongue and glanced at Lorna, who was staring blankly at the sky in the Class A area. Angel calmly walked up to the testing platform. To be honest, he didn't care about the opinions of others because he simply had no time to worry about anyone else. As I said, if Angel wanted to survive in the Yala Great Forest and graduate from Arturo Academy, there were still many things he needed to do. So, Angel exerted all his strength to activate his strongest fire and wind dual magic, using the wind to boost the flames. And a fireball the size of a palm shot rapidly towards the armored scarecrow. However, the scarecrow remained unmoved and the fireball caused no damage. A subtle gleam of light dissipated in the palm of the female professor, and she coldly snorted, her eyes filled with triumph. Angel frowned at his hand and then shook his head. As expected, it was impossible to improve his magical abilities in just a few days, especially since he was not a genius. The female professor let out a derisive laugh, her face full of mockery, but she didn't voice her ridicule. The atmosphere in the venue remained quiet and oppressive. The male professor glanced at the female professor and then at Angel, finally speaking calmly. Angel Alvis, Class D. Angel nodded at the middle-aged male professor and then quietly walked to the empty Class D area. He was the first and only student in Class D for the second year. Laughter erupted in the crowd. Each class returned to their respective classrooms with their leaders, and classes would officially begin the next day. The second year would be a significant dividing line, not related to talent, but to sweat and effort. The middle-aged male professor said calmly from the stage, "There have been instances in the past where students from Class D surpass those from Class A. Talent does not mean everything. It only indicates that your starting point is higher than that of the foolish. I hope you all can continue to forge ahead in the new semester, delving deep into areas of interest." Angel stood alone in the spacious assembly area of Class D, staring blankly at the sky. The other classes had already been taken away by their teachers, leaving only him behind. Wiping his face, Angel looked around. Students came and went, and occasionally someone pointed at him. After waiting for a long time, he scanned his surroundings and found that there was indeed no leader coming for him. Angel understood that he was likely abandoned. Without lamenting his fate, he quietly picked up the craft paper bag he had placed on the ground, which contained his textbooks for the semester. From his memories of his past life, Arturo Academy had a long-standing library, and even without a teacher, he did not intend to give up. He decided to self-study. His emerald green eyes remained calm as he pursed his lips and planned to head to the library. However, just as he turned around, a somewhat lazy voice came from behind him. "Angel Alvis, right?" He turned back to see the middle-aged male professor, who had spoken in the square, walking towards him. Angel nodded. "Yes, hello, Professor." The middle-aged male professor smiled and rubbed his stubble. "Aren't you quite polite? Why do people outside have such a low opinion of you?" Angel replied calmly. "After a person commits an irreparable mistake, they will always be reborn. Just consider me someone who intends to live seriously." The middle-aged man nodded, deeply agreeing, originally the eldest son of a Duke-S family, but now turned into a helpless commoner. "Yet you don't seem to have been greatly affected?" Angel shook his head. "No, I will regret this, but even so, life must go on, right? I need to survive. That is all I can think about right now, so I have no time for melancholy." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and then chuckled lightly. "Is that so? In that case, let us talk about something else. There is no responsible teacher in Class D, you know?" Angel closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he opened them again, his gaze still calm. "Now I know." The middle-aged man waited for a long time before asking in confusion, "Is that all the reaction you have?" Angel thought for a moment and then said softly, "I know the Academy wants me to drop out, so they will definitely make things difficult for me. I had anticipated this, so I'm not surprised. Moreover, my current qualifications are indeed too poor. This cannot be blamed on others." This time, it was the middle-aged man who fell silent. He smiled, looking a bit awkward, and then looked up at the sky. After a long while, he sighed. "My name is Cor Lannis." Angel nodded. "Professor Cor." Cor nodded, smiling. "Although Class D has no responsible teacher, you are the only student in Class D. If you encounter anything you don't understand while self-studying, you can come to my workshop on weekends, and I can give you some extra help." Angel looked at him, pondered for a moment, and nodded at the middle-aged man. Professor Core, thank you. Core stared at Angel's emerald green pupils for a moment, as if it stirred some memories in him. But soon, he shook his head and said, the Academy 1T force you to drop out, but conversely, you 1T receive any help from the Academy. It's extremely difficult to graduate in such an environment. Even so, Angel, I still hope you can continue to work hard. Angel replied, Professor Core, I have no intention of giving up. Core said nothing more. He smiled and said, as long as you receive the corresponding evaluation in the next assessment, you can move up to Class C, and then you will be able to gain teaching resources. Go for it. Angel, I believe in you. After bidding farewell to Professor Core, Angel stood in place, watching his retreating figure, and remained silent for a long time. He touched his cheek, confirming that he had not actually lost the ability to smile, and let out a sigh of relief. Kindness from others. It had been a long time. With this thought in mind, the only student in Class D of the second year at Arturo Academy walked steadily towards the library. Chapter 8 Self-Study. The library was very quiet. After all, it was just class division today. In the vast hall, only Angel was quietly studying elemental magic. However, this silence was soon broken by the sound of footsteps beside him, accompanied by a faint, elegant fragrance that wafted to his nose. Angel's focused attention was momentarily interrupted. He frowned and looked to the side, only to see a girl with light pink hair and gray eyes sitting dumbly across from him, staring blankly at him. Angel, what is it? He asked lightly, while lowering his head to refocus on his book. The girl tilted her head, her blank gaze fixed on Angel. After a long moment, she finally realized that Angel was speaking to her. She shook her head and replied slowly and softly, I didn't mean to disturb you. It's just that you're very good-looking. I'm sorry, Angel. He raised his head to glance at her again and pondered for a moment. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. There's no need to apologize. It's just a face, so feel free to look. Angel then immersed himself back in the sea of knowledge. After about an hour, a slight hunger prompted him to temporarily exit his focused mode. He closed his book and was about to leave the library when he noticed the pink-haired girl still staring at him blankly from across the table. Angel. He hesitated. Am I really that good-looking? The girl nodded dumbly, her expression serious, as if discussing something very important with Angel. Yes, you really are. Angel rubbed his forehead. You don't know who I am? The girl pressed her lips together and replied, They said you're the big bad angel. Angel packed his book into a paper bag and picked a few more books he wanted to self-study from the shelf. If you know that, why are you so close to me? The girl shook her head. I wanted to see for myself. Angel gathered the introductory book on magical craftsmanship and a few basic theories of elemental magic, stood up, and said, But those are not rumors. I am indeed very bad, so it's best to keep your distance from me. The girl stared at him blankly, and they locked eyes for a long time. Angel shook his head, feeling childish, and walked towards the front desk to check out. However, the fragrance behind him lingered, and the girl followed him closely like a dazed little rabbit. Angel suddenly stopped, and the girl, caught off guard, bumped gently into his back. She covered her prominent nose and looked at him reproachfully. Angel turned around and said seriously, I'll say it again, don't follow me. Being too close to me is not good for you. The girl shook her head. But you're very good looking. I want to see you more. Is that not allowed? Angel sighed, feeling a bit exhausted. Fine. I'll be here in the library every day. If you want to see, you can do so here, but you can't follow me outside. He looked at the girl earnestly. The girl pressed her lips together, looking very reluctant. Oh, then, my name is Celine. Angel, who was about to leave, turned back to look at the pink-haired, gray-eyed girl, his expression calm as a still lake. Angel. He knew who she was. The crier Celine, possessed by the demon god. She was the final antagonist boss of the first chapter of the main storyline and the first evil that Yang killed. Is that so? Hello, Celine, he said softly. My name is Angel. Nice to meet you. Angel told Celine he was just going out to eat and will be back soon. And only then did the girl let him leave the library. Even though it was noon in September, Angel didn't feel the heat. Arturo Academy was located in the forest, and the summer heat was not too intense. He glanced at the sun hanging overhead, took out a few pieces of jerky he had brought, and strolled through the academy while eating. Thinking back, he anticipated meeting Celine in the library. In fact, didn't he plan to have any deep interactions with this girl? After all, His only advantage now was knowing the future plot direction. Angel only wanted to seek some benefits for himself without affecting the overall situation. Although this felt unfair to Celine, it was unavoidable. He had to survive, and everything he was preparing for was based on this principle. Recalling the background story, Angel's memory pinpointed the few brief descriptions provided officially about Celine. She seemed to come from a very poor cult family. Her family was protected by the blessings of their ancestors and held a small title. From a young age, she followed her parents in worshiping. Even if she didn't understand, she prayed daily to some existence. Later, the descendant of the hero, Yang, appeared, and the cult hurriedly arranged for her to enroll as a new student at the academy upon learning the news. Celine was not smart. She only felt that the church that raised her wanted her to study. Unfortunately, the entity she worshipped was not one of the three main gods, but rather the demon god Ani, the 24th pillar among the 72 pillars of demons, who wielded a fire gem and possessed a violent desire for destruction. After the incident of the monster riot in the Yala Great Forest, Yang discovered that the forest riot was not accidental, but rather intentionally instigated by someone. After several searches organized by the school, he found the fire gem that had been deliberately discarded in the forest. The fire gem emanated a destructive aura, and if left unchecked, it would soon trigger a second riot. With the help of Lorna, Yang brought the fire gem back to the academy, but it triggered the summoning curse buried within Celine by the cult. Thus, the flesh descended, and Celine instantly became the earthly vessel of the demon god. However, this was a series of conspiracies, and Celine was merely an abandoned victim. Angel knew that the fire gem was intentionally placed there by the cult that worshipped the demon god. Their intent was to use the fire gem to activate the curse within Celine, making her a sacrificial offering for the demon god's descent and to kill Yang, who possessed the bloodline of a hero. This was also the starting point of all Yahang's stories. With these memories in mind, Angel stood under the shade of a tree, holding a heavy load of various books. The dazed, pink-haired girl who had been staring at him floated back into his mind. He remained silent for a long time and then shook his head. Dinner was over. Time to return to the library and continue studying. Back at his previous spot, Celine was still sitting there, obediently with her little head down, seemingly waiting for him. Upon seeing Angel, her blank gaze clearly brightened with a hint of a smile, as she tilted her head, slowly and gently saying, "Angel, you're back." She seemed to have slightly unclear enunciation, but it was not annoying to hear. Instead, it felt cute. Angel looked at her for a long time, as if grappling with some kind of thought. Celine felt shy under his gaze, curled up a bit, and lowered her eyes, murmuring, "Why do you keep looking at me? Am I good-looking too?" Angel was taken aback for a moment before nodding. He walked to the spot where he had studied in the morning, sat down, opened his book, and maintained a calm expression. "Yeah, you're pretty good-looking." Celine's gaze became increasingly dazed. She stared straight at Angel and then quietly said, "Angel is indeed a good person." Angel remained silent for a moment before sighing. "Just because I complimented you, I'm a good person?" Celine nodded earnestly. "They always say I'm stupid, that I look silly. Only you are willing to listen to me, and you're also very good-looking." She smiled foolishly, shyly brushed her hair, and softly and slowly said, "Angel, thank you. I'm glad I didn't believe the rumors. Heh." She giggled foolishly. Angel remained silent. He looked up at Celine expressionlessly, her face beaming with a childlike, adorable smile, shining like the sun. Angel turned his head to glance at the youthful scenery of the academy outside the window. The library was indeed very quiet. Angel closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "So, fate is such a thing," he muttered to himself, then opened the food bag containing his rations and took out a piece of roasted chicken jerky that he was reluctant to eat, handing it to Celine. "I saw you didn't go to eat lunch. Do you want this?" Chapter 9. Downgrade Celine, a poor girl from a struggling family, only received enough money for her school fees, leaving her with almost no extra funds. As a result, she could only have one meal a day, and that was the most basic black bread. Every time she ate, she would tear the bread into small strips and swallow it with water, which was also why Celine was so thin. After all, she was considered a discarded child of the teaching group, and every penny invested in her was a waste. Moreover, her talent was not good. Among the top students in the first grade, she barely qualified for Class C. Looking at the meat in Angel's hand, Celine swallowed hard, nervously smoothing her messy light pink hair, a hint of struggle passing across her pretty, fair face. "Angel, can I eat it?" He nodded and quietly said, "This is what I didn't finish, if you don't mind." Celine hesitated softly. "Mom said that if someone feeds me, they want to do something bad to me because I'm very stupid." Angel's hand stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he took back the meat strip. "I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I meant no harm." Celine quickly waved her hand, her little face blushing, looking adorable. Even so, her speech was still slow. "Thank you, Angel, but I'm not hungry. I'm not worried about what you might do to me." Her voice grew quieter, looking pitiful. "It's just that if I eat lunch today, I might be hungry for lunch later. But I have no money for lunch." Angel looked at her, the little girl shrinking in the oversized school uniform, and for some reason, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He took out the meat strips from the food bag and handed them to her, quietly saying, "I won't do anything bad to you. Let's have lunch together from now on. Preparing an extra meal for you is not difficult, just a few more rabbits to kill." Celine looked at the meat strip in his hand, bit her lip, her gray eyes glistening. But she quickly lowered her head and reached out her fair little hand to take the meat strip. While gently biting into it, she smiled softly. Angel is so good looking. If he did something bad to me, it would actually benefit me even more." "Angel." He shook his head and took out the remaining 3 rabbit meat strips from the food bag, placing them in front of Celine. "Eat them all." Celine stared blankly, her head hanging low, murmuring softly, "Thank you, Angel." Her voice was slightly choked, but Angel didn't ask anything, just quietly began reading his book. The warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on the girl's light pink hair. In the evening, after the library closed, Angel said goodbye to Celine at the door. The little girl seemed a bit reluctant, fidgeting and babbling incomprehensibly. But after Angel promised to come to the library to wait for her the next day, Celine quietly watched him for a while before returning to her dormitory with ease. Watching her innocent figure under the setting sun, her light pink short hair bouncing. Who could imagine that the shadows looming over the world in the future would first manifest in this little girl? Angel remained silent for a long time. By the time he returned to the camp, the moon had already hung in the branches, and the stars reflected in the small lake. Angel took off his shirt to wash it and hung it up to dry. He checked the traps while going shirtless, but found no new prey. He actually ate a bit less for lunch today. Fortunately, Angel had learned some knowledge about plants, and his gathering level had reached LV2. While checking the traps, he picked some edible berries and wild vegetables, then walked back to the camp to light a bonfire, occasionally using a fire tong to flip the firewood. Angel cooked a pot of vegetable soup and added some cured meat. Today's study was relatively successful. Perhaps the knowledge in this world is more inclined towards elite theory. While the teacher's guidance is certainly important, personal effort is equally crucial. Coupled with Professor Cole's help, he felt that the future might not be as desperate as he had thought. Staring at the flickering bonfire in a daze, he pondered and drew a triangle in the air, causing a panel to unfold in front of him. Instantly, countless pop-ups appeared, reflecting the results of his efforts over the past few days. Magic Training 13, 359 times. Magic 4, current magic value 20. Rating FF. Physical Training 31, 224 times. Strength 2, Agility 4, current strength value 13, agility value 18. Construction-related skill training 65 times. Skill 6, current skill value 10. Rating FF. Fire Magic Proficiency 9. Wind Magic Proficiency 13. Fishing Proficiency 9. Hunting Proficiency 6. Gathering Proficiency 6. Carpentry Proficiency 13. Cooking Proficiency 9. Cooking level increased to LV 3030. Angel casually closed the window, feeling that his attribute growth was so low that he could hardly suppress his sigh. He still didn't understand why he encountered such a solid bottleneck before reaching a value of 30. Was his aptitude really that poor? Using the fire tongs again to poke the bonfire, he thought of Celine's silly smile. Angel pursed his lips, staring blankly at the clouds in the sky, and took another sip of vegetable soup. After dinner, Angel recalled the various combat skills he had mastered in his previous life. Under the moonlight, He sweat as he wrapped his hands and feet in magic and attacked a tree stump frantically. First time training in various martial arts. Successfully merged to obtain martial arts LV. 6-300-3000. Strength value too low to support martial arts level. Downgraded to martial arts LV. 3, 4,500, 4,000. Will restore level after strength value is increased. Angel. He froze in place, sweat dripping to the ground. Angel silently looked up at the moon and let out a long, long sigh. Sigh. The next day, Angel brought 2 packs of meat strips and various textbooks. By the time he arrived at the academy area, the large campus was filled with chatting and laughing students. The first-year freshmen had already enrolled, and the seniors from the 3rd and 4th grades had also completed class assignments yesterday afternoon. At this moment, Angel was just an ordinary student among them, occasionally recognized by someone who threw out a taunt. Something like, "Look, that's the fallen one kicked out of the family. Haha, is that him? Wow, he looks so handsome." Such taunts were neither painful nor itchy for him, just that. Perhaps humans are such beings. As time slowly passes, their views on Angel will gradually fade. After all, no matter what kind of emotion, it cannot last forever, and Angel knows this all too well. Chapter 10, Others. He didn't go to the teaching area, but instead headed toward the library. Even though it was class time, there were still quite a few people in the library. In fact, at Arturo Academy, where elites were everywhere by the 3rd or 4th year, teachers had become somewhat superfluous. At this point, most students had already found their paths for the future, and all that was left was to discuss their journeys with others. But what surprised Angel was that in the spot where he had sat yesterday, the not-so-bright pink-haired girl was now slumped over the table, staring blankly out the window. Celine was a first-year student in Class C. Shouldn't she be in class right now? He frowned and sat down across from her. After taking out his textbook, Celine noticed Angel's arrival and sat up in surprise, her beautiful gray eyes filled with his figure. "Angel, you're here." Her voice was a bit loud, and Angel quietly put his finger to his lips. Celine quickly covered her mouth and looked around apologetically. Oh, a little quieter." Angel nodded and then took out some meat strips to give to her. "It's still morning, but if you're hungry, go ahead and eat. I have plenty." Celine stared directly at his face, nodded, and took them with a slow, cute smile on her face. "Thank you, Angel. By the way, Angel." Angel looked up at her and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Celine's fingers pointed at her dimples as she grinned foolishly. "You look great today, Angel." He closed his eyes, rubbed the corner of his mouth, and then calmly nodded at her. "Really? Thank you. You're very cute today too, Celine." After saying that, he lowered his head and focused on studying, while Celine no longer disturbed him, just quietly gazing at Angel's face as if she could never get enough of it. For students in a clearly defined social class, especially in the almost entirely aristocratic Arturo Academy, Celine seemed somewhat out of place, as she was just a student from an ordinary family. She was even quite poor. So poor that she could only afford 1 meal of dark bread a day. Logically speaking, such a student shouldn't appear in a place filled with elites like Arturo Academy. Moreover, she was particularly slow to perceive various external provocations, which made her seem somewhat foolish, even though that wasn't the case. She was simply a bit slower than others. The establishment of social classes among students often stems from small incidents, such as an accidental fall, a mistake in pouring water, or an overly honest answer to someone else's question. Due to many trivial factors, on the first day of school, Celine was defined by others in a very frivolous way regarding her personal value. Ironically, while all the new students were searching for their life values at Arturo Academy, she was defined by unrelated others regarding her life. I don't understand how someone as foolish as you could appear in the sacred and great Arturo Academy. Poor, ignorant, even of lowly status. Although it was just something that happened yesterday, Celine had already forgotten who had shown that mocking smile and uttered such hurtful words to her. At that moment, she had just lowered her head, her hands nervously twisted together, and her dull expression looked somewhat sad. She didn't know what she had done wrong. The malice from others always came so suddenly. In fact, more than the noble lady who directly attacked her, Celine was more afraid of the indifferent gazes of her classmates, as if she deserved such humiliation. "Ah, I remember now." That sharp voice continued to accuse her. I heard there's a fallen noble in the second year who tarnished the Alvis bloodline, named Angel Alvis? Ha ha. Why don't you go make friends with him? You two will be perfect for each other, wouldn't you? The classroom erupted in raucous laughter, as if they had been classmates for several years, all joyfully united against her. The foolish Celine was drowned in a sea of malice. Fortunately, the girl was quite dull, so she didn't cry in the end because she still bore her parents' expectations. She still remembered that despite their poverty, her parents had rarely made her a bowl of not-so-tasty meat stew before she left. The stew even emitted a strange black glow. And although Celine was afraid of getting an upset stomach under her parents' hopeful gazes, she gritted her teeth and swallowed it down. For the future of the sect, Celine, you will become the first witness of the Divine Lord's descent. We love you. Although she had prayed with her parents for many years, Celine actually didn't believe in the Divine Lord because he had never cast a glance at her. Even so, Celine still nodded and showed her parents a warm, silly smile. Mem, I love you too, Mom and Dad. Across from her, Angel seemed to have maintained the same posture for too long. He moved his wrist, lifted his head, and rubbed his forehead. His beautiful and enchanting emerald green eyes were calm and deep. Celine couldn't help but stare blankly. Angel met her gaze without the fear and sorrow that came from harsh words. He simply asked, "Are you hungry?" Celine pursed her lips, smiled foolishly, shook her head, and said softly, "Not hungry. I want to wait for Angel to eat together." Angel thought for a moment, closed the book, and took out a few pieces of marinated meat strips from a worn paper bag. "Is that so? Then let us eat now. I'll keep you company." Celine looked into his eyes, and that phrase she had said many times before involuntarily surged from her heart to her lips. "Oh, Angel, you're really good looking." He was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Following that, he also said the response that seemed to never change. "Thank you. You're very cute too, Celine." Celine shyly brushed her light pink hair behind her ear as the summer sunlight streamed in through the library window, adding a soft glow to the space. But what Angel didn't know was that Celine was complimenting not just his appearance, but also his heart. In the research room of the head of class, Tryla, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy was gritting his teeth, staring intently at his palm. Beside him, a man with a gloomy face but clear, deep eyes was nervously watching him. "Yang, focus all your attention on your palm. Only then can you." "Professor Tryla, please don't talk for now. I'm trying to concentrate." Oh, sorry, old habit." With a painful scream, Yahung's right hand suddenly shone, and soon after, a part of a classical arm armor engraved with mysterious patterns instantly appeared on his right hand, covering up to his forearm. A powerful wave emanated from the armor, causing chills. No one would expect that this wave, which could almost reach the strength of a royal magician, was emitted by an ordinary first-year student. Professor Tryla was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Yang, we did it. So, has your lifespan decreased?" Chapter 11. Deviation. Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes also filled with joy. Although he felt somewhat annoyed at Professor Tryla for always interrupting at critical moments, he still bowed slightly to his mentor. "It didn't affect us at all. We really succeeded. Thank you for your guidance these past few days, Professor Tryla. I have truly benefited greatly." The professor waved his hand casually. "You are the student. I am the teacher. Why say such things?" Just then, the door to the research room was suddenly pushed open rudely. A disheveled, middle-aged man in a trench coat walked in, first glancing at Yang, then addressing Tryla with irritation. "Tryla, do you know that school has started? Do you know that no one is attending your class? Do you know that the new students in Class A are in chaos?" Tryla sighed, turned to look at the man, and did not answer the sharp questions, but instead rebuked. Can you at least knock before entering next time? Can't you see I'm teaching a student?" Ka also sighed. "Tryla, the principal just asked me why no one is teaching the first-year class." Tryla visibly tensed. Old dang, what did you say?" Ka glanced at the bewildered Yang and instantly understood that giving this student special attention was Tryla's own decision. "I said, Tryla probably wants to improve his treatment, so he has given you a cold shoulder." "Tryla?" At this moment, Yang awkwardly interjected, "Professor Tryla, you didn't skip class to teach me, did you?" Tryla wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned back to Yang with a kind smile. It's fine. I can handle it. It's just missing one class. The principal can't do anything to me." Before he could finish, A gust of wind suddenly blew into the research room from the corridor, and an elderly cold snort echoed in Tryla's ears. Immediately, the wind ignored Tryla's resistance and screams, sweeping him away upside down. Tryla Schiller, abandoning his post and speaking ill of the principal, research funding revoked. Supplementary medicine. The cries gradually faded, and Yarn stared blankly in the direction where Tryla had left, exchanging a glance with a helpless Ka. Teacher Ka, this should be my fault, right? Should I apologize to Professor Tryla later? Yarn looked very conflicted, visibly guilty. Ka sighed, rubbed his stubble, and gave a bitter smile. It's fine, go to class. I'll teach you for this lesson instead. After a moment, he smiled at Yang. You're from the new Class A. Yang Sars, right? Yang followed Ko out of the research room, his voice sounding likable. Yes, it's an honor to have the teacher remember my name. Ko laughed heartily. You are more famous than you think. You are the first student to enter the academy as a special enrollment. So the attention on you will be quite complex. You understand what I mean? Yang calmly nodded and then laughed heartily. I understand, but no matter what, I will bear it. This is my duty and responsibility. Ko was taken aback, turned to look at Yang, whose golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Because I possess the bloodline of that legend, I should accept people's scrutiny. There was a certain emotion in Yahing's voice that Ka could not comprehend. If he had to describe it, Ka thought, a calm boy with brown hair he had just seen yesterday inexplicably appeared in his mind. The figures of the two overlapped strangely, and Ka shook his head, then patted Yarn on the shoulder, smiling. Don't worry, the academy will be your support. I have no backing or influence. In fact, my current situation in the academy is worse than you can imagine. So getting too close to me will only give others an excuse to attack you. Do you understand, Siren? Angel said softly to Siren, his tone calm, as if discussing a topic unrelated to him. Siren nodded seriously, took a bite of meat, and unconsciously snuggled closer to Angel, like a little puppy. Angel rubbed his forehead in frustration. It seemed she didn't understand at all. The two sat some distance apart under a towering tree, eating meat strips. Although that distance was almost non-existent due to Siren's efforts, Angel's vigilant defense was still effective. Angel bit into the rabbit meat, staring blankly at the blue sky, enjoying the only break he had during the day. It seemed to be the lunch break, and many second-year students were coming out of the teaching area, either in groups or alone. Angel scanned the students and noticed someone he was somewhat concerned about, Lorna Ebel. Her silver hair and golden eyes were particularly striking. Angel thought for a moment. If it was the first day of school, it should be the moment when Yang and Lorna first met. Yang would run towards the principal's office with Professor Tryla to take responsibility for a mistake. But he would almost collide with Lorna around the corner due to a moment's inattention. However, under the influence of his terrifying combat instincts, which felt like time had almost stopped, Yang ultimately forced himself to twist his waist at the last moment to avoid Lorna. This surprised Lorna, who had always felt indifferent towards all social interactions, and for the first time, she felt a bit curious about a male. But they didn't speak. She just nodded slightly at Yang, and he smiled apologetically at her before continuing towards the principal's office. Although simple, this was their beginning. At least, that is how Angel understood the main storyline. Yang, I can finally see you. Angel stared intently in that direction, an expression of anticipation unexpectedly surfacing on his usually calm face. Siren saw that Angel was gazing far away, so she followed his line of sight and saw a very beautiful girl with an exceptionally aloof demeanor, silver hair, and golden eyes. Siren took a bite of the meat strip, glanced back at the focused Angel, pursed her lips, huffed softly, and moved closer to him. Lorna's expression was as cold as the bright moonlight, leaving a trail of admiration as she passed by. She walked elegantly towards that destined corner. Angel stared at her intensely, or rather, at that corner. Yang. He suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Saren's small face grew increasingly dissatisfied. She tugged at Angel's sleeve and said slowly, Angel, shall we go back to study? Angel continued to stare at that direction, but for the first time, he actively touched Siren. He gently placed his hand on her small hand and patted it. Be good, Siren. Don't talk for now. Siren. The little girl withdrew her small hand as if shocked, her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue. She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, and finally placed her hand on her chest, taking deep breaths desperately. Angel ignored her, or perhaps didn't even notice her. His fiery gaze remained fixed on that corner. But perhaps his gaze was too sharp, or perhaps Angel himself possessed an aura that was hard to ignore. Lorna, who was originally walking with her eyes forward, slightly frowned and glanced in his direction. Lorna caught a glimpse of Angel and saw him alongside Siren. She pursed her lips, and thus Lorna surprisingly stood dazed at the corner. Immediately afterwards, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy rushed out from around the corner with a look of urgency. Due to Lorna's daze, Yang almost bumped into her, but like the butterfly effect, nothing happened between the two. In short, Yang did not have any interaction with Lorna. Angel. Chapter 12. The girl from Angel's perspective. As Lorna stood at the corner behind her, Yang narrowly brushed past her, the gust of wind slightly stirring her hair. But, in the end, the two did not make eye contact, did not speak, and had no intersection, nothing at all. They ignored each other like strangers, avoiding the predetermined fate that Angel knew. However, this was completely different from the main story as Angel understood it, even in the famously multi-ending Final Fantasy. The initial encounter between Yang and Lorna at the corner was an inevitable event in the established route. At this corner, their first gaze at each other was the origin of all the stories in the Academy arc. But the reality was that nothing happened. Angel did not understand why this was the case, but the outcome was clear. Yang and Lorna had no intersection. At this moment, he still maintained a calm expression, but inside, he was already in turmoil. If even the plot he was proud of could not be trusted. No. Calm down. Angel forced himself to be calm. He seemed to have lost interest in what was happening over there, closing his eyes to quietly contemplate. What caused the story to change? Or rather, what made Lorna dazed for a moment? Clearly, there were variables at play in the scene, and Angel knew this all too well. Was it my fault? He muttered to himself, while Lorna had already left. Beside him, Celine boredly lowered her head to count the ants on the ground, occasionally pretending to accidentally brush against Angel's clothes. It seemed that fate was more delicate than he had imagined. But even so, Angel quickly calmed down. Although Yang and Lorna's acquaintance would be slightly postponed, he felt this would not affect the overall situation. Anyone who came into contact with Yang would quickly come to like that cheerful little hero. Even if Angel lacked confidence in himself, he would undoubtedly entrust his trust to the man who would inevitably save the world, because Yang indeed had that kind of charismatic personality. Lorna would still meet Yang in subsequent events. For now, knowing this was enough. With this thought, Angel tilted his head to glance at the still-dazed Celine. The pink-haired girl, seemingly noticing Angel's gaze, squinting her eyes and giving him a silly smile. "What's up, Angel?" Her tone was dull and adorable, evoking a sense of pity. Still staring blankly at Celine, Angel was now thinking about something else. If changing fate were such a simple matter, then Celine. He shook his head, standing up. In any case, Lorna and Yang must meet. Otherwise, the turmoil in the Yala Great Forest could not be resolved. Perhaps other branches could allow for some degree of deviation, but Angel absolutely could not allow the final major event of Chapter 1 to end in failure. No matter the cost or who tried to obstruct him, Angel must ensure that the main storyline proceeded safely. Because if Aira were to completely descend upon Celine, the only ending awaiting this academy would be one of destruction and annihilation. Back to the library, Celine, it's time to study. He folded the tattered paper bag and tucked it into his pocket, handing the last piece of jerky to Celine. Eat it. Why was that man staring at me with such intense eyes? Lorna pondered as she walked toward the dormitory, her head lowered in thought. Did he not learn his lesson? Or did he still harbor feelings of desire for me? She sighed, her delicate white finger pressing slightly. But soon her thoughts shifted to, who was the girl next to Angel? Did he forget about me, even though he had new love by his side? Am I that important to him? Lorna recalled the image of the somewhat dull, pink-haired girl under the tree. That child looked silly. Perhaps Angel had deceived her feelings? Is Angel using that silly child as my substitute? The more she thought about it, the more absurd it became. Lorna used ice magic to calm herself down. For some reason, even though it had nothing to do with her, Lorna felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility. Naturally, the silver-haired Ice Moon girl Lorna Bull would never admit that she was actually quite superficial. She merely thought Angel was somewhat good-looking. No, Angel might be the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. Okay, to be honest, Angel's appearance perfectly matched the prince she had always fantasized about. After all, she was just a girl, wasn't she? Although she had a cold and aloof appearance like the moon goddess, no one could force her heart to be as indifferent as ice. She certainly had the right to reveal her girl nature a little when no one was around. However, Lorna had already witnessed the dirty and vile heart beneath his exterior. She indeed felt disgust and anger at Angel's rude behavior towards her. That was undeniable. But even so, after learning about the punishment from the Alvis family, she occasionally found herself thinking during her days, is this punishment too severe? That said, Lorna could not request the Alvis family to reconsider the punishment as a victim, especially since her position did not allow her to do so. She was the legitimate daughter of the Ebul Duke family, politically aligned with Angel's former position in the kingdom. So the nature of this matter was quite serious. Ultimately, Lorna was just a bit concerned. Why did Angel just look at me with such fervent eyes? Who's the girl next to him? Should I check on how he has been doing lately? Lorna murmured to herself. But soon her pupils constricted as if realizing what she had just said. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and, as if talking to herself, she quietly explained to no one. No, I just want to know if he has repented. That is my right. He owes me an apology. In fact, I don't care about him. I just want to settle this matter. After staring at the clear sky for a while, Lorna nodded, her flushed cheeks returning to their cold whiteness. This reason is good, Lorna thought, nodding. Her thin, rosy lips gently curved into a perfect arc, and the atmosphere around her softened a bit. In the evening, after bidding farewell to Celine, Angel watched her leave and then ran into the forest with a full load of textbooks. This was ultimately a small-scale weight training session, and Angel hoped to slightly enhance his physical fitness through this method. Today's gains were relatively good. Academically, he had finally read through about 300 pages of the introductory textbook on elemental magic. Although he had not completely digested it, he had gained a certain understanding of the magic in this world. Angel constructed a corresponding framework in his mind in his own way. He planned to postpone his studies on contract magic, magical tool manufacturing, and alchemy. One reason was that even if he learned these two subjects now, he could not use them. Contract magic required contracted magical beasts, magical tool manufacturing needed blueprints, and alchemy needed recipes. He could not meet any of these conditions. The second reason was that Angel was now very eager to become stronger. Not only because living in the forest often came with danger, but also because he had things he wanted to accomplish. Chapter 13. Props: the fire orb will appear in the latter half of the first chapter in the forest, and the magical creatures will instinctively sense its aura and become restless. Since I live in a forest, I just need to carefully observe the state of the magical creatures. Angel was breathing heavily, running bare-chested toward the camp while pondering in his mind. Once the curse within Celine encounters the fire orb, it will instantly turn her into a living altar for summoning Annie. Meanwhile, the celestial armament within Yang will sense the aura of the evil god and manifest automatically. With the assistance of Rorna's extreme cold magic, Yang can break through Annie's fiery barrier and defeat him. While Celine will walk toward death accompanied by the god she has worshipped all her life, Annie must descend relying on a vessel. Otherwise, the main storyline will completely veer off course. I cannot tolerate this situation. After all, this is my only weapon in this world. Breathing slowly became uneven, and Angel's speed decreased, but even so, he continued to run. As the moon rose above the branches, he reached the camp, first taking a bath in the lake, along with washing his clothes. Following the usual routine, he checked the traps, only catching 2 guinea pigs this time. To avoid the scent causing the prey to become wary by appearing in the same place repeatedly, he moved the traps to a new location. While digging a deep pit, Angel quietly pondered, the moonlight like water, and the world silent. To defeat the boss Annie in the first chapter, Yang must have a certain bond with Rorna, otherwise, she will not help him. And the destructive fire orb inside Annie is essential material for Yahang's celestial armament to evolve. Only the celestial armament of the hero's bloodline can deal damage to the demon god. In other words, only Yang can stop Annie. Therefore, standing in the hero's position, he will inevitably pierce Annie's heart. Although the first event has deviated, in the upcoming joint exercise for first and second years, the two will definitely establish a connection. The reason being, Angel wiped the sweat from his face, stood the newly made wooden shovel upright, resting his hands on it. As the cool breeze brushed against his cheeks, he stared blankly into the depths of the dark forest. The joint exercise is a confrontation practice between first and second years and third and fourth years, mainly aimed at letting the freshmen understand the strength and authority of the seniors, and also to allow the third and fourth years to fill in their gaps while gaining practical experience. Rorna and Yang will become each other's opponents in the joint exercise, and I should prepare as well. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to advance to Class C. There should be about 2 weeks left. After resting for a while, Angel continued his work. Now my total magical power is meager, and I cannot master intermediate level magic. I remember, the minimum requirement for mastering intermediate level magic is a total magical power of 60, and even among third and fourth years, there are very few students who can master it. Those few are all elite among elites. Recalling Rorna casually casting intermediate level magic during the class division test, Angel smiled wryly. This is also why she is so admired by the students. Rorna, with her noble status, possesses a genius-like talent for elemental magic. The moon had quietly hung in the sky, and the work was finally done. Angel lay in the small wooden house, hands behind his head, contemplating. The daily high-intensity training and efforts to survive consumed a lot of his time. All in all, Angel only had a mere 4 hours of sleep each day. Sometimes Angel would feel tired, but humans are ultimately a species with strong adaptability. To survive, he must keep thinking, keep striving. He is an existence abandoned by this world. If he stops moving forward, Angel is unsure of what he will face, but the outcome will surely not be good. It is time to quickly improve my strength. I remember there is a hidden room in the underground waterways of Arturo Academy. Angel recalled a certain S-level side quest from his previous life, the haunted sewer secret room of the non-existent workshop 403. Arturo Academy does not prohibit students from establishing their own magic workshops in various places within the academy, but the premise is that they must meet certain stringent conditions and obtain the academy's permission. And students who can have their own workshops are, without exception, elites among elites. However, this well-known workshop 403 is not like that. There is no record of any information related to this workshop in the academy. But to say it is a workshop developed by students without permission is not entirely accurate because, as mentioned earlier, workshop 403 does not actually exist. It is more like one of the 7 incredible ghost stories of the academy, where students get lost in the vast and complex underground waterways of Arturo and are then swallowed by workshop 403. In fact, this is not mere nonsense. There was once a group of interested fourth-year students who, on the eve of their graduation, infiltrated the complex underground waterways to verify whether this information was true. The final result was clear: they went missing. This incident caused quite a stir because one of the missing students was the daughter of a marquis, so the academy had to send 2 elemental magic professors to search for and rescue them, but they returned empty-handed. The 2 professors used wide-area detection magic to carpet search all areas that the waterways could cover, and even if Arturo's underground waterways were complex, they were still just sewers. Logically speaking, under such a level of search, even if they were hiding in the soil, they should have been found. Yet those students seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Some even said they merely escaped the school. Hence, their families even mobilized political power to conduct searches throughout the kingdom. But in the end, the matter went unresolved. After all, disappearance is just disappearance. The academy ultimately gave up the search and sealed all entrances to the underground waterways. But Angel knows that Workshop 403 does exist, and those students were indeed swallowed. The reason why the professor's wide-area search magic failed to find any traces of them is simply because the missing students did not encounter some ghostly workshop, but an immature underground dungeon embryo. Dungeon 403, Essus level, summoning-type magical creature, possesses the talents of spatial concealment and generating magical beasts. An angel's goal is its clearing reward. Heart of Dungeon 403. The next day, Angel first placed the textbooks in the library. Celine seemed to finally attend class today and did not come to the library. He waited for a long time, then placed the jerky on the table where he usually sat, and then left the library heading towards the nearest entrance to the underground waterways. Part of Dungeon 403 is an item that is dispensable for Yang. After all, its main function is to enhance the wearer's affinity for contract magical beasts and increase the wearer's maximum magical power. However, Yang mainly uses various martial skills derived from the celestial armament. Nevertheless, the aforementioned two enhancements are not the reasons why Angel must acquire it. Chapter 14. Tracking the ability that Angel values is at the heart of Dungeon 403 can instantly consume all of the wearer's magic power and create a spatial barrier that does not exist in this world. No matter what kind of existence or ability there is in the main world, it cannot affect the people or objects within the barrier constructed by the heart of Dungeon 403. In other words, this spatial barrier itself is a form of existence that has been stripped away from the main world. Although it sounds like a very powerful item, in reality, it is quite useless to the point of resembling a cursed object. Firstly, if used when the magic power is full, it will instantly deplete the user's magic power and can only create a spatial barrier that exists for about a minute. Once that time is up, you will become a lamb to the slaughter, powerless because your magic power has been drained. But if you want to use it for self-preservation, sorry. When your magic power is low, the constructed spatial barrier can only exist for almost an instant, which is equally useless. Furthermore, the space is very narrow, extremely narrow. No matter how much magic power you use, the barrier it can construct can only accommodate at most one person. So there is no possibility of hiding in the barrier with a companion. Walking down the street, many students were coming and going, although many still mocked Angel. It was much better than the initial collective scorn he faced. He quietly condensed flames at his fingertips to practice his magic skills while slowly making his way to the sparsely populated old campus. I remember that the blockade of the underground waterways by the academy happened over 100 years ago. So many of the blockade barriers at the waterway entrances are somewhat damaged. Next, it was just a matter of luck, finding a damaged barrier and entering the underground waterway. Angel glanced back to see that no one was following him before quickly walking into the unmonitored development area. However, after he left, a silver flash appeared faintly from the direction of the library. The reason Angel dared to challenge this dungeon embryo that had once devoured many students all by himself is that this workshop 403 is not something to be cleared with brute force. If one had to say, it is more like a maze. Angel had once seen an analysis of Dungeon 403 by a skilled player on a forum. It is a living maze that is constantly changing, but seems to have been unable to fully evolve into a complete entity due to its insufficient magical essence, or perhaps because it was sealed by the great sage Arturo himself. Inside this maze, there are no magical beasts, only some mechanical traps, and the end of the maze is a small altar where the rewards for clearing it are placed. While reminiscing, Angel had already found a damaged ceiling barrier. Since it was the old campus, there were almost no people here. He looked around again and had a feeling of being watched since the beginning. After pondering for a moment, Angel squeezed through the dark underground waterway from the damaged part of the barrier. About a minute after his figure disappeared, Lorna emerged from behind a tree beside a building, frowning as she looked towards the place where Angel had vanished. Why did he come to such a dangerous place? Isn't this area sealed off by the academy? Lorna's expression was indifferent as she turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, she stopped and, with a worried look, turned back and quickly walked towards the sealed area. However, Angel had unknowingly come out from the damaged seal, standing before it with an expressionless face. Looking at Lorna, the two locked eyes, remaining silent for a long time, until Lorna's pretty face turned slightly red. She averted her gaze. A gentle breeze blew, and Angel rubbed his brow, sighing, "Miss Lorna, why are you following me?" Lorna bit her lip, looking at a nearby large tree. Her voice cold. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just have something to do here." Angel glanced at her, nodded, and said nothing, turning to leave. Since the other party had something to do, he wouldn't ask for details. After all, everyone has their privacy, and Angel was never a man who liked to overstep boundaries. But as he prepared to leave, Lorna's tone became slightly urgent. "Where are you going?" Angel frowned, not stopping his steps or replying. He didn't need to and didn't want to have any connection with Lorna. Moreover, even if the next journey posed no significant danger. Angel was unwilling to let anyone accompany him on his adventure. Lorna watched Angel's back, and a hint of grievance appeared on her usually calm face. She was merely a bit worried about him. Yes, just a bit. Of course, this was not some romantic feeling. Lorna considered it merely her concern for someone who was once a fellow scion of a duke's family. Furthermore, Angel still owed her an apology. How could he treat her with such an attitude? Lorna was well aware of how weak Angel's abilities were. It was common knowledge about Class D, and she had heard about the situation in Workshop 403 as well. Now, this week Angel was heading towards the dangerous underground waterway, which was the reality she saw. Therefore, Lorna Ebel certainly could not allow Angel to go to such a dangerous place alone. It was akin to sending him to his death. Although she didn't want to meddle in others' affairs, she felt that if she did nothing after witnessing this, it would only ruin her own mood. Lorna had the pride of a noble. She would not allow anyone, not even Angel, to face danger in front of her. With this reasoning, she persuaded herself and quickly followed after the man. Hearing her footsteps, Angel let out a barely audible sigh, but Lorna heard it clearly. Lorna paused for a moment, then bit her lips stubbornly, remaining silent as she followed Angel. But Angel didn't even look at her. He simply stared ahead and calmly asked again, "Miss Lorna, why are you following me?" Lorna did not answer him. She stopped, her voice cold. "Classmate Angel, the underground waterway has been sealed off. It's very dangerous." Angel turned around, his emerald green eyes staring directly at Lorna, filled with a cold detachment that made her uncomfortable. He seemed a bit puzzled. "Clearly, I've done those things to you, yet you're still worried about me?" The implication was simple. You are in the way. Upon hearing Angel's words, Lorna's expression froze instantly. She remained silent, and her tone became cold. "I'm just stating the facts. If you were to go missing, it would cause a lot of trouble for many people." Angel thought seriously for a moment, then took a step back to create distance between himself and Lorna. He nodded. "Is that so? Then I will be careful. Thank you. It's already class time. You should go back." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Lorna, the conversation, is this how it ends?" She stood there, watching Angel once again disappear into the underground waterway. After a long while, she looked up at the sky in a daze. The image of the beautiful pink-haired girl sitting next to Angel from the day before resurfaced in Lorna's mind. Glancing back at the vanishing underground waterway, for some reason, Lorna felt a bit empty inside. But what could she do? With a light sigh, she turned and left. Chapter 15. Help. The underground waterway was surprisingly clean. Rather than a sewer, it resembled a massive, complex network of pipelines built underground. Murky water flowed gently along the waterway, with narrow stone edges barely wide enough for a person to walk on. Angel's palm glowed with a faint fire magic, providing him with light as he cautiously walked along the wall, being extremely careful not to touch the underground sewage. It wasn't so much a concern for hygiene, but rather that there was something wrong with the water here. Or rather, there existed a very ominous magic circle within this underground sewage. Why was Workshop No. 403 so difficult to find? Why had the two professors' carpet searches failed to locate this hidden underground city beneath Arturo Academy? Apart from the spatial concealment effect of the 403 underground city itself, this underground waterway had been set with a perplexing, high-level, semi-permanent magic circle by an unknown great being. Such an enormous magic circle could even create an empire fortress that never fell into darkness. In fact, the labyrinthine structure of the waterway itself was a magic circle occupying the entire underground of the Academy. The effect of this legendary magic circle was singular. Once someone touched the water of the underground waterway, it would continuously diminish their luck attribute without the contactor even being aware, until their attribute reached 0, at which point they would experience a reversal of fortune and return to normal levels. Additionally, another minor effect of the circle was to permanently render the target unselectable, and that target was naturally the 403 underground city itself. This meant that once Angel touched the sewage of the underground waterway, he would lose any chance of finding this underground city forever. Despite the massive scale of the constructed magic circle, its ultimate effect seemed almost childishly mischievous. Yet interestingly, If your luck attribute dropped to 0 and you weren't crushed by a mysterious meteor, or didn't lose your life due to various misfortunes, and you managed to survive until your luck value restored to normal, you would receive a rather interesting title, the Uncrowned Lucky Son. This title, when worn, well, would allow you to find at least one copper coin on the street every day, and the luck of those around you would also improve. Of course, all of this information was known only to a very small number of players, even in the game. Back then, Angel had repeatedly hit a wall in this side quest, rolling back to previous saves, and after spending an entire night on the forum looking for strategies and offering rewards, a veteran had finally come to answer his questions. Angel vaguely remembered that the strategy provider was an even more fervent fan than he was. Angel had even emailed that person to discuss game content, and they were very easy to talk to. That person's ID was a dying sea slug or something. It felt strange no matter how he thought about it. He didn't intend to give up on the title of Uncrowned Lucky Son, as he was indeed in need of money. But he would wait until he cleared the dungeon and obtained the heart of 403 before he would actively touch the sewage. After all, it wasn't clear whether it was good news or not. His luck value was already a pitiful 1 point, leaving no room for decline. He smiled wryly and shook his head. When he reached a corner of the waterway, he walked very carefully. He had yet to be touched by the water, but the next corner featured a small slope where the water flow would become more turbulent. He needed to be extra cautious. Angel had memorized all the maps and structures of the academy, and it was not just talk. Uzistoha, a repulsive force surged outward from within him. This was an elementary, non-attribute magic he had just learned in the past few days. By wrapping his body in magical energy to resist external influences to a certain extent, he quickly passed around the corner, the splashes of water blocked by his magical power. He withdrew the magic and continued deeper into the waterway. I remember that the third drainage outlet at the next intersection is where the mechanism is located. After a long walk, even the fire magic he used to maintain light was nearly extinguished. He shook his head, not particularly worried about excessive magical energy consumption. After all, there were no magical creatures here, and as long as he knew the way, he didn't need to worry about safety. Worst case, he could stop to recover his magic before setting off again. Moreover, the underground was not completely dark. Even without illumination, there was some fluorescent moss on the walls. In fact, Angel never wasted time and was constantly looking for opportunities to train his magical power, regardless of the cost. Up until now, he hadn't touched any water stains, satisfying all the prerequisites for clearing the quest, and he arrived at a seemingly unremarkable mechanism. Taking a deep breath, Angel expressionlessly addressed the wall covered in fluorescent moss. Great Sage Arturo, unparalleled in the world, stunningly beautiful, exceptionally talented, cute, and adorable. Immediately, a very bizarre event occurred. The dark drainage outlet suddenly emitted a girlish giggle, followed by a massive tremor that made his footing unsteady, and a very pink wooden door appeared before him. Yes, the pink door was painted with 2 cute white cats, very much in line with the girlish aesthetic. Angel, forcing himself to ignore these suspicious points. He was about to push the door open to quickly clear the quest and obtain his reward when he heard a shout behind him. Angel, be careful. The singularity of fate manifested at that moment, bringing forth a scenario that had never appeared in the game. In the darkness, a powerful gust of wind blew in from the other side of the door, as if from some childish game with a twisted sense of humor. The pink wooden door was blown open from the other side, and Angel was instantly staggered by the force of the wind. However, a chill surged from behind him. Ice condensation. The sewage behind him froze instantly into ice blocks. But even so, it was not enough. Any form of contact with the waterway would cause him to permanently lose his qualification to enter the 403 underground city. This magic circle had set the rules to an almost harsh degree, so just this wasn't enough. Yet Angel still did not give up. The resist aura surged backward, alleviating his impending fall and even bouncing him upward. However, Angel's meager magical power could not support the follow-up. Although his speed slowed, the trend did not change, especially since strong winds were still blowing from the door. Finally out of options, Angel turned back and happened to meet Lorna's gaze. Lorna, Doki Doki Chapter 16 accident for some unknown reason, Just by making eye contact with Lorna, she instinctively understood Angel's meaning. And once again, a magical power comparable to that of a royal magician erupted within Lorna. Holy magic. The dazzling alternation of sun and moon. The high-level time magic array engraved in Lorna by the Eber family instantly emerged and was imbued within her, causing all the phenomena in her sight to slow down. Without wasting any time, she was acutely aware of the cost of using sacred magic. The magic power within her was rapidly diminishing at a geometric rate. At the last moment, Lorna simply pushed her hand toward the empty space, looking strangely. Then, her expression became solemn, sacred, and dignified. Holy magic. The stagnation of heaven's cycle. The instant her words fell, Lorna vanished from her original spot and reappeared as if in a flash within the icy waterway behind Angel. She stepped onto the ice, and the hand she had just raised toward the empty space landed precisely on Angel's back, who was about to fall. All the responses occurred in the span of a single glance. Lorna perfectly understood Angel's meaning and completely resolved his crisis. I observed all along. For some reason, you can't touch this water, right? Lorna's cold voice sounded from behind, and Angel did not speak. Instead, first bracing against the strong wind to close the wooden door leading to dungeon 403. After a sigh of relief, he turned to look at the white-haired girl who was already standing on the ice. Lorna merely gazed at him indifferently, her golden eyes shining brightly in the dark. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Lorna raised her chin, her expression indifferent but with a hint of pride. Do you have nothing to say to me, Angel? Angel made way, and Lorna stepped up from the frozen water. Thank you, Miss Lorna. Without you, the situation that just exceeded my expectations would have completely disrupted my plans. Angel expressed his gratitude very seriously without hesitation. Although he truly did not understand why Lorna had to follow him here, nonetheless. The fact that he was helped by her had already occurred, and he did not intend to evade it. Seeing the sincerity fully revealed in his eyes, the white-haired girl pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth seemed to curl up slightly, but she quickly snorted coldly. So I said outside just now, you will cause trouble for others. What exactly is going on? Angel pondered for a moment, first pointing to the pink wooden door in front of him. First of all, Miss Lorna, can you see this door? Lorna shook her head. I could just now, but I can't anymore. The scene fell silent, and Angel quietly stared at Lorna, seemingly contemplating something very serious. After a moment, he sighed. Miss Lorna, you might die in the next few days. Lorna? After Angel spent 30 seconds explaining the situation regarding Workshop 403, Lorna frowned at him. Are you saying I'm cursed? Angel shook his head. It's more like a trial. Although it's unclear who set up the magic array, it is obvious that their intention is not to kill. Lorna looked at him and said lightly, but according to your explanation, wouldn't I die from misfortune? Angel thought for a moment and calmly looked at her. Your almost predetermined good luck may not be exhausted even after 3 days and nights, so we still have time. Lorna's expression remained indifferent. Then what do you plan to do? Angel looked at the wooden door behind him. As long as he pushed it open, he could pass through the dungeon in a very short time. But he turned back to glance at the silver-haired girl and sighed. Let's go. I'll escort you out. Saying this, he turned around and cautiously walked in front of Lorna, carefully stepping over the sewage in the waterway as he proceeded. But Lorna grabbed the hem of Angel's clothes from behind, and Angel turned to look at her. Lorna said calmly, since there is still time, then finish what you need to do, Angel. You're the one who caused trouble for others, not me. The two stared at each other for a long time, and Angel understood the calmness in her eyes and the pride of being a noble. Without further words, he walked back and directly took Lorna's hand. Lorna's pupils constricted slightly, but she heard Angel walking ahead, his voice steady. You can't see the door. Only by me holding your hand can you enter Workshop 403, and you must not get lost inside, or it will only lead to a dead end. Saying this, he stopped, turned back to look at Lorna, his emerald green eyes devoid of any extraneous emotions. We will act quickly and decisively, then solve the problem on you. Pushing open the pink wooden door. This time, no unexpected situation occurred. The maze was very dark, and a faint firelight glowed in Angel's palm, casting a glow on his profile, making Lorna momentarily entranced. The reprimand she wanted to voice stuck in her throat as she watched the man leading the way in front of her. Clearly, he was weak, Yet an inexplicable sense of security filled her entire being. Unbeknownst to her, the dislike she once had for him had long since vanished, replaced by overwhelming curiosity and confusion. How did he change into someone like another person in such a short time? Or is this his true nature? Lorna shook her head. Angel's hands were large and rough. During the days he was punished and left the dormitory, what had he experienced? Regardless, it must not have been easy. Angel, back then. After the graduation banquet at school, why did you do that to me? The two walked in the dim darkness, Angel deftly turning left and right. But the strength in his hand remained consistent. As if to break the silence, Lorna casually asked. Angel did not stop or turn around, just walking with a seemingly synchronized pace. Because I liked you back then, so I made a mistake. I was immature at the time, and I owe you an apology. His tone was calm. So about what happened back then. I'm sorry, Miss Lorna. Along with this help, if there's a chance in the future, I will compensate you. After turning a corner, Lorna lowered her head, following in step. In the darkness, her golden eyes shone even brighter. The magical power unconsciously manifesting due to the accelerated blood flow. It seemed like she was suppressing something, and her voice sounded a bit trembling. Just liked? Ignoring her question, Angel suddenly stopped, and Lorna looked at his back, just about to say something when she heard Angel lower his voice. Pulling Lorna to hide around the corner, extinguishing the magic in his hand, frowning. There's a problem ahead. The topic was forcibly interrupted, and the youthful, cute expression on Lorna's face disappeared. Following Angel's gaze, she saw a wandering team of undead. Lorna inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Chapter 17. Causality. The squad was led by a blonde girl with a half-rotting face, wielding a wooden staff while leading 4 undead. They wandered aimlessly on a square platform that covered about 40 square meters. The platform had 4 junctions on each side, with the undead guarding the central altar, where the heart of dungeon number 403 was placed. They were all dressed in tattered black uniforms similar to those of Angel and the others, as if they had experienced a long passage of time. Angel was deep in thought, while Lorna furrowed her brows. Now, regaining her composure, she remained reliable. Angel. Those undead are wearing uniforms that were in style over 100 years ago. The story of Workshop 403 is well known, and Angel understood Lorna's implication. She suspected that this was the lost team of students from back then. However, in the side quest that Angel was familiar with, there were no magical creatures in dungeon number 403, let alone mid-level undead creatures. Clearly, the mysterious butterfly had fluttered somewhere unknown, affecting even this hidden task buried deep underground. Lorna pursed her lips, looking somewhat disappointed, and said softly, Angel, I just used 2 types of holy magic in quick succession, and I have very little magic power left. Plus, I can't use light magic, so... Angel nodded, not overly surprised. It was well known that undead creatures required light or holy magic to deal with. And considering Lorna had transformed for his sake, he would not hold it against her further. However, aside from holy and light magic, there were naturally other methods to eliminate undead creatures. Coincidentally, Angel happened to know one. He gently squeezed Lorna's hand and spoke in a steady tone. Lorna, how many times can you still use low-level elemental magic? Her golden eyes flickered slightly, and after closing her eyes to sense, she replied, at most 4 times. 4 times? How long can the ice magic you're casting maintain its solid state? Well, about 10 minutes or so. What about the distance? If the straight line distance exceeds 50 meters, I'll lose the magic sense. Angel nodded, thinking as he spoke, that's enough. Let's do as I say next. We should be able to catch them all at once. Watching the composed Angel, with his emerald green eyes still bewitching and calm, Lorna nodded with her head lowered, her snow-white hair sliding down from her ears. She softly said, I'll listen to you. In the principal's office, an elderly man with a thick beard was angrily sitting behind his desk, glaring at the middle-aged man standing in the corner as punishment. Trellis, do you have nothing to say to me? Although the man's face did not look friendly, his eyes were exceptionally clear. He raised his chin, looking disdainful. Well, you've punished me and scolded me, but I don't believe you can actually expel me. Old dang. Beside him, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes wiped his sweat and whispered, Professor Trellis, Didn't we just agree to apologize to the principal? Trellis huffed, crossing his arms. Yang, you don't understand. This is called reasonable resistance. Only then will Principal Deng respect us faculty members more. Yang sighed, looking pained, then stepped forward and bowed to the principal, speaking sincerely. I'm sorry about what happened a few days ago, Principal. Professor Trellis was just trying to help me master the heavenly sacred weapon, which is why he lost track of time in class. Please forgive us once more. After a long silence, the boy's sincerity finally moved the old principal. He sighed, intending to say something soft to move on from the incident, but just then, Trellis's proud voice rang out again. See, Yang, what did I tell you? This old Deng is like that. He wants to forgive me, but is too embarrassed to do so, getting more proud as he ages. Principal, Yang, get out of here. The violent thunder spell, the highest level magic, divine punishment, instantly struck Trellis, sending Yang flying along with him. Go re-establish the seals for all the underground waterways. You won't see a penny of your salary until you do. The old man's furious voice echoed in the sky. In a dilapidated garden, Professor Trellis was sound asleep. Yang sighed. The work of repairing the magic circle wasn't difficult. After all, the magical framework had already been constructed by the predecessors. He just needed to slowly draw the magic essence onto it. Professor Trellis, why do we need to set seals on the underground waterways? Yang asked casually while steadily outputting magical power. Trellis half opened his eyes. Of course, it's to prevent students from entering. Yang responded with an O, but without Trellis's help. The progress was quite slow. Trellis smiled, seemingly to compensate Yang for his voluntary help, and casually said, but actually, this seal has other uses. Yang nodded in deep agreement. I thought so. Such a massive project must have other functions. Trellis shook his head, cheerfully saying, the real name of this magic circle is Absolute Sanctuary. There are only 2 places in the world with it, the other being in the Holy Emperor's capital. Yang was shocked. The same as the Holy Emperor's capital? This magic circle sounds really impressive. Trellis sat up on the grass. It's not just impressive. The seal of the underground waterways consists of a total of 81 small magic circles, forming a high-level large magic array, Absolute Sanctuary. Aside from purifying the water source, it can completely reject the generation and access of all magical creatures, fundamentally eliminating the possibility of magical creatures appearing on campus. Yahung's expression stiffened. Teacher, does that mean that with the magic circle damaged, the sewers are now filled with magical creatures? Trellis patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't worry. Even if magical creatures were to generate, there are preconditions. The underground waterways have very little magic essence, unless they are undead with an innate body. Other magical creatures cannot possibly generate. Only then did Yang breathe a sigh of relief, intending to continue repairing the magic circle, but Trellis, without any teacher's demeanor, put his arm around Yahung's shoulder and walked towards the commercial street. All right. When will this work ever end? Teacher will treat you to some snacks. I heard a new bakery just opened recently. Let's go try some. Teacher, what about the seal? Don't worry. After we finish eating, I'll come back and take care of it. Students should just focus on studying. It's too much for someone your age to be ordered around by old Deng. Then, please don't forget about repairing the seal in case. Yang, you're good at everything, but you worry too much. What are the chances of anything happening? Is anyone so bored that they would crawl into the sewers? Even if someone did, who would encounter an undead that can only evolve from a corpse after 100 years? Even if they did encounter it, who would end up in a labyrinth-like situation where they couldn't escape? Ha, teacher, I can't argue with you, but please do keep the work in mind. Sigh. Okay, let's go, it's past 3. Let's have some tea first. Chapter 18. Obtaining. Although Anger did not understand why the undead appeared in the underground labyrinth, he remained calm and prepared a response plan. In his previous life, he had encountered situations where he had to use light magic, but had not learned it. As the saying goes, Final Fantasy is indeed an epic masterpiece. Even in situations that seem to be pushed to the limits by code, this world still leaves players a way out. Physics. Yes, it sounds ironic, but as long as you are familiar with physical knowledge, you can still transcend the inherent properties of magic in this world full of magic through science. The only good news was that the platform where the undead were located was not large. All 4 forks could lead to the final altar, which meant that the undead guarding the altar would have to withstand attacks from 4 directions simultaneously. The method Anger planned to use was simple: prism focusing. Relying on his familiarity with the map, he first took Rona along the shortest route and set up thin, large ice prisms at each fork leading to the platform using ice magic. Fortunately, her efficiency in communicating with ice magic was very high, so it did not take much effort. Next, Anger left 4 ignitions behind the prisms. At his signal, the ignitions ignited simultaneously, and all the light was concentrated through the 4 ice prisms. Under Anger's command and Rona's slight adjustments, the blinding light even exceeded the lethality of low-level light magic, igniting fierce white flames on the undead. He and Rona hid at a distance, and without a target to attack, the undead began to bite each other. However, the leading half-rotten undead with blonde hair seemed to be on the verge of evolving into a lich. She raised her staff, and a faint magical response in her staff nurtured dark water magic. Anger's eyes narrowed, and a cyan wind blade gathered in his palm, shooting out in an instant. Although they were dozens of meters apart, the wind blade precisely severed the wooden staff in her hand like a lock, causing the magic to dissipate in the half-lich's hand without a medium. Rona looked at him in surprise. Although Anger's total magical power was still weak, this level of precise magical control was something she could not achieve. On the other side, the mindless undead, having lost all ability to resist, were ultimately burned to ashes. The century-long time in the underground was frozen at this moment. They could finally rest in peace. Exhausted from using magic, Rona slumped in Anger's arms. She struggled a bit, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but the feeling of magical exhaustion was clearly uncomfortable. With a whimper, even someone as strong as her could only close her eyes, trying to alleviate the nauseating dizziness in Anger's embrace. Anger supported her and stood up. After a moment of thought, he half-squatted down, turned around, and lifted Rona's delicate white legs to carry her on his back. Rona exclaimed in surprise, momentarily forgetting her fatigue and fiercely resisting. Anger, you. Anger's voice was steady and calm, without any fluctuations. He simply said, "It's very dangerous here. We need to get out quickly, so please bear with it." Rona was defeated by his rationality, but as a lady, her modesty prevented her from completely lying on Anger's back. Even though she was tired, she forced herself to sit up straight, taking deep breaths to calm her heart, which was inexplicably racing. However, throughout the process, Anger remained quiet. He simply moved steadily toward his goal, step by step. No further dangers occurred. Anger obtained a small, colorless round gem from the altar, which was faintly imbued with magical power. It was likely that the undead who had lost their way in the labyrinth were attracted by the magical fluctuations it emitted. Carrying Rona, Anger walked through the underground waterway leading to the outside world, and the two remained silent for a long time. At some point, Rona slowly laid her soft body fully against Anger's back. She gently rubbed her cheek against his shoulder and softly said, "Anger, do you have some hidden troubles?" The brown-haired boy walked steadily toward the exit, his voice calm. "Hidden troubles?" The silver-haired girl hummed, "You don't seem like someone who would do that to me. In fact, if you had that intention, I wouldn't be able to resist you right now. So, was someone threatening you back then? Or do you have a reason for me to dislike you?" Anger replied indifferently, "Don't overthink it. What has been done has been done. Although it may not be appropriate for me, correcting mistakes does not mean the errors made in the past can be ignored, Miss Rona." Listening to his distant words, Rona bit her lip. Her hand that was resting on Anger's shoulder slowly clenched. Her voice rose slightly. "Anger, didn't you like me before? Then why?" Anger interrupted her. "Miss Rona, when I said I like you, I meant that I no longer have that kind of boundary-crossing thought toward you. I was not mature enough back then and caused you trouble. I'm sorry." Rona fell silent. After a long time, she managed to straighten up on Anger's back. A faint, nearly imperceptible, lonely smile appeared on her moonlit face. "Is that so? I forgive you, classmate Anger. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Rona." The physical training of these days finally paid off for Anger. Carrying Rona, he felt only slightly tired. As he was about to leave the underground waterway, Anger turned to glance at the darkness that seemed ready to devour a person. He thought for a moment, then tapped the water in the underground waterway with his foot. Immediately, a pop-up window appeared in front of him. SS level emergency. The trial of the great sage Arturo has begun. About a second later, another pop-up window appeared. The trial of the great sage Arturo has been completed. Time taken. Once. The evaluation of the great sage Arturo for you is, there really is someone in this world whose luck value is only one. How infuriating. Awarded. Arturo's Curiosity. Title. The Uncrowned Lucky Child. Equipping title. Equipped. Effect. You will find at least one copper coin every day from now on, continuously influencing the luck of those around you. Upon exiting the underground waterway, anger set Rona down. The girl seemed a bit downcast. Anger did not know what was wrong with her, nor did he intend to pry. He understood that not everyone was willing to share their feelings with others when they were feeling low. Chapter 19 Progress. Angel thought for a moment. Miss Lorna, can you walk by yourself now? Lorna glanced at him, sighed, and said softly, yes, I can. Angel nodded. Although he could continue to carry her, they were already outside. Even if Lorna said nothing, as the daughter of the Eber family, she had to be mindful of the gazes of outsiders. Angel would not want to trouble her in such a place. He was always attentive. He casually found a bench and helped Lorna sit down. A gentle breeze brushed through his hair as Angel sat beside her. Now that the exploration has come to a pause, let's discuss the curse. Lorna closed her eyes and nodded. You can speak. I'm listening. Angel looked at her seriously and said, for the next 3 days, Miss Lorna, please come to the library every day. It doesn't matter how long you stay, but you must come. Lorna furrowed her brows, opened her eyes, and her golden gaze was filled with confusion. The library? Why? Angel pondered for a moment. He couldn't explain the role of titles to her. The crownless child of fortune not only allowed him to pick up money every day, but also could apply a luck buff to nearby units deemed friendly. Additional luck 1. This point of luck was different from base luck. It was similar to extra stats from equipment, and the baseline was Angel as a completely different individual. So it wouldn't be reset by Arturo's trials. As long as luck was not 0, one would not fall into absolute misfortune. Taking Angel's attributes as an example. Although his luck value was 1, he was not unfortunate enough to encounter meteorite events every day. With the additional point of luck from this title, Aura, Lorna's risk of death would be greatly reduced. But the problem was, how to explain this to Lorna? After a long contemplation, Angel finally looked up and met her dark golden eyes. Well, Angel really couldn't think of any other excuse and was too lazy to come up with one. His relationship with Lorna was not something he needed to maintain as an important matter. After all, concepts like game titles and luck values did not exist in this world. And Angel couldn't tell Lorna that he could provide her with luck because of his constitution. If he said that, she would only think he was trying to approach her in a ridiculous way. So in the end, Angel shook his head. There's no reason. As he spoke, he stood up, seemingly planning to leave. If Lorna didn't come, he could find an opportunity to approach her secretly. After all, this was a range-based judgment and did not require direct contact. Lorna? But upon hearing this, Lorna quickly averted her gaze, a cute blush spreading across her fair face, and her bright golden eyes flickered again, like a flickering light bulb, a sign of accelerated magical flow. No reason. Does he mean that even without a reason, he still wants to see me? Don't think that just because you look good, you can do whatever you want. Okay, I got it. So please don't look at me like that anymore. I will go, Angel. By the end, her usually calm tone had an uncontainable rise. Angel frowned. Could it be that a decrease in luck would also affect bodily functions? If she were to have a fever because of this, the next few unpredictable days might be even harder. But then he thought about how Lorna had become like this for him, and he felt a bit guilty. He turned back to the silver-haired girl. I will do my best to make it up to you in the next few days, Miss Lorna. Thank you for your help just now. Lorna. Angel, don't say such things about compensation. Meanwhile, outside a newly opened outdoor snack shop in the commercial street, Trilla laughed heartily, her cheerful laughter drawing the attention of many students around. Johann sighed with his hand on his forehead. Teacher, please lower your voice. Everyone is watching. Trilla stuffed a donut into her mouth and cheerfully said, So what happened next? What about you and your little girlfriend? Johann scratched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. What are you talking about, teacher? Yenny is my childhood friend. We are not that kind of relationship. Trilla nodded in understanding. Not yet. I get it. I understand. This is youth. Johann sighed and smiled. Later, we got caught up in the village sacrifice incident. The demon god cult kidnapped me and her. To save Uni, I felt the call of my bloodline when I was about to die. By the time I reacted, the branch of the demon god cult had already been destroyed. After a moment of silence, Trilla shook her head. I heard from the Kingdom Knights that you were afflicted by Apophis's blood curse. Doesn't it hurt? Johann closed his eyes, his golden hair swaying in the breeze. The waves of pain that almost drowned him returned with the memories. Needles, Ling Chi, dismemberment, evisceration, eye gouging. How could it not hurt? Apophis feeds on pain. So that curse does not kill a person, but instead allows the curse to experience extreme pain while keeping them as conscious as possible to heal their wounds. The villagers initially wailed desperately, then they fell silent, and later they began to laugh madly, praising Apophis. In the end, they died. Johann opened his clear blue eyes, staring blankly at the sky, then shook his head. I only regret why it couldn't hurt a bit more to trigger the power in my bloodline faster. Maybe those villagers wouldn't have to die, and Uni wouldn't have to suffer such torment, still having to stay in the hospital for treatment now. Trilla was silent for a long time and sighed. Johann, don't you regret burning 5 years of your life for strangers? Johann laughed heartily. Regret? Teacher, what are you talking about? Isn't this what I should do? Trilla took a bite of her donut and remarked, You really are a born strong person. Johann also took a bite of the cake in front of him, leaning back to gaze at the sky in a daze, remaining silent for a long time. Oh right, teacher, remember to work after eating. The array repair can't be delayed any longer. I don't want to work. I'll help you, teacher. Please cheer up. After bidding farewell to Lorna, Angel returned to the library. Siren was still not there. He took out some jerky and took a bite, casually playing with a 403 dungeon heart in his hand. The colorless round gem reflected a beautiful halo in the sunlight. With a flick of his finger, a user interface appeared in Angel's view. 403 dungeon heart. SSS level accessory, usage 1. Synthesis material. One of the conditions for unlocking UNS skills usage 2. Equipment effects are as follows. Active skill. Instantly and unconditionally consume all of the user's magic power to create 403's alternate space, where all units within the alternate space cannot be targeted by any entity from the main world. Passive skill. Magic power 5, technique 5. Strength 5, training results over several days. Magic power 2, strength 3, agility 6, technique 9 acquired skill. Resist aura. Angel breathed a sigh of relief. With this key piece of equipment in hand, at least for the upcoming events, he already had the ability to intervene. Although Angel still did not intend to change the main storyline, fate sometimes was not so rigid. Let's start. Preparing. He calmly turned his gaze to the window and put away the 403 dungeon heart. Name, Angel Race. Human magic power, 22.5 E. Physical power, 16.5 E. Charm, 93S. Unlock prerequisite for UNS. Agility, 24 E. Skill, 19.5 E. Lac, 1. Magic held. Basic fire magic LV, 3. 89,300. Basic wind blade LV, 3. 64,300. Aura of resistance LV, 2. 2100. Martial skills held. Martial arts LV, 4. 6,663 4,000. Alchemy related. None crafting skills related. Fishing LV, 3. 150. Carpentry LV, 3. 1250. Gathering LV, 3. 1830. Hunting LV, 3. 1950. Cooking LV, 4. 1250. Chapter 20 contract with a casual swipe. He closed the panel. Recent efforts were not in vain. Although Angel's aptitude was poor, through relentless studying day and night and fighting hard to survive, his abilities had improved. Finally, the so-called unlocking conditions for UNS that he had deliberately ignored floated in his mind, and Angel sighed. Unique skill. The same old saying, when a personal value surpasses the limits of humanity and reaches the demigod level, it unlocks the precondition for possessing UNS. However, even the charm value of the Demon Lord could not exceed 90. What is wrong with me? Angel sighed. In fact, in his previous life, he was completely aware of almost all the UNS unlocking conditions. One of his favorite things on the forum was to watch various experts share their unique skills. And there were even well-meaning individuals who ranked the unique skills of these experts. It is worth mentioning that Angel had also achieved a good ranking in the list during his previous life. However, no matter who controlled Yaren or what values they used to break through 90 to obtain unique skills, Angel had never seen a charm value that surpassed the demigod level, let alone the UNS it unlocked. Angel had never heard of anyone in the world unlocking an UNS related to charm, because there was an absolute law in ultimate fantasy that the charm value could not exceed 90. This was a common consensus among players of Ultimate Fantasy. There was a well-known unpacking expert who had released all the values of Ultimate Fantasy, while other values had no upper limit and could, although with difficulty, be honed to above 90. Charm value was firmly locked at 89, and even using a modifier could not change it. So when he first saw Angel's value, he was shocked for a long time. To numb himself, he pretended for a long time not to see the string of words that indicated the precondition for UNS unlocking had been met behind the panel. After all, this villain who logged off 3 minutes into the main storyline was actually a being that broke the underlying logic of this world. Moreover, even though this charm value has exceeded 90, it has not provided me with any help. The surrounding rumors, Lorna's puzzling attitude towards him, the disdain of the academy professors, etc., did not change at all because he was good-looking. He was still living a hard life, to the point where he could not afford to slack off. Every day in the forest, Angel could not sleep well. Although there were not many wandering monsters around since this was the outskirts of the academy, it did not mean that monsters would completely disappear. During the days he camped, he had already been attacked by small monsters at least 10 times at night. Perhaps only Siren would talk to me seriously. Angel shook his head, and the image of the pink-haired girl resurfaced in his mind. He turned a page in the book he was holding, no longer pondering trivial matters. He had no thoughts about UNS at the moment, although the 403 dungeon heart in his hand was one of the so-called unlocking media. He truly did not know where to start with the rest. Since that was the case, he decided not to think too much, letting things unfold as they would. Aiming for what he could see and keeping his feet on the ground, this was the path Angel chose to take. Keep studying. Time is not abundant. Angel's gaze became calm again, his eerie green eyes looking at the book he had just borrowed. Contract Magic Fun Talks, Encyclopedia of Contract Magic Media, and Terrifying Summons in History. His thoughts sank, and he ignited a flame in his palm, starting to read while practicing magic. In 3 days, the joint drill of Altoro Academy would begin. Speaking of which, Yarn should be entering Uni's storyline now. He turned a page and muttered to himself. Class A, Year 1, back row by the window. Yarn stretched. The course on contract magic was a bit too dull for him. Even he, who is usually serious, found it hard to concentrate. Tomorrow was the weekend, and he should go see Uni. He wondered how her recovery was going. Yarn sighed, his bright blue eyes filled with longing and worry. His childhood friend suffered greatly in that cult incident, and her mental state had not stabilized yet. She should have come to Altoro Academy with Yarn, but now she could only stay in the sanatorium. Therefore, a practitioner of contract magic must carefully choose their contract object to avoid backlash. I want to remind you that countless self-proclaimed genius summoners have fallen into the trap of being mere attachments to their contracts due to poor choices. A female teacher on stage said. In the audience, a short girl with golden waves raised her hand, her voice crisp and lively. Teacher, what is a wrong contract object? The female teacher nodded and replied calmly. Princess Anya, you raised a very good question. Turning around, the teacher's bat familiar wrote on the blackboard with chalk in its mouth. God, demon, human. All beings related to these 3 concepts are absolutely prohibited contract objects. Princess Anya asked curiously. But teacher, aren't monsters one of the well-known types of contract? The teacher smiled. Although people call them monsters, these creatures basically belong to mutated ordinary animals. Moreover, the so-called demon refers to species and existences contaminated by the magic of the demon race. We collectively refer to them as the demon race. The teacher scanned the classroom and said seriously, the vast majority of the demon race live in space cracks outside the human world and in the barren demon realm. Although brave warriors sealed the strongest demon king among them thousands of years ago, to this day, the demon race still covets the human world. Anya nodded. She had read this knowledge in the royal library. However, She then curiously asked, "Teacher, has anyone really attempted to contract with a deity?" The female teacher was silent for a long time before nodding. For thousands of years, when the three major righteous gods showed no miracles, some turned their attention to the demon gods. There was once a so-called demon god cult that found a way to communicate with those strange existences and attempted to summon 72 demon gods to descend hundreds of years ago. Anya frowned. Then, the teacher shook her head. Unfortunately, at that time, a magician named Altoro came out of the deep mountains and began to travel around the world. The students exclaimed, "The great sage Altoro!" The teacher nodded. The great sage Altoro followed the trail of the demon god cult, and every time they summoned a demon god, she would slay one, until those 72 beings no longer dared to respond to the calls of the demon god cult. Anya's eyes were filled with stars, and she admired. The great sage Altoro is so strong. She can even kill deities. But the teacher's expression was slightly melancholic. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After all, Altoro's end was not a happy one. Chapter 21, Angel closed the book and glanced out the window at the darkening sky. Still not here. He put away the jerky on the table, slowly gathered up the textbooks and books he needed to take with him, and walked out of the library. The brilliant sunset ignited the entire world, and students hurried by, chatting and laughing. As he stepped out the door, a shiny silver coin lay on the ground, as if beckoning him. Angel raised an eyebrow. It was unexpected for the crownless child of luck to strike so soon. He bent down to pick up the coin and calculated what he needed recently, then headed toward the campus shopping street. The critical voices from passers-by had lessened considerably. After all, the school year had started for more than a week, and he himself was not an ostentatious person. Moreover, only the second-year students had a bad direct impression of him, while the third and fourth years, as well as the first years, mostly only believed in rumors. Without him making any moves, the negative impressions of him among the Academy's people would likely fade quickly. As the sun set, Angel purchased some seasonings, soap pods, and a few iron animal traps. He carried a large brown paper bag and walked into the forest. Running with a load, sweat soaked his back, and by the time he reached the campsite, the moon had quietly hung in the branches. He lit a campfire, washed his clothes while bathing, checked his traps, and processed his game, reading amidst the sound of chirping insects. It wasn't until the moon almost reached its zenith that Angel finally lifted his head from the book on contract discussions. Finally, found it. The firelight cast a golden hue on his comm profile. After a long moment of contemplation, he adjusted the firewood with the tongs and muttered to himself. So this is how contract magic works. Normally, contract magic is divided into two parts: summoning, contract. If the contracted party already has a physical existence in the current world, then summoning is unnecessary. A contract can be signed directly. Furthermore, anything related to divine beings, demon beings, or human beings cannot be summoned. Otherwise, it almost inevitably leads to backlash and disaster. The book in his hand was a travelogue by Farses Seneca, the principal of Arturo Academy 100 years ago, which described various races, habits, magic, and other miscellaneous knowledge from different regions of the continent. One chapter recorded Farses's first-hand experience of a summoning ceremony for a pilgrimage in a small city at the southernmost tip of the continent, bordering the demon realm. 100 years ago, that city worshipped a weak wild god, and during the unique festival of that small city, the wild god actually responded to the church's summoning magic and descended to the mortal realm. However, after the wild god descended, it did not grant its followers any miracles. Instead, to solidify its own existence in the world, it devoured many citizens who were full of faith. Angel thought for a moment and quickly understood the key point. If a deity wants to have a position in the real world, it needs a tremendous amount of energy to maintain its existence. Perhaps this is also why divine beings cannot be summoned or contracted. In the end of the account, Farses exerted all his strength to kill the wild god, which was about to slaughter the city before fully descending, and lamented that any existence related to gods is not easy to deal with. Thinking back, how formidable must the great sage of Arturo, who single-handedly drove away the 72 demon gods from descending to the mortal realm, have been? After all, demon gods are also a faction of gods, and naturally fall within the category that cannot be summoned. Angel continued reading. Farces wrote in the subsequent entries that, in fact, summoning deities is extremely difficult. After all, the foundation of summoning magic is, if you want to summon, you must have a medium, and for the other party to respond to your summoning, they need to establish a connection with you through something in the real world. Only then can summoning magic be established. Thus, to summon a deity, one must possess a medium left by the deity in the real world, and this medium must have a direct connection to the deity itself. But still, as mentioned before, anything related to deities is considered a precious divine artifact, all of which are extremely rare and valuable, making it basically impossible to obtain through normal channels. The harsh conditions became both an obstacle and a safety lock. Having found the information he wanted, Angel closed the book and practiced some martial arts. He lay down in the haystack and closed his eyes. The next day, before dawn, Angel got up after about 4 hours of sleep, rubbed his tired brow, walked to the lake for a cold bath, then dressed and ran toward the library, bringing along 2 portions of jerky. He arrived at the library just as the sun was rising. About 10 minutes faster than before. Although the progress was slow, as long as it was effective, that was good enough. He stretched a bit, pushed open the door, and walked in. The librarian was a quiet girl, wearing glasses and with a 3-braid hairstyle. When she saw Angel approaching with a pile of books he borrowed yesterday, she quickly put down the book she was reading. "Hello, I intend to return the books." Angel piled the books on the table in front of the girl. The awkward girl nodded, slowly recording each book one by one, then quietly asked, "You seem to really like reading. I see you stay in the library until late every day." Angel thought for a moment and replied, "Rather than saying I like reading, it's more accurate to say that I have no choice but to stay in the library." The girl paused for a moment, then lowered her head and softly said, "Is that so? Then, I hope you can find what you're looking for in the books." Angel looked at her and quietly nodded. Thank you." After returning the books, under the shy gaze of the awkward girl, Angel took the textbook on elemental magic and walked to a window seat where he had always sat. The previously wooden pink-haired girl was there today, too. Celine was lying on the table, her fair and rosy little face illuminated by the morning sun, making her look quite endearing. She was sleeping. Angel moved a bit more quietly, sat down in his seat, and was about to open the book to self-study when he noticed some bruising at the corner of Celine's eye and her swollen eyelids, as if she had been crying. Her school uniform looked dirty. Furrowing his brow, Angel took a deep breath and looked out the window. After a long silence, Angel closed his eyes. He thought a lot, but in the end, he still didn't wake Celine. The kindness from a position of superiority is poison, Angel told himself softly. Calming himself down, he opened his eyes and refocused his attention on the textbook in front of him. Angel knew very well that resolving any situation must have a minimum level of combat power as a guarantee, and he was still far from strong enough. Chapter 22, Bullying. It seemed that Siren could smell the faint scent of grass on Angel, or perhaps she sensed his unique presence. Her previously pouting and aggrieved, sleeping face slowly relaxed. She smacked her lips and mumbled in her sleep. "And, jerky, delicious." Unconsciously, Angel's attention was drawn to the cute Siren, who resembled a small animal. He sighed lightly as usual, unable to concentrate, and decided to take out a piece of prepared jerky to chew on while contemplating the future plot. In his previous life, he only had Ihing's perspective while playing the game, so Angel was actually unaware of what was happening around Siren. He only knew that the pink-haired girl was destined to die in the end. Therefore, there were some things that Angel didn't quite understand, such as who had cast the curse on Siren's body in the official history. How did the destructive fire gem, which should have been properly safeguarded by the Academy, come into contact with a new student like Siren, who had no influential background? Arturo, Academy, was likely not the clear water it appeared to be in Ihing's eyes. A green wind blade swirled around his fingertips, resembling a fluttering butterfly, nimbly dancing between his fingers. Although his magic power increased slowly, Angel discovered that he might have some talent and skills, such as construction, hunting, and other manual tasks, which he could master quickly. The skills not only corresponded to various crafts, but were also closely related to the mastery of magic and the finesse of martial arts. But thinking about it, it was quite ironic that Angel, a noble son, had a talent in these areas. A green light circled his fingertips. Refined magical manipulation was also a rare strength. Angel's magic power was already scarce, which was why he conserved and maximized the value of every bit of magic he used. Today was already the weekend, and Professor Cure said he could come to him to practice magic. Angel planned to visit in the afternoon to check in and find out how the plot was progressing in Ihung's story. In the future, if necessary, Angel would try to minimize his appearances around Ihung. After all, fate was too fragile. Over there, Siren murmured, shook her little head, and raised her big, hazy eyes to look at Angel, staring blankly at him for a long time, as if she hadn't woken up. Siren chuckled foolishly. It's Angel. Angel nodded helplessly at her. Awake? The morning sunlight spilled over her hair, and Siren rubbed her eyes again. She stretched lazily, made a little noise, and then stared blankly at Angel again. It seemed she suddenly realized she wasn't dreaming, and she was about to shout in surprise, but then saw Angel gently putting his index finger to his lips as if predicting it. Siren shrank her little head and whispered, "Oh, right, we need to be quiet." Angel nodded at her and calmly said, Good morning, Siren." Siren pursed her lips, revealing an innocent and cute smile. Good morning, Angel. You look good today, too." Angel handed her the piece of jerky, as usual. "Really? You're also very cute, Siren." Siren wanted to chat with Angel about some trivial matters, but suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly tucked her hair behind her ear to cover the bruise at the corner of her eye, and forced a silly smile. "Angel, shall we study?" "Okay. Angel, can I always come to find you in the future?" "Okay. Angel, I. But as she spoke, the big, deer-like cute eyes began to mist up. She bit her lower lip, lowered her little head, and tears dripped on her fair and slender thigh. Why is this happening?" She hurriedly wiped her little tears and apologized to Angel. I'm fine. Angel, I'm sorry." Angel just quietly watched her and took out a piece of paper to hand to Siren. "Siren, I'm here with you." He patted Siren's little head and said calmly, "Don't be afraid." Yesterday, first-year classy Siren was preparing to go back to the classroom to get her textbooks and then study with Angel in the library. She bounced into the classroom, looking forward to Angel praising her for being a hard-working and diligent child today, with a joyful and bright, silly smile on her face. Siren hummed a song as she entered the classroom. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and everything was so beautiful. Then, the classroom door was slammed shut by a group of noble students, the heavy wooden door making a loud thud. Siren froze in shock and turned to look back. Immediately, the curtains were drawn, blocking the bright sunlight outside, and the classroom became dark and oppressive. Siren walked into a courtroom for the heretics. The boys and girls, who should have been called classmates, looked at her with fearful eyes, and among them was a noble girl who looked particularly arrogant. She spoke in a mocking tone, as if Siren were some disgusting trash. I was wondering why there was suddenly a smell of sewage in the classroom. Turns out Mouse got in. Why hasn't Arturo Academy been converted into a noble school earlier? Why must these filthy, lowly pigs share the same treatment as us? The sudden malice left Siren stunned. She opened her mouth dumbly, but her frightened brain felt like a pile of mush, and she couldn't say anything, only taking 2 steps back. But then, she bumped into another robust, male, noble student who had been waiting behind her. He smirked and pushed her hard, causing Siren's petite body to fall to the ground. "Hey, little mouse, my clothes are expensive. How are you going to pay for them if you dirty them?" Ha 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 ha. The room was filled with harsh and sharp laughter. Siren trembled, biting her lower lip, trying to get up, but no matter how hard she tried, someone behind her would always push and kick her as if she were a toy. Malice engulfed her. But why was this happening? We are clearly classmates. Siren curled up on the ground, enduring the occasional punches and kicks, pondering with her slow-witted mind. After all, she really hadn't done anything wrong. She had paid her tuition seriously and hadn't done anything annoying, so naturally, Siren couldn't figure out the reason. Yes, she didn't understand why. Just as she didn't understand why Angel was considered a bad guy in others' eyes, Siren had always been a slow-witted girl. Finally, class started, and the teacher pushed the door open. Chapter 23, Class Celine, looked at the female professor who entered the room with a pleading gaze. while almost all the other students scrutinized the teacher with examining eyes. The atmosphere was eerily silent for a moment, as if some fate had reached a crossroads. However, the female teacher merely glanced indifferently at Celine, who was lying on the ground in a disheveled state, covered in injuries. Then she lightly scoffed. Shaking her head, she casually opened her lesson plan, as if she hadn't seen anything. She looked around and said in the gentlest voice, "I am your introductory elemental magic professor, Gania von Schell. It seems that some of you still have unfinished business, so let's have a self-study session today." The teacher closed her lesson plan and sat down in an empty seat nearby, resting her chin on her hand, wearing a gentle smile as she became an audience to this farce. Thus, the corners of everyone's mouths turned up, eventually forming a grotesque grin in Celine's eyes. The revelry began. So this was a heretical trial sanctioned by authority. Celine curled up and closed her eyes. Fists were thrown, kicks were landed, hair was pulled, and mockery and insults were hurled. The classroom door was tightly shut. On the podium stood the authority of the school. Surrounding her were malicious judges. In the distance were indifferent spectators. And lying in the center of the scene was an innocent criminal. In this way, the trial of Class C in the first year continued for a day. By the end, night had fallen, and the bored noble students gave Celine's stomach a hard kick before elegantly laughing and walking towards the business street to prepare for dinner. Celine still lay there curled up, a small figure, occasionally trembling, until the moon rose high in the sky. She numbly got up from the ground, her once cute and bright eyes now dull, and her clothes covered in dirty dust. She wanted to move, but the delayed pain in her body caused her immense suffering. Celine gritted her teeth, blood flowing from her nose, and softly leaned against the table to stand up. Throughout it all, Celine did not cry, for she did not want to shed tears in front of such people. Celine was a strong girl. She told herself in a trembling voice, gently soothing her self-esteem, which was nearly shattered into dust. Celine was not a stinky rat, nor was she a foolish pig. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but she lifted her head to look at the moon, her tears misty and refusing to fall. Because Angel said Celine was very cute. Her lower lip was nearly bitten until it bled, her body covered in bruises and scars. She leaned against the wall, taking one step at a time towards her desk. She bent down, carefully taking all her textbooks and placing them in the small bag on her back. Celine did not cry. Celine was a good girl, and crying would worry Angel. She walked down the deserted corridor at night, carrying her only belongings, the textbooks. Under the moonlight, she choked back tears and softly hummed a tune she didn't know when she had learned. Her voice trembled, intermittent, by no means pleasant. As the night grew increasingly quiet, Celine reached the square in front of the dormitory just as those noble students returned from dinner. She panicked and stumbled away, not daring to return to the dormitory, aimlessly wandering into the woods next to the business street. She sat by the fountain, staring blankly at the moon for a long time, until the dormitory curfew passed. Celine wiped her eyes and numbly dragged her injured body toward the library. She pushed the door, but it didn't open. Of course, the library must have closed by this time, and Angel must have already returned to his residence. Sitting on the steps in front of the library, Celine gently closed her eyes, the water magic swirling around her, slowly healing her wounds. Celine curled up and fell asleep. The memories came to an end, and in the end, Celine still said nothing. She merely smiled foolishly at Angel, tears streaming down her cheeks as she said, "I'm fine. Angel, I just fell down. Don't worry about me." Angel silently reached out and patted Celine's little head. Celine squinted her eyes, enjoying it. He didn't press for details or say much else. "Is that so?" He simply said lightly, then took out the roasted chicken jerky he had specially brought for Celine and handed it to her. "Have some breakfast, Celine." Just as he hesitated, intending to say something more to Celine, a commotion erupted from inside the library. "It's that lady, Miss Ebul. My goodness, Miss Ebul is so beautiful. No wonder she is the representative of the kingdom's radiant generation. I heard she single-handedly eliminated a demon cult stronghold a few days ago. You're so behind on news. I heard Miss Ebul even went to the demon realm and easily killed the Succubus lord. Well, that seems a bit exaggerated. Wait, if it's Miss Ebul, then perhaps the silver-haired ice moon girl, Rorna Ebul, walked expressionlessly through the library doors, surveying the surroundings. She quickly found the person she was looking for in a quiet corner by the window. Approaching Angel, ignoring the surrounding discussions, Rorna greeted him. "Angel, I'm here." Angel frowned, glanced back at her, and nodded. "Hello, Miss Rorna." Rorna nodded, looking at Angel, intending to ask how to resolve the curse next. But soon her brows furrowed. "Angel, are you angry?" Angel remained silent, his expression calm. "Do I look angry?" Rorna sat down beside him, a seat apart, casually pulling out a book. "You don't look like it, but I can feel it." Angel touched his face and then shook his head silently. Rorna asked with concern, "What happened?" At that moment, opposite Angel, Celine weakly said, "Angel, who is she?" Rorna then noticed the cute girl, who looked like a little animal, sitting pitifully across from Angel. Her face was covered in injuries, and her sitting posture was quite unnatural. Rorna first glanced at Angel, then at Celine, recognizing her as the silly-looking pink-haired girl who had previously been by Angel's side. Did Angel do this? Such thoughts briefly crossed her mind, but quickly vanished without a trace. After fighting alongside him, Rorna did not believe Angel would do such a thing to a girl. Because he simply wouldn't focus his attention on girls. Thinking of this, Rorna inexplicably felt a bit angry. Closing her book, Rorna did not answer Selena's question, but instead furrowed her brows and asked her, "Classmate, are you hurt?" Both Angel and Rorna turned their gazes toward the shivering Celine. He thought for a moment and introduced her. "This is Miss Rorna Ebel, the daughter of the Ebel Duke's family, and also your senior. This is Miss Celine Sherwy, our junior." Hearing Angel say Rorna was a noble, Celine's expression instantly turned fearful. She hurriedly averted her gaze, her fingers curling as she gripped her clothing. Too scared to speak. But Rorna stared intently at Celine, seemingly understanding something, and let out a gentle sigh. Another instance of class conflict that was ubiquitous in the kingdom of Ifafnia. Chapter 24. The holy teachings of faint smile appeared on the beautiful and serene face of Lorna, reminiscent of the ancient moon in the sky. Salian, hello." As she spoke, she gathered platinum magic in her palm, her brilliant golden eyes shimmering, transforming mid-level fire magic into the purest healing power. Under the soft glow of firelight, Lorna appeared pure and gentle as she softly murmured, "Warm Sunday." A stream of pure light gradually enveloped Salian's body, slowly healing the countless bruises and wounds hidden beneath her clothes, as if being gently embraced by Lorna. Salian numbly lifted her head to look at Lorna, and soon began to choke back tears. "Thank you, Senior Eber." Woo-woo. Lorna Eber was just that kind of girl. She lived with the pride of nobility, treating everyone with respect, never looking down on others or becoming arrogant. Because of this, she consistently ranked among the top 3 in the annual female protagonist selection of Ultimate Fantasy, winning the affection of many players. Listening to Salian quietly sobbing as she slowly recounted what had happened the previous day, both Lorna and Angel remained silent for a long while. Lorna glanced at Angel, seemingly seeking his opinion. After a long contemplation, Angel's fingers danced with increasing speed, the azure lights swirling around him, and a simple beginner spell ultimately created lingering afterimages. The precision with which Angel manipulated magic even surprised Lorna. Finally, the wind blades he conjured abruptly vanished. Angel stood up and softly said, "I need to go somewhere. I'll be back soon." Turning back, he looked at Lorna with calm, emerald eyes. "Take care of her." Lorna didn't say much, just nodded. "Go ahead." Yarn stepped out of the training hall, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Since entering the academy, he had always been a loner. Everyone in Class A, except for him, were individuals of noble status. In fact, there were very few commoners in the entire academy. At least, they were all children of prominent merchants. This is how class works. The power behind the status represents everything. A circle Yang could not penetrate. Even though he was known as a little hero, he was still just a commoner. Fortunately, Yang was strong enough not to care about others' opinions. Thus, while maintaining a certain distance, he got along quite amicably with the other noble students. Moreover, not all noble students held prejudices against commoners. Princess Ainea of the Kingdom of Epiphunia was one of them. The beautiful little girl with golden hair walked gracefully beside Yang. her voice bright and full of vitality, making her quite endearing. Yang, would you like to go out for dinner tonight? I also want to hear your adventure stories. Passers-by all made way, casting respectful glances at Ainea Epiphaenia. She was of the highest echelon in the kingdom, a figure destined to lead the country in the future. Generally speaking, people like Princess Ainea were so esteemed that one would not even have the privilege to meet them. Yang turned and smiled at Ainea, politely saying, "I'm sorry. Your Highness, I have some matters to attend to, so let's save the adventure stories for Monday." Ainea was taken aback for a moment, then tilted her head. "You're rejecting me?" Yang smiled and nodded, sincerity shining in his azure eyes. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Ainea fell silent for a long time, thinking it over, then nodded and smiled. "All right, let's chat next time." Yang nodded. "Your Highness, goodbye." Turning around, he headed towards the dormitory. Behind him, Ainea's gaze flickered slightly as she watched Yahung's upright figure with interest, licking her lips. Today was the weekend, and Yang planned to visit Yuni. After taking a shower and tidying up his clothes in the dormitory, he ran towards the commercial street. Yang had little money, so he could only choose the cheapest carriage on the commercial street. After a bumpy ride, he finally arrived at the city of Abu Dhabi, the closest city to Duke Eber's territory from Arturo Academy. At this moment, the sun had already set at the edge of the Western Plains. The Duke Eber's territory bordered the Yala Great Forest to the south. To the west was an endless expanse of fertile plains. The east housed the vast Leviathan Sea. And to the north was a continuous mountain range, beyond which lay the capital of the kingdom of Epiphaenia. Due to the territory's extensive coastline and dense rivers, the commerce within the territory was highly developed. Abu Dhabi City, in Duke Eber's domain and even throughout the entire kingdom of Epiphaenia, was considered the most crucial transportation hub city. It connected the entire kingdom through its extensive waterways, and the advantages of convenient transportation led the continent's top Kosani trading group headquarters to settle here. But none of this mattered to Yang. What was important was that there was a branch of the orthodox, holy teachings of humanity here. Yuni could receive treatment here. Strolling through the bustling streets of the city, filled with people, everyone said Abu Dhabi was a city that nurtured miracles and opportunities, where countless merchants started from scratch and eventually built their own business empires. For the people here, there was no distinction between day and night. As long as there was money to be made, any time could be considered daytime. The faces of the people coming and going wore tired yet excited smiles, as merchants, adventurers, and knights alike were all professions that fought at every moment. Yang shook his head. He bought 2 bouquets of white Cecilia flowers from a flower shop with his remaining money. The female shopkeeper smiled gently at him, asking nothing, just making a fist as if to cheer him on. Yang smiled back, offering no explanation, and walked towards the grand holy cathedral standing in the center of the city. The grandeur of this ancient Gothic building was beyond description. Just standing in the square and gazing at the tower's tip, radiating a sacred glow, made Yang feel a sense of insignificance. Yang pressed his lips together. Since the start of school, he hadn't seen Yuni for a week. Logically, she should have been attending Arturo Academy with him. But the mental trauma inflicted on Yuni by the evil god cult was too great, leading to severe mental issues. Entering the cathedral, many pilgrims came and went, yet no one spoke loudly. The sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting a serene and sacred atmosphere in the spacious hall. Yang slightly bowed his head and silently prayed to the earth goddess Urea. Then he paid his respects to the ocean goddess Pontos and the sky goddess Uranos. A female clergy member followed Yang, quietly waiting for him to finish his prayers before speaking. "Mr. Yang, you have arrived." Yang turned to see a brown-haired nun with a black floral headdress and a few cute freckles on her face softly speaking to him. Yang nodded and handed one of the bouquets of Cecilia flowers to the nun, also softly saying, "Sister Maria, it's the weekend and I've finally finished with school matters, so I have time to come see Yuni. How is she doing?" Sister Maria smiled gently, accepting the flowers and leading Yang into the inner sanctum of the cathedral. Through the corridor, gently sniffing the fragrance of the flowers, Maria said softly, "Yuni's condition has improved, and she will soon be able to accompany you to school." Chapter 25 Identity Angel walked through the district square towards the professor's area. Passers-by were bustling about, and students were still pointing and whispering about him. But more often, it was the admiring glances from girls, murmuring things like, "That student is so handsome." Angel paid no mind, keeping his gaze straight ahead, his bizarre emerald eyes remaining calm. The square was lively and brimming with youthful energy. He calmly reflected on the treatment that Celine had received. Did it stir anything within him? The answer was clear, no need for words. Then he continued to question whether he should directly intervene in this matter, perhaps even leverage Lorna's power. Angel looked up at the sky, where white clouds floated by. He closed his eyes, and the surrounding noise gradually faded. Yes, if the only goal was to resolve the senseless bullying, Lorna's firm intervention would certainly yield quick results. But then what? Angel had always been someone who could calmly assess situations. In his past life, it was this trait that allowed him to survive the battlefield. Thus, he quickly made his choice this time as well. No, what Angel saw was not just the fleeting moment at hand. He understood what kind of overwhelming malice Celine would face behind the plot of Chapter 1. It was a terrifying force that aimed to bring her to ruin, to sacrifice her to the evil god, the cult of the evil god, the rebellious royal bloodline. These entangled forces lurking beneath the surface were the true opponents Angel needed to find ways to combat. Yes, Angel couldn't empathize with Celine completely. But one thing he was certain of, he didn't want that dull little girl to perish at this inevitable end. He rubbed his face, the emotions in his eyes gradually extinguishing. Having made a decision, Angel would not hesitate any longer. He opened his eyes, a cold fury burning within him like iron. The price would eventually be repaid. He politely inquired with a third-year senior for directions, and after receiving guidance, he declined her invitation to dinner and headed straight for Professor Cole's office. He knocked on the door. "Professor Cole, it's me," Angel Yalvis. Inside, a sudden noise erupted, followed by hurried footsteps and a dull thud, accompanied by a cry of pain. After waiting a while longer, a weak male voice came from within. "Come in, please." Angel entered calmly, finding the small office in disarray, books scattered everywhere. Even the floor needed careful navigation. A disheveled man sat at the desk, his forehead red. Angel sighed. "Professor Cole, are you all right?" The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, then crossed his arms and asked, "What's wrong, Angel? Do you have questions about elemental magic?" Clearly, he hadn't forgotten the promise he made to Angel. Angel thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not at the moment. I'm here for something else I need your help with." Cole frowned, scratching his stubbled face, sighed, and took out a silver coin from his small bag, his eyes glistening with tears as he said bitterly, "Angel, this is all I have for now. I can give you more once next month's salary comes in." "Angel." He rubbed his forehead, stopping Cole's sorrowful offer with a raised hand. "Professor Cole, thank you for your kindness, but please let me finish, all right?" Upon hearing that Angel was there to borrow money, Cole immediately brightened up, hurriedly putting away the little remaining food allowance he had for the month. All right. Go ahead." He gestured for Angel to sit down and resumed his previous work, flipping through his teaching materials. Angel did not directly mention Celine's situation. Firstly, Professor Cole was not a first-year professor and might find it challenging to intervene in such troublesome matters. Secondly, Angel didn't believe it required someone of the professor's level to step in. Shaking his head, he remained silent for a moment before asking, "Professor Cole, could you tell me how the participants for the upcoming intergrade competition are selected?" Upon hearing this, Cole frowned, raised his head to say something, but was suddenly taken aback. The reason was simple. The usually calm boy's beautiful eyes were now burning with an intensity that even Cole found frightening. After a moment of thought, Cole looked out at the blue sky and white clouds. Today, Alturo Academy was still beautiful, surrounded by thick clouds that shielded the intense sunlight. From here, one could see the small chapel built for the Holy Church, and the students passing by wore pious smiles. After a long silence, Cole sighed and turned his attention back to Angel. "It's drawn randomly, but selecting designated opponents isn't that troublesome. Do you have someone specific in mind to face?" He casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Another silence ensued as Angel looked at the scruffy yet amiable man, nodding calmly without saying anything. Sighing, Cole shook his head. "Though I don't know what you plan to do, arranging a match isn't a difficult task. However, Angel, this year's freshmen are quite strong, and many have special backgrounds, so remember to take care of yourself. On the way back to the library, Angel carefully pondered the plot surrounding the competition. Just as Professor Cole mentioned, the gap between first and second-year students was not as vast as one might think. The disparity in strength at Alturo Academy typically only emerged every 2 years. This meant that most first and second-year students used basic magic and martial skills, while third and fourth years used intermediate magic and skills. Only the most outstanding students in the fifth and sixth years could learn and utilize advanced magic and skills that court mages and royal knights would use. Moreover, in Angel's second-year class, the only one truly capable was Lorna Eberly, who could even use the most mysterious holy magic and advanced spells that were barely accessible to upperclassmen. However, regardless of Lorna, the overall level of second-year students was indeed inferior to that of this year's first-year freshmen, with some even claiming this was the weakest class in Alturo Academy. Evidence of this was found in the first-year class, which included the most uniquely noble little princess, the son of the royal knight captain, the northern wolf from the exotic tribe, and a mysterious mage known for his unconventional behavior, as a rare, capable hero among commoners. Yahan, the fabled bloodline that defeated the Demon King, naturally garnered much anticipation from ordinary students with similar backgrounds. So, was that why Professor Cole warned me? Angel took out a meat stick and chewed it while reflecting, recalling the main storyline of the game. In the future, Lorna and Yahan would encounter each other in the competition. Her holy magic posed a significant threat to Yahan. However, during battle, Yahan grew increasingly adept at his abilities, quickly evolving and maturing amid the fight. Noticing this, Lorna didn't rush to defeat Yahan, but grew somewhat interested in this little hero before her. As a noble, she naturally held her pride. She would respond to his every move. Ultimately, while she did defeat Yahan, her magnanimity and grace earned her his gratitude and recognition. This became a catalyst for them to occasionally practice together, forging a deep bond for their future relationship. After that, there was a rampage of forest monsters and the evil god's influence over Celine's body through the fire gem. They transcended their physical limits, working in perfect harmony to fight alongside the princess and the captain's son, risking their lives to slay Celine and the demon within her. The four of them experienced life and death together, becoming friends, while Lorna, who had never understood the joys of love, finally began to develop a hint of innocent affection for Yahan. In short, the first chapter is a profoundly moving coming-of-age story for the protagonists. Angel looked up at the sky, his emerald green eyes like a fairy lake, indifferent and cold. Unfortunately, I am the villain, and so is Celine. Chapter 26. Growth with a self-deprecating smile. He stopped overthinking. Resolving the issue with Celine was the priority. Anger speculated that the demon Ella could possess Celine not only due to the fire jade and the curse from the cult, but also because of Celine's own psychological factors. The despair of being bullied in the academy with no one to turn to might have been the final straw that broke this dull, yet kind-hearted girl. Clearing his thoughts, he found himself standing in front of the library, pushing the door open and walking to the familiar table by the window. The weather was clear and pleasant, with the refreshing early autumn breeze gently stirring the hair of the two girls. Lorna gently stroked Celine's hair as she slept on her lap. Upon seeing Anger, she paused for a moment, then placed her index finger on her lips, pursing her mouth as if to shyly conceal her small action. Remembering the powerful and admirable Lorna from the game, Anger found it hard to connect the cute blushing girl before him with her historical counterpart. However, this small deviation probably wouldn't have too much impact, he thought as he sat down across from them. The sunlight outside continued to be warm, gently illuminating Celine's pink hair and Lorna's silver hair, casting a layer of warm, ethereal glow. It was a picturesque scene, but one that would eventually shatter. Lorna would swing her staff towards the sluggish girl, sleeping in her arms, to eliminate the corrupted Celine. Frowning, Anger remained silent for a long time. He couldn't judge who was right or wrong, as this was an unsolvable dilemma. Looking out the window again, he sometimes wondered if it was correct to simply follow the historical narrative and main storyline. His own existence had already proven that history was not immutable. So did Celine really have to face death? Making such a decision was not easy for him. If possible, Anger still hoped to save Celine without affecting the future main storyline. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a bit fatigued, perhaps from the high intensity of studying and surviving over the past few days. Waves of sleepiness crashed against his mind, and across from him, the silver-haired girl seemed to notice his weariness and smiled gently. The cool breeze brushed against her temples, and Lorna thought to herself that this fool could also show such a cute expression, like a child stubbornly trying not to fall asleep, evoking sympathy. How much had he suffered during these days of being abandoned and ostracized by the school? Why did he, with his serious and upright character, disguise himself as a debauched young master whom everyone despised, ultimately leading to this outcome? What could possibly have caused him to create a situation where everyone misunderstood and even hated him, filled with deep curiosity and a sentiment she herself was unaware of? Lorna reached out and gently held Anger's pinky. Anger did not pull away. He simply looked up, his gaze calm, as if asking her what was wrong. Lorna shook her head, using her other hand to touch Celine's little face as she softly said, "Anger, if you're tired, take a rest. I'll wake you up." The cold yet radiant Lorna, revered by the Academy students as the Ice Moon Maiden, now wore a softness on her face that even made Anger slightly dazed. The sunlight streaming in from outside gently caressed her profile, the faint light resting on her long eyelashes, shimmering like scattered gold. The breeze fluttered her pure white, silver hair as Lorna smiled lightly. Anger remained silent for a long time, truly a long time. During this extended period, he simply watched her quietly until a clear and delicate bird's chirp broke the silence, startling Anger awake. He calmly lowered his head, as if hiding something, repeatedly organizing the books until he set aside all the various textbooks. Only then did Anger lean on the table, exhaling a sigh of relief and closing his eyes. "Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you, Lorna." In the following days, Anger kept an eye on the situation of the magical beasts in the Yala Great Forest while studying day and night, also attending to the construction of the camp and fighting off attacking beasts. The current camp was much more developed compared to the initial crude leaf shelter. Since arriving in this world, Anger had spent over a month finally constructing a small wooden house, about 30 square meters in size. The original small shelter was temporarily used for storage, while the newly built wooden house served as living quarters. Finally, a home, standing in the wooden house, Anger reflected as he drove the last nail into the window. He looked up at his creation, and even with his resilient and steady character, he couldn't help but feel his eyes welling up. He wiped his face with his calloused hands. The small wooden house, though small, was spacious enough for him. A small bed, carrying the scent of raw wood, was placed by the window, and a carpet he found at the market for 10 copper coins covered the floor. A small chimney and fireplace were set up directly opposite the door, and a handmade wooden table was placed across from the bed. There was no cooking area inside the house. Anger still planned to cook outside for now, as it was best to minimize the risk of fire hazards. Carpentry Proficiency 3. Current Carpenter LV 3, 163. Wind Blade Proficiency 1. Current Wind Blade LV 3, 302.79. Fireball Proficiency 1. Current Fireball LV 3, 264. Total training hours today, 16 hours. Combat Power 1. Current Combat Power 23, 5. Total Magical Power usage today, 5,194 times. Magic Value 1. Current Magic Value 31, 5. Total Crafting Attempts today, 39 times. Skill Value 2. Current Skill Value 33, 5. Are the skills about to level up? Chapter 27, The Giant Web. He muttered to himself, the blue and red light in his palm gradually fading away. Although his progress was still slow, Angel believed that as long as he kept working hard, he would eventually obtain his graduation certificate. These days passed one after another, and Celine had been by his side, studying in the library, no longer encountering those excessive situations. The young girl was becoming more cheerful day by day, regaining her vitality. Interestingly, until now, Lorna's luck had not hit zero. Every day, Angel would ask her if she had found any money. If she did, it would mean she had earned the title of the lucky child without a crown. Unfortunately, she hadn't. However, even with her immense fortune as the daughter of destiny, she had indeed felt that she was truly becoming unlucky these days. Here are the dialogues between the two in the library over the past few days. Day 1. Angel, I just stepped outside and got my shoe stepped on. Really? It's just a shoe. No need to be so desperate, right? No. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal, but the junior who stepped on my shoe fainted from fear. Am I that terrifying? Sorry, Lorna. I'm not sure, but to me, you're a very beautiful girl. Not terrifying at all. Hey, Angel, don't say such things anymore. Oh, sorry. I just say whatever comes to mind. I'm sorry for bothering you. Day 2. Angel, today while I was eating, the maid spilled my plate. Is that so? As long as you're not hurt, it's fine. The maid said she wants to quit her job and apologize to my father. Lorna, I don't think this is your fault. Try to look at it more lightly. Day 3. Angel. Sigh. What happened today? No, nothing happened today. Oh, really? Then do you want to go eat together later? This is the first time Angel invited me to eat. I want to go, wait. Oh, Lorna, what is wrong? I can't go. Angel, I have to have dinner with the princess later, boo-hoo. Is that so? Then let us prioritize the princess. We can have dinner together next time. Boo-hoo. Okay. Day 4. Angel, when will this curse end? What is wrong? This morning when I woke up, I was a bit out of breath and found my hair tangled around my neck. Almost choked myself to death. Just hang in there a bit longer, Lorna. Your luck has dropped to the point of threatening your life. It will turn around soon. Okay. And then, until this morning, Angel saw Lorna, covered in injuries, in a library. She said nothing, just looked at him with a wronged expression. Perhaps the continuous misfortunes had left Lorna, who had almost never faced setbacks, feeling mentally exhausted. Angel knew very well that it was because of him that she encountered such unreasonable situations, and moreover, this misfortune had begun to threaten her safety. He rubbed his forehead and sighed, then opened his eyes, speaking calmly with clear eyes. Lorna, if you don't mind, you can stay with me for the next few days until the curse on you disappears. Although you might not believe it, I have. Before he could finish, Lorna nodded excitedly. I believe it. When do we leave? Angel. He frowned. Although it's not appropriate for me to say this, but I was once a man who had ulterior motives towards you. If possible, I hope you can think it over before answering. Lorna nodded seriously, then closed her eyes and pondered for a long time, even making some humming sounds to prove she was thinking. After a long while, she opened her eyes, looking serious. Angel, I want to go. Angel. Perhaps the continuous misfortunes had made her mentally exhausted, which is why she was now behaving like a little girl in need of care. Well, it could only be like this. Don't think too deeply about it anymore. Angel, it's not good for you. Angel explained to himself in his heart, and he sighed. The recollection ended here. And Angel pushed open the door of the wooden house. He looked at the silver-haired, golden-eyed girl who was surveying his small camp and spoke calmly. You'll sleep in the house tonight. The bedding on the bed is new, never used. And while it can't compare to the silk you're used to, it's still clean. After a moment's thought, he added, if you encounter any danger, just call me. I'll be outside. After saying this, he ignored Lorna and walked over to the campfire to poke at the charcoal with the fire tongs. The sky had darkened, and the orange glow of the fire illuminated Angel's profile as he placed the fish he had just caught next to the fire, skillfully sprinkling spices on it. Lorna's heart raced faster. As night fell, the handsome and somewhat enchanting face of the boy by the campfire drew her gaze like a vortex. Why could Angel always easily break down her defenses? Ah, yes, she admitted that Angel was indeed very handsome. She was a severe face control person. But even though her affection and curiosity began with his appearance, she was now unable to extricate herself due to his qualities that attracted her at all times. Lorna had been accustomed to the gaze of others since childhood, and she took others' kindness and attention for granted. She knew very well that she was born special, so she would never be arrogant or complacent, striving to practice the etiquette of nobility and living in a way that could be admired by others. However, Angel never glanced at her. This feeling of being ignored, or rather, being treated as an ordinary little girl, made Lorna's heart feel tingly and numb, a sensation she had never experienced before. Why was she attracted to Angel? Now she wasn't even sure herself. The sound of the fire crackling made the forest even quieter, but Lorna panically realized that her heartbeat was so loud that Angel would discover it if this continued. Fortunately, the warm glow of the campfire concealed the blush on the girl's cheeks. She took a deep breath, smoothed her skirt, and quietly sat down beside Angel. But she found that Angel had subtly moved a little farther away. He was just staring at the campfire, not glancing at her at all. Lorna bit her lip, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, suddenly calming down. How could she forget? Angel had changed long ago. He was no longer the detestable scoundrel from the past. Yes, no matter what. She was the main reason Angel had left the Yalvis family to live this dangerous and difficult life. A huge sense of loss enveloped this girl, who was just beginning to experience love, but had already faced heartbreak. But just as tears were about to blur her vision, a waft of fragrance suddenly drifted over. This fish is already grilled. Do you want to eat? Angel still didn't look at her, calmly handing her the first grilled blue scale fish with one hand while poking the campfire with the other. The firelight illuminated his face, and his voice was flat. Lorna dazedly took the blue scale fish. She felt somewhat foolish. Lorna had never thought that one day she would be so anxious about a man. After a moment of silence, she tucked her hair behind her ear and took a small bite. The disappointment in her heart had somehow dissipated without her noticing, and now even she couldn't understand herself. After collecting her emotions, she nodded and said earnestly, "It's delicious." "Is it? Angel, do you always eat this?" "Yes. If I don't eat it, I can't survive." "Angel, where are you going to sleep tonight?" "In the shed. Don't worry about me. It's quite comfortable there and not far from you. Just call me if you encounter any danger." "All right." "Angel? I'm sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry about." "So, Angel, are we friends now?" The girl curled up her knees, her profile gently rubbing against them as she tilted her head to look at the calm and steady boy. The firelight illuminated them, and the night grew deeper. Angel thought for a moment and finally turned to glance at her. He seemed to notice that Lorna was lost in thought, so he instinctively reached out to ruffle Lorna's hair, messing up the hairstyle she had carefully prepared. The crackling of the burning fire harmonized with the unknown night birds in the forest, and the camp grew quieter. The small lake not far away reflected the dazzling stars like a mirror. "I'm going to keep watch. You should sleep early," he said, stood up, and took a torch from the campfire. "Good night, Lorna." Lorna sat there by the campfire, staring blankly at Angel's departing figure, her heart filled with a great sense of satisfaction and something else, the gentle touch on her head, still resonating in her chest. Crouching in her knees, she hugged herself tightly, wanting to scream, but afraid to disturb the tranquility. She could only pinch the white stockings on her legs tightly. Due to the etiquette of a lady, Lorna couldn't even roll around on the ground. Although nothing unfortunate had happened today, Lorna felt that being unable to express the fluttering feelings hidden in her heart was the most torturous and happiest misfortune. The moonlight was like water. The silver-haired ice moon maiden, this 18-year-old girl, who was praised by the world for her indifference and cold pride, finally realized today that she had fallen into a giant web. She had nowhere to escape. The core unlocking conditions for UNS have been met, and the remaining unlocking conditions will be opened. Meanwhile, a small window suddenly popped up in front of Angel, who was checking traps and fences. "Angel." Chapter 28 Confidence. Putting down the hammer in his hand, Angel tilted his head in confusion, knowing full well that the panel had no dialogue function. He couldn't help but ask, "Huh?" Looking back towards the camp, the bonfire was still quietly burning, although the trees blocked his view of Rona. The warm, orange-red glow of the fire remained steady, indicating that the camp was safe for now. After thinking for a moment, he walked to the lakeside, set up the last trap, rolled up his pant legs, and sat by the lake to soak his feet while opening the panel. Unlock conditions for UNS core have been met. Unknown. Visualizing remaining unlock conditions. Condition 1. Own any accessory of SSS Grade 1. Met. Condition 2. Any of the 5 attributes, magic, strength, skill, agility, luck, must reach 40 or above. Note, this attribute will participate in skill creation as a secondary attribute, excluding charm. Not met. Condition 3. Complete the main storyline's first chapter. Possess a destruction fire gem 1. Not met. Condition 4. Obtain the title enemy of the opposite sex. Not met. Condition 5. Obtain the title friend of the opposite sex. Not met. Only 3 of the above conditions need to be met to unlock the character's exclusive soul skill. The number of conditions met is not related to the skill's strength, but is related to the skill's effects. Please plan your growth path wisely. Note, once UNS is unlocked, it cannot be changed again. Angel. After closing the panel, He stared at the moon hanging high in the sky for a long time. Although he still didn't know what his unique skill was, he believed it would definitely not be weak. As someone in his past life had analyzed that the unlocking conditions for unique skills were highly correlated with skill strength. All powerful unique skills had no less than 2 unlocking conditions, and the associated items were no less than grade S. In fact, the higher the item level, the more unlocking conditions there were, and the stronger the unique skill unlocked in the future would be. At this moment, he held an extremely rare and utterly useless super rare item, the SSS grade 403 Dungeon Heart. 5 conditions, and it even involved an SSS grade item? Huh. Since coming to this world, Angel's eyes had never been as bright as they were tonight. Although he was tired, it felt as if everything was finally paying off. His calves were not in the lake as he leaned back, the starry sky reflecting in his emerald green eyes, and Angel smiled gently. However, he soon collected his thoughts and pondered over the selection of conditions for unlocking his unique skill. First of all, he excluded both title-related conditions 4 and 5. The reason was simple. He understood that the unlocking conditions for enemy of the opposite sex and friend of the opposite sex required interactions with multiple and numerous members of the opposite sex, regardless of species. The only difference in obtaining the 2 titles was the emotional state of the women involved. That is, whether it was forced. Angel didn't have the energy to think about love right now, and he didn't want his unique skill to ultimately become an evil and useless skill. Moreover, and most importantly, Angel was unwilling to become someone who would do anything to become stronger. At least for now, he still had choices. Thus, his inner reserve would not allow him to become that kind of man. If possible, it would be better to grow stronger through more down-to-earth methods. Condition 1's item grade was related to the strength of the unique skill. Fortunately, the SSS grade Dungeon Heart was more than enough to support the foundation of this skill, and it might even grant it unprecedented strength. If he chose the Destruction Fire Gem, which is Condition 3, as one of the unlocking conditions, then this unique skill might have some damaging means. That would be perfect. As for Condition 2, Angel pondered, resting his arms behind his head. The lake water gently rippled, and the coolness cleared his mind. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. It only stated that any attribute must reach above 40 to meet Condition 2, and this attribute would be strongly related to skill effects. So what if I let all attributes reach 40? Angel closed his eyes and quietly contemplated until the sound of a nightingale's call woke him. Taking a deep breath, he used wind magic to dry his feet and stood up. The strength of the saintly armor of the brave Aheng lies in its versatility. He muttered to himself, shaking his head. On his way back to the camp, his steps seemed much lighter. However, what Angel was actually thinking about on the way was something else. Speaking of which, what was that mysteriously unlocked core condition? Angel frowned and checked the panel again. Unlock conditions for UNS core have been met, unknown. Visualizing remaining unlocked conditions. Still unknown? Even Angel, who had a thorough understanding of this game's skill module in his past life, had never seen such a text description. It was quite mysterious. However, being as clever as he was, Angel quickly identified the blind spot. Rona. Yes, Rona was the first person to enter his camp, the first to sit by the bonfire with him, and now the one borrowing a place in his room. Considering Rona's blushing and strange behaviors these days, Angel chuckled softly. So that's it. He shook his head, feeling a bit helpless about his own dullness. So, it turns out that making friends is necessary to unlock the core condition of this unique skill. Luckily, Rona just asked me a question. Angel's face was filled with confidence and composure, as if this was the correct answer. The night was as calm as water, and the bonfire was warm. It seemed that Miss Rona's journey in love was going to be a long one. Upon returning to the camp, Angel found Rona curled up, staring blankly at the bonfire. After a moment of thought, he walked over and sat down beside her, their distance slightly closer than before. Rona seemed to not notice that he had returned, her eyes still glazed over, staring at the bonfire. Her originally beautiful silver hair had turned golden, and her exquisite face had taken on a more adorable look. This was the first time Angel saw Rona in such a state. He found it quite novel, so he quietly watched her for a while before lightly clearing his throat. Ugh! Rona let out a small, cute gasp in panic. She glanced to the side and found Angel had somehow sat down next to her. Thanks to the bonfire. Even though her little face was already as rosy as a cute apple, she didn't seem overly affected. Angel took out a poker to rearrange the wood in the bonfire, his expression calm. Rona, thank you. Taking a deep breath, forcing herself to organize her thoughts and feelings. She brushed her hair back and replied in a flat tone. Thank you for what? Angel shook his head, simply smiling quietly. Thank you for being willing to be my friend. Rona. The forced calm in her tone finally showed a hint of fluctuation. She lowered her head, placing her hand over her heart, and tried hard to take deep breaths. Angel just looked at her with concern, but didn't ask anything more, for which Rona felt grateful. After a long time, she finally calmed the emotions that only she knew about, lightly cleared her throat, and the cold and aloof demeanor returned to the Ice Moon Maiden's face. She said flatly, I'm going to sleep. The Ice Moon Maiden fled in a hurry. Chapter 29. Picking up money the next day. As Lorna was running to the library with Angel, she encountered a highly agile and powerful ancient lion-tiger beast. The beast moved with afterimages and at an incredible speed, making it impossible for Lorna to hit it with magic. Logically, Lorna should not have faced such a life-and-death crisis, as she still possessed the family-engraved holy magic circle within her. However, this type of magic circle was extremely powerful due to its involvement in the realms of time and space, and thus had many limitations, typically only usable once a month. Unfortunately, she had already used it once this month for Angel. However, it seemed that the slight additional luck Angel brought her had some effect. This time, she was not facing this ill-matched opponent alone, and the situation had not reached the most dangerous point. After Lorna encountered the crisis, Angel, disregarding his own safety, faced the lion-tiger beast's violent killing intent and attacks. After sustaining a few acceptable injuries, he lured the beast into a trap he usually used for hunting. Without any communication, but still understanding Angel's intent, Lorna cast the mid-level magic Ice Moon Seal and the mid-level Ice Magic Ice Soul Shatter, barely managing to kill it. Afterwards, Lorna, who had sustained some minor injuries, found a gold coin on the road. Seeing this, Angel finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had passed the critical moment. After all, only those who had obtained the title of the uncrowned lucky child would randomly find money. Now, they just needed to see if they would find more money tomorrow. After receiving Lorna's gift, Angel covered the lion-tiger beast's corpse with grass, planning to deal with it when they returned to camp tonight. For Angel, who was struggling to survive in the wild, this was precious food and materials, worth about a gold coin. Lorna thought seriously for a moment and said she intended to give the gold coin she found today to Angel. Angel refused. It is worth mentioning that today, Angel found a plain copper coin. This was the difference in their luck, Angel thought, sighing as he was once again forced to accept the reality that he was just a minor character. In front of the library, Lorna, who had been running alongside Angel, was panting and covered in sweat. She sniffed her own scent, glanced at the dim sky, and softly said, Angel, thank you for what you did earlier. Angel did not look at her, but shook his head, wiping the blood seeping from his arm. It's nothing. Do you have to run this long, every day, to get to school? Lorna asked. Angel nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he entered the library, replying with a sound of acknowledgement. The pink-haired girl was already asleep on her familiar desk, and Angel did not disturb Celine. He gently opened his textbook. Lorna watched them from behind, and as she saw Angel and Celine sitting together harmoniously, she suddenly felt a fundamental difference between herself and them. This made her purse her lips, and her mood soured a bit. By the way, Lorna, your curse should be over now, so you don't have to come to the library to find me every day, Angel said casually while reading, as if it were a small matter. Lorna remained silent for a long time. She looked at Celine, who was sleeping beside Angel, and said nothing more. She just calmly looked at Angel. Angel, I will come. Every day. Angel raised his eyes and glanced at Lorna. He thought for a moment, closed the book, but felt that what he was about to say might not be appropriate. After deliberating, he merely nodded. Is that so? After all, it's the library. Come whenever you want. Lorna and he locked eyes for a long time, the faint morning light streaming through the window, illuminating the girl's fair cheeks, and reflecting in the boy's brilliant emerald green eyes like a starry lake. She twisted her hands together and hurriedly turned away, her speech seeming a bit rushed. Angel. I'm all sweaty. I'll go back and take a shower first. Angel frowned. But you smell nice, nothing strange. Lorna bit her lip and looked down. Don't smell. Angel was taken aback. Sorry. On the other side, Celine, who occasionally smacked her lips, was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. It seemed she caught a whiff of grass from someone nearby, and she hummed a couple of times, unconsciously leaning closer to Angel, softly murmuring in her dreams. Angel. In a certain secret workshop of the Academy, several people in black and white robes were seated around a round table discussing something unknown. It seemed they reached some agreement, and a white-robed person with distinctly feminine features took out a scarlet orb radiating a terrifying aura of destruction, placing it on the table and pushing it towards another black-robed person. This is the transaction. Remember what you promised us, she said. The black-robed person did not take the orb, but laughed mockingly. Is this the disciple of the great sage Arturo? To collaborate with your former enemies over such trivial matters as eliminating the Academy's so-called commoner class? However, the white-robed person was not angry at all. She merely spoke softly to the black-robed individuals. Magic has its hierarchy, and bloodline is the fundamental difference between humans and livestock. In my eyes, you are nothing more than somewhat valuable pigs. Adjust your attitude and status. I can tolerate your offense this once, but remember, there will not be a next time. In the workshop, colorless magical power began to burn fiercely, and terrifying five-colored elemental magic revolved behind the white-robed person, confirming her words were not false. It seemed that if the black-robed individuals spoke insolently again, she would strike them down with thunder. But the black-robed person continued to laugh, even more brazenly. All right. Getting anxious, huh? Then let us not talk about it. I hope next time we meet, this Arturo Academy will have been purified to consist only of the so-called noble bloodlines of an advanced academy. After saying this, the black-robed individuals mocked and took the orb from the table, leaving the underground workshop leisurely. The white-robed individuals watched them leave in silence. After a long time, the leader sneered, unconsciously pinching her fingers, her eyes filled with obsession and ferocity, advanced the timing of the Yara Forest uprising. This time, I want no one in the Academy to dare speak for those lowly commoners. Behind her, a female white-robed person exclaimed excitedly, Yes. Everything for the great sage Arturo. Chapter 30 Conversation during the lunch break. Johann rubbed his forehead. Although he considered himself not too stupid, the educational level and intensity of Arturo Academy were still a bit too high for him. While organizing his books, he put away the notes he had taken for uni, planning to take them to the sanatorium next weekend to explain the lessons to his childhood friend. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Johann looked up and found Princess Enya, the most esteemed royal in the kingdom, smiling at him from across the table, her chin resting on her hands, watching him with great interest. Johann smiled back at the princess, his clear blue eyes resembling a bright, cloudless sky. Princess Enyana. The golden-haired little princess ignored his greeting and pointed at the two notebooks in Johann's hands. Johann, why are you taking notes in two books? Isn't it tiring? Johann shook his head and replied earnestly, The other one is for my friend. She's sick. Enya let out a meaningful hum and tilted her head. By the way, my father mentioned you in a letter he sent me a while ago. He seems to care a lot about our little hero. Johann continued to smile politely, neither humble nor arrogant. I appreciate the king's concern. I'm doing well at the academy, learning a lot of knowledge I hadn't encountered before, and the teachers and classmates are all very friendly. As he spoke, he glanced around. The noble young masters and ladies of class, they were all smiling kindly at him. And Johann smiled back and nodded to them. Enya unconsciously pinched her fingers together, her smile gentle. That's good. However, the academy isn't all smooth sailing. I've heard that someone wants to frame you. Are you aware of this? Johann thought for a moment and then shook his head. Your Highness, I don't care about such matters. As he spoke, Johann looked out the window, his soft golden hair blown by the breeze. For me, enduring the scrutiny of others, whether it's goodwill or malice, is something I must bear. It's a restraint engraved in my blood. It's something I have to get used to. Enya raised an eyebrow and then chuckled softly, lightly pinching her fingers. Bloodline. That's a nice term. By the way, The joint combat competition is coming up soon. Do you have any opponents you want to face? Johann shook his head, touching the wooden sword that Uni had given him at his waist. To me, every classmate I can fight is a good teacher and friend. There's nothing I particularly want or don't want. Inya squinted her eyes, and Johann met her gaze, unable to discern the emotions in the princess's eyes, just as he usually did not care about the opinions of outsiders. The golden-haired princess suddenly said with great interest, "You're not suited to be a commoner, classmate Johann. How about starting today, you become my personal guard? I'll ask my father to grant you a title." Johann fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. For me, status means nothing. I will protect you to the best of my ability. But being a personal guard and a title is not something I desire." Inya tilted her head, her expression calm. "You rejected me again, Johann." An invisible pressure enveloped him. But Johann calmly accepted Inya's gaze, his clear blue eyes staring directly at her. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." However, in the end, the third princess of the kingdom, the most distinguished and noble existence, Princess Inya, merely smiled faintly. "You truly are a strong person." Inya left with a sense of boredom. Angel woke up from his dream, following his usual routine of checking traps, repairing fences, slaughtering prey, and cooking before dawn. He took a shower and then dressed before running toward the school. Today was a special day, the joint combat competition, marking the official entry into the later chapters of the first volume. So far, everything had gone smoothly without any major errors. Well, probably. As Angel ran, he thought about the subsequent plot. About a month after the joint combat competition, the Yala Great Forest would experience its first monster riot, and then Arturo Academy would organize students to participate in suppressing the Beast Rebellion while also investigating the causes. This Beast riot would continue until Lorna and Johann formed a team, explored, and found the destruction fire gem deep in the forest. When Johann brought the destruction fire gem back to the academy, it would trigger the curse within Celine. But at this point, Angel had a small doubt. Generally speaking, the summoning ritual could only be completed when physically touching the summoning medium. How did Celine, a little Class C student, come into contact with this fire gem that should have been sealed by the academy? The plot had no perspective from Celine, so perhaps there were other hidden circumstances behind it. While Angel was frowning in thought, he arrived at the library and walked to his usual spot. Lorna was calmly teaching Celine about magic, just like an older sister. However, Celine seemed to have trouble understanding, mumbling with a worried expression. The sunlight shone on their pretty faces, creating a harmonious scene. After that bullying incident, the relationship between Lorna and Celine had clearly improved. The two often went shopping together, and as a result, Celine seemed not to have encountered such incidents in class anymore. But, thinking of the final CG of the first chapter, which depicted a hollow-eyed, pink-haired girl pierced through by Johann's divine weapon and Lorna's icy spikes, Angel fell silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and gave the two girls a simple greeting. The combat competition was in the afternoon. Although he was curious about how Lorna, who had been coming to the library every day, managed to complete her coursework, it was likely that with her abilities, there was no need for her to attend such second-year classes anyway. With this thought in mind, Angel suddenly wanted to know where the plot was currently progressing. After all, even if he didn't plan to intervene in most of the main storyline, understanding the situation was essential. Clearing his throat, he noticed that the two girls sitting on the other side seemed unaware that the usually serious Angel wanted to slack off. They were still immersed in the teaching-learning dynamic. Helpless, Angel had to softly call out, "Lorna." Celine continued to study diligently, occasionally glancing at Angel and then silly smiling before burying her little head back in her studies with a distressed expression. "Hey!" However, the other girl let out a super cute exclamation. The silver-haired proud Duchess looked up at Angel, flustered. What did I do?" She bit her tongue. It seems like the Ice Moon girl is about to cry from the pain." Angel fell silent. He occasionally wondered why the Lorna in front of him was completely different from the proud and reliable Lorna he knew from the main storyline. Sighing, he ultimately decided not to think too deeply, shaking his head as he looked at the cute girl with a flushed face and tear-filled eyes from biting her tongue. He asked earnestly, "Lorna, do you know a new student named Johann?" Upon hearing Angel's question, Lorna instinctively furrowed her brows. Even the earlier embarrassment was cast aside as she asked warily, "A woman? after biting out those two words. Her aura was so strong that it made Angel feel as if he was facing the ice, which form of Lorna from the final chapter. But in an instant, Angel caught the inconsistency in her words. Lorna didn't know Johan's gender. Wait a minute, did she not know who Johan was? A chill ran up his spine, and he suppressed the panic deep inside. No, it shouldn't be this way. Johan and she should have had many opportunities to get to know each other before the joint competition. Wait a minute. It seems that Lu Erna has been spending all her time with him and Sai Lien in the library these days, hardly going out at all. Angel looked out the window. The weather today was clear, a perfect sunny day. No way. Angel covered his face in pain and let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 31 Drama Anger Forgot who once said, "The more you want to avoid something, the more it will appear in your life." At this moment, he began to reassess the impact of his presence on this world. Anger once considered himself an almost negligible third-rate villain, but the facts proved that in the ocean of fate, even the most insignificant pebble can stir up a huge tsunami. At this moment, he stood alone in a corner of the venue for the joint confrontation exercise, while students filled the area, no one caring about this D-class underachiever. Lorna and Celine were seated in their respective classes. This circular arena had an arena and audience seats reminiscent of ancient Rome. In the center, a senior female host was passionately speaking, and the surrounding lively cheers surged one after another, the ubiquitous youthful enthusiasm nearly overwhelming anger. It was clear that this year's joint confrontation was indeed worth watching. In the first year, there was the kind-hearted Princess Enya, the freshman hero Aheng, the northern white wolf White, the son of the Royal Knights leader Tracy, and the mysterious witch Alolo. In the second year, there was the silver-haired Ice Moon Girl Lorna. Well, the lineup of the second year did seem a bit thin. But even so, being able to see these future stars of the kingdom gathered here was a scene that ordinary students might find hard to forget in their lifetime. Just as he was thinking, on the arena, the northern wolf White, a boy with a wolf-tail hairstyle, had already ended the battle with a mid-level lightning magic spell. "Thank you for your guidance, senior," he said, ignoring the cries of his opponent and the passionate cheers from a host and the first-year students, stepping away from the venue. On the other side, the leader's son Tracy, a tall boy in heavy armor with a resolute face, held his giant sword just a centimeter in front of his opponent, clearly signaling another defeat for the second year. Reaching out, Tracy helped up his trembling opponent, scratching his head and saying awkwardly, "Sorry, senior, it's the rules. Please don't take it to heart." The second-year girl shook her head tremulously, the giant sword that seemed to split everything still lingering in her mind. And Tracy's killing intent had easily crushed her fighting spirit. As a D-class student, Anger had no seat. He squatted in the corner, savoring this super exciting CG performance that he could only see on the computer before. But suddenly, the cheers around him quieted down inexplicably. He turned his head and saw a silver-haired girl cutting through the crowd like a sharp blade, walking straight toward him. After thinking for a moment, Anger stood up, and Lorna approached him, calmly gazing into his emerald green eyes. "Anger, why didn't you tell me?" This question was somewhat abrupt, but Anger knew what she was asking. Yes, the battle list had already been announced. He looked up at the huge magical light screen hanging above his head. Next battle. Anger Yalvis versus Enya Ifafnia Lorna Eberl versus Aheng Sasa. "Is this how you seek revenge for Celine? Anger? You want to challenge Princess Enya?" Lorna's voice remained calm, but Anger could see that her bright golden eyes were suppressing something he couldn't quite understand. Lorna certainly knew that Anger had gone to the teacher to adjust the battle list for Celine, but she thought Anger would only seek out the person involved. So she didn't intervene. But why? Why was that name appearing on the screen? Enya Ifafnia, the third princess of the kingdom, renowned for her kindness among her three sisters, and a noble princess beloved by the imperial subjects. However, Anger also knew that Enya was the ultimate behind-the-scenes villain in the second chapter of the main storyline, the final boss of the third chapter, unveiling the illusion of kindness, revealing the true and madly brutal witch, Enya Ifafnia, who sought to overturn the kingdom and assassinate her father to claim the throne. Recently, Anger had been contemplating what could have led Celine to such a tragic end. Besides her unfortunate family background, was there also an invisible hand in the academy pushing her step by step toward the abyss? And what ultimately confirmed this suspicion for Anger was witnessing the fact that Celine was being bullied. In the past, with only a Hang's perspective, he naturally wouldn't know that Celine was not inherently evil. But now the flesh and blood Celine made Anger understand how could this clumsy little girl willingly become the living altar for an evil god? At that moment, all of Anger's thoughts became clear. The reason why this destructive fire gem could inexplicably connect with Celine and trigger the curse within her could only be that a powerful person in the academy was fanning the flames. Upon this thought, Anger suddenly recalled the main storyline of the second chapter, which had no causal connection with the first chapter. In the second chapter, Enya had almost no scenes. She wasn't even a supporting character. Because this was a story of conflict between the commoners led by a Hang and the aristocratic class led by the son of the Knight Commander, Tracy. In this chapter, Lorna, as a high-ranking noble, ultimately chose to stand with the commoners, leading to a student class revolution at Arturo Academy. Lorna's choice, as one of the highest nobles, caused many neutral noble students to fully choose to side with the commoners. For these ordinary students, they were all classmates, so why make things so tense? Thus, the student group led by Lorna launched a grand petition to the academy, and unsurprisingly, their demands were approved, forming the first student council organization with an equal number of commoners and nobles. And she, as the president of the student council, naturally advanced her relationship with a Hang. The main storyline seemed simple, but now reflecting back, Anger sensed something strange. He had never thought about these things before and believed that this class conflict was merely a simple plot created by the game production company to warm up the relationship between a Hang and Lorna. Because the cause of this class war was indeed too hasty. A commoner student accidentally bumped into Princess Enya, causing dissatisfaction from a noble student beside the princess. The noble student demanded the commoner student kneel and apologize, and this scene happened to be seen by a Hang, which led to an argument between him and the noble student, and the arriving student council officials favored the nobles, causing dissatisfaction among the students. The two classes sent representatives to debate, and the matter escalated, ultimately spiraling out of control. But now, looking back, the weirdness contained in this plot nearly sent chills down his spine. Initially, he thought the title of this chapter's main storyline was somewhat hasty. But now that everything made sense, wasn't this plot just a play? That immense sense of incongruity enveloped Anger's heart. One must know that Enya was clearly a princess loved by the commoners, thanks to her kindness. After an accidental incident, why did her subordinates escalate the matter so much? And why did she remain silent? Even in the scene, she was lightly smiling, as if she was watching a play. In the first chapter, Celine, as a commoner, became the altar of the evil god, worsening the already serious relationship between noble and commoner students. And both sides no longer trusted each other, and this conflict subsequently erupted in the second chapter in such a form. Thinking about it this way, there must be her instigation behind this class conflict. Moreover, as someone who understands the main storyline, Anger knows very well how dark and terrifying the seemingly benevolent princess truly is. She is a woman who revels in chaos, certainly not a good person. Of course, Anger will not make rash judgments. The trial of this princess with lingering regrets should not be his responsibility. This is all the work of a Hang, and Anger will not create work for himself. His goal has remained unchanged from the beginning, to graduate and then live well. However, even so, he needs a definite answer. Not because Anger wants to do anything to Princess Enya, but because this world is no longer a mere stage play for him. Anger is now a character within the play. Chapter 32. Confrontation. Angel gazed at Lorna's dazzling golden eyes, remaining silent for a long time. The cheers around them were still deafening, and the atmosphere in the arena had already reached its peak upon seeing those few names. Yet, to Angel, there was only silence. Just as he had been doing since arriving in this world, Angel was quietly contemplating. Because, in the official history, it was Lorna Eber who first discovered Princess Enya's wolfish ambition. Even so, Angel still did not know when Lorna began to doubt Enya, nor did he know the reason behind it. In the past, he had only the perspective of Johann. He only knew the main storyline as seen through the eyes of that hero. If he were to disclose everything to her now, would it create an even more chaotic deviation? Angel did not know, so he would not take that gamble. After a long silence, Angel calmly looked her in the eye and said, "I don't understand what you were saying." Lorna opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just lowered her gaze, her golden eyes holding a hint of loneliness that Angel could not comprehend. She forced a smile and told him to be careful in the match before stepping onto the combat stage amidst the cheers of the crowd. Angel watched her slender silhouette, feeling a strange emotion rising within him. He furrowed his brow and pressed his hand against his heart, but he quickly shook his head and ceased his deep thoughts. Following closely behind Lorna, he also stepped onto the stage. The matches were held in pairs, and on the other side, the cheers for Princess Enya were just as overwhelming. Meanwhile, whispers about Angel began to circulate in the audience. For example, the princess's opponent is that dirty man. Unbelievable, he hasn't dropped out yet. Look at his ragged appearance. Wasn't he very arrogant before? Haha, who? By the way, that senior is really handsome. Look at those emerald green eyes. Are you crazy? That's Angel Yalvis, the waste who was expelled from the Yalvis family. Ah, well, so what? Handsome is still handsome. True, Senior Angel really is handsome. And another example. Hey, isn't that Angel? Ha ha ha, he still has the face to stay in the academy. By the way, bro, why aren't you smiling? Wait, why do you look so bad? Bro, have you heard the rumors these days? Rumors? What rumors? Miss Eber seems to be with that bastard Angel. Are you crazy? You think Miss Eber would be with someone like Angel? Don't forget, Angel is the one who harassed Miss Eber. That's why he... Wait, are you joking with me? Hard to believe, right? But I saw it with my own eyes. I saw Miss Eber and that scum Angel in the library. In the library? Damn, what's wrong with him in the library? Finish what you were saying, you idiot. In the library, studying together. Oh, well, that is indeed quite serious. But Miss Eber's gaze at Angel is definitely that of a girl in love. My sister looked at my brother-in-law like that before she got married. No. Such conversations were rampant. Unlike the rapidly rising praise among the female audience, Angel's reputation seemed to have worsened among the male audience in a different sense. Fortunately, the contestants on stage could not hear the audience. Therefore, after Lorna stepped onto the stage, she was still able to maintain her dignified and proud demeanor. Her flowing silver hair shimmered with an icy aura, and her brilliant golden eyes brewed a terrifying magic. Opposite Lorna, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes stepped onto the stage with resolute strides. His azure gaze met Lorna's, and Johann slightly bowed, emanating a friendly and upright youthfulness. I have long admired you, Senior Eber. I am Johann Sars from the first year. Please guide me in this confrontation. Unfortunately, Lorna's voice was as cold and indifferent as the February snow. You are Johann? The brilliant golden eyes grew even brighter, and the magic within her began to boil. Feeling Lorna's unabashed hostility, Johann was momentarily taken aback, but quickly assumed a combat stance. A beautifully crafted plain sword appeared in his palm, and he asked in confusion, Senior Eber seems to know me? Seeing that both sides had assumed their battle stances, the referee waved his hand to signal the start of the match. In an instant, the nearly 10,000 square meter arena was enveloped in an extreme chill. A bright ice moon slowly rose from the center of the combat stage. Lorna recalled Angel's inexplicable question from that morning. Lorna, do you know a freshman named Johann? Reflecting on Angel's indifference towards her, she looked at the handsome blonde young man opposite her, and a terrifying thought emerged in Lorna's clever mind. Angel, doesn't he like men, does he? Rival. In the end, only these two words lingered in Lorna's mind, transforming into a surging flame that burned her budding feelings. Coupled with Angel's unwillingness to open his heart to her, the grievance within Lorna erupted completely. High-level ice magic. A flush rose on her aggrieved and sad face, and Lorna's eyes reddened. In order to reclaim her love trampled by Angel, the girl shouted angrily, cold to the celestial bow. Thus, a giant arrow over 10 meters long smashed down towards Johann from the enormous crescent moon above her head. This magic had completely surpassed what an ordinary student could wield. In fact, when the celestial bow was revealed, all the instructors in the arena began to break out in cold sweat, hurriedly casting protective spells for their students. Even the principal in the highest viewing area was momentarily dumbfounded. then quickly began constructing powerful defensive magic to protect the venue. The reason was simple. If that missile-like arrow truly landed in the arena, let alone Jahan, it was uncertain how many students would survive in the entire arena. Facing this murderous intent, Jahan was pushed back several steps by the absolute and pure pressure of Lorna's overwhelming magic. He stared blankly at the terrifying ice arrow over 10 meters long, silently calculating. He realized that even if he sacrificed 5 years of his life to summon the heavenly sacred armament, he would not be able to break through such a powerful magic that exceeded any model. Defeat was inevitable, but what Jahan could not understand was how he had offended the well-known, kind, and calm daughter of the Duke. He had never even met her. As for the other side, Angel looked dumbfounded at the sky, where a familiar magic that Lorna would only unleash during the battle at the Demon King's castle appeared. No. Wasn't it agreed that we would feed out some moves first to help Jahan grow? What? What went wrong again? Feeling the twists of fate, Angel just wanted to cry at this moment. He really wanted to cry. Chapter 33. The Struggle Helplessly. In the 3rd second after the referee called the start of the match, Yaha raised his hands above his head and quickly shouted with closed eyes, "I concede." At the moment his voice fell, a massive ice arrow transformed into countless snowflakes just 3 centimeters from Yaha's forehead, while the cold sweat trickling down his temples slowly froze into ice. This drastic drop in temperature caused a white blizzard to descend upon the arena. On the competition stage, Lorna didn't even spare Yaha a second glance, facing someone she was supposed to be happily united with in history. This Ice Moon girl looked at him as if he were a mortal enemy, her expression utterly cold. She regarded Yaha with disdain until the second-year students erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Truly worthy of Miss Eberly to use advanced magic in the second year. Truly, she is the bloodline of the Eberly family. Although Yaha lost, it wasn't entirely his fault. Who could compete against someone who could unleash advanced magic in an instant? After all, this marked the first crushing victory of the second-year students over the first-year students. A precious triumph for them as seniors. Lorna ignored Yaha and stepped down from the stage, barely bothering to say a word to a potential rival. Perhaps it was commendable that she had just managed to suppress the urge to kill Yaha with her remarkable willpower. Furthermore, even for Lorna, casting an advanced spell drained all her magical reserves accumulated over the past few days. Now, feeling weak, she had no energy left for pleasantries. After all, advanced magic was a realm only accessible to a select few geniuses among humans. Perhaps there really wasn't anyone in this world capable of casting advanced spells continuously. Once off the stage, Lorna held her delicate chest, maintaining a charming posture. Despite her weakness, she still held herself up, glaring gloomily at the other match that was supposed to start simultaneously but had to be delayed due to her extraordinary performance. Watching Anger back, Lorna quickly mumbled something under her breath, causing Anger to feel pricked by thorns. Meanwhile, Yaha stood on the competition stage, gazing at the silver-haired girl. He clenched his fist and shook his head in despair, a hint of helplessness flashing in his clear blue eyes. I'm still too weak. I couldn't even withstand a single blow from a senior. It seems I need to work harder. Then Yaha stepped down from the stage. Although he didn't know where he had offended Senior Eberly, this earnest and kind boy still planned to find an opportunity to apologize to her later. Although he genuinely had no idea how he had upset Lorna, Yaha felt a bit wronged. As the commotion settled, only Anger and Princess Inya remained on the competition stage. The golden-haired princess appeared kind and gentle. She smiled slightly at Anger, pinching her index finger, her tone filled with affection. The other match is already over. Truly worthy of Sister Lorna. You are Angry Yalvis, right? I heard you've made some mistakes lately and were expelled from the Yalvis Duke family. You must be having a hard time now, right? However, Anger's gaze remained calm. He remained silent, merely looking at her without saying a word. But Inya, feeling ignored, raised her head and narrowed her eyes slightly, the hypocritical affection in her eyes fading, replaced by a hint of scrutiny in her regal lavender gaze. You seem to harbor some hostility towards me? Why? Anger still stared at her, his fists apart, slowly adopting a combat stance, making it clear that he had nothing to say to her. Although ignoring royalty could be considered a significant offense, in Altruro Academy. Everyone was essentially still students, and Enya couldn't punish him for such trivial matters. But this did not prevent Enya's mood from darkening. She was born a princess, previously rejected by the commoner Yaha, and now faced with the audacity of the fallen noble Anger to ignore her. Perhaps my title as the kind princess is too renowned, making you forget that I am of royal blood. She forced a smile, taking a deep breath, as if sensing the repressed anger in Enya's eyes. Anger finally frowned and spoke. Princess Enya, please respect the match and refrain from idle chatter. Enya. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, seemingly taken aback. After a long silence, she tilted her head, as if asking, Yalvis, were you just lecturing me? Her voice had reached an extreme calmness, indicating she was on the verge of fury. But Anger once again ignored her words, instead looking at the trembling referee beside them. Aren't we starting yet? The referee, as if awakening from a dream, finally came to his senses. He first glanced nervously at the furious princess, then quickly stepped down from the stage, shouting, The match begins. In the next moment, as if trying to emulate Lorna's crushing victory over Yaha, the enraged Enya raised her hand to the sky and loudly declared, High-level water magic. However, before she could finish, a large hand appeared before Enya's face. Anger had directly covered Enya's mouth, preventing her from continuing her incantation. Such an act of overstepping left countless students and teachers present in shock. How dare he touch the esteemed princess? This is a death penalty offense. Yet before the crowd could react, Enya instinctively swung her small pink fist in an attempt to push Anger away. However, as someone who primarily studied magic, her physical capabilities were not much stronger than those of an ordinary girl. Having anticipated this, Anger absorbed the impact of Enya's small punch with his chest without hesitation. The violent wind pressure generated by a low-level wind blade wrapped around his fist, heading straight towards the already startled Enya's head. In this battle, he knew that if it devolved into a contest of magic, even 1,000 versions of the current Anger would not be able to compete with a single Princess Enya. But even someone as strong as Princess Enya has weaknesses. The answer is yes, and it is fatal. She is a flower in a greenhouse, having only learned elegant combat methods. If a straightforward approach fails to defeat an opponent, then one simply needs to drag the opponent into the mud and fight with the method Anger is familiar with, risking life for life. Coincidentally, in his past life, Anger was very familiar with this kind of fighting style, and he had never lost a bet. So he always managed to survive, crossing over countless corpses. Anger always lived to see the end. Enya looked at the handsome man standing close before her, his face twisted with a murderous expression. The azure wind blade poised to pierce her head. At that moment, she truly realized that he had no intention of holding back. Anger Yalvis intended to kill Enya Ifafnia. He was a madman. Chapter 34. Fear my lovely little Anya. You must remember that the dignity and majesty of royalty must never be trampled upon, no matter when or where. I understand, Grandpa. Will you get up and play with me? Ha ha ha, cough cough. Anya, come closer. Let Grandpa see you well. Grandpa. Anya, you are too kind, and this kindness will eventually harm you, because you are of royal blood, and one day you'll have to face. Cough cough. Face the profound darkness that you do not wish to see. I'm not afraid. Grandpa, I want to protect you, Dad and Mom, and my brothers and sisters. Yeah. Ah, good child. But no matter what, little Anya, you must remember Grandpa's words and walk in the light. Only this one phrase, you must remember, like a revolving lantern, certain memories that Anya had long since cast aside flashed through her mind. And with these old memories surged fear. It was the first time she had ever felt fear since her birth. It was the fear of mountains collapsing, seas roaring, the sky falling, and the sun and moon reversing. This fear of death made her scream uncontrollably. Anya could no longer care about royal etiquette and frantically retreated, wanting to distance herself from him, further and further away. She had clearly realized that this fallen noble, whom she had looked down upon, was truly trying to kill her in this competition. Her brain had turned to mush from fear, and instinctively, Anya raised her hand to block Anger's descending punch. Forming a water bubble, a basic magic she hadn't used since learning intermediate magic at the age of 7. The reason was simple. Only basic magic didn't require chanting. The massive magical power that coalesced into the water barrier finally stopped anger's killing intent. But this man, highly talented in combat, quickly reacted. With a swift turn and a punch powered by the level 4 martial skills from another world, he sent the large water bubble, which held no lethality, flying into the sky. Thus, after that snowfall, the arena was once again showered with rain. Anya retreated in panic, but stumbled on the water stains on the ground and fell. Seeing anger follow her like a vengeful ghost, her eyes turned red, and she began to cry. However, anger did not stop his assault. Using the little magic power left in his body, wind magic helped him quickly turn and accelerate, launching a punch straight at Anya's heart. Feeling the threat of death, Anya finally made the only correct choice to resist the magic. Yes, the reason anger could threaten her life with such weak magic and attacks was due to his close proximity after gaining the upper hand. If so, she just needed to push him away. As long as she created distance, the next moment would be her stage as a magician. Unfortunately, anger had already read her thoughts. Before the powerful repulsive force in front of him could reach him, anger had already stepped forward, whispering as if foreseeing, "Resist Halo." He had already anticipated Anya's move, and the attribute-less magic he learned earlier came into play again, a repulsive force appearing behind him, pushing him forward. The two forces canceled each other out, although the immense pressure injured his heart and lungs, causing him to spit out blood. Anger did not stop his steps. His pace remained slow, even as slow as the staggered steps of an elderly person, but anger was genuinely and steadily pushing that punch towards Anya's heart. The entire arena was silent. Even the air seemed to hold its breath, as everyone awaited the final outcome of this seemingly ridiculous punch. Before the match, everyone had fantasized about Princess Anya's dignity and elegance in magic, but reality was as messy as two children wrestling in a mud pit. Even the principal in the highest stands hesitated on whether to call off the match. Faced with anger's killing intent that pierced her soul, Anya was completely stunned. From the moment she was born until now, she had never experienced a true fight solely for the purpose of killing. At this moment, she was just frantically pouring in magic, increasing the power of the resist halo. Originally, she only needed to multitask with other magic to defeat the slowly advancing and straining anger. But now she felt like she was arm wrestling with anger, falling into a fixed mindset that if she pushed him away, she would survive. Step by step, anger moved forward, contrary to the fierce killing intent he displayed. Anger's mind was devoid of any nutritious thoughts. He was simply feeling the magic power within him being squeezed to its limits, enduring the pain brought on by the two opposing resistive magics. He gritted his teeth, moving forward with sheer willpower under the terrifying pressure. Indeed, anger had things he wanted to say to Princess Anya, but it was not to the arrogant, self-important, hypocritical, and cruel Anya before the match. Anger needed an opportunity for equal dialogue, and this opportunity could only be obtained by himself. He needed Anya to look at him properly. That was the most basic requirement for dialogue. I apologize to you. Anger classmate. I apologize for speaking to you from a higher ground earlier. Anya cried out, scrambling backward with her hands and feet, her originally pure and elegant dress stained with dirt. But she was oblivious, crying like a bullied little girl in panic and fear. And Anger remained silent, only throwing punches. His steps were slow, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth due to the immense pressure. His magical power depleted, and the pressure had already harmed his heart and lungs. Yet Anger continued to slowly walk toward Anya, because she had retreated to the edge of the arena. If Anya took another step back, she would be out. Anger stood in front of Anya, against the light, casting a shadow over her petite figure. Anya couldn't see the expression of this notorious wastrel in the noble circle. She trembled all over, so frightened that she closed her eyes. Anya had been scared to the core. At this moment, she was no longer a princess, nor a magical genius, but merely a little girl whose mind was controlled by the fear of death, no longer daring to resist. Thus, she did not realize how far the man in front of her had exhausted himself, to the point where even a gust of wind could easily topple Anger. That simple punch, without any magical enhancement, had Anger's magic power squeezed to its limits by the resistive magic. It was almost a miracle that he hadn't passed out. What kind of strong willpower was supporting him? In contrast, Princess Anya still had immense magical power surging within her. As long as she regained her composure, she could end this farce at will. Chapter 35. Protection no matter what. This is the gap of talent, a mountain that humanity cannot surpass solely by will. Perhaps no one present could see it, but up in the highest seat, the old Principal Ogla looked at Angel with a flash of appreciation in his wise eyes. Beside him, an elderly woman nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps the outside world had a biased view of this firstborn of the Yalvis family. But soon, the admiration in their eyes turned to horror. The reason was simple. The magically drained Angel had finally lost consciousness completely. However, even so, he still managed to unleash his final punch towards Anya's heart with remarkable willpower. This was the punch he had fought so hard to earn over the past few days. It was a soft, powerless punch. Angel's fist made a squishy sound as it hit Anya's chest. In terms of results, his hand ultimately landed on Anya's chest, even sinking in slightly. Immediately after, in a magical vacuum, exhausted, he staggered and fell into a coma. Angel collapsed onto Anya's warm body, knocking her to the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. Onyo! Onyo! However, faster than Anya's reaction was the reappearance of the ice moon bow from the audience. But it was quickly erased by an entity from the highest seating area, causing a heavy snowfall in the arena once again. But what the students cared about was not this. Instantly, their hearts ignited in a frenzy. The esteemed body of Princess Anya was actually being. But even though they thought so, no one dared to voice their thoughts, as speaking ill of royalty would be against the law. Thinking about it, a certain third-rate villain who had scared the princess to tears and then treated her like a pillow. Truly, over here, the blood rushed to Anya's pretty face, and finally regaining her senses, she pushed hard against the angel lying on her. But when she looked up, she found the handsome face close to her, wearing a childlike, innocent, sleeping expression. The killing intent aimed at her moments ago felt like a dream. Such a contrast even made the embarrassed Anya momentarily dazed. But soon she snapped back to reality and used magic to fling him off her, standing up in a fluster. Her clothes disheveled and her face flushed, yelling at the referee, announced the result already. The referee, waking from his stupor and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, trembled as he shouted, "Angel Yalvis is disqualified. Princess Anya wins." In the arena, there was silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by that shocking act of desecration. Embarrassment and shame spread from their feet to their brains, and the blonde-haired, purple-eyed little princess shot a fierce glare at the angel lying on the ground, muttering angrily, "I remember you, Angel Yalvis. This matter is not over." Then, the compassionate princess of the kingdom hurriedly left the arena in disgrace. But before the crowd could gasp and shout, the second bomb exploded under everyone's gaze. The eldest daughter of Duke Eber, Lorna Eber, rushed forward and picked up the unconscious angel, who had fainted due to magical depletion, carrying him to the infirmary. Students, wait a minute. Who just took that fallen noble away? Miss Eber is actually being so affectionate with a male. The concern on her face is about to turn into water. Wait, could the rumors be true? At this moment, all the male students' anger, jealousy, towards Angel reached its peak. He was just a bit handsome. Why should he get this? Yarn stared blankly in the direction Angel had left, clenched his fists, and muttered softly, "So, there's such a way to fight. Is it called Angel Senpai?" He asked really strong. In the audience, Saleh couldn't understand the twists and turns. She just thought Sister Lorna was amazing. That huge ice arrow was impressive. And now it was snowing in the arena. So cool. Angel is also amazing. Although he didn't win the match in the end, Saleh just felt that Angel was incredible. Clapping her hands happily, however, while she was happily clapping, the noble classmates beside her watched her foolish actions coldly, their malice and mockery completely unmasked. Fortunately, Saleh was a dull girl. She didn't care or even realize the gazes around her. In her eyes, the shining Sister Lorna and Angel were the only ones in the world. However, behind Saleh, a girl adorned with fancy jewelry, who had bullied her multiple times, suddenly sneered and called to a nearby boy. The boy understood and walked towards Saleh with ill intentions. But soon his face turned pale, and he stopped in his tracks. He trembled and fell to the ground because an ice spike exuding extreme cold was pressed against him, as well as against the foreheads of all the first-year Class C students except Saleh, as if it was about to take their lives in the next moment. Looking again, a silver-haired, golden-eyed girl had already taken the lead in protecting Saleh, standing in front of her and blocking all the malicious gazes with her tall and delicate figure. Lorna, returning from the infirmary, stood in front of the first-year Class C seating area, gently patting Saleh's little head with one hand. And she raised her gaze, her cold golden eyes faintly looking at the group brewing malice behind Saleh. With just one glance, the noble little group felt a tightening sensation all over, as if being targeted by some ferocious beast. The ice spikes on their foreheads quickly dissipated like a dream, but the chill still lingered in their hearts. I've been watching you all. If you attempt to oppose me, you may continue to trample on your despicably noble dignity. This is just a warning. Next time, this ice arrow will surely cleanse the stains from your souls, Lorna said coldly to all of Class C. Then she turned around, gently took Saleh's little hand, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, Saleh. I'm here." Saleh stared at Lorna, who looked like a hero, her voice choking as she shook her head, tightly hugging Lorna and giving a small hum, saying nothing. The two left to visit the infirmary and check on Angel. Watching the departing daughter of the Duke and the commoner bloodline they considered the most despicable, the malicious girl at the forefront was drenched in cold sweat. Stumbling to her knees and unable to rise, her tone filled with resentment. How dare she? We are clearly the nobles. In a lavish royal lounge, Anya sat quietly in front of the mirror, saying nothing, expressionlessly combing her messy hair. The maid behind her trembled, desperately lowering her presence, fearing she would become a punching bag for the princess's anger. Sighing, Anya rubbed her brow. She had embarrassed herself in the match, but that was fine. After all, she was just a student in the academy, so the outside world's evaluation of her wouldn't decrease because of this. But the words Angel whispered to her before he fell made Anya ponder their deeper meaning. I can help you. Chapter 36, Awakening the Competition, continued. And on the highest tier of the stands, a group of academy leaders sat behind Principal Ogra, occasionally commenting on the battles in the arena. Principal Ogra stroked his beard, looking at the young people below, and leaned slightly towards the dean, Radget, whispering, I heard there's been some small chaos in the academy lately. His aged yet clear gaze was calm, as if he had already seen through everything. Radget thought for a moment, then shook her head. Although time had left many marks on this great elemental magic scholar, like Ogra, her demeanor was equally peaceful and steady, her tone calm. Recently, the cult of the evil god has stretched its hands into the academy, but I believe this might be an opportunity for the students to grow. You saw the duel between that outcast from the Yalvis family and Her Highness the Princess. Their battle experience was completely unequal. After a moment of silence, Ogra raised an eyebrow, then smiled and stroked his long white beard. This year's students are all significant figures. They should be cautious. Radget nodded calmly and said no more. In the arena, after a brief commotion, the competition resumed, and two pairs of names appeared on the screen again. Alolo St. Eulania versus Tugan Gaffo's XX versus XX below. The audience began to whisper again, and many female students had hearts in their eyes. In Class A of the second year, small groups gathered together to predict the outcome of the competition. It's Tugan, the second son of the Gaffo's Marquis family. I heard he has mastered intermediate magic recently. It seems the second year might finally win a round. Right. Since the start of the competition, we seniors have lost more than we won. If it weren't for Miss Abel's great victory, we wouldn't have any face left. But is the opponent Alolo? I hope Tugan can win. What does that mean? Is the opponent strong? Alolo St. Eulania. I haven't heard of her. Well, I heard she has never fought, but is referred to as a mysterious witch by the first years. It says she came from some deep mountain. Deep mountain? Ha ha, don't joke around, bro. You don't mean to say she's like the legendary great sage Arturo, right? Ha ha ha, bro, why aren't you talking? A large wizard hat covered her small and delicate face like a cat, her long braided hair falling to her waist, and her light gray eyes, like a pair of fawns, were as still as a stagnant pool. Alolo walked slowly onto the arena, her expression lazy, like a cat that hadn't fully woken up. Opposite her, a boy with a noble appearance stood on the arena, frowning and muttering. Damn Yalvis. How dare they do that to Princess Sabina? Damn. Seeing that both were ready, the referee waved to start the match. Ololo glanced at him, only to see Tugin's fierce expression as he slowly gathered a magic array for an intermediate spell in his palm. Chanting, gathering magic, then chanting again, gathering magic again. There were many steps. Ololo simply watched him lazily, showing no intention of interrupting Tugin's tedious preparation. To be honest, such a long preparation intermediate magic spell would be meaningless in actual combat. But Ololo didn't make a move and even yawned, which infuriated Tugin. After a long preparation time, Tugin was sweating profusely. He raised his hand towards Ololo, who had remained motionless since the match began, and shouted, "I don't know who you are, but I will make you pay for your arrogance." Intermediate magic starfire. Then a torrent of flames erupted from the magic array in his palm, the dazzling firelight reflecting in Ololo's gray pupils. And finally, the flames engulfed her petite body. The crowd gasped. The huge fire pillar instantly raised the temperature in the arena. In the stands, Ogura squinted at the flames, remaining silent for a long time. As the fire pillar slowly disappeared, a weary Tugin raised his arm in celebration, but then saw Ololo still lazily standing there, unmoving, surrounded by a faint halo of white light. She yawned and looked at Tugin. "Is it over?" Before he could speak, Ololo adjusted her large, worn wizard hat, turned around, and walked off the arena. Ololo eliminated. The entire venue fell silent again. Angel slowly awakened, still not opening his eyes, but he could already hear Celine's murmurs beside him. "Sister Laerna, Angel. Angel won't die, right? While running out of magic can be dangerous, it shouldn't be fatal. That said, Angel will probably feel uncomfortable for a while." "Oh, then why isn't he awake yet?" "Well, Celine, have you heard of this fairy tale?" "What fairy tale?" "The Frog Prince and Snow White." "Eh? Is that what the story is called?" I can't quite remember." "Hee. Anyway, if you give Angel a kiss, maybe he'll wake up." Wait, let me do it instead. If we kiss together, Angel will definitely wake up faster." "Celine, aren't you clever? Kiss together?" "I'd rather do it myself." Hearing this, Angel quickly opened his eyes. He saw on his bedside. To his left was Celine, and to his right was Laerna. Both girls leaned forward. Upon seeing Angel awake, Celine exclaimed in surprise, then hugged his neck and rubbed her small face against his ear. "Angel, you're awake." On the other side, a blush appeared on Laerna's flawless white face. She cleared her throat, straightened up, and seriously asked, "Angel, how do you feel?" Feeling his body, aside from an overwhelming sense of weakness that was even painful, he wasn't actually injured. Angel weakly shook his head and pushed Celine's small head away. "I'm fine." Laerna frowned, about to ask more, when there was a commotion at the door. Inia, Your Highness, why are you here?" The door to the infirmary was pushed open, and a girl with golden hair and purple eyes walked in gracefully, smiling gently. She first glanced at Angel, then looked at Laerna and Celine by his bedside, especially pausing on the wooden girl for a long time, before softly saying, "Laerna, it seems you have a good relationship with classmate Angel?" Chapter 37. Game. Luna frowned, not answering Sabina's question, but instead asked, "Princess Anya, where are your guards? I should have reminded you many times that it's too dangerous for you to act alone." After being scolded by Luna, Anya coughed lightly and then looked away. I sneaked out, and besides, you're here, right? As a princess." Anya seemed unexpectedly inept at dealing with Luna, perhaps because the two had grown up together. They were more like sisters than sovereign and subject. Hearing this, Luna looked at her helplessly, then sighed and shook her head. She said to Anya in a serious yet gentle tone, "You should always be mindful of your noble status." Princess Anya, even if, before she could finish her sentence, the blonde girl over there covered her ears. Okay, Luna, stop lecturing me. I'm not here to find you this time." Listening to the conversation, Angel forced himself to sit up despite his weakness. From Luna's gentle attitude towards the princess, it was evident that she seemed unaware of Anya's hidden side. After all, Anya's plan to kill her father and massacre her royal bloodline would only begin to show signs after she advanced to the 3rd year. Before that, Anya was loved by the kingdom's citizens and the noble circles under the name of a beloved princess. In that case, Angel wouldn't meddle. This was a matter for Johann to resolve, and it had nothing to do with him. It was better to pretend he didn't know. While the two noble girls were conversing, Celine trembled and hid beside Angel like a little pink sheep. Luna seemed to notice her nervousness, and today Angel's attitude towards the princess also puzzled her. This was something Luna had originally intended to clarify when she came to the infirmary. Why did Angel choose Princess Anya as an opponent, even displaying a fighting spirit as ruthless as a soldier fighting for his life? If it was just to help Celine vent her frustrations, he could have simply chosen a first-year student from Class C as his opponent. Could it be that Angel believed the mastermind behind this matter was Princess Anya? But how could that be possible? With so many thoughts swirling in her mind, Luna found it difficult to speak up with both Celine and Anya present. As their small talk came to an end, Luna ultimately decided to leave the conversational space to Angel and Anya. After all, the princess wouldn't come for no reason. She must have some secrets not meant for others to hear. As a subject, and also as Anya's sister and friend, Luna naturally prioritized respecting her wishes. Moreover, Angel wouldn't randomly say frivolous things to others now, which eased Luna's concerns about Angel inadvertently violating any taboos due to etiquette issues. If it were the old Angel, he might have flirted with Princess Anya because of her extraordinary beauty, but the current Angel would definitely not be that frivolous man. He probably wouldn't be. Most likely not. Yes, the charming playboy persona he had before must have been a facade. The real Angel is a very honest and simple man. After all, I should also be considered pretty, and he hasn't made a move on me, so it stands to reason he can't be uninterested in me. It must be like that. Luna firmly convinced herself, then walked to Celine and gently took her small hand. Celine, since Angel is fine, shall we leave now? Behind them, Princess Anya watched the shrinking and timid Celine with interest, not stopping them, but politely smiling. Goodbye, Luna, and this classmate too. See you next time. Celine turned back to glance at Angel, then nodded softly, saying, Goodbye, princess. After speaking, she followed Luna like a little follower out of the infirmary. With no outsiders present, the faint smile on Anya's face slowly dissolved. She expressionlessly sat down in the chair beside Angel's bed, staring at him as if waiting for him to speak first, perhaps to explain why he had such murderous intent on the battlefield, or to explain why he dared to touch her esteemed body. In short, Anya was very angry. But Angel was not intimidated by her imposing demeanor. He simply took out a piece of his own cured jerky and put it in his mouth, staring blankly out the window. After a long silence, Anya finally sighed, realizing she couldn't see through what the man in front of her was thinking. Angel, even though I asked you before the match, you didn't answer me. So I will ask you here again. Anya said, furrowing her brow. You seem to have a lot of hostility towards me. Why? In the afternoon, sunlight streamed into Angel's eyes, his light brown hair shimmering slightly. The deafening cheers from the arena could still be heard even here. He glanced back at Anya and shook his head seriously. I don't. Anya crossed her arms and scoffed. You do. Angel thought for a moment and continued shaking his head. Really, I don't. Anya stood up angrily. You do. Angel sighed helplessly. Suit yourself. Anya seemed to realize her earlier behavior was somewhat childish. She cleared her throat, sat down again, crossed her legs, and regained her elegance as a princess. So, what did you mean by that statement at the end of the match? After a moment of silence, Angel did not hesitate for long, quietly staring into Anya's eyes. Demon God. The instant those two words fell, a magical blade had already pressed against Angel's neck. Anya coldly looked at Angel, who lay on the bed without resistance. Her tone icy. You said demon God. What does that mean? As the third princess of the Iphafnia kingdom, Angel, how dare you say those two words in front of me? However, even with the blade at his throat, Angel lightly smiled. The reason was simple. Angel had guessed correctly. Anya's intense reaction perfectly proved that his interpretation of the narrative behind the first chapter was right. As the main antagonist of Act 3, Anya was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes of the first chapter's main plot. She was the so-called big shot facilitating the destruction of the fireball that eroded Celine. Calmly, Angel told himself that every step from here on out needed to be extremely cautious. He locked eyes with Anya, her emerald green gaze filled with indifference and calm. as if she didn't care about her own life or death at all. Just like during the competition, Anya couldn't read any useful information from him. Princess Anya, I know your intentions, and through your not-so-perfect plan, I see that you need help. I should have shown you my determination during the match, he said, as the harsh white sunlight filled the infirmary, a foul smell of disinfectant lingering between them. Princess Anya, please allow me to help you, or rather, you need me to help you, Angel said calmly. Chapter 38. Misunderstanding forming an alliance with her seemed utterly nonsensical, and even this candid act felt somewhat foolish. But think about it carefully. If fate is a thin line that can twist the future's direction with any slight disturbance, then Angel would no longer be content to be a mere spectator. Before the delicate thread of fate snapped for reasons he did not understand, it would be better for Angel to forcibly bind this thin thread himself and pull it toward the future he knew. As long as he could become an actor on stage at the closest distance, Angel would have the right to make slight adjustments to the plot and complete the closure of fate. Now, all the prerequisites have been met, and the current heart-stealing approach towards Princess Anya was the final step in Angel's plan. He would not allow Anya to become the dirty puppet master. Looking at the little princess with an uncertain expression, Angel calmly took her right hand in his large, calloused hands. Anya, still pondering, was momentarily stunned, then looked at the man in front of her in shock, so much so that she forgot to feel shy. This was the third time. This man had made physical contact with her for the third time. If Anya wanted to pursue it, Angel could even be executed 3 times. But clearly, Angel did not care about such things. He was not afraid of death. Or perhaps, Angel simply did not know that casually touching royalty could lead to a death sentence. Yet it was perhaps this straightforward intention and his fervent gaze that burned Anya, who had never been touched by man. For some reason, Anya instinctively flushed, beginning to avoid Angel's gaze. Angel's rough hands enveloped her small, delicate palm as he looked into Anya's purple eyes, his expression sincere, his tone earnest. Please, Princess Anya, do not dirty your hands over such matters. Don't you have more important things to do? Give me the position of mastermind so that I can manipulate the situation more easily. Whatever plans or ideas you have, they should not be a reason for you to come into contact with such dirty beings. I know your thoughts, but contact with the evil god is too dangerous. You cannot handle it. Just take care of your own family's destruction and leave the rest to me. If you must do it, then let me take care of it. I want to be as close to you as possible. I need to monitor you to prevent you from harming Celine. However, after saying this, Angel frowned, as Anya seemed unwell, her temperature rising and her face flushed. Could it be that the stimulation from the recent match was too much, and now she had a fever? Your Highness, I hope I did not offend you too much during the match. Are you injured? Angel held her small hand. Speaking softly with concern, Anya shivered and seemed to finally regain her senses. She glanced back at Angel, but was once again deterred by a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat enchanting face and a straightforward, burning gaze, causing her to avert her eyes. Swallowing hard, she trembled as she softly said, Angel, do you know what I intend to do? Angel nodded steadily, tightening his grip on her small hand, which made Anya unconsciously feel a sense of reassurance. Change the world, he whispered. In an instant, Anya fell silent, and after a long while, she struggled to ask, How do you know? Her left hand was hidden behind her back. Outwardly, she appeared to be a shy girl, but behind her back, her left hand slowly opened a fire magic circle filled with terrifying magical power. This person was too dangerous. Anya's intuition warned her. This matter was too significant. At this moment, only she should know. Although she did not understand how Angel had seen through her plan, which was still in the initial stage. Angel merely glanced discreetly at her hand behind her back, then tightly held Anya's right hand again, his tone still sincere, because I have been watching you all along. Indeed, Angel had been watching her all along. After all, in his previous life, when he had gone through Anya as a boss, he had stayed up all night grinding strategies. And it took him over a month to perfectly clear the storyline of this brutal princess, while ensuring that one member of the protagonist group survived and that the kingdom of Iphifania did not perish. He understood better than anyone how terrible the plot would become if Anya's malice fully unleashed and she truly became the mastermind behind the scenes. Before that, Angel had to intervene, otherwise Celine would undoubtedly die. Moreover, it was clear that there were no evident bonds among the members of the protagonist group. Johan and Lorna's relationship was cold, and Johan's childhood friend, the future sage Yuni, had still not entered the storyline. The northern wolf, White, seemed to be unfamiliar with Johan as well. If this continued, then what awaited Angel? No, to be more serious. What awaited this world was only the path of destruction as the sole outcome. Thinking of this, the magical essence within Angel began to boil. He knew that if the princess suddenly became violent, what he could do was not to confront her, but to escape. Unfortunately, the magical essence within him had just been nearly depleted during the match, and he could only barely conjure a basic resistance halo. But that was enough. He had been looking out the window, not to appear deep, but to find an escape route. The resistance halo was enough to propel him out of the window. All he needed to do was find Lorna, and he could survive first before planning his next move. But this was ultimately the worst-case scenario. If possible, Angel still intended to directly gain Anya's trust, or at the very least, give her a chance to intervene. In order to twist Celine's doomed fate, Angel decided to take matters into his own hands and slightly alter the script. However, on the other side, unlike the tense Angel, Anya was clearly stunned for a moment. She was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts because of Angel's words, "Because I have been watching you all along." Huh? He said he had been watching me all along? What does this mean? Wait, I heard that Angel was expelled from the Arvis family for various reasons a few days ago. Could it be that he is doing this for me? To help complete my own plan, which I even think is crazy, by deliberately pretending to be a playboy? Thinking of this, Anya's gaze towards Angel completely changed flavor, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, leaving an inexplicable pink filter in the air. Wait, where did these rose petals come from? Angel. Chapter 39 Fate, so that it. This is why Lorna originally hated Angel so much. But now she has become friends with him after achieving her goal, being deliberately expelled from the Alvis family. Even Lorna, who usually shows no interest in the opposite sex, personally took Angel to the infirmary. Clearly, Lorna has also noticed the wonderful qualities that Angel possesses as a man. Yes, Angel is a man who even Lorna can recognize. How could he possibly be the spoiled playboy that people talk about? Wait, I understand now. Angel's true nature must be that of knight. Honest, resilient, sincere, kind, and secretly in love with me. It's because he has been watching me and caring for me that he was able to deduce what I wanted to do from various clues. Look, just look at the way he gazes at me. So sincere and passionate, and he is so handsome. Oh my, how can he be so foolish? This idiot, how can he pay such a huge price for me without ever mentioning it? If he inherited the Alvis family, wouldn't he be able to provide me with even greater support? No. Wait, that's not right. So that's how it is. His loyalty to his family and his love for me make it difficult for Angel to have both. After all, if he chooses to disregard everything for my sake, he must be prepared to face severe punishment if discovered. That's why he took the initiative to leave the family, to prevent the Alvis family from being implicated because of him. And the way he acted during the competition was definitely just for show, to create the appearance of opposition between him and me in the eyes of the public, so that if things went awry, Angel could sacrifice himself to protect me. Angel, how much have you sacrificed for me? Crying, but Angel is right. This plan cannot be carried out solely by me if I want to come out unscathed. I really need a loyal and reliable partner like him. Changing the world, huh? Angel used a really good phrase. Ho. Angel looked at the silly smile on the little princess's face in front of him, and his mind recalled the ruthless, cruel, and violent dark princess who tried to overthrow the entire kingdom in the 3rd chapter CG. Angel fell silent and slowly released Anya's hand. He suddenly felt a strong urge to sigh. For some reason, Angel always had a bad premonition that things were slowly slipping out of control. Lorna was holding Celine's small hand as they walked toward the library. Although they could continue to watch the competition, after all, there were still the senior competitions after the 1st and 2nd year matches, which would be even more exciting than those of the 1st and 2nd years. But clearly, Celine did not want to stay in a class group that only hurt her, and Lorna was also too lazy to watch matches she wasn't too interested in. In this academy, even counting the professors, few could be her opponents, Lorna's talent and expertise in elemental magic were beyond mere genius. Passing through a garden, the two girls walked along a long corridor. Celine would occasionally happily talk to Lorna about Angel, and their interactions were simple and warm. Lorna really liked this feeling. It seemed that for this little girl Celine, Lorna was not the noble first daughter of the evil Duke's mansion, but just a kind and gentle big sister. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Lorna liked this clumsy little girl so much. Perhaps having a younger sister feels like this? Celine was just too cute. Unable to resist, Lorna hugged the bouncing little Celine, her breathtakingly beautiful face adorned with a faint smile. Lorna rubbed Celine's little head, her face full of affection. Does Celine like me? Celine was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of intimacy, but soon she leaned in even closer to Lorna. Happily babbling, Celine likes sister Lorna the most, just like how I like Angel. Huh? Lorna was taken aback. What does liking Angel mean? But before they could continue their conversation, a gray-haired girl wearing a huge wizard hat slowly walked over from the other end of the corridor. She was petite, about 1.50 meters tall. The school uniform was somewhat ill-fitting for her, loose and baggy, but even so, her exquisitely doll-like face was not affected at all. However, the girl's lazy expression and drowsy eyes took away from her overall charm, making her seem like a delicate dress-up doll filled with an uncle's soul, giving off a strong sense of discomfort. Alolo St. Eulania, the mysterious witch. Alolo merely cast a faint sidelong glance at Lorna and Celine before quickly retracting her gaze, yawning, and walking past them. For some reason, Lorna found herself drawn to her. Pondering for a moment, she furrowed her brows and turned back to ask for her name. But there was no one behind her. A gentle breeze rustled a few leaves, and sunlight fell on the stone bricks of the corridor. Lorna slightly frowned and quickly withdrew her gaze. What's wrong, Sister Lorna? Celine tilted her little head and asked. Lorna thought for a moment, her heart filled with curiosity, but she didn't say anything. She simply took Celine's small hand and shook her head. Let's go. Sister will take you to eat some delicious snacks. Yea, no more hunger. Thank you, Sister Lorna. Right, Sister Lorna. What is it, Celine? Can I save some snacks for Angel, too? Angel just fainted, and I'm afraid he'll be hungry, too. Celine, what is it, Sister Lorna? I will buy some for Angel myself. I've been saving some copper coins recently. Celine is so cute. Let me pat her head. Oh. Then you can pat it. Be gentle, okay? Obediently tilting her head. As a reward for letting me pat your head, today Sister will treat you casually using holy magic to teleport 4 or 5 times. Normally, such a level of holy magic would require a court magician to exert their utmost effort for just one use. But Alolo merely yawned lightly and touched the brim of her hat. Alolo did not want to get involved with Lorna and Celine because she thought it would be troublesome. Her gray eyes were somewhat special. Since birth, Alolo could see the fateful threads belonging to everyone. Some people would be entangled in rotten bonds, ultimately dragging everything around them into a sea of suffering, like Celine. Some would have their souls ignited by the sparks of power until they burned out, like Anya. Some were born as heroes destined to bring hope to the world, like Ahan and Lorna. For Alolo, everyone was moving toward a predetermined fate, and no one could change their own end. Alolo used to be a girl who did not believe in fate until she traveled the continent with her young self to change her loved one's inevitable fate of death, only to return empty-handed and in despair. Even with her extraordinary holy magic skills and an unfathomable amount of magic comparable to a black hole, she could not prevent her only grandfather from succumbing to death due to pain. In this land, healing magic has its limits. As the only blood descendant of the great sage Artro, Alolo did not possess the great character of her ancestors. She was too lazy to care about worldly matters. Even if the world were to end, Alolo would only applaud from the sidelines, then find a place to hide and take a comfortable nap. At this point, Alolo has already learned to observe everything in the world with a cold eye. All developments and changes are merely results to her. However, now, the situation has become unusual. How could such a fate occur? Did I see it wrong? She murmured softly, a hint of confusion passing through her beautiful, sleepy eyes as she struggled to understand the current situation. Chapter 40 blank from the moment Alo enrolled. She used her terrifying magical power, which was vast enough to crush the principal of our Turo Academy, to instantly observe the fates of all the students. This was one of her bad habits. Among them were many ordinary people, but there were also some interesting souls that caught her attention. There was one about a hypocritical princess, one about a brave and righteous new adventurer, one about a girl of the ice moon favored by fate, and one about a pitiful sacrifice. Alo knew all the endings, but she was merely a spectator. She would never intervene in anyone's fate because she already understood that the end of fate is irreversible. Just like Celine and Lorna, Alo knew that their extreme fate was to kill each other, entangled with many threads of fate, and there was absolutely no possibility of peaceful coexistence. It should have been like that, but the two of them now looked like a harmonious picture of a domineering older sister and a foolish younger sister. That aside, ever since her grandfather passed away, Alo had left that sacred mountain, and while traveling across this continent, she had encountered similar situations. In her understanding, perhaps it was simply that the critical point of their fates had not yet arrived. Once the time came, they would ultimately turn against each other for various unavoidable reasons. However, everything could be explained. Only that man was different. The man who threw a punch at Princess Enya during the competition, Angel Yalvis. Blank. Why was there only blankness surrounding him? Blankness, as the name implies, meant that Angel had no threads of fate at all. Alo had lived for 18 years and had never seen someone's face so clearly. For her, the way to discern everyone was to remember the threads of fate entwined around them. How many bonds could a person form in their lifetime? In Alo's eyes, each person was like a little stick figure. But Angel was too clean. Every inch of his body was blank, as if he himself were the embodiment of fate. Alo had never encountered someone like him before. His emerald green eyes were so clear and calm that Alo, while watching him compete, didn't even yawn, seriously staring at his face for a long time. Opportunities to see human faces were rare. Aside from looking in a mirror, Angel was the second human face she had seen. Thinking a lot, basking in the sun, Alo couldn't help but yawn. Although she used space reflection with holy magic to travel, for someone who needed to sleep 20 hours a day, it was supposed to be time to nap on some rooftop. After her match, Alo ignored her opponent and left the arena. The complicated etiquette of this academy meant nothing to her. If she wanted, she could even become the principal directly by challenging the current one. However, despite this, Alo wasn't a girl who liked to trample on rules. For her, following the rules felt more comfortable, as it meant no one would disturb her while she was sleeping. But this time was special. For the first time, Alo felt curious about a specific person. This was the first time in her life that Alo wanted to take the initiative to chat with someone. In other words, Alo wanted to find a possibility of changing fate from Angel. Once more using space reflection, Alo arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building where she often took naps. Basking in the sun, she squinted her eyes slightly and stretched like a cat. Alo's large wizard hat and her tattered witch robe enveloped her in a comfortable shadow. Better to sleep a bit before going. Unfortunately, Alo couldn't resist. Angel, what do you think? Enya gently sat by Angel's bed, her delicate little hand tightly holding his pinky. The pale pink sunlight outside spilled onto her flawless, jade-like face, and her light purple eyes reflected Angel's calm expression. After hearing the princess's plan, Angel closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Simple and crude. That was Angel's immediate impression. However, considering the national conditions of the kingdom of Ifafnia, Princess Enya's plan was undoubtedly effective. She could even use our Turo Academy to directly influence the entire political landscape of the kingdom, overthrowing all the royalists who opposed her after her rebellion. Enya's control over the situation made Angel feel as though she knew the future. Yes, Enya intended to exploit the internal conflicts of the student class to directly ignite class antagonisms in the kingdom of Ifafnia. Then, by aligning herself with the commoners, she would elevate her cause and eliminate all royalty and nobility standing against the people, including her father. But the kingdom of Ifafnia clearly did not have such severe class antagonisms. But this was simple. Enya smiled faintly at Angel, her smile cruel yet calm. If there are no conflicts, then we can create them. It's just a matter of killing some people. Thus, with just a few words, The inevitable demise of Selene, the main storyline of the first chapter, began to unfold. Chapter 41. Truth and Falsehood. Anya collaborated with the cult of the evil god to help them acquire the fire jade, pushing forward the crucial step for the descent of the evil god from behind the scenes. She then used various means to amplify public opinion, suggesting that only ignorant and lowly commoners would believe in the evil god. Whose siren was did not matter. She was merely an unfortunate, pitiful pawn chosen by the cult. Anya had 1,000 ways to stir up this baseless public outcry within the academy, and in such circumstances, the nobles' disdain and anger towards the commoners would naturally be provoked. The commoner students, already a minority under Arturo, would undoubtedly be oppressed and humiliated by those proud and furious nobles. Once the bullying in the academy crossed the line from petty squabbles, it would escalate uncontrollably. It was foreseeable that, under the instigation of a third party, the conflict between the different classes would only deepen, eventually leading to bloodshed. At this point, Anya gazed out the window, smiling gently and calmly, as if she truly did not care about the people who would be harmed by her plan. After all, that was her goal. This smile sent a chill down Angel's spine. She stood up and walked to the window, looking at the bustling arena outside, and said softly, "If I'm not mistaken, after a serious conflict, there will be nobles who see themselves as just and step forward to speak up for the commoner students, even challenging the authority of the academy, and forming a student council to promote institutional reform." Who else could that person be besides Rorna? Anya's calculations and scheming left Angel in silence for a long time. Just by deducing, she had accurately predicted all the events that would happen in the second chapter of the main storyline, even preparing for Rorna's responses in advance. Unfortunately, Rorna would always fight for the weak, yet she did not understand why the weak remain weak. Ultimately, she would lose to those united noble students for their inherent stubborn arrogance and pride would never allow them to treat commoners as equals. Anya shook her head with a mocking expression. Rorna will ultimately suffer a backlash. The idealism deeply etched in the Eber family will become the last straw that crushes her. By that time, the pressure accumulated within the Arturo Academy would only grow, and merely relying on her status as the eldest daughter of the Eber Duke's household would inevitably be insufficient to bear the wrath of the gathered noble students. Therefore, she would need a noble who possessed both prestige and power, someone more respected and authoritative than her, to help stabilize the situation. Saying this, Anya turned around, leaning in slightly, narrowing her eyes to gaze into Angel's eyes. The gentle and serene princess softly said, "Angel, tell me by that time, in the closed Arturo Academy within the Yala Forest, who else could meet both of these conditions? Besides the royal family standing at the pinnacle of all nobles, Anya of Fafnir was the only one who could quell this turmoil." Ironically, Anya was the mastermind behind this very turmoil. Angel remained silent for a long time, then sighed. "Your Highness, are you planning to directly take Rorna's achievements and replace her, becoming the leader of the commoner class, not to resolve the issue, but instead to take advantage of this opportunity to further escalate the conflict, thereby using Arturo Academy as a springboard to completely ignite the class opposition within the kingdom?" Anya tilted her head and smiled. As expected of my knight, so clever. Angel said nothing more. He simply closed his eyes, contemplating the plot of the main storyline from his previous life. Because Anya had made a fatal mistake. She underestimated Rorna, and she underestimated Yang. As the princess said, the blood flowing through Rorna was indeed the purest blood of the Eber family. But precisely because of this, that pure idealism moved countless nobles to willingly lay down their weapons and actively seek peace with the commoner students. At the end of the second chapter, it was Rorna's extreme idealism that convinced many noble students, allowing the internal strife within the academy to safely conclude in a stable manner. And this was also the true beginning of the third chapter's main storyline. The reason why Princess Anya surfaced from behind the scenes was that her plan had failed. Anya's attempt to fish in troubled waters would naturally lead to someone realizing that the waters had been deliberately muddied. The moment Anya's hypocritical mask was revealed, she would become the most evil princess in the kingdom's history, beginning her rebellious plan to subvert the kingdom. But that was fine. Angel would not point out Anya's mistakes, just as he genuinely did not care whether Anya's plan would succeed. In fact, if he truly altered Siren's fate as the sacrificial offering Anya presented to the evil god, then everything in the future would begin to develop toward a chaos he did not know. At that time, whether Anya's dark transformation and her plan to subvert the kingdom would continue to be executed was uncertain. After all, if Siren did not die, or if Angel limited the scale of the evil god's descent, which would have caused heavy casualties to a very small range, then the premise of Anya's plan would completely vanish. Nobles and commoners would have no reason to oppose each other. Just like Anya's method, she intended to create conflict and manipulate everyone, turning the entire Arturo Academy into a stage drama just to fulfill her plan. Therefore, the method Angel would choose to counter her was to eliminate the contradictory premise Anya had created. He would not allow Siren to die, nor would he let the evil god harm even a single innocent bystander. Moreover, Angel would also let fate converge. If entering the second chapter's main storyline required the evil god to descend, then Angel would give it a chance to take a look at the human world. Your Highness, I have a question I want to ask you. After sorting out all his thoughts in his mind, Angel finally managed to stand up, albeit weakly, looking at the princess. Known as the benevolent princess by the kingdom's subjects, why do you harbor such great hatred towards your own blood relatives that you wish to see them dead? If you're trying to ascend to the throne, there should be many methods to choose from. With your cunning and depth, no problem should pose a threat to you, right? In a calm tone, Angel stared into her purple eyes, which seemed to have lost all human emotions. For some reason, he always felt that the girl before him seemed to be crying. Beneath her crescent moon-shaped, slightly curved purple eyes, there seemed to always be a stain formed by sadness and despair. However, Anya's acting was so good that Angel did not dare to trust her easily, nor did he intend to do so. Perhaps everything was a performance she deliberately allowed Angel to see, or perhaps Anya had truly let down her guard against Angel. Yet, it was precisely because Angel knew how unconventional, brutal, and evil Anya was in the official history, someone who would resort to any means to achieve her goals, that he felt even more puzzled at this moment. Why did Anya, clearly loved by everyone in the kingdom as the benevolent princess, hide such a terrifying side? Which one was the true Anya? Benevolence or madness? What reason led this princess to ultimately choose a path that would unquestionably lead her into darkness? And what reason drove Anya to the point of vowing to annihilate all the royal family of her bloodline in the Afafnia kingdom? Through Celine, Angel understands that every villain has their own story, and they may not be as purely evil as Angel perceives them in the narrative. With this thought, Angel suddenly grasps a glimmer of insight in the depths of his mind. As someone who knows all the main character stories, what is the true meaning of his arrival in this world? However, this question is too grand, and Angel decides not to ponder it further. For now, he only wants to receive an answer from Princess Anya. Chapter 42, Reality and Illusion. It was precisely because he did not know that Angel chose to ask. Angel was unwilling to make random assumptions about others. To him, everyone was a different island, even if that person was Princess Anya, who was about to become the most notorious criminal in the kingdom's history. But he also did not want to be mute. If problems could be solved through communication, Angel would gladly take the easier route. However, upon hearing this question, all emotion instantly vanished from Anya's lively eyes, extinguishing all brilliance. Her expression became calm and indifferent, as if she were simply stating something as mundane as eating or drinking. She softly said, "In order to heal someone, some lesions must be cut away. Otherwise, the patient will only die slowly." After speaking, Anya smiled wryly and quickly returned to her usual kind and peaceful demeanor. She looked at him with interest. "Now, let's talk about you, Angel. After hearing my plan, do you still want to work for me?" After a moment of silence, Angel understood her meaning. Earlier, Celine had also come here, and it was clear she had a good relationship with Angel. Anya had already informed Angel that Celine would undoubtedly become a sacrifice. So the meaning of her words was simple. "Angel, will you choose me, or will you choose the young girl?" Angel did not think for too long and replied seriously, "I have only just met her, Your Highness. There is no need for you to test me. You and she are not comparable. Indeed, there is no comparison. Angel did not lie. Enya smiled and nodded. If you had just rejected me, you would already be dead by now. Saying this, Enya took out the high-level magic she had hidden behind her back and personally dispelled the terrifying magic that had been compressed to its limit. Clearly, this action represented that the princess had finally begun to trust Angel. But soon, she raised her head arrogantly and said, "However, Angel, you are too weak. Apart from your commendable combat skills, it seems you have nothing that can compare to even an ordinary student. How could someone like you work for me?" The little princess looked proud, seemingly forgetting who had scared her to tears during the earlier competition. Angel did not refute this. After all, what Enya said was the truth, although her words were somewhat sharp. He simply sighed, his tone tinged with apology. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I will work hard." Seeing that Angel seemed a bit dejected, though he wasn't, Enya became somewhat flustered. She cleared her throat and took out a small bag of gold coins. Handing it to Angel, "Ahem, working for me will naturally bring you benefits. I heard you have been having a tough time lately. Take this money. Whether for lodging or food, it's up to you to decide." The bag contained at least 50 coins. This was the tuition for half a year, the food expenses for 3 years, building materials, living supplies, food. Enya was right. With this money, Angel would no longer have to live such a miserable life like a wild man. But he only glanced at the bag of gold coins, quickly returning his gaze as if pushing away a bag of trash, and calmly said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I cannot accept it." Enya frowned, holding the bag of coins, looking somewhat awkward. "Are you angry? But I didn't mean to look down on you with that remark. I praised your combat skills, didn't I? As a man, you should be more magnanimous." Angel shook his head. "No, what you said is true. I refuse your money simply because I cannot do so." Enya thought Angel was still angry and handed him another bag of gold coins. "Don't be sulky, Angel. I apologize to you. Is it too little? Then take this bag as well." Staring at the bag of coins pushed toward him by the princess, Angel remained silent for a long time. As a simple princess who should be in the palace, Enya seemed to understand the most fundamental weaknesses of human nature, although she truly had gained some trust in Angel at this moment. If she did not crush the pride of the person named Angel into the dust with her own hands, she would not be able to truly believe in him. The more someone was in a desperate situation, the more likely they were to abandon their dignity for external possessions. Enya had witnessed countless times how nobles who once lived in affluent families became obsessed with and craved money after falling into misfortune. For copper coin, they sold their dignity. For copper coin, they sold their family. For copper coin, they sold themselves. Ultimately, what destroyed those who fell into difficulties was often not vast wealth, but merely a copper coin that could buy a loaf of bread. The amount of money was not important, because those who had fallen into desperation and lost their leeway would always pay more to obtain those worthless external possessions. The reason was simple. They had no other choice. So what was truly important was the first time. The first time they thought, just this once, I will not sell anything important to me. But after accepting the money, it became the unfortunate beginning of a descent into an abyss of depravity. In Enya's eyes, Angel was that kind of person, or rather, Enya wanted to turn Angel into that kind of person. However, unfortunately, Angel was not the shallow person she thought he was. Angel raised his emerald green eyes, lightly glancing at Enya, who was still crossing her arms and looking at him as if she were giving alms. That arrogance made him uncomfortable. He remained silent for a long time, then spoke calmly. "Your Highness, you seem to enjoy insulting me." Just that one sentence instantly dropped the atmosphere in the infirmary to freezing point, a tremendous pressure weighing on Enya's heart. Enya bit her lip, looking at the expressionless Angel, finally realizing that he was genuinely angry now. The misjudgment of the situation led to the other person's anger, and Enya, locked under immense pressure, became so nervous that she was somewhat at a loss. Angel seemed to possess a strange magic that could make her forget her noble identity. At this moment, she entwined her hands together, and her originally proud and disdainful demeanor gradually dissipated. Enya looked down at the 2 bags of coins she had placed in front of Angel's bed, stammering like a child who had made a mistake. "And, Angel, I didn't mean to insult you with money, really. I just thought your situation was very difficult." Looking at the somewhat awkward and innocent Enya before him, and recalling the scheming and evil Enya from earlier, Angel rubbed his face. "I wonder, Could it be possible that your highness has a dual personality? Such absurd thoughts flashed through his mind. Sighing, Angel helplessly said, Your highness, do you have no friends? An ancient silence unknowingly descended upon the infirmary. The sunlight cast their shadows on the wall. The two shadows had been conversing for quite some time, yet their owners remained motionless. Until Enya's blushing face lifted, her gentle and beautiful peach blossom eyes glaring at Angel. Seemingly unable to believe that such a good-looking person could utter such unpleasant words. Stung in her heart, Enya stammered angrily, I am a princess. I don't need friends. You idiot Angel. How dare you speak to me like this? I will have my father remove you from the Duke of Alvis's house. Before she could finish her sentence, she realized that Angel seemed to be in a state of refusal. But this only made Enya even more furious, her mouth opening and closing, puffing her cheeks like a little fish blowing bubbles. On this side, Angel couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of someone who clearly wanted to annihilate his entire family, still instinctively bringing up his father when faced with something that made her angry. The hidden story behind Princess Enya made Angel even more curious. What kind of upbringing could shape a girl into such a twisted form? Just moments ago, she had said that to heal someone, the source of the illness must be cut out. In other words, in Enya's understanding, killing all the royal family and the nobles who discriminated against the commoners was also a way to heal the kingdom. While he was still pondering this, Enya abruptly grabbed 2 bags of gold coins from the bed and stormed out of the infirmary, fuming. Angel, stay out of the fire jade matter. And, I hate you. In the corridor, her loud shout could still be heard. Angel, I hate you. Chapter 43, the which Angel walked on the road back to the camp as the sun set, igniting the entire Yala forest like fire. He encountered several beast attacks along the way, and the fatigue from the depletion of his magical energy still lingered in his body. Angel barely managed to kill a few with his physical skills and then chose not to engage further. The conversation he had with Anya was still replaying in his mind. And Angel sighed, shaking his head. He returned home, carrying his prey, intending to process the beast's corpse for dinner that night, but suddenly stopped in front of the grass hut where he used to live. Angel fell into deep thought. He remembered that there didn't seem to be any decorations like a wizard's hat in his camp before, yet that hat in the grass hut was strikingly obvious, so big that Angel couldn't ignore it. Moreover, the hat gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He hung the beast's corpse on a branch, washed his hands, and then walked toward the grass hut. Lifting the old wizard's hat, he found a girl curled up and lying in the straw. The girl was petite and had a delicate appearance, resembling a doll. At this moment, she was sleeping soundly, with the sunset casting a warm glow on her fair face. Her sleeping posture, reminiscent of a cat, made Angel momentarily dazed. Looking at this girl, only 4 words remained in Angel's mind. Uninvited guest. Why? Why is Alalo here? Alalo, in the story, was a superlative magical ceiling, possessing terrifying combat power that surpassed the story's final chapter. In contrast, her carefree, wildcat-like attitude toward life made Angel reluctant to associate with her. If every game has a character that can never be defeated, then clearly, in ultimate fantasy, Alalo is that existence. She transcended the mundane, never participating in any struggles or the main storyline, yet her extreme presence garnered a fan base surpassing that of the protagonist group. Angel recalled that Alalo had only made a move once in Ultimate Fantasy. That was during the 4th chapter's main storyline, The Divine Disaster. After Yang and the protagonist group had crossed the trials of the 3rd chapter, defeated Princess Anya, and protected the kingdom of Ifafnia. At the end of the 3rd chapter, Princess Anya realized her fate was sealed and initiated the summoning ritual of the evil god's altar, attempting to drag the entire kingdom down with her. However, Yuni, through her vast knowledge, deduced a fatal weakness in the ritual. It could be countered using the faith power of the kingdom's holy teachings to break the evil god's altar. After paying a heavy price and overcoming numerous obstacles, the injured Yang finally arrived before the altar with the Saint Lilith. Yet, the evil god was already prepared. It turned out that the texts Yuni consulted were the notes left by Artro, the great sage, when he defeated the gods 1,000 years ago, and today, the 72 evil gods had grown much stronger. Although the Saint Lilith's power could weaken the evil god ball, it was insufficient to completely shatter the altar. At that moment of despair, a little girl wearing a wizard's hat wobbled her way in front of the evil god. Alalo Saint Eulania. As a direct descendant of the great sage Arturo, who once made the evil gods tremble, Alalo simply yawned and glanced at the bloodthirsty evil god on the altar. In an instant, the space and time of the entire world froze, as she casually unleashed a god-slaying magic comprised of 3,600 highest-level holy magic spells. With just one strike, Alalo completely obliterated the evil god ball. Unlike Arturo, who merely repelled the evil gods, Alalo shattered Baal's divine soul from his very essence, pulling him down from divinity and erasing an immortal god with her mortal body. This was something even the great sage Arturo couldn't accomplish. However, at the end of the 4th chapter's storyline, Alalo merely stared blankly at the scattered divine energy particles. The sunset bathed her face, and a single tear slid down from her right eye, giving her the appearance of a completely homeless little cat, calm yet lonely. Then, without acknowledging Yang and the others' calls, Alalo lowered her head, adjusted her oversized wizard hat, donned her ill-fitting wizard robe, and quietly vanished over the horizon. Since then, Alalo had never appeared in the subsequent storylines of Ultimate Fantasy, as if she had disappeared. In fact, Alalo never interacted with the protagonist group at all. Her almost godlike stats seemed to have been deliberately designed by the officials to ensure she couldn't be defeated. Yang even tried hard to befriend her, but Alalo showed no interest in him whatsoever. "You are also a very uninteresting person." This was the first and only sentence Alalo had ever said to Yang. Angel once remarked that almost no one could break the 100-point ability value limit in Ultimate Fantasy, as reaching 90 was already the domain of demigods. However, the reason it was said to be almost was because Alalo's existence broke that absolute definition. There had been unpacking experts who released all of Alalo's official stats. Magic, 999 strength, 19 agility, 19 skill, 999 luck, 999 her only apparent weakness seemed to be her frail body. After the conclusion of the 4th chapter storyline, the official community of Ultimate Fantasy exploded with discussions, such as why Alalo chose to help Yang, where she went at the end, her relationship with Yang, and her background story. But the officials never directly answered any questions about this girl, leaving everything about her shrouded in mystery, which only fueled Alalo's fans' obsession with this lazy yet extremely powerful girl. In fact, Angel had also liked the character Alalo back in the day. So, it was only natural for Angel to hoist Alalo onto his shoulder and toss her out of the camp like a sack. She slept very well, not waking up at all. Since crossing into this world, Angel had established an absolute ranking of characters he must not interact with, and unfortunately, Alalo ranked at the top, far ahead of the rest. For the record, Lualna and Anya tied for 2nd place. Angel decided not to pursue or dare to pursue the issue of Alalo casually intruding into his camp, feeling quite magnanimous. He turned around, and his expression froze. The girl he just tossed out reappeared in the grass hut, still smacking her lips and sleeping soundly. Highest level Holy Magic Space Leap. This was a legendary magic that only high-ranking holy magic users could barely activate. "No, I know you have a lot of magic power, but could you not toy with me using such high-level holy magic? Is it really that amusing?" Angel looked up at the sky, the sunset blazing, and sighed deeply. Since she couldn't be driven away, Angel wouldn't waste any more time on her. After all, Alalo was a little girl who liked to sleep, and this was one of the few clear pieces of information provided by the officials. Moreover, Angel knew Alalo was uninterested in anyone. Perhaps when she woke up, she would leave on her own. Maybe she had just stumbled upon Angel's camp while wandering in the forest, like discovering a secret base. Isn't it common for humans to feel an inexplicable thrill when they come across such places? Not to mention Alalo's cat-like tendencies. Angel chose to generously share his camp with her. It seems magnanimous, but in fact, there are no other options. Chapter 44 guessed it was early autumn, and the sky was getting darker. The dew in the forest was heavy. Angel thought for a moment, took off his clothes, and covered Alolo with them. Then he ignored her and turned to deal with the corpses of the magical beasts. In recent days, the number of magical beasts had clearly increased, and the frequency of nighttime attacks on his camp had also risen significantly. It seemed that what Aeneas said was true. The destruction fire pearl had appeared in the forest. While marinating the jerky, Angel continued to cultivate the magic essence within his body. He had watched many battles among regular students during this competition. To be honest, after Angel's intense training day and night, his physical quality had gradually caught up to that of ordinary students and could even rank in the upper middle among them. Moreover, his rich combat experience would provide him with situational control far exceeding that of normal combat power. But this was still far from enough for Angel. Firstly, UNS must be unlocked. After passing the first chapter, Angel would be able to obtain the Destruction Fire Pearl. Once his physical quality indicators surpassed 40, his unique skills would be unlocked, which would significantly enhance his combat power. After drying the jerky on a stone slab, Angel walked to the small lake wearing only his underwear. He washed his clothes while continuing to contemplate his plans for the future. He did not intend to intervene with Rorna and Yon. As he had said before, Angel had complete confidence in Yon. Although he might have been misunderstood by Rorna due to certain factors, leading to their current lack of deep ties, once Rorna understood Yahang's upright and perfect character, she would inevitably be drawn to him. However, thinking about that future made Angel feel a bit uncomfortable, even as he sincerely felt happy for the two of them. Staring at the clothes in his hands for a moment, Angel stopped thinking too much. After wringing out the clothes, he returned to the camp and placed his school uniform by the campfire to dry. Then he went back to the lake and looked at his body reflected on the water surface. The training of recent days had made him noticeably stronger, though he was not at the level of a muscle-bound freak, just the normal amount of muscle a man would have. He was no longer a stick. Angel patted his left arm and casually washed his body with soap, catching 2 fish in the process. He put on his underwear and walked back to the campfire to roast the fish, one hand practicing the wind blade to cultivate magic essence, and the other carefully controlling the magic essence to manage the cooking. A small white hand reached out beside him, and Angel handed the roasted fish over. Looking up, he saw Alolo had somehow put on Angel's school uniform and was sitting beside him. Seeing her enjoy the fish, Angel remained silent for a long time. Alolo seemed to notice Angel's gaze. She glanced at him, her eyes still half closed from sleep. After thinking for a moment, Alolo handed the school uniform draped over her to Angel, who was only in his underwear. Here. Angel. Silently accepting the school uniform, he sighed. Alolo took a bite of the fish and then pointed at the campfire. It's going to burn. Angel responded with a using the fire tongs to adjust the coals. A little burnt is tastier. Alolo tore off a piece of fish and handed it to him. Here. Angel remained silent, then took the fish and put it in his mouth. Thank you. Although he didn't know why he said thank you. After all, it was his own fish. Alolo stared at his face for a moment, then smiled softly. It's strange. It's clearly your fish. Angel fell silent again. Yes, I know it's strange. So could you please not point it out? When he put the second roasted fish in his mouth, a full moon had already hung in the branches. Alolo's small face was illuminated by the campfire, her face smeared with grease, yet somehow adorably cute. Angel frowned, then took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Wipe your mouth. Alolo looked at the handkerchief, then at Angel, and leaned her small face closer, blinking her big eyes a few times without saying a word, just staring at Angel. Angel! Sighing, he leaned a little closer, cupping Alolo's left cheek with one hand while carefully wiping her soft lips and tender cheeks with the other. In the glow of the campfire, Alolo could see herself in his clear eyes, and Angel's originally emerald green eyes were tinted deep purple by the firelight, like the night sky. Alolo, not knowing why, gently averted her gaze, feeling a bit shy. Taking back the handkerchief, Angel returned to his spot, seeing she was still enjoying the fish. He took out a piece of jerky he had previously marinated and offered it to her. Want some? Alolo tilted her head, looking at the dark piece of food, poking it with her pinky. What is it? Angel smiled, pointing to the fresh meat drying on the stone slab. Jerky. Alolo adjusted her large wizard hat, then took the jerky and bit into it. After chewing for a long time, she rubbed her cheeks. Not tasty. Angel replied with a thinking that the delicious fiery chicken jerky had all gone to Celine. Is that so? There isn't anything else to eat here. On the other hand, Alolo ignored him and focused on chewing the jerky, like a cat diligently eating fish. Her lazy, big eyes scanned the surroundings of the camp, finally landing on the small wooden cabin. "Do you live here?" Angel nodded, taking a bite of jerky himself. Ololo exclaimed, then adjusted her hat. "That little nest is quite cozy." Angel nodded. "Is it?" Ololo said seriously. "It's one of the top 3 sleeping spots in the academy." Angel, "Top 3, huh? That really is quite a high ranking." Not knowing what else to say, he took another bite of jerky. Even though she said it wasn't tasty, Ololo unknowingly finished the jerky in her hand. Her small hand reached out to Angel. "I want more." Angel took out the last piece for the day, broke it in half, and handed it to her. "This is the last one." Ololo opened her mouth. Her small, sharp canine teeth, adorable and pointed, her little pink tongue shimmering with saliva. Angel fell silent for a moment, then fed her the half piece of jerky. Ololo gave him a thumbs up, her expression plain, but Angel could feel she was very happy. If laziness were a disease, Ololo would probably be on the verge of mutation. Standing up, Ololo adjusted her wizard hat, then patted the dust off her backside. Looking at Angel, she was still half asleep, her expression calm. "I want to come back to sleep again." Angel poked the campfire with the fire tongs, his tone flat. "Do as you please." Ololo smiled, then snapped her fingers. Her petite figure instantly disappeared into the night, leaving behind her final words echoing in the small camp. "This jerky is actually quite tasty. Thank you." Chapter 45, Plea. The longer you play Final Fantasy, the more you can feel its charm. Much like a glass of wine that becomes richer and more fragrant the more you savor it, making it hard to put down. Those seemingly trivial side quests and game elements often hide unexpected depths. Some hidden stories will leave you in awe, so this is the story behind these characters. Even NPCs can reveal many unnoticed details, and in this vast world composed of numerous students, faculty, and other external forces, there are countless immersive storylines. Then, as you play unknowingly, the main story concludes, leaving a sense of loss that makes you unable to resist starting the next playthrough. Although Angel now has to become a trivial character in this vast world, a small thug who was knocked down in the prologue. This feeling of grievance is hard for him to express, but it is not the main point he wants to convey. It is clear that having many characters means that not everyone can have the same amount of screen time in Final Fantasy. Some people are pivotal. Their every move can change the fate of the world, while others can only become side characters, silently retreating behind the scenes. However, in Final Fantasy, whether they are protagonists or villain bosses, they all have their own beliefs and goals. Every villain who chooses to stand in front of Yahan to block his path has their own motives and reasons, backgrounds, and stories. Their values differ, and their powers vary greatly, but in the end, the audience always marvels at the unique aesthetics of the villain bosses. However, even so, during his past gameplay, there was indeed a moment when Angel felt a sense of incongruity. Ololo, she seems different from other characters, completely lacking a core character. Like a puppet with immense power, but no supporting motives or goals to stand by. Her assistance in Chapter 4 comes without reason or forewarning, as if she were merely a tool to save everyone when the story reaches a deadlock. Although Angel really likes this character, he feels an equal degree of curiosity about her. At the end of Chapter 4, that drop of her tear, who is it for? Angel looked at the campfire and murmured, shaking his head. He stopped overthinking, took a torch, stood up, and walked into the depths of the forest to patrol around his camp. In any case, in his previous life, he did not obtain any answers about Ololo, just like a mysterious character intentionally used by the production team to tease players. Angel knows nothing about her. He sighed. The surrounding quiet and dark forest felt different from before, filled with murderous intent, with visible restless monsters everywhere. The traps and protective measures he had prepared day and night over the past month had worked well, keeping his camp well protected. Without even looking, he knew that the fireball had evidently begun to take effect. The monster riot in the forest was just a matter of time. Everything at the moment was familiar main storyline content, and everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. It seemed there was no need to worry about the progression of the plot. Moreover, Angel also had no time to worry about other people's matters. He needed to focus on improving his abilities, living his life well, and slightly changing the future of a certain little girl if conditions allowed. That was what Angel needed to invest his energy in now. If he worried about Johann and ended up delaying his own plans, that would truly be putting the cart before the horse. He needed to speed up. There were many things left unfinished. There was still a considerable amount of time before the first chapter ended, even though the tuition issue still seemed far away. To be honest, Angel regretted not accepting the bag of gold coins that Princess Enya had just offered him. Acting on impulse never leads to good results. He sighed deeply. However, there had been good news in recent days, such as his grades and knowledge of magic rapidly improving. By the end of the semester, he should achieve a good result. Angel had been training his several basic magic spells during this time. Although limited by his total magical power, his magic level had not been able to rise, nor could he learn knowledge about intermediate magic. However, in terms of proficiency and control of the basic wind blade and fireball spells, there were likely very few second-year students who could surpass him. This visible growth made Angel even more interested in magic, a concept that had only existed in fantasy in his previous life, and naturally, his enthusiasm for learning was strong. Endless efforts for survival had also led to significant growth in other areas for Angel. Besides his knowledge of magic, his physical strength had also made great progress. He used to be exhausted just from attending classes, but now, even if he slept late and woke up early, he could maintain abundant energy. Sprinting and running to school had become routine for him. Now Angel could arrive at school without a change in expression. In terms of skills, since Angel independently built that small wooden house, his basic carpenter skill had upgraded to intermediate architect skill. Although he was a noble, he had an inexplicable talent for technical work. After checking and repairing the last trap, Angel returned to the camp. He ignited a piece of powerful monster dung he had purchased with the money he gathered over the past few days. This smell would intimidate other weaker monsters, allowing Angel to have a relatively peaceful sleep. As the moon reached its zenith, Angel returned to his small wooden house, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. Time returned to the afternoon when Lualuna and Siren were on their way to the library, and an unexpected person stopped them. Rather than saying he stopped them, it was more polite to say he greeted them. Johann slightly bowed to Lualuna, speaking sincerely. Senior Eber, it seems you had a strong opinion of me during the match just now, but I truly do not know where I offended you. Nevertheless, I feel I should come and apologize to you. Lualuna looked at him, recalling her rather unrelenting battle in the arena. She actually knew that she might have overthought it. How could Angel possibly like men? So seeing Johann come to sincerely apologize made Lualuna feel somewhat embarrassed. She shook her head, her face also full of regret. I'm sorry. Junior, I used too much force when I hit you just now. You did nothing wrong. It was my fault. Only then did Johann look up, and after locking eyes with her clear golden ones for a moment, he seemed to have a request. Slightly shy, he scratched his head and took a deep breath. As if he had made some mental preparations, he asked Lualuna, although it's quite impolite, could you please introduce me to your boyfriend? I really want to learn combat techniques from Senior Angel. Lualuna, boyfriend? Angel is my boyfriend? When did this happen? Chapter 46. Cat the next day, Angel opened his eyes. His sleep quality was poor that night, and one could even say he hardly slept at all. Although the campsite wasn't invaded by magical beasts in the middle of the night, there were always dull growls and various gazes around that made it impossible for Angel to sleep deeply. While he hadn't felt it much in the game, it was only after living in the forest that he could intuitively feel the influence of the fire jade. Sigh. Angel slapped his face, took a cool bath in the lake, and with the dawn light faintly appearing and the sun not yet risen, he decided not to continue sleeping. After checking on the cured meat, he leaned against a tree stump and opened a book on alchemical craftsmanship. This was also the subject Angel planned to invest his energy in later. Although he could clearly feel his progress over the past few days, one must explore a direction that suits them. It was evident that Angel had more talent in craftsmanship than in magic and martial skills. However, just as he sat down, he heard even breathing sounds coming from the small grass nest not far from the campfire. Angel. He looked up at the still dark sky, rubbing his forehead in distress. It shouldn't be, could it? It had only been one night. Although he did tell her she could sleep over any time. This was a bit too. He stood up and walked over, and what came into view was a huge gray wizard hat. Angel. Has she taken my place as her private territory? This cat-like free spirit made Angel a bit of a headache. He didn't wake the returning Alolo, but instead went back to reading the beginner's alchemical craftsmanship onto the big tree. By the time the sun peaked over the horizon, slanting sunlight pierced through the tree canopy and scattered into beams of light in the morning mist, turning into specks of golden light. Angel closed the book and rubbed his eyes. Indeed, he was more suited to learning technical knowledge. It seemed he had a high talent for alchemy. Although it was only beginner-level content, his speed of understanding the knowledge was likely faster than that of ordinary people. The focus of alchemical craftsmanship was the core. With suitable blueprints and materials, he could practice. Stretching his body, Angel dressed, washed his face by the lake, extinguished the campfire, and patrolled the surroundings of the campsite, finding several prey in the traps. He didn't take them out, but left them inside as he had to go to the academy and simply didn't have time to deal with them. A few of the protective measures around were damaged, and Angel noted them down, planning to repair them when he returned in the afternoon. Back at the campsite, the big gray hat was still in the small grass nest. One could expect that under the hat, Ololo must be sleeping sweetly curled up like a little cat. Wait, could it be that Ololo isn't really a little cat, but a dark, damp watermelon bug? This light-shunning nature. Angel looked at the large hat covering her and couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts, the corners of his lips curling slightly. However, seeming to sense his impolite thoughts, the gray hat moved, and then a disheveled-haired, sleepy-eyed, disheveled-dressed girl abruptly sat up from the grass nest, the hat flying off due to the sudden movement. Angel cast her a helpless glance, first taking out a handkerchief too. Remembering what happened last night, he paused, then simply reached out, holding her doll-like little face, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Then, under Ololo's dazed gaze, Angel picked up the thrown wizard hat and set it aside. I'm heading to school now, Ololo. Remember to tidy up your clothes and hair. Don't be late. It's a bit far from here to the academy. However, after saying that, Angel regretted it. For this unconventional girl, a casual space jump of several holy magic spells could easily cross the entire Yara Great Forest. Distance was something Ololo clearly didn't need to consider. Turning around, Angel was about to leave, but a delicate little hand tugged at the hem of his clothes. Ololo yawned, her eyes still hazy with sleep, sitting like a duck in the grass nest. The oversized white school uniform shirt she wore had its buttons loosened at some point, exposing her snow-white, delicate shoulders. And her lazy, yet alluring expression had an inexplicable sensuality. Help me. Her tone was calm and soothing, making it hard not to feel pity. Angel looked at her flatly, the two of them locking eyes for a moment. Seeing her look of entitlement, Angel finally looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. To be honest, he generally belonged to the type that didn't keep pets. He squatted down, careful not to touch anything strange, and adjusted her shirt. After squatting down, Ololo could finally look him in the eye for the first time. After a while, she seemed to be sleepy, leaning her little head forward, resting her chin on Angel's shoulder, her cheek against his ear, and closing her eyes again. The girl was very light. Angel felt the weight of her little head on his shoulder and always had the illusion that Ololo seemed lighter than a cat. This made Angel's actions instinctively gentler, afraid of hurting the girl before him, who resembled a doll. Her clothes, skirt, wizard robe, and gray messy hair were still sprinkled with grass clippings. Angel held her gently, tidying her up, and finding it amusing, he ended up braiding her hair into a waist-length twist, tying it with a grass rope. During this time, Ololo's chin remained resting on Angel's shoulder, sleeping soundly. This position seemed slightly ambiguous, but regrettably, Angel felt no romantic thoughts in his heart. He just gently patted the girl's back, seemingly to soothe her. Ololo, it's time for school. The girl's eyes opened a crack. She seemed to realize that this position was somewhat ambiguous, but regrettably, Ololo felt no romantic thoughts either. She made a small sound, and then her little hands simply wrapped around Angel's neck, her legs also wrapping around his waist. This position evidently made her more comfortable. Tired, take me. After a long silence, Angel exchanged a glance with a passing magical beast deep in the jungle. The beast spat and walked away. Angel. He thought for a moment, then lifted Ololo's thighs and stood up. Although he really wanted to ask, why do you have a dormitory but still want to stay here? Why do you clearly have the ability to jump back to school directly, but still want me to take you there? But in the end, Angel just controlled his speed to avoid making her feel bumpy, jogging towards the academy with Ololo like a koala mother, just treating it as weight training. Angel thought expressionlessly. Perhaps he should consider dismantling the grass nest. Chapter 47 Prologue. Hey, look over there. What are they doing? In broad daylight. How can those two behave like that? What am I even living for? Brother, I'm jumping out. Wait, ISNT, that Angel Yalvis? The one in his arms looks like our junior. That bastard Angel. Why does he get to do this? ISNT it just because he looks good. The whispers around made Angel feel a bit overwhelmed. He sighed and patted Ololo on the back. Time to get up. With a soft sound, Ololo opened her dazed big eyes, yawned, and jumped down from Angel. She thought for a moment, then turned back seriously. Thank you. Angel shook his head. Just consider training. It's nothing. Ololo was silent for a moment. Then she stood on her tiptoes and leaned her little face closer. Angel took a step back, frowning at her. What's wrong? Ololo was taken aback, then adjusted her hat and stood back, thinking for a moment. She said seriously, I once read in a book that to express gratitude, you should give the other person your best thing. Angel was puzzled. What does that have to do with you leaning your face closer? Ololo thought for a moment again. She lowered her eyes, the shadow obscuring her delicate features, making it hard for Angel to see her expression. In a calm tone, she said softly, I don't have anything precious, but I think I'm not bad looking, so I thought if I kissed you, you would be happy. Angel was momentarily stunned, then suddenly chuckled. Hearing Ololo's words, a feeling of inexplicable happiness emerged in his heart. The reason was simple. Ololo didn't seem to be as mysterious and powerful as he thought. Without saying anything, Angel simply took off her big hat. The sunlight cast a hazy glow on her beautiful gray hair, and he gently rubbed her little head with his hand. Ololo tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. The sensation on her head gave her a long-lost feeling, as if her grandfather had once patted her head like this. Similar, yet entirely different, she remained silent, her expression indifferent, but her ears quietly turned a shade of red. Ololo bit her lip, took the big hat back from Angel's hand, dodged his hand, then stepped back, put the hat on properly, and turned her back to snap her fingers. In an instant, her petite figure disappeared before Angel's eyes due to the spatial leap. After Ololo vanished, Angel stood in place for a moment. The cool morning air of the forest carried the scent of dew and decaying leaves, and the distant chirping of unknown birds could be heard. Ololo's sudden appearance and departure were like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. The ripples quickly faded, leaving behind an indescribable sense of something, an echo of being briefly watched by a higher existence. He shook his head, trying to dispel this subtle feeling. While running with her burden, he could clearly feel the burning sensation in his lungs and the soreness in his muscles. But alongside that, there was a solid feeling of slowly growing strength. Magic circulated within him with difficulty, each cycle bringing a slight enhancement. When they arrived at the academy, the library had just opened. Celine was already seated at their usual spot, her tiny figure appearing especially thin in front of the giant window. A book titled Introduction to Basic Elemental Magic was spread out in front of her, but her little head was nodding off, clearly sleepy. Sunlight streamed through the glass, dancing on the tips of her pink hair and casting a few warm golden rays. Angel tiptoed over quietly and gently placed a small package of oil, paper-wrapped fiery chicken jerky beside her hand. Celine seemed to be startled awake by the slight movement, groggily lifted her head, and upon seeing Angel, her dull, big eyes instantly brightened, revealing a silly smile. Angel, you're here. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying the quality of someone just waking up, which unconsciously lifted Angel's mood. Good morning, Celine. Angel sat down across from her, took out his alchemy textbook. He noticed the faint dark circles under Celine's eyes. Didn't he sleep well last night? Celine rubbed her eyes and murmured softly, I was a bit scared. There seemed to be strange noises outside the dorm, and someone said there are magical beasts in the forest that might go berserk. Angel's heart sank. The rumors had already begun to spread among the students, meaning Anya's people were starting to act. He maintained a calm demeanor and said flatly, the academy has protective barriers. It's very safe. Don't worry, it's probably just the wind. Celine nodded vigorously, as if Angel's words were the most effective reassurance. She picked up the jerky, savoring it in small bites, her gaze involuntarily drawn to Angel's focus profile. Angel, you look really good today. Angel had long since become accustomed to her straightforward compliments, only shaking his head helplessly and refocusing on the book. He needed to grasp the basics of alchemy quickly. Perhaps he could attempt to create some simple potions or alchemical items to assist in combat or survival. In the classroom of Class A, Year 2, Rolna Ebel sat by the window, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the smooth cover of a magic tome. Outside the window, shadows of younger students practicing basic magic on the training field flickered, but her focus seemed elsewhere. That figure with brown hair and emerald eyes. Angel. Whenever she recalled his fierce determination against Anya during the competition, contrasting sharply with his usual calm demeanor in the library, her heart would race. Rolna admitted that at the moment Angel unleashed the wind blade toward her in the arena yesterday, besides worrying about Anya's situation. There was also an indescribable emotion bubbling within her. Was it shock at Angel's reckless gamble? Or curiosity about his hidden strength? What troubled her even more was that Angel seemed to easily stir her emotions. By the campfire in the forest, the warmth of his hand as he tousled his hair. Rolna suddenly pulled back her gaze, forcing herself to concentrate on the magic array diagram in front of her. She couldn't think about it anymore. How could the heir of the Ebel family always be influenced by a fallen noble? Even if he really was. Miss Rolna? The noble girl beside her softly reminded her that Professor Trilla was asking about the optimization of the mana circuit for advanced ice magic. Rolna took a deep breath, instantly regaining the coldness and focus she should have as the daughter of the Ice Moon, smoothly and accurately answering the question, prompting Professor Trilla to nod repeatedly. Yet no one noticed that her hands, placed under the table, were slightly clenched. At the end of the lesson, Professor Trilla tidied up her teaching materials and then said seriously to the students, "Recently, there may be some dangers in the forest, so everyone should try not to leave the Academy's magic circle, and especially not to enter the Yala Great Forest." Chapter 48 Prelude in the Royal Lounge. Anya Ifafnia dismissed her maid. She sat in front of the vanity mirror, her beautiful yet slightly fatigued face reflected back at her. Her fingers gently brushed over her chest. Where she had been struck by Angel's fist, there seemed to linger a strange sensation, not pain, but a kind of heartbeat imprinted by a strong presence. Angel Yalvis, she whispered his name, her purple eyes filled with complex emotions. He had seen through part of her core plans and even voluntarily offered to share the dirtiest part of it. He had refused her gold coins. Yet when she panicked and apologized, he displayed a kind of almost tolerant helplessness. This man was full of contradictions. He was pitifully weak, yet terrifyingly strong in certain aspects. "You are right, Angel," Anya said to her reflection, a cold and genuine curve forming at the corners of her mouth. "I need a blade like you. Help me clear the obstacles and bear the stigma. As for the end, will this blade be sharpened further or break?" Unlike her shyness in front of Angel, there was a trace of cold calculation in her eyes at this moment. The fire gem had already been placed by the cultists at the designated location, and the anomalies in the forest had begun to accelerate. The good show was about to begin. A few days later, the sunset bathed the Yala Great Forest in a golden red hue. Angel returned to the camp, dragging his exhausted body. After discovering the benefits of weighted running, today's training had nearly drained his strength. His magical energy still grew slowly, but his skills and agility, through daily honing, seemed to finally touch the edge of some bottleneck. He skillfully started a fire, processing a small ground lizard caught in a trap. He planned to start packing up the camp's belongings today, even though according to the original storyline, there was still about a month of buffer time before the riot. But now that the main plot had deviated, Angel wouldn't gamble with his life. Fortunately, the money he had picked up thanks to the luck of the Crownless could be used to find a hostel in the Academy district. He would leave tomorrow. The firelight illuminated his face. The lizard's flesh was rough in his hands, but would provide the necessary energy. The campfire crackled, dispelling the chill of the early autumn evening. As he roasted the meat, he gathered a faint blade of wind in his palm, trying to make it spin and compress to improve his control precision. Each subtle change in form brought a slight increase in proficiency. Wind Blade Proficiency 1, Current Wind Blade LV 3, 302.80. Suddenly, the wind blade in his hand trembled violently, almost dissipating. A strong sense of unease seized him without warning. A more intense and frantic magical fluctuation surged toward him like an invisible tide from the depths of the forest. The chirping of insects and the calls of birds around the camp fell silent in an instant, replaced by a haunting low growl that rose and fell, coming closer. Angel's pupils constricted as he stood up abruptly. This was a sporadic monster attack. This was a precursor to a large-scale monster riot. The power of the fire gem had finally ignited the ferocity of the monsters in the forest. But how could this be? How could the plot begin so soon? According to Angel's calculations, there was still at least a month before the monster riot. He quickly scanned the surroundings of the camp, gripping the makeshift wooden spear he had in hand. His magical energy was depleted, his stamina spent. The camp's defenses were rudimentary. This was a dire situation. Roar. The first clear, violent beast roar exploded outside the camp's fence. Then came the second, the third. In the darkness, several points of crimson light flickered, carrying an aura of greed and destruction, locking onto Angel by the campfire and the camp behind him. Angel took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood and muscle soreness. His emerald green eyes, illuminated by the firelight, were as calm as a deep pool. He casually tossed aside the half-roasted piece of meat, gripping the wooden spear tightly, assuming the most basic defensive stance. "I need to survive," he whispered to himself, quickly calming down, his gaze sharp as a blade, facing the approaching crisis in the darkness. The campfire flickered, elongating his shadow. Coriolanus stood at the window of the highest observation tower of Altruro Academy, his face grave as he looked toward the depths of the Yala Great Forest. In his hand, a complex crystal compass was shaking violently, the needle crazily pointing toward a certain direction in the forest, emitting an ominous dark red glow. The concentration of magical energy is rising abnormally. The fluctuation frequency is collective berserk. Damn it, the riot predicted by the principal has started early. Professor Core suddenly turned around and shouted to the academy guards standing by. "Hurry, sound the highest level alarm. Notify all professors and combat sequence students of the third year and above to gather urgently. Evacuate the lower grade students to the underground shelter. The Yala Great Forest. The monster riot has started early." The piercing magical alarm instantly echoed throughout Altruro Academy, the sharp sound tearing apart the evening's tranquility, bringing unprecedented panic. The gears of fate, catalyzed by the fire gem, began to turn with a speed far beyond anyone's expectation. And at the center of the vortex, Angel was just beginning to face his first true test of life and death. Chapter 49, main theme: the light of the campfire flickered in the sudden darkness, like a candle struggling in the wind. Outside the camp's fence, scarlet beast eyes glowed like hellish lanterns, densely illuminating the area, and a greedy, brutal aura surged like a tangible tide, crashing against Angel's taut nerves. The roar was no longer a distant background sound, but a close proclamation of death, coming at him with a stench and heat. Roar. The first monster to charge into the camp resembled a grotesquely oversized hyena, its skin rotten, exposing dark red muscle and sharp white teeth, as it suddenly crashed through the already shaky gap in the fence. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Angel, and with a powerful push of its hind legs, it charged straight at him, bringing with it a foul wind. Angel's pupils constricted sharply, and his body instinctively slid sideways. The muscle soreness and the weakness from his depleted mana felt like heavy shackles, slowing his movements by half a beat. Even so, the combat will forged through countless life and death struggles on the battlefield helped him tightly grip the wooden spear and thrust it forward with a whistling sound, aiming straight for the monster's throat. Thud! The spear tip pierced the flesh, but did not reach a fatal depth. The hyena monster yelped in pain, letting out an even more frenzied roar, and the tremendous impact traveled through the wooden spear, numbing Angel's grip, almost forcing it from his hands. He clutched the spear tightly. His body staggered instead, narrowly avoiding the claws that followed. Too weak. A cold voice exploded in the depths of Angel's mind. It was not a system prompt. but rather a self-assessment imprinted in his marrow from countless struggles on the edge of life and death in his past life. Strength, speed, reaction, all far too lacking. This body, this damn mana. Just as he steadied himself, a second and third monster of varying forms surged through the gap. One a wild boar monster with bone, spurs charging low. The other a flying monster resembling a vulture, its claws sharp, diving from the air. Surrounded, the shadow of death had never been so clear. Angel's heart pounded wildly in his chest, each pulse bringing a tearing pain. Sweat instantly soaked his back, and the cold fear coiled around him like a venomous snake, trying to freeze his limbs. Is it going to end? For some reason, the last battle before he retired in his past life. Fragments of that blood and fire memory surged into his mind. The deafening explosion, the scorching shockwave, his comrades falling in the firelight, and the suffocating pain and cold when shrapnel tore through his lungs. That despair of life slipping through his fingers. Since arriving in this world, Angel rarely recalled his past. His love for the game Final Fantasy and the character Ahen was because Ahen helped him escape that near-surgical dark memory. Ahen's optimism, righteousness, kindness, and unique charm towards girls made Angel envious and joyful. So upon arriving in this world, he was, in his heart, somewhat happy. He wanted to continue witnessing Ahen's legendary story up close. Therefore, it was only natural that Angel quietly asked himself again, is it going to end? No. A stronger, almost brutal, will suddenly shatter the fear. What a joke. I've come this far. I've fought so hard to survive until now. How can I die in a place like this? Die in the mouths of these beasts? On the battlefield in his past life, Angel always managed to crawl out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, fueled by this obsessive will to survive that erupted in desperate situations. And now, this instinct imprinted deep in his soul was ignited once more. Get away! Angel let out a low growl, no longer the clear voice of youth, but one filled with a hoarse, bloody tone. He no longer attempted to withstand the charge of the wild boar monster, but instead, at the last moment, flung himself to the side. At the same time, he gathered the meager and pitiful wind elemental mana remaining in his body, not to attack, but to forcefully push against the ground. Whoosh! A weak but precisely directed gust of air exploded beneath him, propelling his body narrowly out of the way of the foul wind created by the wild boar monster. The boar monster, unable to stop in time, crashed violently into the crude wooden wall behind Angel, creating a loud crash, with chips flying everywhere. Wind blade proficiency 1 current wind blade LV. 300-291. However, the crisis was not yet averted. The diving vulture monster's sharp claws were already reaching for his back. Angel didn't even have time to rise. Relying on the terrifying intuition honed from countless life and death struggles, he forcefully twisted his body while still on the ground, thrusting the wooden spear upward with all his strength. The spear tip struck the relatively softer abdomen of the vulture monster with all his might and will to survive. Thud! The spear tip accurately pierced into the vulture monster's abdomen. But the impact from the monster was just as tremendous. Angel felt a great force strike him, his arm aching, and the wooden spear slipped from his grasp. The vulture monster let out a piercing shriek, flying off awkwardly with the wooden spear embedded in its abdomen, blood and internal organs scattering. Seizing the opportunity, Angel rolled to his feet, his back burning with pain, clearly having been grazed by the claws. Without looking at the fleeing monster, his gaze swept across the battlefield like lightning. The hyena monster that had charged in first had recovered and lunged again, and at the gap in the fence, more monsters were surging in. The narrow space of the camp was instantly filled with these foul-smelling and murderous creatures. The wooden spear was left in the vulture's body, and now he was unarmed. Angel's eyes instantly turned icy cold, and deep within his emerald gaze, it was as if flames from hell were burning. He suddenly bent down, grabbing a thick log burning by the campfire. The flames crackled, illuminating his sweat-soaked and dirt-streaked face, reflecting the madness in his eyes that disregarded everything. "Come on, beasts!" he roared, his voice hoarse yet filled with madness, entirely different from his usual calm demeanor. The hyena monster lunged again. Instead of retreating, Angel advanced, dodging the biting jaws while bringing the burning log down hard on the monster's side. Roar! The flames seared the skin and flesh, making a hissing sound and a stench of burning. The monster howled in agony, retreating. But another monster resembling a giant rat took the chance to dart out from the side, its sharp incisors aimed at Angel's calf. Angel raised his leg sharply, smashing his knee into the giant rat monster's head. At the same time, he seized the opportunity, thrusting the burning end of the log forcefully into its gaping mouth. Screech! A scream so distorted it was horrifying rang out as flames erupted inside the monster's mouth. The giant rat monster rolled wildly, igniting the dry grass nearby. The camp was suddenly engulfed in chaotic firelight and the roars of monsters. Angel danced on the edge of a knife, every dodge fraught with danger, every counterattack using all his strength. He used the burning log to block claws, attacking the monster's relatively weak eyes and throat with his fists, knees, and even teeth. The wounds on his body continued to multiply, with a deep gash on his left arm exposing bone, blood staining his tattered clothes. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and his mana was already exhausted. Each breath came with a taste of blood and a burning sensation. His vision began to blur, and his ears were filled with the roars of monsters and his own heavy, labored breathing. Hold on, hold on. Angel's consciousness began to fade under the onslaught of pain and exhaustion, leaving only the most primitive instincts driving his body. I can't fall. If I fall, it's really over. He felt as if he had returned to that battlefield covered in artillery fire. The air was thick with smoke, broken walls, and ruins surrounded him, each step taken on the sticky blood and shattered limbs. Enemy bullets whistled past his ears, and the shouts of his comrades gradually faded. At that moment, he too was like this, dragging his broken body, relying on the last bit of willpower to crawl across that line, symbolizing the boundary between life and death. Survive. No matter what. Must survive. Chapter number bang. A loud sound at the edge of the camp. The trap that Angel had painstakingly reinforced was violently crashed down by an enormous rhinoceros monster with a shell resembling rock. The addition of this behemoth instantly caused the already precarious situation to completely collapse. The rhinoceros monster's crimson eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield, ultimately locking onto the blood-soaked and staggering Angel. It let out a deafening roar, lowered its head, and aimed its gleaming metallic horn at Angel, pawing the ground with its hooves, charging like an out-of-control war chariot. There was nowhere to evade, nothing to stop it. The shadow of death had never loomed so palpably. Angel could even smell the dirt and blood on that horn. His body had reached its limit, and he could barely muster the strength to raise his arm. Behind him, the wooden cabin's wreckage was burning, the heat wave scorching. The only direction he could retreat was toward a small lake reflecting a faint cold light in the night. Is this how it ends? A thread of despair flashed through his mind, just at this critical moment. The title of the uncrowned lucky child in Angel's mind seemed to pull his gaze, as if by fate. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a long wooden post that had been supporting a makeshift meat rack. Its base had already loosened due to the collision with the wild boar monster and the ensuing fight, leaning precariously and weak. A nearly frenzied thought, relying entirely on instinct and luck, instantly overtook his mind. There was no time to think. Angel used the last ounce of his strength, not retreating, but instead rolling sideways towards that leaning wooden post, facing the side of the charging rhinoceros monster. This move was not to completely evade, but to collide with that wooden post. Bang! Angel's body slammed hard in the already wobbling wooden post. A sharp pain shot through the impact point, as if his ribs were about to break. But simultaneously, that weak wooden post, under the violent impact of Angel's body and its own angle, emitted a cracking sound of being unable to bear the load, its base instantly breaking. The broken post did not fall down, but acted like a massive lever that had been triggered, or like a slingshot that snapped back after being bent, striking with tremendous kinetic energy across the front leg joint of the rhinoceros monster that was charging by. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking. A wolf! The rhinoceros monster was caught off guard, its front leg suffering a heavy blow, its joint twisted, and its massive body instantly lost balance. It let out a howl of extreme agony, its charge forcefully twisted and interrupted. The massive inertia caused its colossal body to roll uncontrollably towards the ground like a falling boulder. Meanwhile, Angel, who had been catapulted by the wooden post, was thrown into the air like a kite with its string cut, propelled by this immense reaction force. The direction was straight towards the deep lake. Plop! The cold lake water instantly submerged Angel. The biting cold pierced his wounds like countless steel needles, bringing unimaginable pain. The feeling of suffocation followed. As the icy lake water rushed into his mouth and nose, blood quickly spread in the cold lake water. His consciousness blurred rapidly under the cold, pain, and suffocation. Sinking deeper, the wounds on his body became somewhat numb from being soaked in the cold lake water. His body sank. Darkness surged from all directions, swallowing the last light and consciousness. On the lake's surface, the chaotic roars of monsters and the crackling sounds of the camp burning grew distant and unreal. It's over. A profound sense of helplessness gripped him. In the end, I still couldn't. Just as his consciousness was about to completely plunge into an eternal abyss of darkness. A sound so faint, as if carrying endless mockery and lazy laughter of a girl, suddenly and clearly rang out in the depths of his consciousness. This sound did not come from his ears, but seemed to resonate directly in his soul. Light and airy, yet carrying a sense of indifference and playfulness that pierced through everything. Angel had heard this laughter before. Immediately after, a weak but irresistible buoyancy suddenly came from beneath him, as if an invisible hand gently propped him up. Angel's sinking body abruptly halted. In his blurred vision, he seemed to see a dark, swollen, waterlogged piece of decaying wood right next to his unconscious flailing hand. That was the half-finished wooden plank that had sunk to the bottom of the lake after being severed by a wind blade during his previous practice of making a raft. The instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed the dying numbness. Angel summoned the last remnants of his willpower, suddenly reaching out his hand and gripping that piece of decaying wood tightly. Splash! His head burst out of the water. The icy, biting air instantly rushed into his lungs, bringing violent coughing and excruciating pain, but also the hope of life. He lay on the cold wood, gasping for air, each breath accompanied by pain and the taste of blood. He struggled to look back towards the shore. The camp had turned into a sea of flames, chaos reigning. The massive rhinoceros monster, severely injured in its front leg, struggled and roared in pain, becoming an obstacle for other monsters. Some monsters were blocked by flames, while others began to fight amongst themselves due to losing their initial target, or wandered at the edge of the lake, seemingly wary of the cold water. The wild boar monster that had crashed through the trap seemed to have been scorched by the flames and was frantically charging into the depths of the forest. Temporarily safe, Angel lay on the cold plank, utterly exhausted. Blood loss, cold, and extreme fatigue crashed over him like a tide, his vision growing more and more blurred. The roars of monsters on the lake shore and the sounds of the camp burning gradually faded away, leaving only the sound of cold lake water lapping against the wood and his own faint heartbeat. Just before losing consciousness and falling into a coma, Angel's blurred vision seemed to catch a glimpse of a hazy, shadowy figure in tattered robes, lazily sitting on a charred branch, swinging her legs, illuminated by the flames burning by the lake. She seemed to be laughing, her smile carrying a barely perceptible interest. The figure resembled a Lolo, but Angel inexplicably felt that she was absolutely not a Lolo. Immediately after, darkness completely engulfed him. The campfire, the monsters, the cold lake water, the intense pain. All sensory experiences faded away from him. Only that teasing light laugh, echoing deep within his soul, remained as if branded. In a last bit of perception before his consciousness sank, the scales of fate in that mysterious existence's light laughter seemed to have tilted, albeit insignificantly, yet critically, towards him. Chapter 51 Chaos. The consciousness floats in the boundless cold and darkness. The lingering pain of drowning in the lungs. The body feels as if it is being pierced repeatedly by countless cold steel needles. Every slight return of sensation brings a tearing pain. The smell of blood. The fishy scent of the lake. and the burnt odor of flames in the distance mix into a breath of death. Survived? This thought flickers like a faint yet determined spark in Angel's chaotic consciousness. The body's instinct tells him that he is still alive, despite the terrible state he is in. His senses, like being submerged in thick oil, slowly and laboriously begin to recover. The first sensation he feels is the rough, cold, and slightly swaying texture beneath him, the decayed wood that saved his life. Then comes the light that penetrates his eyelids, not strong, seemingly the daylight of early morning or dusk. He tries to open his eyes, but his heavy eyelids feel as if they are filled with lead. After several attempts, a faint blurry light seeps in. His vision is like being covered with bloodstains. Everything is distorted and swaying. He is lying on the decayed wood, floating in the now calm small lake. The cold lake water soaks his tattered clothes and numerous wounds, bringing a bone-chilling cold, but also strangely numbing some of the intense pain. The deep wound on his left arm, visible to the bone, has turned white from soaking, and every heartbeat pulls at the tearing sensation. He struggles to turn his neck and looks towards the shore, in the direction of the camp. There is a scene of devastation. The bonfire from last night has long since extinguished, leaving only a few wisps of black smoke stubbornly rising into the gray sky. The simple wooden cabin has collapsed by more than half, with charwood emitting the last wisps of smoke, revealing the equally charred dry grass inside. The fence has been almost completely destroyed, and the traps are trampled beyond recognition. The air is filled with a strong, burnt smell, the stench of blood, and the unique odor of monsters. On the shore, a few corpses of monsters can still be seen. A vulture with its abdomen pierced by a wooden spear, a hyena burned to death by flames, and a few unfortunate creatures trampled and bitten to death by their kind in the chaos. The heavily injured rhinoceros monster is nowhere to be seen, leaving only dragged traces and a large area of crushed shrubs. The camp is destroyed. The small home he worked hard to build, his initial foothold in this strange world, has turned to ruins overnight. But he survived. He survived this disaster that swept across the entire academy. Angel's emerald green eyes reflect this ruin, calm as still water, devoid of sadness, anger. Only a near-void exhaustion and the coldness of survival. He slowly, deeply inhales, the cold air fills his lungs, bringing a violent cough that protests every wound in his body. He checks his physical condition. His magical power is completely exhausted, unable to ignite even a spark. His stamina is depleted. Every muscle aches and feels weak. The wound on his left arm is severe, and the combination of blood loss and cold lake water has turned the edges of the wound an unhealthy grayish-white. There are multiple claw wounds on his back and legs. Though not fatal, they continue to drain heat from his body. More importantly, the cold. The lake water in early autumn, soaking for most of the night, combined with blood loss, has caused a significant loss of body temperature. If this continues, hypothermia will claim his life before his injuries do. He must get ashore as soon as possible, tend to his wounds, start a fire for warmth, and replenish his energy. He uses his movable right hand to awkwardly paddle, pushing the decayed wood beneath him, moving inch by inch towards the shore. Each movement is accompanied by the wailing of muscles and the stabbing pain of wounds. Every stroke drains the last bit of strength he has just gathered. The cold lake water pierces his will like countless needles. Swimming proficiency 3 gains swimming LV 1, 10, 3, strength 1, current strength 33, 5, E, agility 1, current agility 34, E. A short distance of just a few dozen meters feels like an ocean apart. His consciousness blurs again under the dual assault of pain and cold. The scene on the shore is sometimes clear, sometimes distorted. Just as his fingertips finally touch the wet mud of the shore, a strong wave of dizziness hits him. Immediately, his vision goes completely black. The last sensation is the sticky feeling of cold mud against his cheek. The sharp, piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the night, waking Lualna Eberl from her shallow sleep. The sound was urgent, high-pitched, with a penetrating quality that instantly plunged the entire dormitory area into panic. Lualna shot up, her golden pupils suddenly constricting in the dark. Her heart raced uncontrollably. A chill of unease gripped her. She nearly lunged to the window, throwing it open. Outside, The light of the Academy's magical lampposts was urgently turned up to the brightest, illuminating the buildings and roads as if it were daytime. Students rushed out of the dormitories in a panic, moving towards the Academy's central stronghold under the direction of instructors and disciplinary committee members. The air was thick with tension and fear. But Lualna's gaze did not linger on the chaos within the Academy. Instead, it was fixed firmly on the distant direction of the Yala forest. Deep within the forest, there was no longer the usual tranquility. Even from a great distance, she could sense a chaotic, violent surge of magical energy coming like a tide. Vaguely, she seemed to hear the chilling roars and howls mixed in the wind. The sounds of countless monsters rampaging out of control. Monster riot. Lualna whispered the words, her face turning pale instantly, because a name struck her mind like lightning. Angel. He lives alone in the forest. He is right in the area being swept away by the violent tide of monsters. Fear. A bone-chilling fear instantly engulfed her. Lualna imagined Angel's simple cabin surrounded by monsters, picturing him facing the terrifying wave alone. No, she tightly gripped the window frame, her knuckles turning white from the force. The prideful calm and composure she held nearly shattered in that moment. She could not imagine the consequences of Angel facing such a disaster alone, with only death as the outcome. Lualna. Silent rushed in, panic-stricken, her pink eyes filled with tears. Outside, the forest, the usually dull girl, clearly thought of the same thing, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Lualna took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the scream and panic that nearly burst from her throat. Silent, her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, but more was the forced determination. Stay in the dormitory. Lock the door, wait for the Academy's arrangements. Don't go anywhere, okay? The Academy has barriers. It's very safe here. But Angel, I have to find him, Lualna said decisively, her golden eyes sharp as a knife. She quickly turned around, changing into practical clothes as fast as she could, solemnly pinning the Academy badge and the emblem representing the Eberl family on her chest. Lualna burst out of the dormitory, ignoring the chaotic crowd in the corridor, and headed straight for the Academy's guard station. It was already in disarray, with instructors urgently deploying defenses and evacuations. Miss Lualna, it's dangerous here. Please head to the shelter immediately. An instructor tried to stop her. Get out of the way. Lualna's voice held an undeniable authority, her golden eyes flashing with a cold light. I need to enter Yala Forest immediately. She paused, then continued, my friend is inside. Chapter 52. Searching just as both sides were in a stalemate, a calm and authoritative female voice rang out. Let her through. The figure of Director Leggett appeared at the back of the corridor. She wore a sharp dark mage robe, her expression serene, and her sharp eyes scanned the chaotic scene like an eagle. Her presence carried a powerful aura that calmed the originally tense guards slightly. Director Leggett. The two mentors immediately bowed. Director Leggett's gaze fell on Lorna, her deep gray eyes devoid of reproach, instead carrying a hint of scrutiny and approval. Lorna Eberly. Director Leggett's voice was clear and strong, penetrating the noise of the alarms. The anomalies in the Yala forest exceed expectations. The Academy has dispatched multiple investigation teams composed of senior mentors and elite upperclassmen to delve into the situation and assess the threat level. She paused, locking her gaze onto Lorna's fiery golden eyes. In light of your exceptional ice magic prowess and the Eberly family's extensive experience in handling large-scale disaster events, the Academy hereby authorizes you as a special investigator. Director Leggett stepped forward and handed Lorna a silver badge engraved with intricate magical patterns. This is a temporary pass that will allow you brief access to the edge areas of the Academy's barrier, and it can also trigger a one-time instant coordinate rescue. Remember, your primary task is to protect yourself, and secondly, to assess the source of the magical fluctuations and the movements of the magical beasts in the core area. As for the rest, you may use your own judgment. Lorna instantly understood the deeper meaning and tacit approval in Director Leggett's words. She took the badge without hesitation, gripping it tightly in her palm. The cold metal touch slightly steadied her anxious heart. Director Leggett said no more, merely giving a glance to the guarding mentors. The two mentors immediately understood, quickly opening a brief energy gap in the protective barrier that could only accommodate one person. Lorna didn't even look back. Her silver figure turned into a streak of light, rushing into the forest shrouded in shadows of death just before the barrier closed. The bone-chilling air of the forest mingled with the intense smell of blood and sulfur rushing towards her. The alarm sound were cut off behind her, replaced by the heart-pounding roars of magical beasts and the booming of energy clashes coming from deep within the forest. Lorna took a deep breath, forcing down the anxiety and fear surging within her. She clenched the silver badge in her hand, burying the last shred of support from the academy deep in her heart. And with unwavering determination, like an arrow released from a bow, she sped towards the unknown, terrifying abyss. Deep within the Yala forest, the tide of magical beasts surged like a plague that had yet to recede, rampaging through the misty woods. Lorna Eberly, the proud eldest daughter of the Eberly family known as the Ice Moon Maiden, found herself deep within this living hell. The air was no longer filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, but rather a thick, suffocating stench of blood, sulfur, rotting entrails, and the pungent odor of magical beast secretions. With each step, her boots risked landing in sticky, dark red pools of blood, shattered bone fragments, or the cold, slimy remnants of some magical beast's limbs. Her silver hair was already disheveled, stained with dark red blood and gray-black mud, with several strands stuck to her pale cheeks by sweat. Her once elegant student uniform was torn in multiple places, the hem ragged from thorns and the claws of magical beasts, exposing small scratches and bruises on her bare arms and calves. Her brilliant golden eyes remained sharp, but beneath the layer of icy calmness was a turbulent anxiety, like the stormy sea before a tempest and a growing weight of fear pressing down on her chest. This fear stemmed from the horrific scale of the riot she witnessed with her own eyes. Initially, when only a few magical beasts broke through the Academy's perimeter, she could quickly eliminate them with her powerful skills and the Eberly family's treasures. But as she ventured deeper into the forest, the number and strength of the magical beasts multiplied geometrically. Low-level, venomous wolf spiders surged out from beneath the decaying leaves like a tide, their venomous spray corroding the trees with a sizzling sound. Tough-skinned, stone-armored lizards charged in groups, their heavy shells absorbing her ice spikes, producing dull thuds. In the sky, massive shadow bats with 3 pairs of compound eyes circled, emitting maddening ultrasonic shrieks. Lorna weaved through the assault of magical beasts, dancing on the edge of a blade. Ice shards shot forth like a torrential downpour, freezing paths. An ice wall sprang up to block charges. Each spell she cast was precise and efficient, but the magical beasts seemed endless. She saw not far away a team of Academy guards attempting to rescue others being torn to shreds by a group of frenzied claw bears, their screams abruptly silenced, leaving only chilling sounds of chewing. Lorna didn't even have time to assist. She couldn't imagine how many times such things had happened in places she couldn't see. Further away, a lava giant lizard, comparable in size to a small fortress, moved slowly, setting trees ablaze and scorching the ground as it passed. This was not an ordinary magical beast disturbance. This was an unprecedented, terrifying riot sweeping through the entire core area of the Yala forest. Its scale and destructiveness far exceeded any recorded incident in the Academy. A cold voice echoed in her heart. In the center of such a disaster, a hastily built, utterly defenseless small camp. A boy who doesn't even know intermediate magic. What are his chances of survival? This thought slithered into her mind like a venomous snake. Once it appeared, it gnawed frantically at her sanity. She forced herself not to think, pouring all her energy into the battle before her, unleashing her inner turmoil through more violent ice magic. "Get away!" she shouted fiercely, her hands coming together forcefully, and the fan-shaped area ahead instantly crystallized into countless sharp ice spikes, pinning 3 lunging venomous wolf spiders in midair. Dark green blood and entrails splattered everywhere. She gasped, her brilliant golden eyes scanning the hellish scene around her. The bodies of magical beasts piled high, but more were surging out from the shadows. The pervasive scent of death nearly suffocated her. Angel, that boy who was always calm to the point of indifference, yet erupted with astonishing resilience at critical moments. Could he really survive in this inferno? Hope slipped through her fingers like sand, uncontrollably flowing away as she witnessed more and more horrific sights. Each time she spotted new signs of high-level magical beasts, each time she felt stronger magical fluctuations, the faint spark deep within her was extinguished a little more. Her movements remained swift, her ice magic still sharp, but that initial, reckless impulse was gradually replaced by a heavy, almost numbing despair. She even began to doubt whether her decision to force her way and still held any meaning. Perhaps she was just rushing towards a fate already sealed, a cruel reality she was unwilling to face, but which might have already occurred. With her keen perception of magic and the last shred of obsession supporting her, she finally broke through the last treacherous forest shrouded in screaming vines and poisonous mist. Before her, the scene opened up, revealing a familiar glade surrounding a blue lake. However, when the side of the camp fully came into view, Lorna felt the last bit of strength supporting her instantly drained away. The camp, or rather, the remnants of the camp. There were no signs of any camp left here, only a completely ravaged, burned, and trampled wasteland. Chapter 53, Love the Symbolic Fence? Long ago turned into a ground covered with twisted and shattered wood chips, like crushed dry bones. That little wooden house, only a few charred, carbonized remnants of pillars remain, standing alone among the ruins, supporting the similarly charred roof that has collapsed more than half, like a desolate tombstone, emitting its last wail in the cold wind. The ground is filled with massive, heart-stopping hoof prints and deeply embedded claw marks, crisscrossing like scars on the earth, silently narrating the colossal creature that descended here last night. Dark red, already solidified and blackened pools of blood are everywhere, staining the charred land in large patches, emitting a nauseatingly strong smell of rust, mixed with the burnt odor of wood and the unique stench of the monsters, forming a suffocating atmosphere of death. Several grotesque corpses of monsters, much larger than those seen before, lie scattered at the edge of the ruins, their horrific wounds indicating the fierce and desperate struggle that once erupted here. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Aside from the wind blowing through the hollow ruins, producing a wail like the cry of lost souls, there are no signs of life. Lorna stood frozen in place, her golden pupils losing focus, hollowly reflecting this hellish scene. She felt all the blood in her body freeze in an instant, her limbs cold and numb. Even her breathing came to a halt. Her mind was blank. Only a massive, deafening roar echoed. He cannot be. That anger who always carried a hint of detachment, yet had warmth in his fingertips when he handed her grilled fish by the campfire. That anger who, during the competition facing Anya's deadly strike, erupted with a volcanic will to survive. That anger who quietly read by the window in the library, his profile appearing particularly focused in the sunlight, has just disappeared, completely crushed, devoured by this violent tide of monsters capable of destroying everything, becoming part of this scorched earth and pools of blood. Not even a trace left behind. He is dead. A wave of overwhelming despair, like cold, viscous black tide, instantly engulfed her. The noble demeanor she had meticulously maintained, the calm composure she prided herself on, shattered in that moment like fragile glass. Her heart felt as if it were tightly gripped and crushed by an invisible hand, so painful that she could barely stand. Scalding liquid uncontrollably surged to her eyes, blurring her vision, sliding down her stained cheeks, leaving small, dark marks on the charred ground. She didn't even have the strength to wipe them away, only staring blankly at the ruins. Yeah. She opened her mouth, her voice raspy like sandpaper rubbing together, carrying a brokenness that even she found unfamiliar. This name seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds, forcing itself out of her throat with great difficulty, yet receiving no response, only the wind's mournful wail. She was like a puppet that had lost its soul, wandering forward in a daze, her boots stepping on the charred wood charcoal, making a slight cracking sound like a heart breaking. Her gaze aimlessly swept over every corner, Shattered pottery scattered beside the collapsed stove, overturned buckets rolling in pools of blood. A few fragments of clothing stained with dark red that she vaguely remembered Anger wearing lay scattered in the mud. Her gaze finally fixed on a deep brown cloth strip, half buried in the ashes, stained with blood. It was the color and texture of Anger's often-worn coat. The last glimmer of hope was completely crushed by this cruel evidence. It's over. Everything is over. He is dead. That boy who always looked at her calmly, occasionally causing her heart to race, is gone, forever disappeared in this cursed forest. In that instant, as the boundless despair completely engulfed her, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground, crushed by the heavy sadness, an unprecedented, heart-wrenching pain pierced through her heart like the sharpest ice pick. It was not the sorrow for a classmate's demise, nor pity for the week's passing. It was loss, the excruciating pain of losing something extremely important and irreplaceable. It was an emotion buried deep within her heart, one she had never truly realized, but exploded violently at the moment of loss. She liked Anger, not a fleeting curiosity from Miss Abel towards a fallen noble, not a superficial infatuation of a girl for a handsome face. It was Lorna who liked Anger. She liked the resilience hidden beneath his calm exterior. She liked his unquenchable will to survive in the face of despair. She liked his awkward, yet sincere protection, liked the clumsy tenderness he occasionally revealed that could melt her frozen world. This feeling, like a treasure washed out by the storm of despair, emerged so clearly and intensely at the moment her heart broke. Clear enough to pierce her heart, strong enough to nearly suffocate her. Why? Why did she only understand fully after the loss? Just as this immense sorrow and belated awakening were about to crush her, nearly causing her to kneel on this scorched earth that buried the heart she had just confirmed, her gaze, as if drawn by invisible threads, was led toward the small green lake reflecting the dark sky. That shade of green, in this dead silence of ruins, appeared particularly glaring, like a mirage that did not belong here. In the center of the lake, a vague, dark silhouette quietly floated on the dim water's surface. Lorna's pupils trembled violently. Her heart felt like it was gripped tightly by a cold hand, suddenly stopping. What is that? Is it floating rottenwood? Is it the remains of a monster? Or, no, that shape looks like a person. This thought pierced through the dense fog of despair that enveloped her heart like a weak yet sharp electric current. An indescribable thrill and fear instantly seized her. She was terrified, afraid that it was yet another cruel illusion, afraid that it was fate's final mockery of her. Lorna instinctively held her breath, her golden pupils fixated almost greedily on that vague silhouette, trying to penetrate the reflection on the water's surface and the distance that separated them. Please! Her body leaned slightly forward, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her nails digging deep in her palms, bringing a slight sting to confirm that this was not a dream. That silhouette seemed to be lying down, wet deep brown. Is that hair? Sticking to pale skin? Lorna's heartbeat began to thump in a chaotic, frenzied rhythm, crashing against her ribs, bringing waves of dizziness. Blood seemed to surge to her head in an instant, only to retreat coldly the next second. She felt her legs tremble slightly, almost unable to support her body's weight. No, it cannot be, she unconsciously whispered, her voice so light as if afraid of disturbing something, trembling with a fear she couldn't control. She feared this was just a hallucination born from her overwhelming sadness and despair. She feared that upon approaching, she would only see a cold, swollen corpse soaked in the lake water. But she couldn't look away. That vague silhouette, like the last faint flicker of a flame in the wind, attracted her like a moth to a flame. Please! She felt an invisible force pulling her, lost and dazed, stumbling towards the lake's edge. Each step was on charred wood and cold mud, yet she felt no sensation beneath her feet. Her gaze seemed nailed to that shadow in the center of the lake. The world around her rapidly faded, leaving only that floating silhouette. Getting closer, please! That brown, wet hair, that familiar silhouette, please! Lorna's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. It was as if an invisible barrier had blocked her, stopping just a few steps away from the lake. She dared not get any closer, A tremendous fear washed over her like a cold tide, nearly drowning her once again. Please, whispering continuously, praying endlessly, Lorna trembled as her gaze fell upon that person. Chapter 54 Confirmation. Those tightly closed eyes, long and thick eyelashes covering, those bluish-purple bloodless lips, and those bare skin covered in hideous wounds, especially the left arm, where a terrifying gash deep enough to see the bone, blistered and white, is rolled back. Ah! A short, suffocating gasp escaped from Lorna's throat. She suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth, but could not suppress the violent trembling of her body. Tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, surging down and mixing with the dirt on her face, forming a small stream at her delicate chin. But is he still alive? That face so pale it seemed lifeless, those bluish-purple lips, the clothes soaked in blood and lake water, and that motionless, lifeless posture, all pointed to a heart-wrenching answer. Hope and despair twisted like two venomous snakes, frantically choking her heart. The faint spark of hope just ignited, flickered wildly in the storm, as if it would be completely extinguished in the next moment. She could no longer stand still. Her body reacted faster than her consciousness. El, the broken name, filled with endless fear and the last glimmer of hope, finally trembled out from between her fingers. She felt as though she had lost all her strength, almost collapsing as she rushed into the cold lake water, the icy water instantly soaking her boots and tattered skirt, the bone-chilling cold creeping up her calves. Yet she remained oblivious, stumbling and falling beside him. Her cold, mud-covered knees and hands were stained. Lorna reached out her violently trembling hand, her fingertips touching his cold cheek, but pausing for a moment. She feared that what would greet her was a chilling silence. Lorna bit down hard on her lower lip. Tasting blood, she exerted all her strength to control her trembling hand, reaching out again with a thin layer of frost magic to isolate contamination. Carefully, with an almost reverent fear, gently, pressed against Angel's neck. Please, don't. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The wind stopped. The ripples of the lake stilled. Even the heartbeat seemed to pause. Lorna held her breath, her golden eyes fixed on her fingertips, as if trying to concentrate all her senses on that point of contact. Her entire world depended on the faint pulse beneath that fingertip. Thump, extremely weak, as faint as the last flicker of a candle in the wind. Thump, slow yet tenacious. Another beat, that weak yet undeniably real pulse, clearly transmitted through the cold skin to her fingertips. Huh! Lorna suddenly gasped, as if a drowning person had finally taken their first breath of air. What surged into her lungs was not air, but the ecstatic joy of having regained something lost and the immense shock of survival. The tears she had been holding back burst forth at that moment, flowing uncontrollably, and she let out a broken sob filled with endless fear and immense joy. Still alive. Angel, still alive. She cried out incoherently, her voice hoarse and choked, tears streaming like a broken string, trembling with the thrill of survival. She carefully avoided his severely injured left arm, using all her strength to drag his cold, heavy body from the wet, cold mud, holding him tightly in her arms as if embracing the most precious treasure in the world, something lost and regained. The faint heartbeat transmitted from that cold body was the most beautiful sound she could hear in the world at that moment. The sky seemed to be torn open. The cold water no longer fell like gentle raindrops, but poured down violently, crashing onto the lake's surface and Lorna's thin back. The lake water was bone-chilling, mixed with the icy torrents descending from above, nearly freezing her completely. The water rushed through her hair, cheeks, and neck, blurring her vision, soaking her skirt. The coldness piercing like a snake into her bones. Yet it was nothing compared to the deathly cold emanating from the body in her arms that made her heart race. Angel's body was as heavy as a stone soaked in the cold lake water, pale and lifeless under the relentless wash of the cold current. Each weak pulse was like the last flicker of a candle in the wind, almost imperceptible amidst the dense sound of the falling rain. The deep gash on his left arm, showing the bone, was repeatedly washed by the cold lake water and the torrent from above, the flesh rolling back, the edges displaying an ominous grayish white, droplets splashing upon it, sending up delicate, pink-tinted mist, the claw marks densely covering his back and legs. Under the dual assault of blood loss, extreme cold, and dampness, faded into patches of bluish-purple bruises, the water flowing over them, carrying away wisps of blood. She could not imagine how he had struggled out of such a hell, eventually floating in this lifeless lake ravaged by a storm that came from nowhere. The surface of the lake reflected the burning sky and the shattered water curtain, the ashes of embers mixed with the water flow, falling heavily like filthy snowflakes, dampening her eyelashes and Angel's bloodless cheeks. Her golden eyes, piercing through the water curtain, held the calm of the eldest daughter of the Eber family, solid as rock. She quickly assessed. Angel's pulse was weak as a thread, almost drowned out by the sound of rain, his breathing shallow and barely audible, his body temperature terrifyingly low, the dampness accelerating heat loss. The open fracture on his left arm accompanied by severe lacerations, significant blood loss, and the flowing water increasing the risk of further loss. Multiple lacerations and bruises throughout his body, the fatal threats being hypothermia and possible lung infection. And his magical energy was depleted, nearly non-existent. "We cannot stay here." Lorna looked around. The dying embers hissed in the damp cold, quickly extinguishing, rising with a pungent white smoke. This land soaked in blood, fire, and rainwater. Every inch of shadow hid deeper dangers. Chapter 55. The spark. She bit her lip tightly, summoning the last drops of magic within her body as water dripped down her chin. The warm sun, a faint platinum light, flickered to life in her palm, like a miserly ray of sunlight in winter, trying to penetrate the thick curtain of water and touch Angel's cold chest. The weak firelight flickered uncertainly in the damp cold, barely dispelling a hint of surface chill, a drop in the bucket against the bone-deep cold and the grotesque wounds. Lorna did not know light magic. It was the only magical element she could not adapt to, as she had mentioned when accompanying Angel to Dungeon 403. Not enough. Dizziness washed over Lorna in waves, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead, instantly washed away by the rushing water. Her fingertips touched the cold silver badge on her chest, a gift from Director Radget, a chance to send a distress signal with coordinates. Without hesitation, Lorna made her decision. She shared the coordinates, waiting for the Academy's rescue. But what about Angel? His life force was nearly extinguished. He could not wait. A sense of helplessness gradually engulfed Lorna. However, at that moment, a buzz, a tremor from deep within Angel's soul suddenly radiated outwards. This tremor pierced through the deafening sound of rain. The body in Lorna's arms jolted suddenly. It was not a convulsion of awakening, but a deeper, more primal shudder, as if a dormant being was forcibly awakened by the life and death situation and the violent forces of nature. Immediately, an extremely thin, nearly transparent pink-purple halo rippled outward from the center of Angel's heart, silently expanding and instantly enveloping his entire body. The water crashing down from above struck this halo, but strangely did not penetrate it. Instead, it splashed upon an invisible barrier, scattering tiny purple light spots that vanished in an instant. The halo was so faint it almost blended into the background of the dark water curtain and the residual firelight. If not for Lorna pressing against him, it would have been nearly imperceptible. It brought no warmth or signs of healing. Yet amidst the sound of the rain, it emitted an indescribable, disorienting wave of energy. Lorna's golden pupils suddenly constricted. Water flowed down her eyelashes. Angel's invisible charm, when focused, was like a babbling brook, subtly attracting the gaze of those around him. Yet now this halo was active, flowing, carrying a nearly greedy thirst. What was it yearning for? What shocked her even more was that at the moment this halo appeared, the dried-up, cracked fountain of magic within her unexpectedly produced a weak resonance uncontrollably. A trickle of ice-blue magic seeped from her fingertips, slowly flowing toward Angel's body. The water washed over her arms, but could not wash away the faint trace of magic flow. Though weak, this was indeed her magic being drawn by that resilient pink-purple halo flickering in the rain. What is this? Waves of shock surged within Lorna. Such a bizarre ability had never been recorded in any texts. It was not healing nor defense, but more like an instinctual, predatory survival mechanism. No one knew about Angel's unique skill, Eunice, a skill that met the unlocking conditions yet remained unknown in its function and mechanism, which at this moment, amidst this torrential rain, began to reveal hints in this manner. Lorna keenly sensed that Angel needed magic now, and more importantly, he needed life force. Without hesitation, she did not attempt to stop the trickling magic loss. Instead, she gritted her teeth, forcibly squeezing her nearly exhausted pool of magic, actively guiding pure, colder magic, carefully and continuously injecting it into that halo, flickering in the cold torrent. "Take it," she silently shouted in her heart, her voice drowned out by the torrential rain. "Whatever this is, whatever it needs, as long as he can survive, then take it." The pink-purple halo greedily absorbed the actively supplied magic, and under the wash of rain, it seemed to condense just a hint, the flow of magic speeding up slightly. Angel's cold body seemed to momentarily strengthen its pulse due to this weak influx of magic. The lifelessness at the corners of his blue-purple lips seemingly diluted by the water. But Lorna's magic was ultimately limited. The backlash from forcibly squeezing it caused her vision to darken, her body shaking violently in the cold lake water and rain. She had long run out of magic. Despair, like the cold dampness, flooded over her heart. At that moment, a howl, a roar filled with savagery and hunger pierced through the dense curtain of water, tearing apart the lifeless air by the lakeshore. Several pairs of eyes, flashing with greedy red light, lit up amidst the swirling gray mist, falling embers, and heavy water curtain, like lights from hell, locking onto this fresh prey by the lake. Water dripped down their wet fur, falling onto exposed fangs. Several lesser magical beasts, resembling hyenas but more ferocious, emerged from the shadows of the charred forest, treading on the muddy, scorched earth, their bodies low, drool mixing with water trickling down their fangs, creating small pits in the charred ground, the stench wafting through the water curtain. Lorna's heart sank to the cold bottom of the lake. She held Angel, nearly out of strength to stand. The rain and mist blurred her vision, and the muddy ground hindered her movement. How could she face these bloodthirsty beasts, which appeared even more ferocious in the rain? Instinctively, she held the person in her arms tighter, as if trying to merge him into her body, her golden eyes piercing through the water curtain, firmly locking onto the approaching magical beasts. Deep in her eyes, the frozen flames burned silently. At Arturo Academy, the underground shelter for lower-grade students, the air was as oppressive as solidified lead, mixed with the smells of sweat, dust, damp mold, and suffocating fear. Low sobs, anxious discussions, and the forced calm of the instructors echoed under the low dome, but could not drown out the heavy, continuous rumbling from above, the sound of torrential rain madly beating against the ground and buildings, like countless giant hammers pounding the earth, resonating in everyone's hearts. Celine curled up on a cold bench in the corner, her small body tightly wrapped in the rough blanket distributed by the academy, yet she still felt bone-chilling cold. Her pink hair was messily plastered to her sweaty forehead, and her usually naive big eyes were filled with unprecedented fear and helplessness, the dullness fading away, leaving only an unfathomable anxiety. Each heavy rumble from above made her small body tremble involuntarily. The forest, the magical beasts, Angel, the rain. She hugged her knees, burying her small face deep in her arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. The noisy sound of rain reminded her of the slippery leaves in the forest, the muddy paths, and the cold lake water. Sister Lorna went to find Angel. The forest is so dark, so many terrifying monsters, and so much water. Alone, will Angel. That thought wrapped around her heart, tightening more and more, nearly suffocating her. She remembered the warm touch of the roasted chicken jerky Angel had handed her. It seemed to still linger at her fingertips. She remembered his calm voice saying Celine should not be afraid. She remembered in the library, the quiet outline of his profile illuminated by sunlight as he read. But that sunlight was now completely swallowed by the boundless icy rain. Chapter 56, Dark Lines Ugh. A suppressed sob spilled from the depths of her throat, tears silently dampening the fabric of her sleeve, only to be absorbed by the blanket. TSK, look at that filthy rat, playing the victim again. This damn weather is really annoying for crying. Hello. malicious voice drifted from not far away. It belonged to the noble girls who had once bullied her. Their annoyance also heightened by the damp cold and the oppressive atmosphere of the shelter. ISNT, that commoner senior of hers, living by the edge of the forest? TSK. With such heavy rain and the magical beasts around, he has probably nothing but bones washed into the mud by now, right? Another voice, dripping with undisguised mockery and gloating, was particularly jarring against the backdrop of the storm. Serve him right. Such a lowly thing, along with that discarded waste from the Duke's manor, would be better off dead. It saves the Academy from being tainted. This rain is perfectly timed, washing away all the filthy things. The vicious words pierced through Celine's ears like icy needles. She suddenly lifted her head, and for the first time, intense, almost palpable anger erupted in her grayish eyes. Her small body trembled violently with excitement. She wanted to scream, to argue back, to rush over and tear apart those mouths spewing venom. But a deeper, colder fear, stemming from the depths of her soul, surged like a black tide, instantly drowning all her anger. Not because of those malicious words, but because of the sound of the torrential rain like a demon god's roar. Just as those venomous words shot towards her like poisoned arrows, Celine felt her heart clench violently. It was as if something deep within her was completely awakened by this extreme malice. A strange, indescribable heat, burning hot to the point of almost being searing, surged from the depths of her heart without warning, instantly engulfing her limbs. This heat carried the stench of sulfur, the desire for destruction, and a primal rage that aimed to turn everything in front of her, including the shelter and the damned roar outside, into ashes. Ugh! Celine let out a painful groan, her body uncontrollably curling tighter, as if she were about to embed herself into the cold stone bench. She felt her skin burning, her blood boiling, and an uncontrollable violent emotion roiling like lava in her chest, roaring. The noise of the storm above, at this moment, sounded to her like some kind of destructive beat, urging her to plunge into the abyss. Tear apart, destroy. Let those voices turn into wails of despair. Make this annoying rain completely disappear. This sudden, unfamiliar, and terrifying power and desire filled her with an unprecedented fear, 1,000 times more fearful than facing those bullies, more chilling than the cold flood rampaging outside. Because Celine instinctively realized that if she surrendered to this destructive rage deep within her, she might never see Angel again. No, don't. Celine bit her lip hard, the rusty taste of blood filling her mouth as she fought with all her strength against the terrible heat and desire for destruction within her. Tears mixed with cold sweat rolled down her pale cheeks. She felt like a young beast bound by invisible chains, frightened by the roaring sound, enduring the triple torment from the external malice, the curse within her, and the might of the heavens in the cold corner of the shelter. The mark of the demon god Amy revealed its vicious fangs for the first time under the extreme pain and fear experienced by its master. Deep within her gaze, a faint, extremely subtle dark red flame, unnoticed even by herself, pulsed violently with each tremor of the roar. At the top of the Royal Observatory Tower, the huge floor-to-ceiling crystal window was now devoid of the alarm's red light, replaced by an endless, dark curtain of water connecting heaven and earth. The icy water rushed madly against the crystal window, forming swift water stains that distorted the view of the Academy outside into a blurry, swaying gray-green. In the distance, towards the Yala forest, chaotic and violent magical ripples mixed with the might of nature's thunder, like an invisible giant beast roaring within the water curtain. Ainea Ephafnia elegantly leaned against the window, her fingertips pinching a delicate bone china teacup, the wispy steam appearing particularly fragile in the damp, cold air. The warm aroma of black tea could not dispel the oppressive chill brought by the dampness. Her personal maid stood beside her like a shadow, her voice steady and calm, but needing to rise slightly to overpower the dense sound of rain outside. Your Highness. Preliminary statistics show that the outer defense barrier of the Academy has been damaged by 17, and the dampness may delay the repair progress. All lower-grade students have entered the shelter. Order. Emotions are fluctuating more intensely due to the dampness. The Academy has dispatched 7 high-level investigation teams deep into the forest. In the core area, magical disturbances combined with the damp environment have completely cut off communication, and losses are extremely severe. The whereabouts and actions of Angel Yalvis have not yet been discovered. There was a barely perceptible pause in the maid's voice when mentioning a certain name. Ainea gently blew away the foam on her tea, her lavender eyes gazing through the blurred water window towards the chaotic distance, calm and unruffled. Understood. She took a sip of black tea, the warm liquid sliding down her throat, bringing a momentary solace. Continue to monitor. Additionally, let the shadow move, the story of the commoner triggering an ancient seal due to greed, leading to a magical disaster needs to be fleshed out more, emphasizing Ehun and White's recklessness and foolishness under the severe weather. Praise Tracy's sacrifice and decisiveness. This water flow is just right to wash away some unnecessary traces, making the story more credible. Also, send someone to warn Tracy not to say anything he shouldn't. Everything just needs to be tacitly accepted. Her voice sounded particularly clear and cold amidst the sound of water. Yes, Your Highness. The maid bowed and silently blended into the shadows of the corner, disappearing from sight. Ainea set down her teacup and walked slowly to the massive astrolabe. The cold metal tracks gleamed faintly in the dim light. The raging sound of rain outside seemed to become a background melody. Her fingertips gently traced the cold lines representing the trajectories of stars, a cold and playful arc curling at the corner of her mouth. It's almost time. Ainea, you will soon be able to heal the kingdom. Just wait a bit longer. All of this is a necessary sacrifice. She murmured softly, her voice nearly drowned out by the sound of the water, as if admiring a painting blurred by flowing water. The seeds of chaos had already been sown, and fear and suspicion fermented in the dampness. Her gaze swept across the chaotic and distorted light points representing the core area of the Yala forest on the astrolabe. Chapter 57 Piece. As for Angel, he truly is an interesting piece, a knight who actively steps into the eye of the storm. The upheaval in the forest has already begun, and although I do not know where he is now or what he is plotting, this uncertainty adds an intriguing element to the unfolding drama. Perhaps he has quietly devised plans for everything that follows the rebellion. Anya's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of deep calculation passing through her light purple gaze. A man who knows part of her plans and can still struggle for survival after being cast out from the main family. His value may far exceed expectations. However, using this knife requires more caution and is more dangerous. She picked up a black piece representing a pawn and gently placed it on the astrolabe. Her fingertip lightly tapped the top of the piece, producing a crisp and solitary sound that oddly coincided with the echo of a thunderclap outside the window. Your loyalty. What surprises will it bring me? My night at the library of Altruo Academy, at the edge of the highest skylight. Alolo St. Yelenia curled up in the heavy shadow cast by a massive beam, the wide brim of her wizard's hat obscuring most of her face, revealing only her delicate chin and slightly pursed, pale lips. Outside the window, the cold water mercilessly battered the towering stained glass dome of the library, creating a dense and muffled crackling sound, like countless hailstones falling. The water flowed down the glass, twisting the gray light from the sky outside into distorted, flickering patches, casting shadows on the library's ancient bookshelves and floor. She appeared to be in a deep sleep, her breathing light and even indifferent to the chaos outside. Yet in her vision, which ordinary people could not glimpse, the world was made up of countless threads of fate, both bright and dark, intertwined and entangled. Most threads extended towards predetermined endings, their trajectories clear and rarely turbulent. However, at this moment, the cold rain outside seemed to invade this vision as well, with countless cold, transparent lines of water descending from the sky, brutally crossing and entangling those established threads of fate, bringing chaotic disturbances. At the center of her vision, 2 areas shone with an unusually bright light, like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, creating irregular and more intense ripples in the disturbed waters. One was in a cold corner of the underground shelter, a mass representing Selene, originally entwined with rich shades of deathly gray and destructive red. was now violently fluctuating and distorting. A brand new yet extremely violent dark red flame was rising from that ashen blood, carrying a malicious intent to burn everything, attempting to completely engulf that mass of threads and dye them into a charred end. Countless cold water lines penetrated the shelter's dome, falling onto this mass of threads, not extinguishing the flames, but rather seeming to pour in boiling oil, causing the dark red flame to burn even more violently and unstably. That was the omen of the curse of the demon god Annie, ignited by extreme emotions and this violent natural force. The other was located beside a lake at the edge of Yala Forest, which was being ravaged by the cold flood. The resilient and cold azure threads representing Lerna were desperately wrapping around a mass of nothingness. That mass of nothingness was Angel Yalvis. Above that void, a faint, yet enchantingly alluring pink-purple light was flickering with great difficulty, like a candle flame swaying in a howling wind, greedily drawing from the weak yet pure energy transmitted from Lerna's azure threads. What made Alolo tilt her head slightly was that this pink-purple light seemed to be unconsciously and passively responding to a trace of an extremely weak holy magic mark she had left deep in the lake when staying at Angel's camp. The pink-purple light absorbed the residual magical factors that were dissipating from a mark. Countless cold water lines penetrated that layer of pink-purple halo, causing the halo to ripple slightly but not extinguish. Instead, under the flow of water, it displayed a strange, tenacious resilience. Angel was gravely injured. A very light and faint whisper, carrying a hint of indescribable interest, drifted from under Alolo's wizard hat, instantly swallowed by the sound of water outside the window. After a long silence, Alolo merely stared blankly in that direction. He will die, as if finally clarifying a fact that had already been predetermined. A trace of panic unexpectedly crossed Alolo's usually half-asleep eyes. She raised her hand, the wide sleeves silently sliding down, revealing a wrist that was pale to the point of near transparency. Her fingertips slowly traced an intricate and profound holy magic rune that could not be seen with the naked eye in the air. A few of the water lines outside bizarrely changed their trajectories, as if drawn by an invisible force, momentarily intertwining around her fingertips. There was no magical fluctuation, no shifting of light and shadow. But in her vision, as the last stroke of this rune was completed, an extremely thin, almost transparent guiding line silently extended from her fingertips. Ignoring the distance of space, it precisely penetrated the raging curtain of water, connecting to the silver badge worn on Lerna's chest at the edge of Yala Forest, where the cold flood was pouring down. The water line struck this invisible guiding line, producing a subtle sound that only Alolo could hear. Deep within Alolo's gray pupils, beneath the eternal laziness, a trace of imperceptible ripples quietly spread. Alolo did not know why she was taking action. In the end, she only gazed through the endless curtain of rain at the figure of that man, remaining silent for a long time. The torrential rain seemed to make the weaving of fate even more unpredictable. The low growl of the monsters sounded like a death knell, appearing even more ferocious amid the deafening crash. The stench mixed with the damp, earthy scent grew stronger as the monsters approached, and the shadow of death loomed behind the heavy curtain of water. Lerna held Angel, as the cold water continually washed over them, taking away the last trace of body warmth. Only cold resolution remained in her golden eyes. She had given up on continuing to squeeze that trivial magical power. Lerna would not sit idly by. She struggled to stand up, carrying Angel on her back, taking one step at a time, slowly making her way toward the forest through the mud. But, buzz, that silent badge suddenly lit up without warning, a gentle yet overwhelming spatial power instantly enveloping her and the cold body in her arms. This power did not originate from her but was precisely penetrated through the raging curtain of water by some higher existence. Lerna felt everything in front of her twist and elongate in an instant, transforming into a fragmented light and shadow. The deafening crash suddenly faded away, replaced by a vague hum. A sensation of weightlessness and a slight tearing feeling from the spatial transition emerged, but the anticipated intense pain of dying during the teleportation did not arrive. This power delicately supported them, as if held by an invisible and stable hand, isolating them from the outside rain. In the next second, the light and shadow solidified, and the sound returned. The deafening crash disappeared, replaced by absolute silence and the familiar, refreshing scent of herbs lingering at the tip of the nose. Outworld Academy, the highest-level medical magic care room. Dry, warm, safe. Chapter 58. The first battle outside the window, the gray sky and the continuous curtain of rain could still be seen. But they were isolated by thick walls and magical barriers. Who had come to their aid? Runa did not know, but the extremely faint, almost sigh-like groan from Angel in her arms left her no time to contemplate these matters. The pale, purple halo that had been flickering defiantly in the cold torrent, draining her magic, suddenly collapsed and vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, right at the moment the teleportation was completed. Angel's body became cold and heavy again, his breath weak as if it might cease at any moment. Water dripped from his soaked clothes and hair, spreading a small dark stain on the clean floor of the infirmary. "Professor, is anyone there?" Runa's voice was hoarse, almost out of tune, trembling with a sense of survival and the deepest plea, ringing clearly in the empty and quiet infirmary. She held the person in her arms tightly, as if she were clutching a rare treasure that had been lost and regained, but remained fragile and delicate. Tears flowed silently, mixing with the residual water and blood on her face, sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto Angel's pale, cold skin, leaving a small, warm, yet icy wet mark. The door to the infirmary was suddenly pushed open, and several figures dressed in high-level healer robes rushed in with grave expressions. When their gazes fell on Runa, who looked like she had just been pulled from the water, and on the bloodied and barely breathing figure in her arms, their pupils all contracted. Without any unnecessary questions, everyone sprang into action. A faint spark of hope was forcibly preserved in the embers of fate. In the underground shelter of Outworld Academy, the damp and cold stone walls isolated the roaring storm outside, but they could not block the piercing echoes of alarms and the suppressed sobs. The air was stagnant, mingled with the scent of earth, fear, and a faint trace of sulfur. Johann Suss leaned against the cold stone wall, his azure eyes piercing through the dim magical light, as if he could see through the thick layers of rock and directly into the forest that was being ravaged in madness. His tightly clenched fists lost their color from excessive force and trembled slightly. A pulse from deep within his bloodline stirred, like an invisible thread piercing through the barriers of space, firmly directing his perception toward the darkest depths of the forest, where a destructive, chaotic, heart-like source of evil was wildly draining the forest's vitality, dragging everything into frenzy. That was the source, the core of the calamity. The blood of the brave roared within him, and the mark of the divine saint's armament on his right forearm faintly burned, like a branding iron, silently urging him. Just as he had awakened the divine saint's armament within his bloodline when facing the torment of the cultists while looking at the suffering Yunyi, that anger, which nearly ignited his heart, pointed straight toward the depths of the forest. "I cannot hide here. There are still things I can do." The whisper rolled in his throat, carrying an undeniable resolve. As the last bloodline of the Sass family, that heavy sense of responsibility, that instinct to perceive and resist calamity etched into his very bones and blood, made it impossible for him to remain still. Johann suddenly stood up, his gaze like a torch, sweeping over the huddled crowd in the shelter, finally locking onto two figures in the corner. Tracy Gall, the son of the Knight Commander, stood tall like a silent iron tower. He was repeatedly polishing the massive tower shield in his hands. The scratches on the shield's surface, old and new, mirrored the silent anxiety within him. His fingertip rubbed over a slight dent on the edge of the shield, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. As the son of a knight, the creed of protection surged in his blood. Waiting was a torment, a desecration of the knight's oath. He should be standing on the front lines, fighting alongside the senior students, using his shield to build a defense. On the other side, leaning against a cold stone pillar, the blue-haired youth, White Wolfgang, had his arms crossed, his half-closed wolf-like eyes flickering with defiance and impatience. as well as a hint of instinctive disgust towards the violent aura emanating from the depths of the forest. The rhythm of rain pounding on the ground. The unheard wails and restlessness coming from the forest depths pierced through the thick stone walls, stabbing at his nerves like countless fine needles on his skin. The sense of restraint made his muscles tense, suppressing a low, beast-like growl in his throat. The blood of the wolf called for battle, called to tear apart those chaotic beings that violated the laws of nature. Jahan approached them, his voice steady, cutting through the shelter's oppressive atmosphere. Tracy, White. The source of the anomaly in the core of the forest must be eliminated. I can feel it calling for disaster. He paused, instinctively pressing his right hand against his forearm, which was faintly burning. I plan to give it a try. Otherwise, the monsters will eventually invade the academy. Tracy raised his head, his gaze resolute as rock, without a hint of hesitation. He stood up, his tower shield thudding heavily against the ground, bringing a sense of solid, reassuring strength. Without words, he simply nodded steadily and stood by Jahan's side. White snorted softly, a hint of a wild curve at the corner of his mouth. He pushed away from the stone pillar and stood straight, his wolf-like eyes sharp as blades, sweeping over Jahan's hand pressing against his forearm, then glancing towards the exit that isolated them from the calamity. A few strands of faint blue electric arcs suddenly leaped between his fingers, crackling in the dim light like a silent battle roar. There was no unnecessary conversation. Jahan's sense of responsibility and bloodline guidance, Tracy's protective creed, and White's instinct for battle and bloodlust were instantly forged into the same steel in the furnace of disaster. However, just as Jahan turned to head toward the exit, a thought uncontrollably flashed through his mind. If Senior Runa were here, with her strength and familiarity with the forest, perhaps. But this thought quickly dissipated, crushed by the imminent crisis before them. Now, they could only rely on themselves. The moment the side door's barrier opened, a violent curtain of rain mixed with biting coldness and the heavy stench of blood, sulfur, and decaying leaves surged like a giant wave, engulfing the three of them. The Yara Great Forest had descended into a hellish state. Towering ancient trees were toppled and broken. The muddy ground was covered with huge claw marks and charred pits, and dark red sludge flowed freely as it was washed away by the rain. The evil pulse emanating from the bloodline perception became increasingly clear, like a maggot gnawing at the bone, guiding their direction while bringing heavy pressure. Roar! Several venomous wolf spiders with blood-red eyes and dripping fangs lunged out from behind the fallen giant trees, their venom mixed with rainwater, shooting towards them like green arrows. Tracy let out a short, powerful roar from his throat, and the massive tower shield slammed down. Buzz! A layer of faint golden light instantly expanded, forming a solid arc-shaped barrier, firmly blocking in front of the three. The venom splashed against the light wall, hissing and releasing a pungent white smoke. The light wall vibrated violently, but did not shatter. Almost simultaneously, as the venom was blocked, White's figure flashed like lightning. The moment he darted out from the side of the shield, he clasped his hands, and violent blue lightning gathered and compressed wildly in his palms. No incantation, no unnecessary movements. 2 lightning spears, jumping with lethal electric arcs, formed in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sharp sound of piercing air tore through the curtain of rain, and the lightning spears accurately pierced through the heads of 2 wolf spiders. The lightning exploded, and the smell of charred flesh spread as their bodies convulsed and fell. Jahan's gaze was as sharp as a hawk, and the seemingly ordinary iron sword in his hand shimmered with a faint golden light. His footsteps were profound, leaving behind elusive afterimages in the rain, evading the lunging wolf spider, and the wooden sword, appearing light as a feather, tapped on its fragile joint connection. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed, and the joints of the wolf spider's limbs shattered instantly, howling as it lost balance, and was brutally kicked away by Jahan, crashing against a tree trunk and no longer moving. The first battle ended in victory, but their cooperation seemed inexperienced. Chapter 59. Cooperation. A chaotic arc of lightning brushed past the edge of the tower shield, leaving behind a scorched mark. Tracy's brow furrowed slightly, and he adjusted the shield, causing the curve of the light barrier to change subtly. Yang made a deeper advance, straying from the optimal protection range of the golden light wall. The claws of a shadow bat nearly grazed his back, tearing a piece of his clothing. "Watch the landing," Tracy reminded in a low voice, his tone clear in the sound of the rain, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. White flicked his soaked blue hair back, his wolf-like vertical pupils scanning the new scorch marks on Tracy's shield, his body tensing, and his eyes flashing with a hint of barely perceptible frustration. He did not argue. Instead, when he next launched a lightning spear, the landing point clearly avoided the shield's range, redirecting it to accurately strike a fisher claw bear that was pouncing from the side, sending it crashing into Yahang's predetermined attack path. Yang wiped the icy rainwater from his face, his gaze focused. He no longer rushed in, moving closely alongside Tracy's shield wall, like a deadly flash of light, weaving through the gaps in the golden light wall, precisely delivering finishing blows to the monsters that were repelled by Tracy's shield or using agile movements to draw fire, creating a safe casting space for White. Each dodge and attack seemed to validate the fighting talent coursing through his veins, rapidly growing at the edge of life and death. Tracy gritted his teeth, a vein bulging at his temple. The magic energy within him, not particularly abundant, was pushed to its limits, causing the golden light wall to fluctuate in size, desperately trying to expand the narrow survival space for the two attackers. Rainwater ran down his resolute face, mixing with sweat, dripping onto the newly added scorch mark on the edge of the shield, producing a faint hissing sound. His breathing became heavy, yet his arm holding the shield remained steady as a rock. They were being forced to accelerate at the edge of life and death. White's lightning burst forth in the rain, creating a brief gap, while Tracy's tower shield stood firm like an unmovable reef, and Yang was the deadly blade weaving between them. The three of them were like a solitary boat in a storm, struggling yet resolutely cutting through the increasingly turbulent tide, where the level of monsters was clearly rising, heading toward the direction guided by their bloodline sense. The closer they got to the core, the hotter and more viscous the air became, the strong smell of sulfur almost suffocating, clashing with the cold rainwater, steaming up to form a hazy white mist. The distorted magical fluctuations whipped against their nerves like a tangible whip, that sinister pulsation almost transforming into a heartbeat, resonating within Yahang's chest. The mark of the celestial saint armament on his right arm burning hot. "That's the place." Yang pointed towards the entrance of the valley, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. The violent magical energy distorted the light, revealing a heart-pounding, blood-red glow that seemed to solidify like blood. At the mouth of the valley, waves of monsters surged like a tide, their roars merging into a symphony of destruction. At the forefront, a lava giant lizard, resembling a small mountain, blocked the way, its dark red scales covering its body, each heavy breath exhaling scorching sulfuric gas. And the rain hitting it instantly turned into large clouds of white mist. Its crimson pupils swept across the valley entrance, like a gatekeeper of hell. Undoubtedly, without the support of ice attribute magic, it would be tantamount to suicide for the three of them to charge in recklessly. White licked his rain-soaked lips, his wolf-like eyes fixed on the giant lizard's thick, rock-like scales, then sharply scanning the steep, cracked rock wall above the valley. He let out an almost inaudible low grunt from his throat, leaning slightly forward, his muscles taut like a drawn bowstring. The lightning in his fingers flickering restlessly as he assessed the attack paths and possibilities. Tracy watched the hellish scene, the knuckles of his fingers gripping the shield cracking. Turning pale from the strain, he took a deep breath, the cold rainwater flooding his lungs, bringing a stinging pain, yet his gaze grew increasingly steely, as if he wanted to engrave the scene before him into his very bones. Someone needed to tear open a gap. Someone needed to bear the impact. He looked at Yang, then at White, his gaze finally returning to his shield. Yahang's eyes swept over the despair-inducing lava giant lizard, landing on the vague, red source of destruction emanating from the valley floor. The throbbing of the bloodline and the scorching feeling of the celestial saint armament peaked at this moment. He took a deep breath, the cold rainwater sliding down his cheek. "I'll draw it away with the main force. White creates chaos and openings. Tracy blocks the pursuit." His voice was resolute, without a hint of hesitation, shouldering the heaviest responsibility. White's brow furrowed tightly, his wolf-like eyes locked onto Yang. His Adam's apple bobbing, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only squeezed out a short, powerful 3 words through his teeth. Don't die. He patted Yang on the shoulder, and then his form was like a poised cheetah, the gaze beneath his blue hair, sharp enough to pierce. Tracy slammed his shield down heavily, the dull sound resonating like a war drum, echoing in the rain. Leave it to me. Without any hesitation, Yang shouted, no longer holding back. The thin magical energy, mixed with the surging power of his bloodline, flooded into his right arm. Buzz! A brilliant golden light erupted. A golden arm armor, covering up to the elbow and inscribed with ancient and mysterious runes, instantly appeared. The sacred, majestic, an inviolable aura rose like a blazing sun in the night, igniting the primal madness and desire for destruction in all the monsters at the valley entrance. This holy and arrogant aura was the most effective provocation for the beasts. In an instant, all the monsters within a radius of 1,000 meters, whether aimlessly wandering or engaged in combat with each other, halted their movements. The scene fell into an eerie silence, followed by countless crimson eyes simultaneously turning toward Yahang's direction. The chilling intent to kill almost making his heart shatter. Roar! The lava giant lizard's crimson pupils locked onto the dazzling golden light, letting out a roar that shattered the rain curtain, shaking the earth as it took heavy steps forward, enveloped in waves of sulfur heat and destruction. Charging in with a thunderous crash, the tide of monsters behind it surged like a flood breaking through a dam. Following closely behind, Yang turned around, igniting the light of the arm armor to its utmost limit, like a golden meteor wildly trailing in the storm, dragging behind a torrent of destruction, sprinting towards a direction away from the valley entrance. Each step landed in mud and danger, attracting the kind of power that could crush him into powder. Go! White's eyes exploded with lightning. He held nothing back any longer, his form transforming into a barely discernible blue lightning bolt, using the cover of the rain and the chaos created by Yahang's distraction to charge at an incredible speed toward the steep, cracked rock wall on one side of the valley. The speed was so fast that it left only a faint afterimage of electric arcs behind. Tracy roared, the golden light on the tower shield unprecedentedly intense, solidifying. He stepped out like a golden boulder rooted in the earth, firmly blocking the path of White's advance and the monsters that reacted slightly slower and attempted to pursue. Mid-tier earth magic, immovable as a mountain. Chapter 60 pause will materialized. Bang, bang, bang. The giant claws of the split claw bear, the impact of the shadow bat, and even a searing fireball slammed heavily against the thick shield. The dull sound was like a heavy hammer striking, and Tracy's feet sank deep into the mud up to his ankles. The immense force made his body tremble violently, and a trickle of bright red blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The golden light on the shield flickered uncertainly under the torrential blows, like a candle struggling in the wind, yet it burned tenaciously, never extinguishing. His clenched jaw even oozed blood, but his gaze remained steadfast as iron, not retreating an inch. White had reached the base of the rock wall. He looked up to the sky and let out a howl that tore through the rain curtain, filled with wildness and defiance. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be stirred by this howl, rolling violently in a thick, heart-stopping lightning pillar, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, crashed down with a roar, not attacking the magical creatures, but forcibly grasped and bound by his raised hands. White's originally youthful body instantly surged in height, muscles bulging, veins protruding like coiled dragons, and lightning coursing beneath his skin. The frenzied magical power and the thunder of heaven and earth were madly compressed and condensed in his hands. The destructive energy was almost tearing him apart. His bones groaned under the unbearable burden, and finally, a massive lightning spear entwined with a roaring thunder dragon, over 10 meters long and exuding an aura of destruction, took shape in his hands, its tip aimed straight at a deep crack in the rock wall. Secret technique, condense thunder. similar to the celestial sacred armament hidden within the bloodline of Yang. This was a bloodline power unique to the Kang Wolf tribe. He unleashed the last of his strength in his arms, throwing the lightning spear, which condensed all his essence and the might of heaven and earth towards that crack. Boom! At the moment of impact, the world fell silent, and a momentary flash of lightning consumed everything. The deafening explosion mixed with the terrifying sound of shattered rocks, and the shockwave radiated in a circular pattern, instantly evaporating and clearing the rainwater in the surrounding area. Countless fragments fell like meteors, trailing fiery tails. This thunderstorm instantly submerged and crushed part of the magical creatures at the valley entrance, and forcefully tore open a huge gash in the solid rock, belching forth rolling smoke and electric sparks, with dust and mud soaring into the sky, filling the entire valley entrance. As the dust and mud dissipated slightly, White, exhausted, knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, each breath bringing searing pain. He was emitting wisps of smoke, his blue hair damp and sticking to his pale, paper-like cheeks. The flickering arcs of electricity at his fingertips, so weak they were nearly invisible. He, who usually relied on physical skills and combat intuition, rarely used such a resource-draining, secret technique. The reason he acted this way now, perhaps, was to quickly destroy the source of destruction, providing a bit more safety for the two men behind him. As the dust cleared, the scene at the valley bottom revealed itself. In the center of the valley floor, a fist-sized, completely red crystal, with what seemed to be lava flowing inside, was quietly suspended in mid-air, emitting a terrifying high temperature that distorted space and a soul-chilling aura of destruction. The Destruction Fire Gem. Meanwhile, Yang had been forced into a dead corner by the lava giant lizard and the remaining high-level magical creatures that were not affected by the falling rocks. The golden armor on his right arm was dimming, as if a candle in the wind, while his left arm hung weakly, a deep claw mark visible to the bone on his shoulder, bleeding profusely, his breath at its lowest ebb. The lava giant lizard, its mouth aflame with sulfurous fire and carrying the aura of death, descended to devour him. Yang. Tracy's eyes widened in desperation, wanting to move, but his body was pinned in place by the immovable side effects and tremendous exhaustion, only able to let out a desperate roar. White struggled to prop himself up, but his arms trembled and could not muster strength, leaving him to watch helplessly as the mouth of destruction descended. At that critical moment, Yahang's eyes erupted with the last stubborn golden light, no longer holding anything back, and the dim golden light on the arm armor surged instantly, spreading and enveloping his entire right arm up to his shoulder. More complex and sacred patterns appeared as if they were alive. A pressure far beyond before, seemingly from ancient times, erupted forcefully. The cost was that his face instantly drained of all color, becoming like dead ash, as if his life force had been instantly drained. Even his pupils momentarily losing focus. The right arm, covered by the arm armor, suddenly transformed into a massive golden blade composed purely of sacred energy. Carrying the resolute will to sever all evil and judge all sins, slashing upwards against the descending, hellfire-burning mouth. Fully manifested, Yang murmured softly, finally using this power for the second time. Puffed. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a sound like tearing silk. The golden blade sliced through the lava giant lizard's tough skull effortlessly, like cutting through decayed wood, and the raging sulfurous flames extinguished instantly. The massive body stiffened for a moment, then crashed to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. Following that, the golden blade spread out like a storm of shattered swords. Countless magical creatures were shredded into bloody chunks, and a rain of blood poured down. Yang, too, seemed to have all his strength drained, the golden light dissipating instantly. The celestial sacred armament vanishing, his body falling like a marionette with cut strings into the cold, murky mud, losing all consciousness. In the next moment, Tracy could finally move. He dragged his nearly falling apart body, feeling as if it were filled with lead, stumbling forward, each step splashing murky water. White gritted his teeth, using a wooden sword to support himself, struggling to rise. Among the three, only he was still able to fight. Stumbling, White walked to the floating fire gem, looking at the red crystal exuding an aura of destruction and ominousness, a flicker of deep-seated wariness and disgust flashing in his wolf-like eyes. He did not hesitate, wrapping the last remaining spark of lightning around his palm, enduring the searing pain that felt like a branding iron. He grabbed the scorching crystal and quickly stuffed it into a specially made containment bag. The moment the bag's opening tightened, the maddening aura of destruction was mostly sealed away. Got it. White's voice was hoarse, filled with the weakness of exhaustion. He looked at Yang, who was unconscious on Tracy's back, his face pale, then glanced at the eerie red light still seeping from the bag, his body tensing again, his eyes beneath his blue hair filled with complex emotions. Tracy lifted Yang onto his back, trying to maintain as steady a posture as possible to avoid touching his wounds. White, holding the fire gem bag, forced his weary body to remain alert, scanning the surrounding remnants of magical creatures, stunned by the earlier explosive shock, silently covering their retreat. The three of them, burdened with heavy spoils and covered in wounds, moved step by step, slowly and silently, towards the direction of the shelter amidst the gradually subsiding roars of magical creatures and the still pouring rain. Each step left muddy footprints mixed with blood. The violent, heart-pounding magical energy fluctuations deep in the forest began to slowly calm down and weaken with the departure of the fire gem. This sudden wave of disaster was ultimately forced to hit the pause button by these three battle-worn, nearly exhausted youths. Chapter 61. Awakening consciousness was sticky, and every struggle in the darkness pulled at him with a tearing pain. Angel's eyelids were heavy. Even the slightest tremor drained him of great energy. The mixed scent of disinfectant and the bitterness of herbs invaded his nostrils, replacing the last memory of thick blood and sulfur. Light, a blurry, warm halo swayed at the edge of his vision. He struggled to focus, and in his sight was the familiar wooden ceiling of the Academy's clinic room, marked by the passage of time. His throat was dry, and even a gentle swallow brought a burning sting. He wanted to raise his hand, but found his arm too heavy to obey, wrapped in thick bandages. Even the slightest movement made his whole body groan as if it were falling apart. I'm still alive. This realization crashed into his mind with absurd impact. He clearly remembered being deep in the forest, facing that furious monster, his magic exhausted, his body on the brink of collapse. The last thing he saw in the haze was Lorna's resolute eyes, burning with silver flames. And then there was boundless darkness. Lorna. Why was she at the camp? Questions coiled around his heart like cold vines. Although he felt immense gratitude for her saving him, equal confusion also arose within him. Because according to the main storyline, she should have been with Jahan and the others searching for the fire jade. The door was gently pushed open, and the familiar footsteps, tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue, belonged to the person Angel had been thinking of. Her silver hair had lost its usual moonlit sheen, appearing somewhat dull, casually pinned back, with a few strands falling beside her pale cheeks. Those eyes, always as clear as the warm snow of early winter and as brilliant as gold, were now veiled with an indescribable weariness and the fragility of having survived a catastrophe. The color drained from her face, her lips pressed tightly together, and she seemed drained of energy, yet still holding on to something. When Lorna's gaze fell on Angel's opened eyes, she froze instantly, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. The fatigue and fragility in her golden eyes were instantly replaced by overwhelming, incredible shock and a surge of emotion that nearly broke through the dam. Lorna's pupils slightly dilated, her breath momentarily halted. The fingers holding the cup tightened suddenly, the knuckles whitening from the force, and the water inside gently swayed, reflecting her trembling fingertips. Angel? Her voice was soft, carrying a cautious probe, as if afraid of disturbing something fragile. The cold detachment of her usual demeanor had vanished, leaving only a near-choked hoarseness. Angel opened his mouth, but only let out a hoarse sound. Suddenly, a twinge of guilt arose in his heart towards her. Lorna seemed to be awakened by this sound, and quickly walked to the bedside. She did not immediately offer him water, but instead reached out her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly as they gently brushed against the edge of his bandaged arm, her movements tender as if touching a rare treasure. Her gaze was firmly locked onto his face, her golden eyes swirling with complex emotions. Angel. She repeated his name softly, still light, but carrying a heavy weight. A layer of mist covered her brilliant golden eyes in an instant, but she stubbornly raised her head, refusing to let the moisture condense into drops. Lorna took a deep breath, attempting to calm her nearly out-of-control heartbeat, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "You almost died, Angel." This statement was no longer a mere declaration, but seemed to echo with endless fear. Angel tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering a silent, bitter smile. He certainly knew. He watched Lorna's eyes, filled with too many emotions, observed her stubbornness in holding back tears, and noted the uncontrollable tremor in her fingertips. He felt as though he had never seen this side of Lorna before. Even though he understood all the main plot lines of Ultimate Fantasy, he had never seen Lorna shed the proud exterior of the Ice Moon Maiden, leaving only a girl shaken by the fear of loss. In the history he knew, Lorna appeared before Jahan as a cold yet reliable older sister. Lorna seemed to realize her loss of composure and quickly lowered her head. She picked up the cup, concealing her embarrassment, and carefully moistened his cracked lips with a damp cotton swab. The cool water alleviated the burning pain in his throat and allowed Angel to regain a bit of strength. "Thank you." His voice was broken. Lorna shook her head, her movements still gentle. "Don't say that." She paused, her voice lowering. "The forest turmoil has subsided, but your little camp has been destroyed." Angel fell silent for a moment, looking out the window. The rain had lessened significantly, and then he softly said, "But I'm still alive." As he spoke, he turned to look at her, his emerald eyes reflecting her figure. "Really, thank you for coming to save me, Lorna." Lorna. Meeting his gaze, in just a moment, her heartbeat began to race again, and her usually cool face turned bright red, appearing innocent and adorable. Now that she had calmed down, Lorna finally began to sort her thoughts. Immediately, an overwhelming tension and a sweetness from the depths of her heart surged up, as if merely looking at Angel made her smile unconsciously. This made her clearly realize that she seemed to have really fallen for him. How? Did I used to talk to Angel before? I must have been very cold and proud, right? Actually not really. She crossed her arms, suppressing the smile at the corner of her lips, making her expression look a bit strange. And, "Angel, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to save you. I messed up." At this moment, Lorna wanted to hold her head and cry. Why did this thunder line that only appeared in stories slip out of her mouth unconsciously? Angel stared at the flustered girl in front of him, falling into a long silence. Lorna, what is wrong with her? Has she really not been invaded by evil? Clearing his throat, as a man who considered himself quite understanding of a girl's heart, Angel chose to change the topic. "You just mentioned that the forest turmoil has subsided." Hearing Angel's words, Lorna finally regained her calm, probably. She rubbed her small face and then pondered for a moment. After a long pause, she shared some definite and truthful information with him. "Yes, I heard that last night. 3 first-year students sneaked in a forest and found the source of the turmoil. It seems to be an evil artifact. They brought the evil artifact back to the academy, and it is now under the custody of the school's higher-ups. It should be handed over to the royal family later." Upon hearing Lorna's words, Angel's heart sank sharply. There is no doubt that this so-called evil artifact was the destructive fire jade that ultimately led to Celine's tragic fate. The main storyline in his memory was clear. Originally, Lorna and Jahan were supposed to delve deep into the forest together, but now Lorna had not gone with Jahan and the others into the forest to save him. Who brought it back? He almost held his breath as he asked this question. Lorna was silent for a moment before she spoke. Jahan Sass and Tracy Gall and White Wolfgang. Hearing the answer, Angel remained silent for a long time. Only 3 people. He murmured to himself, a heavy seriousness quietly settling in his heart. This was bad. This was the beginning of one of the bad endings in the first chapter of the main storyline. Chapter 62, Mechanism. Angel frowned in thought. The 3 of them had brought back the fire jade from the heart of the riot forest without Lorna. It was evident that Lorna's affinity with Jahan was not enough for her to join the forest's expedition team. Moreover, she had completely avoided their route to save herself, which meant that the deviation in the main storyline was due to Angel's actions. The 3 boys, especially Jahan at this point, had no way to counter the high-level magical beasts in the core area with minimal cost, let alone bring back the Fire Jade while preserving their strength. But now, the situation was that the Fire Jade had indeed been brought back. This was different from the bee ending in his memories of the main storyline. According to the original work, if Lorna's favorability was not enough for her to join the expedition team, Jahan would be killed by the ancient fire lizard guarding the valley at the end. Lorna seemed to have noticed the shock and disbelief in his eyes and added, "I heard they paid a great price." Jahan fell unconscious, and White and Tracy were almost exhausted. Her gaze returned to Angel, carrying a hint of inquiry. "You seem to care a lot about this outcome?" Angel's thoughts churned like a lake disturbed by a huge rock. Deviation. Another significant deviation. Now that Lorna was not involved in the recovery of the Fire Jade, the resulting consequences were obvious. As the main force for the subsequent expedition against the evil god Ella, Jahan, who possessed the heavenly sacred armament, was now unconscious. Whether he could continue to fight afterward was still a mystery. If the evil god Ella were to descend now, Angel dared not think further. A chill creeping up his spine. The reason was simple. The current human magic could not inflict any damage on deities. That was a difference in rank. Except for a very few individuals, only Jahan's heavenly sacred armament had the ability to harm Ella. Now, the first domino had been pushed over, and the chain reaction of fate had completely disrupted all of Angel's previous plans. At this moment, he had to rethink how to avoid the worst fate trajectory for Saleh. Lorna. He struggled to speak, his voice still hoarse, but carrying an unprecedented solemnity. "I can only ask you to investigate the movements of the evil artifact. Who is monitoring it? This is very important for me and for Saleh." He looked at her urgently, worry burning in his eyes. After a moment of silence, without asking too many questions, Lorna simply nodded gently. "Okay, I'll check. But you have to tell me the reason afterward. Okay?" As she spoke, she stood up, her silver hair swaying gently with her movements, and turned to leave the room. At the door, she paused for a moment, glanced back at Angel with a deep, complex look in her eyes, filled with unspoken emotions of worry, fear, and a hint of something she had not fully sorted out, a preciousness after losing and regaining. Then, she hurried away. Lorna also needed to sort through her complicated thoughts. Facing such a weak Angel, well, she admitted she had almost lost control just now. That shattered beauty. In any case, only the sound of Angel's heavy breathing remained in the room. He lay there like a broken porcelain, unable to move. But thoughts swirled like a storm. Deviation. Saleh. Fire Jade. And that hidden hand, Inya, pushing everything from the shadows. The princess had accelerated her plans, and his loyalty seemed to have been set aside by her. Angel pondered, and despite his poor physical condition, he continued to think about subsequent matters. Since death had not claimed him, he would still strive with all his might to survive. The clues were like scattered puzzle pieces, examined and pieced together under his calm thoughts. The greatest variable was Lorna's absence. She should have been a key part of recovering the Fire Jade, and her extreme cold magic was the best means to suppress the violent energy of the Fire Jade. Without her, the cost paid by Jahan and the others far exceeded expectations. This meant that the state of the Fire Jade might be even more unstable than in recorded history, which also meant it could be more easily exploited. And Saleh, the dull yet instinctively animal-like pink-haired girl, would only find her situation rapidly deteriorating with the return of the Fire Jade. Angel's fingertips curled slightly under the thin blanket, his fingers brushing against the rough edges of the bandages. He could not show any concern. Any extra attention could become a blade aimed at her. The only way to protect her was to grow stronger faster and intervene more precisely. Any one of the values exceeding 40 can be the condition to unlock UNS. Clearly, the more values that exceed 40 when obtaining UNS, the stronger this skill will be. The problem is, my current state cannot allow all 4 values to exceed the threshold of 40 to achieve a perfect UNS value base. His index finger moved slightly, and a simple interface unfolded before Angel's eyes. Name: Angel Yalva's current equipped title. The Crownless Lucky Sun accessory. 403 Dungeon Heart. SSS grade accessory. Active. Opens a different world space. Cannot be selected. Passive. Magic Strength. Skill 5 Race. Human Magic. 34 5D. Strength, 35-5. D. Condition 2 Met Charm. 93s. Units unlocking prerequisite Met Agility. 37D. Skill, 34-5. D. Luck 1. Magic Ownership. Beginner Fire Magic LV. 3. 302.79. Beginner Wind Blade LV. 3. 302.91. Resistance Aura LV. 3. 201.96. Martial Skill Ownership. Fist Technique LV. 4. 1046.41. Experience Overflow. Insufficient Strength Value. Cannot be promoted to LV. 5. Alchemy Related. None Crafting Related. Fishing LV. 5. 168. Architect LV. 6. 212. Gathering LV. 7. 180.23. Hunting LV. 6. 219. Cooking LV. 7. 180.31. God. This time, escaping death provided Angel with considerable growth. Each value had actually increased by at least 4 points. Does this really count as significant? He almost died, and yet there was no qualitative leap? Just 3 points? After repeatedly looking at those pitiful values, Angel once again recognized the fact that he was useless and let out a soft sigh. By the way, since coming to this world, Angel seemed to have been sighing all the time. No wonder his luck was only 1 point, plus he didn't like to smile. Boys who don't smile tend to have bad luck. Maybe he should try to sigh less in the future, Angel thought to himself. His gaze finally settled on the 5 behind the 3 values, which was the additional value provided by 403 Dungeon Heart. So in reality, Angel's magic and skill should be 39, and strength was just barely reaching the level of an average student at 40. In fact, by now, Angel felt that his rate of progress had slowed down even more compared to before. If the previous Angel had a certain degree of growth potential due to low values, then now he was like a snail crawling under a heavy burden, unable to see the sky when looking up and unable to see his feet when looking down. It was simply very painful. Logically speaking, after he passed through Dungeon 403, he should have been able to gain a self-ability boost corresponding to those values. But the existence of the accessories transformed this part of his abilities into an additional and more flexible value. This setting seems to have no use at all. But uninstall accessories. Angel attempted to command the panel in a low voice. There was no response. Unable to hold back, Angel sighed again, and yet another moment of happiness slipped away from his lips. He looked up at the dark clouds outside the window and wiped his face. Indeed, this panel was completely useless. It was merely a backdrop that could intuitively provide him with his current abilities. Chapter 63 Malice. Today's extra update. Love you all. I wrote 10,000 words today. Is there anyone to encourage the lovely bang? Angel took a deep breath, feeling a sharp pain from his wound. Regardless, he needed to quickly regain his ability to move, even if it was just a small amount of training. He casually picked up a fruit brought by Lorna and ate it while frowning deeply, contemplating the matter of use. The goal was clear. Before Lorna brought back news of the fire gem, he had to raise all 4 of his attributes above 40. So how could he achieve that? Angel took a bite of the berry. If all 4 of his attributes broke through the 40 mark, it would maximize the utilization of the second condition for unlocking UNS. A powerful UNS might be the only foundation for Angel, who had extremely poor aptitude, to stand firm in this world. However, it seemed that his combat power was already able to trigger Condition 2, meaning that as long as Angel got in touch with the fire gem next, he could instantly unlock his own UNS. But that wasn't enough. At least 3 attributes needed to break through 40. Otherwise, the enhancement from UNS might not be sufficient to compensate for his exceptionally weak aptitude. He whispered, enduring the intense pain as he sat up. But now, another very straightforward question lay before him. How could he cross the seemingly near, yet actually distant barrier of abilities? With his almost shattered body, when the crisis of the first chapter's conclusion was looming, he closed his eyes, his fingertips curling slightly under the thin blanket, feeling the continuous dull pain throughout his body. He tried to mobilize the thin magic within him, but all he felt was a silence of exhaustion, like a dried-up riverbed. The other 3 attributes seemed close to the 40 threshold, but in his state of severe injury and magic depletion, every point of increase felt unattainable. Maximizing the utilization of the second condition for unlocking UNS seemed like an enticing illusion to Angel at this moment. Should he directly use his combat power to awaken UNS? This thought crossed his mind, but was quickly suppressed. I can still hold on, so I'll wait a bit longer. Just a little more effort. He gritted his teeth, attempting to concentrate, no longer thinking about the chaotic conspiracies and distant UNS. He directed his attention to the barren land of magic depletion within him. Without forcibly condensing magic, it would only lead to backlash. He recalled the description of the essence of magic from the elemental magic textbooks, imagining the almost imperceptible motes of magical energy floating in the air. He tried to breathe and attract them with his mind, like drawing in a faint moisture in the desert. For someone from another world, these concepts were rather abstract, but fortunately, Angel succeeded. Although the process was painfully slow and accompanied by mental fatigue, Angel did not stop. He kept his eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if he were simply resting. Only the fine beads of sweat trickling from his temple revealed the effort hidden beneath this seemingly calm exterior. Just then, a figure appeared by his bedside, having spatially teleported in. The small Alo silently blocked the window. The large brim of her wizard hat cast a shadow over her delicate little face, obscuring most of her expression, revealing only her slightly pursed, pale lips. She jumped in like a cat, speaking to herself as the hem of her oversized old robe swept across the cold floor. She didn't say a word, just stood by the bed. Her light gray eyes, like dust-covered glass, quietly fell on Angel's arm, which was wrapped in bandages and stained with blood. There was no pity in her gaze, no curiosity, only a near-examining calm, as if she were observing a strange stone eroded by wind and rain. "You're in pain." After a long while, she stated, her voice flat. The sudden sound interrupted Angel. He opened his eyes and looked at her, his expression calm. For Angel, Alo was the kind of girl who wouldn't be surprising to see anywhere. After a moment of thought, he replied calmly, "I'm okay." Alo tilted her head, seemingly pondering something. She stretched out her small hand and gently placed it on Angel's bandaged arm. A weak, strangely warm energy slowly seeped in. Although it couldn't heal the severe injuries, it miraculously alleviated the pervasive sharp pain, allowing his tense nerves to relax slightly. "When I traveled the continent before, I learned some healing arts." Alo, bored, looked out the window while inputting magic, speaking flatly. "Is that so?" "Thank you." Angel looked at Alo's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, thought for a moment, and then softly said, "You know about the forest incident?" Alo continued to gaze out the window, where dark clouds loomed, but it wasn't raining. Her delicate face reflected on the glass, expressionless. "Ma'am, I know." She turned back to him. "I also know you won't die, so I didn't help you. But you're injured. Will you blame me?" Upon hearing this, Angel looked at her. The girl's clear, mirror-like eyes were filled with indifference. However, he could feel that when she met his gaze, her light gray eyes contained a mix of entanglement and sadness. For some reason, Angel recalled Alo's tear that fell at the sunset at the end of the 4th chapter of the main storyline. What was she thinking? Angel didn't know, but he understood his own feelings and knew what he should do at that moment. Although he didn't like keeping pets. Unexpectedly, Angel was actually someone who liked cats very much. He chuckled lightly, a movement that pulled at his wounds. Angel grimaced in pain, but still reached out, placing his hand on her wizard hat, casually stroking Alo's little head through the hat. It was soft and nice to touch. "Thank you, Alo," he said softly. The texture of the wizard hat was somewhat rough, seeming to have some history. Alo paused for a moment, then lowered her gaze. She didn't ask why Angel thanked her, nor did she stop him from slightly pressing down while stroking. In the past, she never allowed anyone to get close to her. Even though her personality was as lazy as a cat, Alo was not an innocent little girl. On the contrary, losing everything too early had made her see human nature clearly during her travels. But for some reason, Alo always hoped that Angel would touch her a bit more, get closer to her a bit more. Why is that? When sleeping lazily on the rooftop, Alo would also gaze at the sky, pondering this question. In the end, she would always yawn and softly mutter to herself, "Maybe it's the pleasant scent he has." Just like how cats love to smell catnip. Angel seemed to have a scent that made Alo unconsciously lower her guard, a fragrance of grass that clung to him in his desperate struggle to survive. Now, feeling the large hand gently stroking her head through the hat, which seemed to tremble slightly from pain, a warmth she had never felt before surged within her heart, making her feel very comfortable. That was all. So, Alo felt fortunate that in the end, she chose to help Angel, teleporting Lorna and him back to the Academy's infirmary, although she had already decided not to interfere in matters unrelated to her. Alo still felt she wouldn't regret this choice. No need to thank me. Finally, Alo murmured, and outside the window, a few drops of grayish rain fell against the glass. All was silent. Chapter 64. Seduction. Today marks another 30 extra benefits, so there will be an additional chapter. There are still 29. 8 extra benefits until the next update. The classroom of Class C in the first grade was shrouded in a sticky and oppressive atmosphere. The sky outside was covered with thick clouds, revealing a gloomy tone, as if the whole world was enveloped in a stifling ambience. Residual rainwater clung to the glass, slowly trickling down its surface, forming winding and twisted traces, a chilling sensation in the air. Professor Kania Vencer stood behind the podium, her fingertips twisting a piece of chalk. But her gaze did not rest on the heavy tome spread open before her. Instead, she swept her eyes over the students below like a circling vulture. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an intentionally cultivated ice-pick-like sharpness, piercing clearly into each student's eardrum, or rather, the eardrum of one student in particular. The riot in the forest last night was a sign of the evil god's power spreading across the land of Yala. As students of Arturo, the purity of our blood and souls and the firmness of our faith are our foundations. We must always be vigilant and distance ourselves from any individuals who may be tainted by corruption. Her gaze, like a precise probe, finally landed on the pale, pink-haired figure in the back row, who seemed to be trying to shrink into her book, especially those who naturally exude a sense of impurity, attracting disaster like a magnet. Celine Chervy felt countless gazes piercing her exposed neck and arms like tangible needles. She buried her head lower, her light pink hair falling down, trying to hide her pale little face. But it was futile. A malicious storm had already begun to brew. Celine could discern the elements within those gazes. Fear like cold mist, disgust like rotting mire, and a hint of indescribable excitement tinged with twisted pleasure. The malice of others always came suddenly and inexplicably for her. Celine could not understand why she had to endure such targeting. Yet she could only tremble like a small beast being toyed with, emitting low whimpers. Is it really her? Have you heard? They are saying the monsters in the forest were lured by her. I said there was always something strange about her. Like burnt sulfur mixed with rotten meat. Ugh, so disgusting. That's why I said, why does the Academy have to recruit these lowly commoners? Stay away from her, or you might get cursed. The fragmented whispers slithered into Celine's ears like poisonous snakes in the grass. She clenched the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, her nails digging deep in her palm, bringing sharp pain. She didn't understand. What does the riot in the forest have to do with her? She just reacted a bit slowly, learned things clumsily, just as her mother said. Not clever enough. Why link those terrifying monsters to her? After leaving the shelter, Sister Lorna had not come to find her. And Celine didn't even know how Angel was doing now. But the Academy required students to return to the classroom immediately to ensure order. While she harbored worries about Angel, she endured the malice from the outside world, her eyes red. But Celine did not cry. Angel would be fine. He must be fine. Sister Lorna went to find him. They must be treating his injuries now. Biting her lower lip, Celine lowered her head, softly comforting herself. But deep down, another voice buzzed in her mind like an oppressive, viscous black mud. Even if they were injured, they would have a chance to tell you how they were, right? The truth is, Celine, you're not important to them at all. After all, that voice carried an extreme sneer and sarcasm. You are just a burden. The dark clouds loomed, the forest's riot calmed. But the oppressive atmosphere seemed to thicken, as if brewing another, more terrifying storm. The bell for lunch break rang, like a signal of liberation. Celine almost fled the classroom. She wanted to go to the infirmary to see Angel. That was the only light in her bleak world, the only clear thought in her clumsy mind. If Angel was injured, he must need someone to take care of him. Even if it was just to sit quietly beside him, Celine wanted to see him, wanted to touch him, wanted Angel to tell her with that always warm but unremarkable voice, "Celine, you are also very cute." However, just as she reached the secluded stairway leading to the medical area, several upperclassmen girls blocked her path like ghosts. The leader was a golden-haired girl with curly hair, a beautiful face but an arrogant gaze, wearing a badge symbolizing a prominent family, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. "Hey, pink-hair mouse." The blonde girl crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly, her gaze examining Celine like a worthless item. "Where are you going?" "To that abandoned child of the Arvis family. Half eaten by monsters?" Although being insulted by these people made Celine very sad, she also grasped the meaning behind their words. Angel was not dead. Joy surged in her heart, and Celine shrank back a step like a startled rabbit. She lowered her small head, her hands nervously twisting together, her voice as tiny as a mosquito. I want to see Angel." "See him?" A short-haired girl beside her snickered, her voice sharp. "Are you going to bring that bad luck of yours with you? Do you want him to get hurt worse and meet death sooner?" Her words were like a poisoned dagger, stabbing deep into Celine's heart. "No, that's not it." Celine's eyes filled with tears, desperately shaking her head, but clumsily unable to find any strong rebuttal. "Look," the voice in her heart grew clearer. "Celine, you're just a weakling. Right now, you could do nothing. Rumors, slander, malice, sarcasm. You can only passively accept them. Do you feel angry? But what right do you have to think that? Because the root cause of all this is you are too weak. Even now, you only want to escape to Angel's side, asking him to protect you, asking him to shelter you. Celine, you should realize that what you need is not Angel. But didn't you hear Professor Cania's words?" The blonde girl's sharp voice interrupted the voice in her mind. She stepped forward, her high heels clicking sharply against the cold tiles, carrying an invisible sense of oppression. Stay away from the source of contamination. Before her words fell, she suddenly reached out and shoved Celine hard. Celine was caught off guard, stumbling heavily against the cold wall behind her. A dull pain thudding at the back of her head, stars flashing before her eyes. She let out a muffled groan of pain, and tears finally slipped down her cheeks. Outside, the thunderstorm raged violently over the Yala Forest and Arturo Academy, the weather ominously dark like dusk. What should I do? What did I do wrong? Where is Angel? Why isn't he by my side? Watching the backs of those girls as they walked away, Celine slid helplessly to the ground. Leaning against the cold wall, she covered the sore spot at the back of her head, burying her face deep into her knees, her suppressed whimpers echoing low in the empty stairwell. "Angel." The sound of rain grew sharper, and in her mind, that voice chuckled lightly, then gently conveyed the unfinished words to Celine's heart. "Rather, it is the power to burn everything away." It seemed to finally tear through some boundary. This murmuring crossed over from fantasy. It stepped into reality. Chapter 65. Visitor deep within the academy. The study of Anya Ifafnia was permeated with the tranquil scent of cedar wood and parchment. Outside the window, the rain that had been falling over the academy had ceased, but the leaden clouds still hung low, oppressive as if they were solid blocks of lead. A maid stood with her head bowed, her voice steady and calm as she reported clearly. "It has just been confirmed. Angel Yalvis is no longer in danger of death and is currently recuperating in the academy's medical room. Injury assessment, multiple fractures, internal organ contusions, severe blood loss, magical power depletion, but vital signs are trending toward stability." Anya paused slightly, her fingertips gripping the feather quill, the tip leaving a small dark ink blot on the open document, like a ripple spreading in her heart at that moment. She set down the quill and picked up a soft velvet cloth beside her, methodically wiping the ink from her fingers, her movements elegant and composed. "Are you sure? He survived?" Her voice betrayed no emotion, her violet eyes gazing out at the gray sky, as if her gaze could penetrate the thick clouds and land in that distant, dilapidated medical room. Indeed, a tenacious vitality. The turmoil in the forest core area had caused significant losses even for the Academy's elite instructor team. Yet he, a cast-off from his family with mediocre magical potential, managed to survive in such a place. But why was he in the forest? Her words carried a hint of a complex emotion she herself had not fully realized, like a cold calculation disrupted, mingled with a faint sigh of relief that she deliberately chose to ignore. When the plan was set in motion, Anya had no idea that a down-and-out noble who had just sworn allegiance to her resided in the forest until the spies monitoring Rolna sent information indicating Rolna's abnormalities. At which point Anya realized she might have inadvertently caused the death of that intriguing knight. The maid remained silent, her posture still like a statue. Anya stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected her exquisite yet somewhat pale face, along with her deep, unfathomable violet eyes. The look in Angel-S eyes when he swore his allegiance surged vividly in her mind. Calm, resolute, carrying an acceptance born from insight and submission. He is the blade I have chosen, a sharp blade that must endure pain and risk during its forging. It is a fate that must be accepted. This thought was as cold as steel, the cornerstone of her logical reasoning. When a tool is damaged, the master will regret its value and calculate the cost of repair, but will never feel sorrow for the tool itself. That would be a pointless weakness Anya had long since decided to discard. Even if it meant becoming a villain, Anya would personally destroy the pathetic fate of this kingdom. Yet, deep within her heart, an unusual ripple began to spread, stirring the icy surface of the lake, an emotion she thought would never emerge, one she had forgotten long ago. She recalled the almost mad flame of survival burning in his eyes during the competition, remembered the rough touch of his palm, calloused yet unforgiving, when he covered her mouth. Thought of the certainty in his calm voice when he spoke of changing the world, the overwhelming energy hidden beneath his tranquility. He was not just a blade. He was a weapon with thoughts, dangerous and even possessing a certain indescribable allure. This attraction stemmed from the unknown, from his relentless defiance of her expectations. This contradiction made her feel a slight, barely perceptible irritation. Anya detested losing control, despised emotional fluctuations that exceeded her meticulous calculations. Angel's severe injury was supposed to be a reasonable loss within the plan, a cold piece of data. But now this data had taken on a concrete form, pale, fragile, wrapped in bandages, lying on a cold hospital bed, teetering on the edge of life and death. This created a subtle crack in the world she had carefully constructed, framed by cold logic and absolute interests. He swore his loyalty to me. His life, his loyalty, should rightfully belong to me. A subtle possessiveness mixed with an indescribable sense of loss quietly took root. The sharp blade she had meticulously chosen, yet to fully reveal its brilliance, nearly broke completely due to her own miscalculation. This made her feel a faint, indescribable emotion that could be called sadness? No, that was too absurd. Anya forcefully closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her gaze had regained the deep tranquility of a still pond, completely freezing that untimely weakness. Prepare yourself. She turned around, her voice returning to its usual coldness, like the sound of jade striking against stone. To the Academy medical room. A flicker of surprise quickly passed through the maid's eyes. Then she bowed. Yes, Your Highness. In the Academy medical room, Alolo seemed to sense the arrival of others. After conducting a final check on Angel's injuries, he snapped his fingers and vanished from the spot. Soon, when the figure of Princess Anya appeared at the door, the solemn atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. She wore simple yet elegant attire, the deep purple skirt swaying gently with her steps, like the flowing night. Her purple eyes scanned the room with an innate sense of scrutiny, ultimately landing precisely on the pale figure in the hospital bed. Everyone leave, she commanded softly, her voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. The accompanying guards and the medical staff in the room retreated swiftly, like a silent tide, gently closing the heavy oak door behind them. Anya walked slowly to the bedside, looking down at Angel. His face was pale, his lips cracked from blood loss, and his chest, wrapped in bandages, rose and fell with weak breaths, each rise seeming extraordinarily difficult. This appearance was a stark contrast to the man she remembered, who had defiantly swung his fist at her in the arena, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. An unfamiliar feeling seized her, Not pity, but a sense of unfamiliarity with weakness. In the world she had meticulously constructed, weakness equated to uselessness, a part that needed to be eliminated. Angel Yalvis. Her voice echoed in the silent room, carrying the aloofness unique to royalty and a hint of subtle inquiry. It seems the scenery in the forest is far more perilous than you anticipated. Angel slowly opened his eyes, his emerald gaze meeting hers, calm and unwavering. Today, the medical room was rather busy, he thought. There was no surprise, no resentment, nor any sense of relief from surviving. Only a deep, still silence, as if he had already understood her intentions. Your Highness. His voice was like ice scraping against each other. You seem to have nearly died. No, perhaps it is even more surprising that you survived. Anya stated the facts, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the delicate lace trim of her sleeve, the fine texture seemingly helping her regain a sense of control. Why were you in the forest? Anya asked softly. Angel did not hesitate for too long. After Alolo treated his injuries, he had already emerged from that near-death state. At present, aside from a few fatal injuries, he was no different from a normal person. Just this ordinary pain Angel could endure. He sat up, gazing into the light purple eyes of the princess, attempting to discern the deeper meaning behind her question. To survive, he replied quietly. To survive, to survive. Anya repeated this unfamiliar word in her mind. Since you guessed my plan earlier, you should understand that the recent turmoil in the forest was instigated by me. Don't you hate me? She finally threw out the question that had been swirling in her heart, trying to use cold logic to define his actions and to define her own unwarranted wavering. Inya absolutely would not allow the things that had happened to her in the past to happen again. She had had enough of the pain and consequences brought by betrayal. Loyalty? It was merely a higher price for betrayal. So, tell me, Angel, please let me see the anger I want to see in your clear eyes. With this thought, the princess and Angel held their gaze in those emerald green eyes for a long time. Inya, Doki Angel. It's lamentable. The great princess Inya has fallen once again. Chapter 66 Determination. Angel was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on a spot of light on the ceiling. Before slowly speaking, his voice weak yet exceptionally clear. Your Highness mentioned that the source of the illness needs to be cut out, and you seem to have your own beliefs and ideas. If you are fully aware that I am in the forest and still instigate this riot, then perhaps I do have reason to hate you. After all, I almost died. But Angel shook his head. Seeing you so worried about me now makes me feel a bit better. Anya lowered her eyes, remaining silent for a long time. This isn't right. Many things aren't right. The direction of the conversation is wrong. The development of events is wrong. Her plan was not like this. Her heartbeat quickened, and Anya coldly stared at Angel, her purple eyes slightly narrowing as if scrutinizing him. This was Anya's last stubbornness. She would never allow anyone to see through her thoughts. But Angel was always like this, accepting everything with an almost indifferent calmness, accepting the life and death crisis she had caused, accepting his nearly fatal injuries, even accepting his current weakness and embarrassment. His composure made Anya feel a sense of frustration, and the unusual emotions deep in her heart rippled like stones thrown into a deep pool, becoming harder to calm. Why can he completely disregard my identity? I am clearly a princess. How far does this man want to go in mocking me before he stops? She found herself unable to fully explain his behavior with cold logic. This made her feel a slight sense of losing control. The Fire Jade has already been taken back to the academy. She suddenly changed the topic, her voice still flat, but her gaze sharply capturing any subtle changes on Angel's face. Now, Professor Kania Wenzel is responsible for the preliminary sealing and custody, waiting for the academy to finish their research. As the representative of the royal family, I will receive the cursed artifact and take it back to the capital. Kania Wenzel, the homeroom teacher of Siren. Angel's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly before returning to calm. This name was not prominent in official history, but Angel knew that during the final challenge with Siren, Kania had been the little boss who blocked a hen and Lorna, ultimately dying at Lorna's hands to buy time for Ella's descent. In the tragedy of Siren, she was the one who tacitly allowed, even indulged, student bullying, ultimately exposing the Fire Jade to Siren. But now, such a critical Fire Jade is in her custody? Is it a coincidence or deliberate? This move perhaps reveals a deeper calculation. Angel leaned towards the belief that everything was part of a premeditated conspiracy. Even if his body felt like a nearly shattered glass jar, Angel could no longer lie in bed and wait quietly. Professor Cania. Angel's voice remained flat, revealing no waves. She seemed to have an unusual passion and harsh standards for purifying heretics and maintaining purity. Anya's lips curled into a cold arc, devoid of any smile. Only pure calculation. Yes, her enthusiasm and harshness are, at times, very useful tools. Tools should be used in the right places to maximize their value, shouldn't they? She did not deny Cania's stance, even hinting at its utilization. Anya looked at Angel, her gaze scrutinizing. Angel, you seem to know her exceptionally well. She keenly caught the subtle direction in Angel's words. It's just that I've heard this professor is a bit obsessive. Angel downplayed it, steering the conversation towards Cania's well-known personality traits. He would never show Anya excessive concern for Siren. That would become a fatal flaw. The game with the princess was more precarious than he had imagined, but fortunately, he had already laid out a crucial decision with Lorna. However, speaking of Siren, Angel was very curious about how that dull little girl was doing now. His injuries prevented him from leaving this place, and even with Aloro's treatment, Angel could hardly move at all. This little girl doesn't even know to come and see him. Next time, he should give her more salt in the jerky. Angel silently imagined the little pink-haired girl sticking out her tongue after eating something too salty and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Looking back, he glanced at the gloomy sky outside and closed his eyes. Just hang on a little longer, he whispered softly to no one in particular, quietly clenching his fists. It won't be long now. Meanwhile, Anya did not pursue further. She turned and walked to the window, facing away from Angel. Looking at the scene outside, where workers were busy cleaning up the chaos wrought by the storm and magical creatures. The busy figures appeared small and fragile under the gray sky, like ants that could be crushed by a noble's fingertip. Take care of your injuries, Angel. Her voice revealed no emotion, but carried an undeniable command. My blade needs to remain sharp. Next time, don't let yourself get into this state again. She paused, her voice dropping with a strange weight. You must remember, your life is now mine. This sentence carried a possessive obsession, but fortunately, Angel did not catch it. Or rather, he did not hear it at all, as he was busy contemplating how much salt to add. After all, it would be quite pitiful if Siren cried from the saltiness. After saying this, Anya did not look at Angel again, striding directly towards the door, her purple skirt tracing a cold arc. The door closed silently behind her, isolating the two worlds. The room fell silent once more. Outside the window, the rain pattered down, and Angel closed his eyes. The fire jade was in Cania's hands, a fervent and dangerous custodian. And now, Siren had not come to find him. Could it prove that her situation was rapidly deteriorating? Just like a lamb pushed onto the altar, the thought crossed Angel's mind, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. He struggled to move his uninjured right arm, attempting to contract his muscles ever so slightly. He could not remain here any longer. Time waits for no one. An Angel would not allow everything to slip slowly from his grasp. With a low, strained roar, Angel supported himself against the bed and stood up, breathing heavily. Although every small movement brought tearing pain and cold sweat pouring out, his emerald eyes were filled with a calm and ironclad determination. His goal had never changed: to grow stronger and then to survive. Pressing the dried magic essence, a faint blue glow lingered in his palm as he gritted his teeth and resumed his nearly torturous magical practice. Angel pushed open the door of the sick room. Let us get to work, Angel. Whispering to himself, he stepped out of the safe infirmary and into the dim and bleak future. You cannot stop here. Outside, the dark clouds had not dispersed. On the terrace of the teaching building, Professor Cania Wenzel looked coldly down below, her gaze precisely locked onto the helpless, pink-haired girl in the corner, a cold and sinister smile playing at the corners of her mouth, as if admiring a nearly completed artwork named Purification. Not far behind her, in an inconspicuous corner, a package treated with magic, emanating a faint sulfuric scent, lay quietly, waiting for an unexpected occurrence. Wonderful, such pure evil. With a delighted laugh, Cania's voice carried a hint of the corruption that the fire jade had inflicted upon her. "My lord, your humble servant is here, humbly awaiting your descent." Chapter 67. The Unfamiliar Road. Today's extra update. Any babies want to reward this hard-working clam? Lorna Eberly took a deep breath in the empty corridor. The lingering chill in the air mixed with the damp, earthy smell from the rain outside, penetrating her lungs and slightly cooling the turbulent emotions stirred by Angel's awakening. The rough texture of his bandaged arm seemed to linger on her fingertips, along with the calmness in his emerald eyes after surviving. She was supposed to be the high and mighty daughter of the Duke of Eberly, yet at this moment she felt like a little girl whose mind had been disturbed. It shouldn't be like this. A hint of vulnerability flashed in her golden eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. She still had things to do. Lorna straightened her back, her silver hair shimmering with a cold luster in the dim light of the corridor. And the pride and sense of responsibility belonging to the Eberly family coalesced once more. She knew very well that Angel needed rest and recovery. He could no longer involve himself in these dangerous matters. Angel just needed to lie in a hospital bed and wait for everything to end. Lorna stepped forward, her high heels clicking sharply against the polished marble floor, producing a crisp and lonely echo. After a moment of contemplation, her first thought was of the Academy's higher-ups. The Fire Jade, being a relic of a god of chaos, would undoubtedly be kept under strict surveillance. Was it the Director of Education, Leggett? Or perhaps the Principal, Ogla? As she walked toward the administration building, her steps were steady, but her thoughts raced. When Angel mentioned the Fire Jade, the indescribable gravity in his tone made it impossible for her to ignore. This item seemed to be more than just a dangerous object. It might involve deeper issues, even possibly related to Celine. This thought flickered through her mind, only to be suppressed immediately. Celine was just a somewhat dull, innocent junior who needed protection. She shouldn't be involved with such things. The urgent task was to find the custodian of the Fire Jade and understand the relevant circumstances. If everything was normal, it would prove that Angel's concerns were unfounded. However, the road to the administration building was anything but calm. The Academy had just experienced a calamity, and the air was thick with panic and rumors. Groups of students huddled together, whispering, their voices filled with fear and suspicion. "Have you heard? The monster in the forest was attracted by something. What else could it be? The power of the god of chaos. Surely someone has been tainted by something unclean." Yes, I heard. It was that girl with pink hair. What is her name? Celine? The one from Class C. It's her. I've always thought she was odd, always mumbling to herself, her gaze vacant. She asked the one who brought this disaster. Our Professor Cania said we should stay away from the source of contamination. Haha. I've always said these lowly commoners shouldn't be at Arturo Academy. Lorna's steps suddenly halted. Her golden pupils contracted sharply, and a cold chill instantly radiated from her. Following the sound, she saw several lower-grade students huddled together, their faces twisted with disgust and fear, shamelessly discussing Celine and other commoner students. A surge of anger instantly rose in Lorna's heart. She recognized some of the faces. Members of the noble clique that had bullied Celine before. How dare they spread such venomous rumors in broad daylight, blaming an innocent girl for the chaos in the forest. Shut up. A cool voice, sharp as an ice blade, suddenly rang out, carrying an undeniable authority and chilling coldness that instantly drowned out the whispers. As Lorna's magic energy uncontrollably surged, the icy rain from above fell to the ground, instantly turning into filthy snowflakes. The students turned their heads in terror, and upon seeing Lorna's golden eyes burning with icy flames, their faces turned pale. Miss Eberly, the blonde girl at the forefront stuttered, instinctively taking a step back. Lorna stepped closer, each step seeming to tread on their hearts. Her gaze was like a knife, sweeping across each person. The Academy has suffered a disaster, and instead of thinking about unity and cooperation, you spread rumors and harm your classmates? Is this the upbringing you have as nobles? Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the corridor, carrying a heart-stopping sense of oppression. The air around them seemed to freeze, the temperature dropping sharply, even their breaths visible in the cold. We didn't tea. Another girl tried to argue, her voice trembling. Didn't tea? Lorna interrupted her, her indifferent gaze landing on their ugly faces, twitching from nervousness. Malicious speculation, verbal bullying, inciting panic. You seem to have forgotten the warning I gave you during the initial competition. Her cold voice was like tangible ice, deeply piercing into the bones of the girls. They fell silent, not daring to lift their heads, huddling together in a panic and hastily fleeing the corridor. Lorna watched their hurried figures, her anger not quelled, but rather deepened. The atmosphere in the academy was wrong, very wrong, even with such rumors and public opinion. Why were all the malicious intentions so precisely targeted at one person? The reason was simple. Lorna closed her eyes, suppressing her anger. Someone was deliberately guiding this. Angel's concerns were valid. He seemed to know some hidden truths, but, for various reasons, did not tell her, instead letting Lorna investigate the truth herself. And Celine, that pink-haired girl who always looked at her with a dull yet pure gaze, what kind of malice was she enduring at this moment? Lorna understood clearly that she must find her quickly and confirm her safety. This thought surged in her mind even more urgently than investigating the fire jade. So she immediately changed direction and hurried toward the classroom of Class C. Celine. The windows of the corridor reflected the gray sky, oppressive enough to make breathing difficult. She hoped Celine was still in the classroom or the dormitory. As long as she found her, as the legitimate daughter of the Eberly family, she could at least provide her some protection. However, when she arrived at the classroom of Class C, it was empty. During the lunch break, the students had already dispersed, and Lorna's heart sank. She quickly walked toward the girls' dormitory area and knocked on Celine's door. "Celine? It's me, Lorna," she called softly. There was silence inside. Lorna furrowed her brow, a hint of anxiety flashing in her golden eyes. She tried to sense it and found no signs of life in the room. Celine was not in the dormitory. Where could she have gone? The library? The place she often spent time with Angel? Or was she hiding in some corner out of fear? For some reason, Lorna's heart tightened. She had a premonition that she might never find her. Strangely, at this moment, Lorna suddenly recalled a scene that had nothing to do with the present. It was an ordinary afternoon. Celine and Angel were sitting together, Angel quietly reading a book, while Celine happily ate the little meat strips Angel fed her, gazing dreamily at him. At that moment, for words quietly passed through Lorna's heart, like strangers. She seemed to have some fundamental differences from those two, as if there was a thin layer of separation between them. Now, that feeling reemerged in Lorna's heart. Taking a deep breath, shaking off her chaotic thoughts, she began to search the academy. Chapter 68, Harmony, the library, garden, and fountain. She even used her faint magical perception to try to capture the familiar aura of Yin. But the academy was too vast, and after the riot, it was even more chaotic, with various mixed auras interfering with her perception. Time passed second by second. The sky grew increasingly dark, as if a downpour could come at any moment. The unease in Lualna's heart grew like a rampant vine. She couldn't find Yin, the girl who always followed her like a little animal, who would show a simple smile because of Angel's company, seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Angel said, "The matter of the fire jade is very important to Yin." An ominous thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Could it be that Yin's disappearance is related to that cursed artifact? This idea made her break out in a cold sweat. No, it couldn't be. Yin was just an ordinary student. How could she come into contact with such things? But that unease clung to her like a parasite, refusing to go away. She forced herself to calm down. The priority was to find the custodian of the fire jade. Perhaps she could get clues from there. With that in mind, Lualna refocused her target on the administration building. Just as she was about to step into the main door of the administration building, a figure hurriedly walked out from inside, almost colliding with her. "Miss Lualna?" the newcomer exclaimed in surprise. It was Professor Corlanus. Lualna had some impression of him, as he seemed to be a professor who was very friendly to Angel. At that moment, he looked somewhat tired, but his gaze was still sharp. "Professor Cor." Lualna nodded slightly, suppressing her anxiety. "Do you know who is currently in charge of the cursed artifact, the destruction fire jade, that the Academy has recovered? I have important matters to understand." Professor Cor paused for a moment, then frowned and lowered his voice. "The fire jade? that is currently under the preliminary sealing and supervision of Professor Cania. She insists that it must be handled by someone who has a deep understanding of the purification ritual in her private research room. However, Miss Lualna, that thing is very dangerous, you. Cania Venzel, Lualna whispered, as a flash of lightning cut across the overcast sky. Could there be such coincidences? Then, a sense of discord slowly seeped into her heart. Why was there bullying in Class C of the first year? Why was Sil Yin subjected to such excessive treatment? No, that's not right. It seems like I've been ignoring these things from the beginning, too focused on the surface but not considering the root causes of these phenomena. Angel's worries, Sil Yin's predicament, the noisy rumors, and most importantly, the total lack of management. Lualna's expression gradually froze on her face. Professor Cania, is she allowing this malice to hurt Sil Yin? A cold chill suddenly shot up from her feet to the top of her head. She didn't even wait for Professor Court to finish speaking, hurriedly leaving a quick "thank you, Professor," before turning sharply and running towards the faculty office area. The sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed urgently in the empty corridor, like her frantically pounding heart. She ignored Professor Court's calls from behind, her mind fixated on a single thought: find Cania, find the fire jade, find Sil Yin. She almost sprinted to the door of Professor Cania's research room. The door was tightly shut, and there seemed to be no sound from inside. Without hesitation, Lualna gathered her cold magical power in her palm and slammed it against the door lock. Ice condensation. Tiny ice crystals spread instantly, and the door lock emitted a straining crack, shattering into powder. Lualna pushed the door open. The research room was empty. Only a faint, almost imperceptible scent of sulfur mixed with some cold energy lingered in the air. And on the table, there was a noticeably tampered seal box that should have contained some dangerous item, now slightly ajar. Inside, it was completely empty. Professor Cania was not there. The fire jade was also missing. Lualna stood frozen at the doorway, her golden eyes fixed on the empty box. A huge, cold panic washed over her like a tide. No! The thing she feared the most seemed to be happening in the worst way. Sil Yin, the fire jade, Cania. What exactly happened between them? Where's Sil Yin now? She suddenly turned around, dashed out of the research room, and stood in the empty corridor, looking around in confusion. The gray sky pressed down heavily, and the vast academy seemed like a huge maze, and she completely lost her direction. The pink-haired girl she needed to protect was now alone, disappearing into immense malice and unknown danger. But she, Lualna Eber, was utterly powerless. Her consciousness surfaced from the dark abyss like a sunken ship, and the first sensation was not visual, but a dull pain all over her body, as if trampled by a giant beast. Yahung slowly opened his eyes, his blurred vision gradually focusing on the white ceiling of the academic office. He tried to move his fingers. His body felt numb and tingly, which made him frown slightly. Fragments of memory surged back like a tidal wave, recalling the frenzied magical beasts in the heart of the forest, the lava giant lizard with its sulfur fire, white tearing apart the rock wall with thunder, and Tracy like a mountain blocking ahead with her tower shield. And finally, when he forcibly activated the holy armament to fully manifest that almost life-draining weakness. "You're awake?" A light-hearted yet scholarly voice rang out. Professor Tryla was standing by the sofa, holding a cup of warm water, sitting cross-legged by the window, reading a book. "How do you feel, Yahung? I heard your injuries were serious, especially the internal organ shock and the backlash from magical power depletion." Yahung tried to pull the corners of his mouth to form a reassuring smile. "Thank you for your concern, Professor Tryla. I'm fine." Tryla smiled and stood up, walking to Yahung's side, handing him the cup of water. After a moment's thought, he explained the current situation. The Academy has received the Fire Jade, and it is under the preliminary sealing and supervision of Professor Cania. You all did well, buying precious time for the Academy. The warm water soothed his dry throat, bringing a bit of comfort. Yahung felt the situation inside his body. His magical power had recovered quite a bit, but the bloodline power was dormant, and his body was crying out in fatigue. However, his will remained clear, which was enough. He nodded slightly. "That's good. Professor Tryla, how is the situation in the Academy now?" Yahung was not oblivious to the atmosphere. The silence in the academic office and the hint of worry in Professor Trilla's expression hinted at the unusual state of affairs. It seemed that some bad things had been happening during his unconsciousness. Chapter 69. The brave Professor Trilla fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering his words. He set down his cup of water and looked around before lowering his voice slightly. There are some not-so-good discussions in the Academy regarding the reasons for the forest riot. Some ambiguous speculations have emerged, mainly focused on the civilian student group. Yeheng's azure eyes calmly regarded the professor, showing neither surprise nor anger, only a clarity akin to serenity. He had long anticipated that when disaster struck, differences in status would become a breeding ground for suspicion. He softly asked, "What are they saying?" "Just some nonsense." Professor Trilla replied with a clear tone of denial. "They claim that civilian students brought about the disaster. They even mentioned the names of certain students, which is utterly ridiculous. How could ordinary students possibly cause such a catastrophe?" However, he paused, looking at Yeheng, and then laughed heartily. "I know you and White are both from civilian backgrounds, so don't take these rumors to heart. We teachers will handle it. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Yeheng. It's our job to protect you during times like this." Yeheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. He shook his head gently, his voice still weak, but carrying a sense of rock-solid stability. "Thank you for your concern. I understand. Words are like the wind. They disperse once blown away. What matters is what we do and what we need to do next." He did care about how others spoke of him, but he chose to regard this scrutiny as part of what he must bear. What concerned him more was, is the fire jade safe now? Before I fell unconscious, I felt it. Very unstable. Professor Trilla thought seriously for a moment, then walked to the window to gaze at the cloudy sky. "Although I am not from the same faction as Professor Cania and do not know her well, I have heard that she is an expert in sealing techniques, and her laboratory has complete safeguards. There should be no problems for now. You just need to focus on recovering." However, just as Professor Trilla finished speaking, a sharp, burning sensation suddenly radiated from a mark of the holy armament on Yeheng's right forearm. This feeling did not stem from his injury, but was a strong rejection and warning originating deep within his bloodline. A clearer and more immediate sense of something evil than he had felt when encountering the chaotic will of the fire jade in the heart of the forest. Once again, this warning emerged. It had appeared when he was trapped in the cultist's lair, and again when the fire jade triggered the forest riot. And now, Yeheng's body tensed momentarily, then relaxed again, though his brow furrowed slightly. He discreetly placed his right hand over the mark, feeling the unusual pulse. Was Professor Cania's laboratory truly foolproof? For some reason, a faint sense of dissonance surged alongside the pulse in his bloodline, and this bloodline warning had never been wrong. "Professor." Yeheng's voice was calm, his azure eyes clear and deep, carrying a hint of request. "I want to check on the fire jade. I just need to confirm its condition. I can't help but worry." He did not elaborate on that warning, but as someone who had trained alongside Yeheng with the holy armament, Professor Trilla understood best the uniqueness of the power hidden within Yeheng's bloodline. He looked at Yeheng's pale yet determined face and remained silent for a long time. "Yeheng, listen to your teacher's advice. You need to rest and recover. The situation in the academy is brewing with trouble. I can't go into details, but things are quite strange right now, and the headmaster hasn't returned. You should leave this matter to others." "Professor," Yeheng interrupted him, his tone gentle and calm. "I bear the bloodline of Sass. I'm a brave one." A silent resolve flowed through the boy's eyes. Yeheng did not care how severe his injuries were. If there was even a slight chance of danger from the evil, he would not ignore it. Professor Trilla remained silent for a moment before ultimately conceding. He shrugged, a helpless expression on his face, sighed. All right. I'll get you some strong painkillers and energy potions, but you can only take a look. If there's real danger, make sure to run." As he spoke, Professor Trilla cheerfully added, "I'll be right behind you." The effects of the medicine temporarily suppressed the weakness in his body, but the lethargy caused by the overuse of the holy armament felt like a heavy shackle firmly binding Yeheng. He declined Professor Trilla's company and leaned against the cold, smooth stone wall, moving slowly yet steadily out of the medical area. In the corridor, the oppressive atmosphere felt like an invisible tide. washing away the once lively and youthful ambience. The gazes of the students were a complex mix of awe for his return with the fire jade, estrangement due to his civilian status, and unmasked suspicion and rejection tainted by rumors. Whispers floated like tiny icicles, attempting to pierce his eardrums. "Look, that civilian brave one. I heard that fire jade is very evil when they brought it back. Injured so badly, really risking it. Who knows if he got backlash? Just look at that complexion." Yahang's steps did not falter in the slightest, as if those voices were merely a breeze passing over the water surface, stirring not a ripple in the lake of his heart. He understood that people's fear stemmed from the unknown, recognized that the divide of status could breed misunderstanding. He would not blame anyone, for Yahang knew this was human nature, a necessary evil that existed in the human species. He had long decided to bear it all, whether it be the halo or the shadow. His gaze calmly swept over the crowd, devoid of anger or defense, only a near-divine tolerance and focus. He knew his mission. The clamoring of the outside world could not shake the course of his heart. At this moment, his sole objective was to confirm the safety of the fire jade, a fulfillment of his vow to protect the academy and to himself. Additionally, there was a small selfish desire in Yahang's heart. He hoped that when his childhood friend, Yini, arrived at this academy, she would be safe while attending school. For this reason alone, Yahang would spare no effort to clear away any potential threats. The burning sensation from the mark on his right arm served as a silent compass, growing clearer and stronger, even tinged with a hint of restlessness as he approached Professor Kania's laboratory area. It was evident that this was not the stable condition one would expect from a ceiling. Things seemed to be slowly going awry, and Yahang's heart sank slightly, though his steps were heavy due to his injuries. He moved more resolutely toward the source of his sensing. The guidance of his bloodline was like an invisible thread, weaving through the maze-like corridor, ultimately leading him to a closed oak door, the laboratory of Professor Kania Vansir. The nameplate was clearly visible. However, just as he was about to approach, the faint sound of the door lock being forcefully broken echoed from within, followed by muffled, anxious cries. Yahang's steps paused, and his azure pupils sharpened instantly. Someone was forcibly breaking the lock. Enemies. The two words surged into Yahang's mind. Chapter 70. Intertwined, he suppressed the weakness and discomfort in his body, quickening his pace. Almost stumbling as he rushed to the door, his right hand grasping at the air, ready to summon the holy sword at any moment. The laboratory door was ajar, and a mixture of aged parchment, magical potions, and an extremely faint yet soul-chilling smell of burnt sulfur wafted toward him. The room was dimly lit, and a familiar figure stood rigidly in the center, her silver hair shimmering with a cold luster under the dim light filtering through the window. Lorna Ebel, the senior who had defeated him in the competition with a single move. What was she doing here, with her back to the door? Lorna's golden eyes were fixed intently on a certain spot in the laboratory, her body tense like a drawn bowstring, radiating a cold and anxious aura that was starkly different from her usual composed demeanor. The residual magical fluctuations in the air indicated that she had just used a powerful ice spell. "Lorna-senpai," Yahang's voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness from his injuries, broke the silence in the room. Lorna turned sharply, her golden pupils widening in surprise as she recognized him, but she quickly suppressed her thoughts and focused on him, seemingly trying to understand why he was there. She clearly hadn't expected to run into Yang here, especially not in his injured state. "Yahang-kun?" Her voice carried a subtle detachment and coldness. "What are you doing here?" She quickly scanned his pale face and the way he leaned against the doorframe for support, her brows furrowing in concern. "Sorry, senpai, but I wanted to confirm the status of the fire jade." Yang replied succinctly, his gaze sweeping past Lorna, sharply surveying the interior of the laboratory. His eyes finally landed on a metal box on the table, clearly tampered with, engraved with complex sealing runes. Its lid slightly ajar and empty inside. "The fire jade is gone?" he asked in a low voice, his heart sinking slightly with an ominous premonition. And then the magic energy in his palm began to coalesce, seemingly locking onto the girl before him. After witnessing the battle with Senior Angel, Yang found that the so-called gap in strength could indeed be bridged by a relentless will to win. Although he initially wanted Lorna to introduce him, it seemed more prudent to visit that handsome senior himself after this matter was resolved. With that thought, Yang assumed a combat stance. The evil artifact had to be sealed, and even if the one coveting it was Lorna, he would strike the celestial sword into her neck. Lorna seemed to sense his hostility and her worries about Sally, as well as the timing of Yahang's appearance, made alarm bells ring in her head. Was this rumored hero Yang also connected to these events? If so, the relationships involved in this matter were likely far more complex than she had initially thought. Otherwise, how could she explain his presence here and the hostility emanating from him? Lorna was not Ainea. Although her combat experience was limited, it was sufficient. Against any opponent, she always fought with the ferocity of a lion hunting a rabbit. Behind her, a faint chill began to brew, with a subtle illusion of ice coalescing behind her. Her voice grew increasingly cold, her golden eyes like ice blades etched into Yang. I will ask you just once, Yahang Kuan, do you have any connection with Professor Kania? And where is Sally? As she spoke, the anxiety and anger in her eyes became almost palpable. Lorna took her stance, an ethereal bow forming between her hands amidst the icy illusion. But, upon hearing her question, Yang frowned slightly. He thought for a moment, then sheathed the celestial sword, extending his palm to interrupt Lorna's hostility. Senpai, it seems we have a misunderstanding. I came to investigate the whereabouts of the Fire Jade due to the agitation of my hero bloodline. I don't know Professor Kania, and I'm not very familiar with Sally either. He added, what about you, Senpai? Why did you break the door lock, and where has the Fire Jade gone? At his words, Lorna fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, she closed her eyes, the faint icy illusion behind her dissipating. She rubbed her temples, clearly having let her concern for Sally cloud her judgment. Upon reflection, it was Yang and his companions who had fought to bring the Fire Jade back from the forest. Ultimately, he was perhaps the least likely person in the academy to be involved in this conspiracy. As a legendary hero, Yang could not collude with evil forces. I broke the door lock. The Fire Jade was already gone when I entered, and Sally, my junior, is also missing. I suspect Professor Kania is using this evil artifact for something. Yang did not respond immediately. He suppressed the discomfort in his body and stepped into the laboratory to investigate. The burning sensation of the mark on his right arm had not diminished with the Fire Jade's disappearance. Rather, it intensified as he approached a certain direction. His gaze swept across the table, bookshelves, and floor. Finally, it settled on an inconspicuous corner on the interior side of the laboratory. There, on the floor scattered with a few magical scrolls, lay a faint pink strand of hair. The strand was thin and soft, nearly imperceptible in the dim light. Yet it struck Yang like a bolt of lightning. He recognized this hair color. In the academy, there were very few students with such unique pink hair. Sally, Lorna's voice almost echoed at the same moment, heavy with suppressed weight and confirmation. Yang crouched down, carefully picking up the strand of hair with his uninjured left hand. It felt soft and slightly cool to the touch. He raised his head, his azure eyes reflecting pure confusion and seriousness. He truly did not know Sally. His only impression of this pink-haired student was a vague figure he occasionally caught a glimpse of in the crowd. Yang vaguely remembered that Senior Angel seemed to often be with her. At this moment, the only clue in his hand was this strand of hair. The lingering evil aura in the air, the missing Fire Jade, and the unmistakable concern etched on Lorna's face for a specific student. The information was like a broken chain, with a crucial link missing. Why had Sally appeared in Professor Kania's laboratory? And what was her direct connection to the disappearance of the Fire Jade? For Yang, it remained a mystery shrouded in fog. But his instincts began to sound alarms as he picked up the strand of hair, as if a great crisis was bearing down on him. He could only piece together the closest outline of the truth with the intuition of a hero and the existing fragments. An innocent student was likely caught up in a tremendous danger related to the evil artifact, which was why Lorna was so worried. Outside the window, lead gray clouds churned, brewing another storm. Inside the laboratory, the cold and anxious auras intertwined. Two young people bearing different responsibilities and holding different fragments of information converged under the shadow of disaster, united by common crisis. Yang looked at the strand of hair in his hand, then at Lorna, who was frowning with deep concern. He said solemnly, "Lorna Senpai, although I don't know where Sally is, my bloodline can sense the general direction of the evil artifact's aura. Our goals align, so should we go together?" With that, Yahang's expression was earnest, his azure eyes clear and urgent. "Senpai, we need to cooperate." At that moment, the fate that had long deviated from its path miraculously began to mend. Chapter 71. Rules. The path leading to the old schoolhouse area was overgrown with wild grass, and the gravel crunched beneath their feet. The black blood-like moonlight was sliced into fragmented patches by the towering ancient trees, falling weakly on the two silent figures as they walked. Night had fallen, and a hazy snow moon was half hidden among the dark clouds. The air was filled with the stale scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, along with an indescribable, forgotten solemnity. Lorna Eberl walked steadily, her golden eyes scanning the increasingly desolate surroundings, the moonlight cold. This was where she first intersected with the changed angel, a place that should have held sweet memories, but now felt heavy and oppressive. She tightly grasped a strand of pale pink hair in her hand, her fingertips cold. Yarn Sars walked silently half a step behind her, his azure eyes calm as water. The mark of the holy armament on his right arm emitting a continuous, low hum, like a compass pointing into the distance. It guided them toward the abandoned church deep within the old schoolhouse, the chirping of insects low, the moonlight pale and bleak. "Yang," Lorna's voice broke the silence. Still cold, but lacking the tension of their time in the laboratory. "You must have heard the rumors about the commoners at the academy." She did not turn to look at him, her gaze fixed on the mottled stone walls of the church ahead. Yahang's pace did not falter, his voice calm. "Yes, I have heard. What do you think?" Lorna asked. This was not a test. It felt more like a necessary ideological communication based on the current situation. She needed to know what kind of mindset this commoner hero, thrust into the spotlight, held at the center of the storm. Yahang's gaze swept over a cluster of wildflowers shivering in the cold wind, his tone flat. "Senior, to me, rumors are like dust in the wind, whether noisy or silent. They cannot change the texture of the land. My identity and bloodline are established facts. Others' words cannot grant or take away the meaning of my existence. All I can do is bear this scrutiny and do my best to fulfill my obligations." There was no resentment in his words, no sense of grievance. Only a near stone-like calmness and focus. He was born this way. Yang Sars was like this even before awakening his bloodline. He always lived with clarity and understanding. For him, the world's judgment of justice could never define his choices. Lorna fell silent for a moment, the moonlight casting its glow on them. She pursed her lips. Yahang's response was concise and pure, stripping away all emotional impurities, leaving only the core sense of responsibility. This was in stark contrast to the common student she knew, who either acted out of anger or cowardice in the face of rumors. Suddenly, she recalled Angel's curiosity and fondness for Yang. That seemed easy to understand. Responsibility. Lorna murmured, ice blue magic swirling silently around her, dispelling the increasingly heavy chill in the air. Sometimes responsibility means making difficult choices, even possibly violating certain superficial rules. She implied something, her gaze shifting back to the tightly shut, weathered wooden door of the church. The resonance of the holy armament and the strand of Siren's hair in her hand both pointed to this place. Yang stopped in front of the church door. He reached out, gently brushing aside the withered vines entangled around the door knocker, his fingertips touching the cold, rough wood grain. The heat from the mark on his right arm surged suddenly, the low hum transforming almost into a tangible vibration. "Senior, I believe the purpose of rules is to protect the correct order and the dignity of life," he responded calmly, his gaze penetrating the wooden door as if looking straight into the darkness behind it. When rules themselves are used to conceal harm or become shackles that hinder rescue, then transcending them to protect more core values is another kind of responsibility. And my existence's meaning is to judge the rules. He was not advocating for rebellion, but stating a decision based on a higher criterion. His belief was pure and firm, unaffected by status or rumors, only pointing toward what he deemed right. Lorna looked at him deeply. Yahing's philosophy resonated strangely with the protective education she received as the heir of the Eberl family. The privileges and responsibilities conferred by her noble status found a meeting point with the scrutiny and mission Yang bore as a hero, facing a common thread at this moment. Perhaps she had some misunderstandings about this junior. If he could truly practice what he preached, then this title of hero would indeed be well-deserved. However, following this thought, Lorna suddenly imagined if Angel would react like a girl, excitedly gasping and squealing after hearing Yahung's earlier statement in this place. Lorna closed her eyes, rubbed her face. Angel would not be that kind of person. I understand. She said no more, her fingertips coalescing into ice crystals that silently severed the decayed mechanism inside the door lock. With a dull creak, the heavy wooden door was pushed open a crack. A stronger, mixed scent of dust, mildew, old candle wax, and a chilling, eerie odor reminiscent of sulfur and rust rushed out to meet them. The interior of the church was spacious and dilapidated. Most of the stained glass windows were broken, leaving only twisted lead frames and scattered colorful shards. The moonlight streaming in dimly, the past sanctity dissipating, replaced by an even more shattered eeriness. The benches were askew, covered in thick dust. The pulpit had collapsed halfway, revealing a massive, damaged holy emblem on the wall behind it. The source of the eerie scent came from behind the pulpit, a deliberately concealed narrow entrance that extended downward. Fresh soil disturbance marks remained at the entrance, along with a few drops of dark red, still sticky liquid that had not fully dried, leading downward. Yang and Lorna exchanged a glance. No words needed. The tacit understanding as companions was already etched into their fate. Lorna's fingertips swirled with ice crystals as she was the first to step into the descending darkness of the staircase. Yang followed closely behind, a faint golden glow silently flowing over his right arm, covering up to his elbow. The ethereal form of the holy armament emitted a soft yet firm light in the darkness, dispelling the suffocating chill and filth. The staircase was not long, ending in a small underground stone chamber. This place had clearly been modified. Several burning black candles, giving off a fishy sweet smell, were stuck in the walls, their flickering flames casting shadowy reflections in the room. In the center of the stone chamber, the floor was also engraved with the massive and intricate purple-black magic circle, its lines outlined in dark shimmering metallic powder, now emitting a faint ominous glow. On the stone altar at the center of the magic circle, more dark red viscous liquid remained. Beside the altar lay a familiar girl's school uniform jacket, and the person they were looking for, Professor Canny of Answer, stood beside the altar. Chapter 72, Cooperation. She stood with her back to the entrance, the black professor's robe swaying in the flickering candlelight like a solid shadow. She was focused on the fist-sized crimson crystal, the destruction fire gem, which was swirling with molten lava inside. The fire gem was relatively calm in her hand, only occasionally exuding a hint of dark red light, illuminating her profile sharply, her gaze one of almost fanatical, cold concentration. At her feet lay Seelan Chervy, slumped on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, her face pale to the point of transparency, her light pink hair scattered around her. She breathed weakly, a fresh, seemingly careless cut on her neck, slowly seeping beads of blood, which dripped into a groove on the altar, silently absorbed by the purple-black magic circle. A wave of destructive malice emanated from her, slowly merging with the aura of the fire gem. Professor Cania. Lorna's voice sliced through the stagnant air of the stone chamber like an icy blade, the chill suddenly spreading from her as the ground instantly froze with a layer of white frost. What have you done to Seelan? Put down the fire gem immediately. Yahing's footsteps moved silently, blocking the exit of the staircase. He did not show any hostility, but merely stood there quietly, his azure eyes sweeping over Seelan's condition, assessing her faint but still present life signs, before locking his gaze on the fire gem in Cania's hand and the clearly sinister magic circle beneath her feet. His armored right arm glimmered with golden light, his posture calm, yet it seemed like a bow drawn taut and ready to release. Professor Cania slowly turned around. There was no panic on her face. Instead, it bore an almost pitying, condescending smirk. Her gaze first fell on Lorna, shaking her head slightly. her tone tinged with regret. You finally found this place? Heh, Miss Eber, your kindness is always misplaced. This child. She casually nudged Seelan's shoulder with her toe, a dismissive motion. Her bloodline has long been tainted by deep corruption, making her an excellent vessel to attract the powers of the evil gods. Can you not see the boiling curse within her? That is a filthy flame fueled by her very soul. Her words were like venom, attempting to sow the seeds of suspicion. Lorna's expression turned icy, her fingertips gathering even more frost. What Seelan's bloodline is like is not your justification for performing a dark ritual and harming students. A professor of Arturo Academy, engaging in such rebellious acts? Rebellious acts? Kania scoffed, her gaze finally shifting to Yang, her eyes becoming sharp and filled with malice. Then, brave hero, what about you? You and Miss Eber broke into this forbidden place together, intending to protect this potential source of filth that could ignite the next disaster. Or have you finally seen the instability and danger hidden within these commoners' bloodlines? The rumors circulating in the academy, it seems, were not without basis. Her words maliciously matched the rumors spreading within the academy, trying to drive a wedge into Yahing's heart. But there was no change in Yahing's expression. To him, the rumors were like wind brushing past rocks, leaving no trace. He glanced at the unconscious Seelan, recalling a girl who always quietly stayed by Angel's side in the library. Her gaze dull yet pure. Then, he looked at Kania, his voice steady as before, yet carrying a decisive clarity. Professor Kania, what I see is a professor of Arturo Academy, sacrificing a student, attempting to control an uncontrollable evil object. This has nothing to do with bloodlines or identities, but only with the righteousness or wickedness of the actions themselves. His words were devoid of any heightened emotion, merely stating the facts he observed. Yet they held more power than any shout. In his azure eyes was a belief as pure as dawn, not to be tainted by even the slightest impurity. Professor Kania's smile froze momentarily. She had not expected Yahang's resolve to be so clear and steadfast, unaffected by her provocation. And in that brief moment of stillness, Lorna moved, not to attack Kania, but to rescue. She had not forgotten her fundamental purpose. Frost crystals erupted from her fingertips, transforming into several chains of extreme cold, accurately wrapping around the unconscious Seelan, attempting to drag her away from the evil magic circle. Almost simultaneously, Yarn also moved. He stepped forward, and a brilliant yet gentle golden light surged from his right arm, the holy armament manifesting. Ancient runes flowed, and a sacred aura spread violently, not to attack, but to suppress. A gentle, yet vast holy light surged like a tide towards the destruction fire gem. A feint for an attack, their cooperation was instinctive. Seeing the situation becoming somewhat uncontrollable, Professor Kania's expression finally changed dramatically. She was evidently more concerned about the holy armament's ability to suppress the fire gem and instinctively poured more magic power into it to counter the holy light, reacting a beat too late to the chains of ice wrapping around Seelan. Don't even think about it, she screeched, the fire gem in her hand glowing intensely red. An explosive wave of heat filled with destructive desire suddenly erupted, attempting to shake off the holy light and tear apart the ice chains. Boom! The clash of heat and cold, destruction and sanctity violently collided within the cramped stone chamber. The black candles on the walls extinguished in an instant. Debris falling in a shower. The entire underground space trembled. Lorna's ice chains rapidly melted under the intense heat, but she gritted her teeth to maintain them, forcibly dragging Seelan out of the range of the magic circle, while she herself was pushed back by the magical backlash, a trickle of crimson staining her lips. Yang took the brunt of the impact, the violent heat crashing forcefully against his holy light barrier. His already injured body shook violently, his face turning as pale as paper in an instant. Yet he did not retreat a single step. The golden light on his armament became even more solid, fiercely suppressing the ferocious flames of the fire gem, buying Lorna that crucial moment. You dare. Professor Kania was both shocked and furious, realizing that she was actually at a disadvantage due to the cooperative efforts of the two. The fire gem, under the suppression of the holy light, became restless and even started to backlash against her magic power. And just then, a new change occurred, perhaps due to the dual stimulation of the intense energy shock and the holy aura of the holy armament. The destruction fire gem, held in Cania's hand, suddenly became violent and unstable, the molten light inside surging wildly. A fine crack appeared silently on the surface of the crystal. Professor Cania's pupils constricted sharply, but immediately after, she was overwhelmed by a surge of fervor and joy. Yaheng's perception was the most acute. He shouted sharply, "Not good. It's going to go out of control. Back away." He suddenly increased the output of holy light, tried to forcibly stabilize the fire gem, but his injured body found it hard to maintain such intensity, the golden light flickering. Lorna did not hesitate. The ice chain swiftly turned back, rapidly constructing a thick, multi-layered diamond-shaped ice shield in front of herself, Yang, and Seelan. Crack, accompanied by a clear sound like shattering glass. The destruction fire gem exploded with a roar. Chapter 73. Possession. It was not a cataclysmic explosion, but an extremely bizarre release of energy akin to an inward collapse. Countless dark red energy flows, resembling twisted blood vessels, erupted from within, yet did not scatter. Instead, they shrieked sharply, piercing deep into the soul as if they were alive. This violent force surged madly towards the nearest living beings, primarily targeting Professor Cania, who held it, and the unconscious Celine Chervy, who had just been dragged beside her by Lorna. The magic circle had long since linked Celine's soul through blood, and now nothing could stop the descent of the evil god Aira. The dark red light engulfed Cania's ecstatic and twisted face, drowning Celine's pale little face as well. The stone chamber was plunged into a bizarre, pulsating dark red, with the aura of destruction reaching its peak. Yang and Lorna were violently thrown back by the massive shockwave, crashing heavily against the stone wall behind them. Then, the grayness froze all space. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a massive heartbeat began to resonate in this stilled time and space. The cold touch of the stone wall seeped through the fabric, and Yang suppressed the surge of bloody breath rising in his throat. The golden light of the holy armament on his right arm flickered uncertainly under the violent impact, like a candle in the wind. Lorna half knelt beside him, her ice shield having shattered into powder in the earlier explosion. She braced herself with one hand while tightly holding Celine's cold wrist with the other, her brilliant golden eyes fixed on the pulsating, heart-stopping dark red storm in the center of the stone chamber. That was not the aftermath of an explosion, but some ancient, more malevolent existence, tearing apart the fabric of reality and forcing its descent. The air became thick and scalding, as if every inch of space had been thrown into the depths of a furnace. Each breath burned the trachea, carrying a strong stench of sulfur and rusted metal, nearly suffocating. The moss on the stone wall instantly withered and curled, emitting faint crackling sounds before turning to ash. The frost remaining on the ground had long evaporated, and even the stone slabs began to heat up, cracking and emitting a dim red glow. The entire stone chamber resembled a gigantic crucible being heated, heat waves distorting vision, making the dark red storm in the center appear as if separated by a layer of shimmering, boiling water. The dark red energy flows danced wildly, as if alive, converging to outline a large and vague shadow above the altar. It had no concrete form, only a churning outline reminiscent of a blend of lava and corrupted blood, with countless twisted faces floating and wailing within. An indescribable aura, mingling sulfur, tar, and a decayed sweetness that defiled the sacred, surged like a tangible wave, assaulting the wills of Yang and Lorna. Arturo, you ultimately cannot imprison us. The eerie murmurs echoed in everyone's hearts, stirring a wave of terrifying mental shock. Professor Cania's figure was enveloped in the dark red energy flow, emitting a scream interwoven with pain and ecstasy. Her body convulsed violently under the energy's wash, distorting, as her skin cracked to reveal writhing veins beneath, resembling a burning iron brand. Her eyes were completely consumed by a frenzied red light, and she uttered incomprehensible, blasphemous prayers. The power of the evil god was transforming her, turning her into the most loyal servant. And at the core of the storm was Celine Chervy. It was as if she were inside a miniature solar core. The surrounding air buzzed from the high temperature, light severely distorted around her body, refracting to form a dizzying halo. Her originally pale little face was now flushed, with fine blood vessels protruding and writhing under her skin, presenting an ominous dark red. Her light pink hair moved without wind, the tips curling and scorching, emitting the smell of burnt protein. The most heart-stopping scene occurred. The shattered core fragment of the destruction fire orb, its largest piece, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly floating towards Celine's forehead with endless murmurs. The internal red light flickered like lava, radiating a destructive high temperature that caused the surrounding space to slightly collapse from the heat. No, Lorna struggled to stand, but the previous shock and the ongoing high temperature had drained her magic. The heat wave hit her face, almost burning her cheeks. A fierce light flashed in Yahang's eyes, and disregarding the intense pain surging within him, he forcibly activated the holy light in his right arm, a condensed, substantial golden beam, like a sword of dawn piercing the darkness, struggled to penetrate the thick, scalding air, directly targeting the fragment of the fire orb floating towards Celine's forehead. Do not interfere with the descent of the god. Kania, or rather, the monster transformed by the evil god's power, let out a non-human roar. She suddenly raised her hand, and a wave of dark red energy, far surpassing before and carrying the scent of sulfur and destruction, erupted violently, like a roaring lava serpent. The stone slabs melted and caved in wherever it passed, crashing violently against Yahang's holy light. Boom! The holy light and the evil energy violently collided again. The entire stone chamber shook violently. Large chunks of stone heated to a scorching red fell from above. Yang was struck hard, his body slamming against the stone wall again, blood spurting from his mouth, and the golden light of his right arm dimmed instantly, the phantom of his armament nearly collapsing. The injury sustained in the forest had worn him down. With his heavily wounded body, Yang ultimately could not contend against this power enhanced by the evil god. The silent holy armament could not fully unleash its limits, and gritting his teeth, Yang found himself powerless. And that fire orb fragment, merely blocked for a moment by the holy light, once again steadily and slowly floated towards Celine's forehead. The air along its path let out a tearing shriek. Poor little Celine, abandoned by family, bullied by classmates, used by teachers. But do not fear. What I promised you I shall fulfill. The moment the fragment touched her skin, it let out a soft hissing sound, as if a branding iron was pressed against ice and snow. Celine's body suddenly stiffened, letting out a scream, so piercing it seemed inhuman. Her forehead skin instantly carbonized and cracked under the terrifying high temperature. The fire orb fragment pressing down like a red-hot iron nail, being cruelly and forcibly driven inch by inch into her skull by an invisible, ruthless force. Endure, little Celine. I will burn everything in this academy, everything that has harmed you, until the concept of life no longer exists in this world. Celine suddenly opened her eyes, a strange crimson light blossoming in her pupils, her screams heart-wrenching, her body convulsing violently. The reflection in her pupils showing the increasingly close and clear dark red lava light, like the eye of hell. Her soul seemed to be burned, devoured, and assimilated by this fragment. Everything was already too late. Chapter 74. Rescue. The dark red patterns spread rapidly under her skin, centered around the fragments, as if they were living creatures. Wherever they passed, flesh and blood seemed to burn. Lorna's eyes widened in desperation as she gathered her last magic power recklessly, and the ice crystals in her hand struggled to form a sharp spear, thrusting towards Kania, the source of the invisible force controlling the fire jade fragments. However, Kania merely waved her hand casually, and a dark red energy barrier effortlessly blocked the ice spear, instantly vaporizing it. Lorna was pushed back by the recoil, colliding with Jahan, both of them already at the end of their strength, helplessly watching that scene of despair. Kania let out a twisted, triumphant laugh, her dark energy fluctuations growing stronger, while the temperature in the stone chamber rose to a level that made breathing painful in the lungs. The fire jade fragments had already embedded themselves in most of Celine's forehead, the dark red glow almost covering her entire body, as if she had transformed into a glass statue on the verge of melting, with lava flowing inside her. The massive shadow of the evil god emitted a satisfied, deafening hum, slowly and uncontrollably descending towards Celine's body, as if to completely occupy her as a perfect vessel. Despair gripped Johann and Lerna's throats like the scalding air in the stone chamber. However, just at this critical moment, the distorted, boiling air curtain at the entrance of the stone chamber was suddenly torn apart by a determined and broken figure. A man had somehow broken through Cania's blockade of the outside world, his multiple wounds still oozing blood. The horrific injuries from the forest riot had not healed at all, and were even worse. Even Johann couldn't help but look away from the sight of his wounds. But his emerald green eyes, at this moment, were like cold iron tempered in fire, icy and calm, yet burning with an almost mad determination. Angel, his gaze pierced through the scorching, distorted air, locking onto the little girl beside the altar, who was being eroded and devoured by the power of the evil god. Without a shout, without hesitation, Angel moved, the azure wind magic swirling around his feet, making his speed even faster than before. He moved silently, like a moth rushing towards the flames, charging into the terrifyingly high-temperature area that could instantly char flesh and blood. Sizzle. His boots stepped on the red-hot stone slab, making a charred sound, and each step raised a wisp of blue smoke. The high temperature burned his skin and stung his eyes, but he seemed oblivious to it. Angel's speed was incredibly fast, yet his movements were unusually stable and precise, skillfully avoiding the melted depressions on the ground and the dark red energy flows that occasionally shot across the air. Cania noticed this sudden, weak intruder and let out an angry shriek. A thicker, dark red energy flow, like a giant whip formed from, with a destructive aura, tore through the air and lashed towards Angel. The power was strong enough to vaporize steel. Angel's pupils contracted sharply, but he did not retreat. Relying on his fierce and terrifying combat instincts, at the very last moment before the energy flow hit, he suddenly sidestepped and dove, his movements simple and efficient, narrowly avoiding the direct impact. However, the scorching shockwave from the edge of the energy flow still slammed into his side. Ugh! Angel let out a muffled groan, blood spattering from his mouth, the fabric on his left shoulder instantly carbonizing and disappearing, his skin turning blackened. But this was good. The wound that had been bleeding was now cauterized. It hurt a lot, but it was bearable. Taking advantage of his shock, Angel's body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. In his eyes, there was only Celine, only the fragment radiating ominous red light that was about to completely sink into her forehead. Time seemed to stretch, the sparks flying in the air, Cania's distorted face, Johann and Lerna's astonished gazes, and Celine's face filled with extreme pain, all reflected clearly in his emerald pupils. In the final step, he exerted force beneath his feet, pushing hard against the scorching ground, his body leaping into the air, recklessly lunging towards Celine. At the last moment, just as the blazing light of the fire jade fragment was about to completely engulf Celine's consciousness, outside, the midnight bell rang, symbolizing the passage of a day. Today's accumulated magic practice, 2,641 times. Magic 1. Current magic value, 35.5. UNS condition 2 met. Today's accumulated martial practice, 1 hour. Martial 0. Current martial value, 35.5. UNS condition 2 met. First completion of alchemical creation, 1 time. Skill 1. Current skill value, 35.5. UNS condition 2 met. Enchanting craft unlocked. Current enchanting level, 150. Equipped crafted item. Wind twine boots. Agility bonus 4. Current agility value, 41. UNS condition 2 met. In the next moment, Angel's hand accurately and firmly grasped the scorching fire jade fragment that was almost completely embedded in Celine's forehead. Hiss! Blue smoke rose, and the acrid smell of burning flesh instantly filled the air. The moment Angel's palm made contact with the fragment, He was burned by the terrifying high temperature. An excruciating pain pierced through him, but he gritted his teeth, his knuckles cracking under the immense pressure, veins bulging on the back of his hand, desperately preventing the fragment from sinking any further. Congratulations, you have made contact with the destructive fire jade, meeting all necessary conditions for UNS unlocking. All entries will soon be referenced to generate UNS for you. We hope you can feel the beauty in this world. Angel Yalvis. There was no time to look at these verbose entries. At this moment, Angel's mind held only one thought: to protect Selene. He positioned his body between Selene and the descending shadow of the evil god. The high temperature burned his palm, and the corruption of dark energy pierced through his nerves. But his emerald eyes remained calm as a deep pool, reflecting Selene's pained, twisted face. In the terrifying heat that could burn everything, Angel gently extended his other hand, cradling Selene's small face, soft and tender, just like her character. His deep, hoarse voice penetrated through the evil god's hum and the energy's roar, clearly reaching the ears of the nearly collapsing little girl. "Selene, look at me." Upon hearing that person's voice, Selene opened her tear-filled eyes. Of course, she had to open her eyes because Angel was here. Then she noticed a gentle and familiar touch on her face, and that almost otherworldly, beautiful emerald green gaze was staring straight at her. In an instant, to her, everything stopped hurting. Because Angel was here. He came to protect me. In the end, only this thought remained in her mind. Selene, with tears in her eyes, looked directly into Angel's beautiful, innocent almond-shaped eyes, which were now filled with a unique brutality belonging to the demon god. Ella had already begun to influence her mind, but looking at Angel, the words she always unconsciously uttered in the past flowed gently from her lips once again. Enduring the pain, she smiled gently. "Angel, you look good today, too." Angel was momentarily stunned. He looked at Selene. Even the courage that seemed almost resolute in his emerald green eyes froze for a moment. Then he sighed, as if recalling a distant afternoon when a cute little girl with a silly and naive look secretly sat beside him, staring at him for a long time, and in the end, only smiled foolishly. Angel pressed his lips together, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he gazed into Selene's eyes, which sparkled with a strange scarlet yet remained pure. He softly replied, "Is that so? You look very cute today too, Selene." As soon as the words fell, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, and Saleh, along with the fire jade, instantly disappeared from this world. Chapter 75. Sacrifice. The 403 dungeon heart hanging around Angel's neck glowed faintly, while the massive shadow of the evil god looming over the academy let out an angry and unwilling roar. Angel had fitted the last piece of the puzzle into fate. 403 Dungeon Heart. SSS Grade Accessory Usage 1. Synthesis Material. One of the conditions to unlock the UNS skill Usage 2. Equipment effects are as follows. Active skill. Instantly and unconditionally consumes all of the user's magic power to create the 403 alternate space, where all units within cannot be targeted by any existence from the main world. Having lost contact with the core fire jade fragment containing the rank, Ayla's descent process was forcibly interrupted. Her massive form began to become unstable, twisting and shaking violently, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Selene, the main consciousness of the evil god, halfway through its descent, was forcibly torn apart by the alternate space created by the 403 Dungeon Heart. Its remaining instincts roared, frantically searching for the sacrifice it desired. But without a host, its power could not influence the present world. Angel's body swayed slightly, his face pale as paper. Forcing the power of the 403 Dungeon Heart drained the little remaining stamina and magic power he had. 1 minute. This was Angel's limit. He lifted his head, his emerald eyes coldly sweeping over the shocked and angry Cania, as well as the gradually collapsing shadow of the evil god. He did not speak. The colorless barrier around him continued to emit a faint glow, resisting the terrifying high temperature that was still lingering. Yang and Lorna struggled to stand, gathering beside Angel, vigilantly watching ahead. In a desperate situation, it seemed that Angel's reckless intrusion and the power of that mysterious gem had brought a glimmer of hope. However, Cania's eyes erupted with an even crazier crimson light. You have destroyed everything. Angel's arrival and all the changes had occurred in mere moments. Moreover, outside, there seemed to be an extremely powerful force tightly gripping her, preventing Cania from acting just moments ago, let alone killing Angel. Screaming, the dark energy within her began to burn recklessly, exploding. But my lord shall descend. Even more violent dark red energy surged out from her body. She intended to use herself as a sacrifice to forcibly stabilize and complete the interrupted descent ritual. In the stone chamber, Professor Cania's body resembled burning firewood. The sinister dark red energy wildly gushing from her cracked skin, illuminating her as if she were a demon crawling out of hell. Her flesh was dissolving and vaporizing in the torrent of energy, emitting a nauseating burnt smell, but her eyes, filled with madness and despair, were fixated on the gradually collapsing shadow of the evil god. With my soul as a sacrifice. Welcome, my lord. She let out a final, piercing scream, unlike any human voice, and her entire being transformed into a soaring dark red fire pillar, violently crashing into the distorted and unstable shadow of the evil god. Intense pain burned from her soul. She ultimately embraced hell. Boom! Unimaginable, terrifying energy erupted, shaking the entire underground stone chamber as if it were a cardboard box thrown into the eye of a storm. Collapsing, massive stones, carrying lava like high temperatures, fell from above, and the ground cracked open with bottomless charred fissures, spewing scorching air filled with the scent of sulfur. Under this desperate, primordial sacrifice, the shadow of the evil god truly stabilized temporarily, even becoming more solid and terrifying. But it seemed to lack a bit of vitality. It was like a painting existing in the present world. However, even so, within the swirling lava and blood, countless twisted faces let out a synchronized shriek, and the devastating pressure crashed down like a tsunami. Go! Angel hoarsely shouted, enduring the dizziness brought on by complete magic exhaustion and the intense pain of burns all over his body. He pushed Yang and Lorna, who were momentarily stunned by shock, towards the only upward staircase entrance that was about to be completely buried by falling rocks. He stumbled backward due to the recoil, nearly being engulfed by a sweeping stream of dark red energy. Angel! Lorna exclaimed in panic, her golden eyes instantly filled with fear as she instinctively reached out to grab him. Don't mind me. Take Yang and go. Angel forcefully pushed her hand away, his voice torn by exhaustion and pain, but his gaze was calm to the point of frightening Lorna. You are needed above. Find a way to stop it from spreading. With the last of his strength, he infused a strange power that had just emerged from his body due to unlocking use, a power that was not magic, but more like a pure sense of existence, into his legs, and he suddenly kicked the ground. Bang! The ground cracked. He used the force to retreat rapidly, narrowly avoiding a huge charred stone falling from above, but he also completely distanced himself from the staircase entrance. Almost simultaneously, Yang suppressed the surging blood and energy. The remaining golden light of the heavenly saint armor lit up again, though dim. It formed a barrier above him and Lorna, forcibly crashing through the falling debris and rushing into the staircase passage. Looking back, Yahing's eyes turned red as he glanced at Angel's nearly broken body, gritting his teeth and growling. Angel! Lorna's shout was drowned out by the thunderous collapse of the stone chamber behind them and the deafening roar of the evil god. On the ground, in the abandoned church, Yang and Lorna stumbled out from the staircase entrance, which had collapsed by nearly half, their bodies covered in dust and hot ashes. Behind them, the earth continued to tremble slightly. A low, terrifying hum and the scent of sulfur emanated from deep underground, causing heart palpitations. Above them, a massive crimson thundercloud gathered. The shadow of the evil god Ayla was almost solidifying, and the terrifying heat spread through the air. Clearly, it had gained a bit of the ability to interfere with the present world under Cania's sacrifice. For God, just this amount of power was enough to overturn the Arturo Academy in the absence of Principal Aglera. Lorna's face was pale as she looked back at the entrance blocked by fallen stones, her fingertips icy. Yaheng's azure eyes were calm like a deep pool as he quickly scanned the surroundings. The Heavenly Saint armor mark on his right arm still radiated a clear warning of heat. The power of the evil god was seeping upwards. This place must be sealed immediately and nearby personnel evacuated. Yaheng's voice was calm and quick, carrying an undeniable determination. Senior Lorna, please contact the Academy guards and high-ranking mentors immediately. I'll set up a preliminary barrier to delay its spread, as if favored by fate. Yang had once helped Professor Trilla repair the massive, super high-grade, semi-permanent magic array hidden underground, which enveloped the entire Academy. He knew how to trigger this array to protect the Academy. Chapter 76. Space Luna suddenly came to her senses, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed her worries and fears about Angel's fall. The last scene before her escape was frozen in Angel's eyes, which were always filled with a thirst for survival. He would definitely not die. Luna believed this wholeheartedly, her golden eyes regaining the calmness and majesty of the Ice Moon Maiden. She knew a hen was right. Now that the aura of the evil god had erupted, the other teachers, even if exhausted from the beast riots in the Yara Great Forest, would never ignore the abnormalities here. In fact, Luna could already sense teachers patrolling not far away, leading senior students to provide support. Every second was crucial now. Even for Angel, she, exhausted and running on fumes, needed to remain calm and seek help from others. Good. She nodded without hesitation. Her fingertips shimmering with ice crystals as an emergency communication badge from the Eber family was activated in an instant, streams of information flowing into the void. At the same time, a hen had knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against the scorched, burning ground. The remaining holy power flowed, like a trickle, injecting itself into the earth with difficulty yet determination, outlining a simple but effective holy light rune that temporarily slowed the corruption of the filthy power from below. The ground trembled, and the absolute holy domain array was activated by the breath of his heroic bloodline, once again blocking the solidification of that phantom. After doing all this, fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead, clearly showing the severity of his injuries and exhaustion. The two exchanged a glance, no words needed. Their understanding was already established. They had to hold this place for the Academy and for that figure who might still be trapped below. In the alternate space of room 403, the light was a constant soft milky white, with no source, yet it filled the entire space. Beneath her feet was an expansive surface, smooth and warm like jade, extending to the end of her vision. There was no scent in the air. The temperature was just right, and it was quiet enough to hear her own heartbeat and blood flowing. Siren lay on the cold ground, slowly opening her eyes. The intense pain in her forehead had disappeared, replaced by a peculiar fullness, as if connected to some enormous existence, yet tinged with a sense of cold detachment. She instinctively touched her forehead, which was smooth and uninjured, only a hint of warmth emanating from beneath her skin, as if a warm jade was embedded in her bones. "Where is this?" she murmured to herself, struggling to sit up. Her pink hair fell down, and she looked around, finding it empty, silent, unfamiliar. And an indescribable sense of loneliness instantly seized her. Memories flooded her mind like fragments. Professor Kanya's cold gaze, the altar, the burning pain. Angel rushing into the sea of flames, the warmth of his hands holding her cheeks, and that sentence, "Siren, you look lovely today." Tears burst forth without warning, sliding down her pale cheeks. "Angel, sobi." She choked up, hugging her knees and curling up. What happened to him? In the end, he pushed her to safety, but he himself. A massive fear and regret washed over her like a cold tide. Just then, she felt the warm jade on her forehead gently vibrate. A faint yet clear thought, laced with a lazy mockery, echoed in her mind. "Oh, you're awake, little Siren." Siren was startled, raising her head to look around. Who is speaking? "Don't look for me. Just look down at yourself." The thought carried a hint of playfulness. Or rather, look at that beautiful little stone in your head. Siren was stunned, instinctively trying to look inward. Although she didn't understand how to do so, the feeling was incredibly clear. In her consciousness, a tiny, infinitely reduced, red crystal, within which molten lava seemed to flow slowly. was quietly suspended in the center of her mind's eye, emitting a faint warmth and an ominous red glow. Is that the core of the fire jade? To be precise, it is I, the great Era, who unfortunately got tricked by that bastard hero and that reckless little minion. Damn it. How can there be such strange rule-based props in a human world? The thought huffed, clearly displeased and feeling belittled. For now, consider yourself lucky. A tenant? I remember humans have such a saying. Era, he's in my body? Saren's face turned pale in an instant. Her body trembling violently. Go away. Get out. Hurry up and get out. A very simple way to drive someone away. TSK. What's all the noise? Era's thought conveyed impatience. Do you think I want to stay in this broken place? Your little body is pitifully barren, and your soul is bland and tasteless. If it weren't for the damned alternate space outside, completely isolating the laws of the present world, I would have long. He paused, seeming to sense Saren's extreme fear, and his thoughts softened slightly, even carrying a hint of consolation. All right, stop crying. Thanks to this strange prop, you are temporarily safe now. My portion of divine consciousness has merged with your soul, and now we are like grasshoppers on the same rope. Understand? Siren shook her head in confusion, tears streaming down more fiercely. Sob. I don't understand. What about Angel? You mean that decent-looking little minion? Era's thought paused, as if sensing the outside world, but quickly gave up. He may be dead, or he may not be. However, he was able to send you in here while he didn't come in himself. So, it seems he is determined to be a hero. Humans are really a foolish species. Of course, I feel he is dead. Though the tone was harsh, Siren strangely felt a hint of extremely faint, similar to recognition. But soon, Siren hated him again because, as long as I get out of this narrow space, I can communicate with my rank again. And in the end, you and he will still be devoured by me. He. She wiped her tears forcefully, stubbornly shaking her head. Angel won't die. He promised to bring me jerky. Era's thought fell silent for a moment before scoffing. Jerky? Humans really are. Cough, little Siren. Actually, I could also roast him for you to eat. What do you say? Siren. She slapped her forehead hard with tears in her eyes, as if that could punish Era in her head. Don't you dare say that. Sigh. He didn't continue, but the thought seemed no longer filled with malice and mockery, as it had been at first. Absolute silence enveloped them again. Siren hugged herself, feeling the weak yet real warmth from the fragment on her forehead, along with the irritable and awkward tenant in her mind. Fear still existed, and the loneliness wrapped around her like cold mist. But for some reason, thinking of the way Angel looked at her in the end, and recalling what he said, the deepest coldness in her heart seemed to be dispelled a little. It will be fine, because he is Angel. With this thought, the alternate space suddenly shattered, and without warning, Siren appeared in the library, in a position by the window where they always sat. But strangely, the fragment of Era within her did not react, and the atmosphere in the library was eerily quiet. It seemed she sensed something. Siren trembled as she turned her gaze back. An old man with a white beard was sitting in the librarian's position, quietly turning the pages of a book. He stroked his beard and closed the book, The Biography of Arturo. Chapter 77. Erasure deep in the ruins of the collapsed stone chamber underground. Darkness was like thick ink, nearly swallowing all light. Only a few flickering, sickly dark red glimmers. Remnants of the unfaded energy of the evil god seeping through the gaps of the massive stone slabs from above illuminated the space. They resembled the blood vessels of a dying giant beast, helplessly reflecting the ashes and sulphurous dust that lingered in the air, yet to settle. Angel was trapped in a small triangular space formed by a huge stone slab, his whole body in excruciating pain, almost unable to move. His consciousness drifting between the cold darkness and searing agony, as if he were about to be completely engulfed by this deathly silence. The burns on his left shoulder, old wounds, and the backlash from forcibly activating the heart of Dungeon 403, and that new power had nearly pushed him to the brink of collapse. It would be more accurate to say, this time he was probably really close to death. Speaking of which, Angel had been feeling like he was jumping back and forth along the boundary of death lately. His breathing was weak, each inhalation tainted with dust and the metallic taste of blood. His lungs felt as if they were seared by flames and then violently torn apart by a fork. The remnants of the last roar of the evil god, Era, seemed to still buzz among the rubble. But that world-destroying pressure had strangely vanished, as if an invisible giant hand had instantly choked off its source, leaving behind this forcibly paused, shattered silence. The dark red energy was like the dying breaths of a wild beast, hot and filthy. Having lost its consciousness, it wildly accumulated power, determined to completely incinerate the tiny human who dared to repeatedly obstruct it and even seal part of its origin into ashes. But just as that destructive energy was about to touch Angel's blurred consciousness, space froze. No, it didn't seem to be completely frozen, but rather forcibly organized by some higher existence. All the raging energy flows, whether it was the dark red, evil energy, falling debris, or even the pervasive dust, instantly became docile, as if gently smoothed by an invisible hand, suspended in midair, losing all kinetic energy and malice. A petite figure quietly appeared at the center of this absolute stillness. Alaluo, Saint Yelanya. The brim of her enormous wizard hat cast a shadow, covering most of her face, revealing only her bloodless lips and delicately contoured chin. Alaluo's expression was weary, as if she had just been unwillingly awakened from a long nap, even lazily yawning with a minimal movement. Facing the remnants of the evil god and the tragic ruins that would make any creature's heart tremble, there was not even a ripple in her gray eyes. She did not look at Angel first, but leisurely walked in front of him, completely blocking those remaining. Ominously glowing dark red energy flows, even though they had now been entirely solidified. "Oh, it's the evil god," she softly said, glancing up at the enormous dark red shadow in the sky from beneath her large hat. 300 years ago, didn't I teach you? She murmured quietly, her voice not loud, but piercing through the stagnant air like a stone thrown into an absolutely silent lake, even carrying a childish complaint, yet strangely resonating in this deathly space. Each word weighed heavily, coldly crashing into the void, as if merely commenting on an inconsequential old object. Gods should not interfere in our matters. However, the shadow of the evil god, Era, twisted violently, trembling, not out of anger, but from a deeply ingrained instinctual fear. At the moment Alaluo appeared, Era's perception, composed purely of negative energy and ancient resentment, captured a certain aura. Aura, it believed had long been completely annihilated with time, existing only in the oldest terrifying memories, pure, supreme, carrying an absolutely suppressive holiness, and the cold, merciless scent of the embers left after slaying gods and demons. That was Archuro's aura, though extremely faint, almost like an illusion. The absolute suppression of its status could not be faked. This aura lingered around this seemingly harmless girl, as natural as breathing, and it looks like he is in pain. You shouldn't hit him anymore. Era's unconscious roar turned into a terrified shriek, its massive shadow instinctively recoiling, as if encountering its nemesis. Alaluo paid no attention to its terror. She merely lifted her eyelids slightly, her gray eyes lazily scanning Era's distorted form, as if looking at an annoying insect. "If I can't teach you, then this time I will." Saying this, Alaluo extended her slender finger and casually snapped her fingers at Era's shadow. Snap! The sound was very soft, but with this gentle snap, Era's massive shadow, barely stabilized by Cania sacrificing itself, collapsed, shattered, and vanished in an instant, as if it were a bubble that had been popped without even a struggle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no clash of energies, just like a chalk drawing on a blackboard being wiped clean, neat and tidy, as if it had never existed. The pervasive stench of sulfur and the terrifying pressure vanished without a trace, leaving only the earthy smell and coldness of the underground ruins. The stony fragments and dust that had been frozen finally began to fall, but all cleverly avoided Angel and Alaluo below. Everything returned to silence, yet outside, Ahung and Lerna stared in confusion at the layers of countless golden magic circles that suddenly appeared in the sky, varying in size, stretching from the distant horizon all the way above the abandoned church. The dense magic essence nearly suffocated them, coalescing into a beam of light about 5 centimeters wide. piercing straight through the stone chamber where Era had just been. Ahung Lerna, the three great holy gods have descended, Ahung whispered uncertainly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. She looked at Angel, covered in wounds, on the verge of death, his blood-soaked, tattered clothes, and pale face like paper. Tilting her head slightly, a few strands of gray hair slipping out from beneath her hat, brushing against her expressionless cheek. Does it hurt a lot? Her voice revealed no concern, more like a pure, observational confirmation. Angel's eyelashes trembled a few times, struggling to open his eyes. His emerald gaze lost its usual calm gleam in the darkness, appearing somewhat vacant, and only with effort could he focus to see the person in front of him. He pulled at his cracked, bleeding lips, wanting to say something, but first coughed up a mouthful of blood with a metallic taste. His voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible. It hurts quite a bit. Alaluo silently watched him cough up blood, then extended her slender, almost fragile fingers, and without any visible effort, the heavy stone slab pressing on Angel was effortlessly lifted as if it were a feather, revealing the mangled, bloodied wound beneath. The scent of blood in the air seemed to intensify. Chapter 78. In the shadows, after thinking for a moment, her small face showed a bland expression. Yet there was an imperceptible sense of shirking responsibility, looking very childish. You just asked me to cast a fire protection spell for you, so don't blame me. Angel. Upon hearing this, Angel almost weakly closed his eyes, followed by a fit of violent coughing, his body slightly convulsing in pain. With each breath feeling like it was pulling at a broken bellows. He struggled to move, trying to lean against the cold rubble behind him to sit up, but it was futile, and he could only helplessly sink back into place. Angel felt a bit fatigued, mainly emotionally. It was already this time, and she was still saying these things. He shook his head. Cough. It's fine, a little pain. Keeps me awake. But you clearly said you wouldn't take action. So why? Why are you here now? Alaluo blinked, seemingly pondering this question seriously, then replied earnestly. Because when you asked me just now, I had no reason to take action. She stared blankly at the broken ceiling, her answer filled with uncertainty, as if she didn't quite understand her own feelings at that moment. The mixed scent of smoke and blood lingered in the air, and the cold rubble pressed against his back. Angel closed his eyes, his long eyelashes casting a fragile shadow on his pale, almost translucent cheeks, feeling the coldness from excessive blood loss intertwining with the burning pain of his wounds. So, is there something now? Angel asked weakly, as if to maintain his consciousness. Alaluo did not answer immediately. She simply sat quietly in the shadow of the rubble beside Angel, her large wizard hat making her look like a small gray mushroom quietly growing in a desolate place. She slightly tilted her head back, seemingly looking through the gaps in the collapsed dome at the ominous dark red sky outside, where the stars were nowhere to be seen, her gaze unfocused. After a long while, she lowered her head, her eyes falling on Angel's hand, which was covered in burns and blood, hanging limply. She extended her own slender, pale fingers, which seemed out of place in the surroundings, and very gently, as if touching a fragile item, placed her fingertips lightly on the back of his cold hand. A vast yet extremely gentle holy light, bearing an indescribable pure life force, surged into Angel's nearly exhausted and broken body like the melting snow water of early spring. Quietly flowing in, this power was so immense, yet controlled with such finesse, only slowly repairing the most fatal injuries and alleviating the most intense pain without causing any uncomfortable shock. Yes, there is now, she finally responded softly, her voice light as a sigh, dissipating in the still air. Looking at Angel's almost broken body, Alaluo bit her lip. Just moments ago, she witnessed Angel completely denying the truth she had once deemed unchangeable, their fated destinies. The dark and scarlet fate of Siren was dyed a lovely and gentle pink by him, and as a price, a faint, dusk-like red appeared on the originally almost transparent blank of Angel's existence. This was also why Alaluo ultimately came here. No, perhaps. She looked at Angel's blood-soaked and weakened appearance. A feeling that she could not identify slowly infiltrated Alaluo's heart. It was a sensation she had never encountered before, but it wasn't bad. A tremendous sense of exhaustion swept over her like a black tide. Accompanied by this soothing energy, an angel could no longer resist the heavy eyelids as his consciousness began to sink rapidly into warm darkness. The last thing he saw was the slight tightening of Alaluo's lips beneath the brim of her hat, and her other hand, subconsciously clutching the sleeve of his old wizard robe with slender fingers. Alaluo, I want to sleep for a while. Please go find Siren. Things aren't over yet, he muttered softly, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible. Alaluo slightly turned her head, watching as he completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep coma with a pale face. She silently adjusted her position and then, with a somewhat clumsy yet exceptionally careful action, gently cradled Angel's powerless head, allowing him to rest as comfortably as possible against her seemingly fragile, yet inexplicably reassuring little shoulder. A wave of immense satisfaction surged within her. Outside the ruins, the distant sound of the Academy's alarm bell and the commotion of people rushing about could be faintly heard. But they were all isolated in this corner of absolute silence, shrouded by an invisible force. She pulled down the wide brim of her hat, casting her and Angel's faces into deeper shadows, as if this could block out the world's disturbances and dangers. Yes, you've worked hard, she replied very softly, her voice as low as a feather brushing past, as if she weren't speaking to anyone in particular. Good night. Time slightly rewound. When the holy light of Yang clashed with the frost of Lorna in the underground of the abandoned church against the descending evil god's creation, the booming sound shook the ancient bricks. No one knew that in another corner of the Academy, a figure was dragging a nearly broken body, engaged in an even more brutal struggle in silence. The rain relentlessly beat against the stained glass windows of Professor Kewer's office, producing a dull and continuous patter, as if trying to drown the entire world in an endless gray water curtain. The sky outside was a depressing, lead-gray color, seemingly soaked in sewage, and the continuous rain clouds hung low, almost collapsing the Academy's towering spires. Occasionally, lightning would tear through the clouds, briefly illuminating the room with a pale light, only to be swallowed again by deeper darkness, leaving behind a rumbling sound like the earth's groan. The office was filled with the scent of aged parchment, dry herbs, and a sort of heavy atmosphere akin to anxiety solidifying into substance. Professor Kewer Lannis was buried beneath a pile of documents and ancient books, his messy brown hair further disheveled by his agitation, with a few strands sticking up defiantly and dark circles under his eyes. The sound of a quill scratching across paper, mixed with the endless rain outside, created a disconcerting background noise. A cup of red tea, long gone cold, sat at the corner of the desk, emitting a bitter aftertaste. At that moment, the heavy oak door of the office was gently pushed open, letting out a weary creak. The cold, damp air, carrying the scent of rain, rushed in, stirring the papers on the desk. Professor Kewer did not raise his head, his voice hoarse and clearly tired, even with a hint of barely perceptible irritation. If it's a report on the damage from the monster uprising or the progress of the barrier repairs, put on the left. If it's a request for additional magical power or complaints about leaking dormitories, put on the right, if neither applies. His words abruptly halted, because a strong, undeniable scent of blood mixed with herbal ointment forcefully invaded his perception, accompanied by the weak and labored breathing of the newcomer. Professor Kewer suddenly lifted his head. Against the dim light of the corridor outside, a figure leaned against the door frame, barely able to stand. Angel Yalvis. He was soaked to the skin, his deep brown hair clinging to his pale, almost transparent forehead and cheeks, rainwater dripping continuously from his jawline, pooling into a small dark stain on the floor. The Academy uniform that had once been relatively tidy was now tattered and torn, with multiple rips revealing layers of bandages underneath, stained with dark red and murky yellow from blood and rainwater. Most strikingly, his left arm was secured with a crude splint. Hanging in front of his chest, the bandages wrapped heavily around it, yet fresh red blood could still be seen seeping through. Each of his breaths seemed unusually heavy and difficult, as if his lungs were being pressed by an invisible boulder. His emerald green eyes appeared somewhat unfocused in the dim light, yet they still stubbornly fixed on Professor Core's face. Within them was an almost burning, heart-pounding tenacity. Chapter 79, Desperate Anger. Professor Core was so shocked that he nearly knocked over the ink bottle on his desk. He suddenly stood up, walked around the desk, and exclaimed, How did this happen? What happened? His voice was filled with disbelief and a hint of suppressed panic. But more than that, it was instinctive concern and anxiety upon seeing his student in such a terrible state. He hurried forward, wanting to support Anger's swaying body, but was at a loss, afraid of touching his wounds. Anger slightly shook his head. This minor movement seemed to aggravate his injuries, causing him to furrow his brow imperceptibly. But he quickly returned to an almost numbed calmness. Rainwater trickled down his eyelashes and dripped into his eyes, but he merely blinked, his gaze still firmly locked on Professor Core. His voice was hoarse, like a worn-out bellows, with every word laced with blood and unstable breaths. I'm sorry to disturb you. I need your help. Seeing Anger's appearance, as if he would shatter at any moment, Core felt a mix of urgency and anger, causing his voice to rise. Help? The help you need right now is to immediately return to the medical room and lie back down on that damn sickbed. Do you even realize how serious your injuries are? Teach me alchemy. Anger interrupted him, his voice still hoarse but carrying an undeniable, resolute determination. It was as if this sentence was the only core he could squeeze out of his shattered body with all his strength. Thunder rumbled outside, perfectly drowning out Core's momentary astonishment and the deeper confusion that followed. Alchemy? Core seemed to not have heard clearly. Or perhaps he could not comprehend how those 3 words could come from someone in such a near-death state. Anger, listen to me. Should you first take a look at your own condition? You can barely stand. Alchemy requires a high level of mental concentration and stable magical control. You want to learn this now? His gaze swept over Anger's right hand, which was trembling slightly at his side. The fingertips were still uncontrollably shaking, clearly struggling to maintain even the most basic stability. Anger remained silent, neither refuting nor averting his gaze. He just looked at Core, his emerald eyes showing no wavering, no pleading, only a bottomless, silent stubbornness. Deep within that stubbornness, there seemed to be a vast anxiety and urgency that Core could not fully comprehend, as if an invisible stopwatch was frantically counting down in his heart, ticking away and urging him to crawl forward, even if it meant dragging himself along. Rainwater slid down his cheek, tracing the taut line of his jaw before finally dripping down. Please, teacher. The office fell into a brief silence, filled only with the sound of rain, thunder, and Anger's heavy, suppressed breathing. Teacher. The simple 2 words touched Core's heart. He irritably ran his fingers through his already messy hair, sighed deeply and long, filled with helplessness, worry, and something stirred by the boy's unreasonable persistence. He softened his tone, trying one last time to persuade. Anger, listen, I know you want to become stronger, and the atmosphere at the academy has been strange lately. But everything takes time and needs to progress step by step. Clearly, even I can see that your body has reached its limit. Forcing yourself to learn alchemy. If your magic backlash occurs or you make a mistake, the consequences are unimaginable. Go back and heal. Once you're feeling better, I'll personally guide you. Okay. But Anger slowly shook his head, extremely slowly. This action seemed to drain the last of his strength, causing his body to sway slightly, forcing him to extend his somewhat intact right hand to awkwardly support himself against the cold door frame. His fingertips grazed the rough wood, leaving a faint, blurred watermark. He lifted his head. Rain-soaked hair clung to his forehead, his face pale to the point of being frightening, but only his eyes remained astonishingly bright. Professor Core. Time may not be enough. His voice dropped even lower, almost becoming a whisper, yet it pierced Core's eardrum like a cold dagger. The fluctuations of the evil artifact, the changes in the forest, and the rumors in the academy. I can't wait any longer. He paused, struggling to swallow, his throat moving as if he was gulping down rust and anxiety, even a hint of fear about possibly losing something. For the first time, Anger realized he seemed to be afraid of certain events occurring. I need power. I need to understand the essence of magic faster. I need means to protect certain things, Alchemy is now the only path I can think of that might be viable. His words were fragmented but exceptionally clear, each one striking Kewer's heart. Kewer fell into complete silence. He stared at Anger, observing the boy's almost obsessive will to survive and urgency that starkly contrasted with his severely injured state. He suddenly realized that what Anger was seeking might not simply be about becoming stronger. Behind this, there seemed to be something deeper and more complex, something he might not fully understand, but could vaguely sense, swirling in the shadows of the academy. Outside, another flash of lightning illuminated Anger's bloodless face and those green eyes burning with dark flames. Kewer took a deep breath again, the stale air in the office mingling with the damp chill of the rain filling his lungs. He finally relented, carrying a heavy heart and a hint of unease. "All right, Anger, all right." He turned and rummaged through the chaotic desk, papers rustling. Finally, he pulled out a slightly old piece of notepaper, took a feather pen, and quickly scribbled a few lines, the ink slightly messy due to his hurried movements. "Take this." He handed the note to Anger, his expression extremely serious. "Go find Professor Trelia. He is the true authority in soul forging and magical device construction at the Academy, and he has medical skills. At least he can ensure you don't die while learning." He paused, emphasizing his tone, almost as a warning. "But remember, Anger, this is just a referral. Until your body recovers enough to withstand the backlash of alchemical experiments, you are absolutely not allowed to attempt any dangerous operations on your own. Otherwise, don't even think about becoming stronger. You might not even see tomorrow's sun." Anger extended his slightly trembling right hand and took the thin, yet seemingly heavy as 1,000 pounds, note. The cold touch on his fingertips jolted his muddled consciousness awake for a moment. He tightly grasped the note, as if holding onto a faint but tangible hope. "Regarding updates, I will always keep an eye on the earnings and gradually increase updates for everyone. After all, we have a daily minimum of 3 updates, so additional updates will be 1 chapter each day. I really can't produce more without affecting quality. I will make up for the updates owed to everyone. Love you all." Chapter 80 Bribery. He nodded slowly, yet solemnly at Professor Core. "Thank you, Professor Core." His voice was still hoarse, but it carried an indescribable weight. "Really, thank you." After saying this, he did not linger. Leaning against the door frame, he turned around with great difficulty, dragging his seemingly fragile body step by step, blending into the deeper shadows of the corridor and the continuous sound of rain outside the door. Professor Core stood in place, looking in the direction he had disappeared, his brow furrowed, motionless for a long time. Only the endless rain outside continued to beat against the glass, with a dull and oppressive sound, as if foretelling more unknown storms to come. The cold air sliced through Angel's exposed skin like an invisible blade, and every breath brought a sharp pain from deep within his lungs. He stood at the base of the bell tower, gazing up at the spire that was almost obscured by the lead-gray rain clouds. The wind howled from above, carrying a damp chill and an indescribable sense of being watched from a higher dimension, making his tattered robe flutter and causing his already cold body, weakened from blood loss, to shiver slightly. He looked down at his feet. The wind-wrapped boots he had forged himself were emitting a faint, unstable magical fluctuation. The dark leather was covered with intricate alchemical runes, currently glowing with a ghostly blue light, flickering like breathing. Professor Tryla had commented that his talent was decent, but his foundation was unstable, and forcing it could lead to backlash. Those words echoed in his ears. This assessment was not unfounded. Angel knew that this brief crash course in alchemy was merely squeezing out potential and overextending his spirit for the sake of results. The magical circuits inside the boots were rough and restless. Every time he infused magic, it felt as if countless tiny ice needles were stabbing at his ankles, bringing waves of sharp numbness. However, these boots were an indispensable part of his plan, the key tool for reaching the battlefield of despair. He needed speed, the ability to reach the core before the flames of the malevolent god encircled him, and he needed the extra agility they provided to help him touch the unlocking conditions of UNS. But speed alone was not enough. He also needed a barrier, one that could temporarily isolate him from the flames of the malevolent god that could burn the soul and distort reality. a shield that would allow him to penetrate that destructive energy storm and reach the place where the core siren resided. And he knew that the key to this shield lay high above. The girl Ololo, who always curled up in the shadow of the Academy's highest bell tower, wrapped in a wizard's hat so large that it could almost conceal her entirely, seemed to be sleeping, isolated from the world. Finding her was the most uncertain yet crucial part of the plan. She was elusive and unpredictable, like a true cat. Angel took a deep breath, the cold air filling his chest, bringing on a violent cough, with familiar metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He suppressed it forcefully, activating the power of the wind-wrapped boots. The ghostly blue light suddenly brightened, and an unyielding thrust rose from beneath his feet, lifting him up along the rusty, seemingly fragile vertical iron ladder. Rather than climbing, it felt more like he was struggling to float upward in the wind. The power of the boots was extremely unstable, fluctuating from strong to weak. Each wave of force felt like an invisible giant hand tearing at his injured body, causing the still healing wounds beneath the bandages to burst open again. Warm liquid seeping through the fabric, bringing searing pain. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, mixing with the cold rainwater as it trickled down his pale cheeks. Finally, Angel reached the narrow dome platform at the top of the bell tower. The wind here was fiercer, howling through the gaps in the ancient stone carvings, emitting a wailing sound. The lead gray sky hung low, the heavy rain clouds seemed within reach, and the cold raindrops slanted against his face. In the deep shadow of the dome, a small figure curled up, almost blending into the darkness. A large, worn wizard's hat covered most of her face, revealing only her petite chin and a few strands of silvery gray hair that sparkled as if dusted with stardust. She slept soundly, her breathing even and faint, as if the raging winds and damp chill at this height had nothing to do with her, creating a tranquil little world of her own. Angel did not immediately disturb her. He leaned against the cold stone wall, breathing heavily, each inhalation tugging at the wounds in his chest and abdomen, bringing excruciating pain. He slowly sat down, his movements stiff and laborious, trying not to make any noise. Cold raindrops dripped from his hair, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. He carefully took out a warm oil paper bag from his chest. The edges of the paper were stained with a faint, dried blood stain that was hard to notice. He unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing the last 3 pieces of jerky. The jerky had a perfect caramel color, the surface shimmering with extremely faint, spark-like magical light. This was the fiery chicken jerky he had painstakingly crafted using the leftover scraps of alchemy, combined with the essence of the blazing bird. Originally, he had intended to give this small comfort, a trivial warmth carrying his sentiments, to Siren after everything was over. At this moment, the unique aroma of the jerky, mingling with the scent of caramel, meat, and a hint of strange magical fluctuation, wafted faintly in the cold, damp air. Time passed slowly amidst the howling wind and the patter of rain. Angel sat quietly, like a stone statue, only his occasionally trembling body, due to pain, indicating his tenacity for life. He patiently waited, his gaze fixed on the sleeping figure in the shadows. After a long time, from beneath the brim of the hat, a soft sound emerged, like a kitten murmuring in its dreams. Ololo's small nose twitched slightly in her sleep, as if instinctively stirred by the barely perceptible scent. She did not open her eyes, but unconsciously in a daze. She moved her body slightly towards the source of the aroma, like a lazy cat, burying her face deeper into the soft folds of the hat. Yet that subtle movement had already revealed her awakened senses. Angel's gaze shifted slightly. He extended his slightly trembling hand, carefully placing a piece of jerky gently beside her curled-up body on the cold, dusty stone slab. Almost simultaneously, a pale, nearly transparent hand, with slender fingers, darted out swiftly and silently from the shadow of her wide sleeves and the brim of the hat, accurately snatching the piece of jerky and instantly retreating, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Beneath the brim of the hat, a faint and satisfied sound of chewing could be heard, like a small animal enjoying a delicacy. No words, only the sound of the wind. Chapter 81. Behind the scenes, Anger remained silent and placed down another piece. The same process unfolded again. That small hand appeared and disappeared like lightning, capturing the jerky with precision, the faint sound of chewing almost imperceptible in the wind, until the last piece of jerky was placed in the same spot by anger. This time, the small hand swiftly snatched away the jerky once again. But after a moment, under the brim of the hat, those unique gray eyes, as if veiled in a thin mist of winter, finally slowly opened a crack. The gaze was heavy with lingering sleepiness, like a cat forcibly awakened from a beautiful dream, revealing a hint of bewilderment and displeasure as it lazily focused on Anger's pale, rain-soaked and weary face. She chewed the last piece of jerky slowly, her delicate throat bobbing slightly. Then, in a nasal and indistinct tone, she commented, "Not tasty." The tone was flat, revealing no joy or anger, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. Anger nodded, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing, each syllable tinged with blood. "Do me a favor." "No." Alolo's response was crisp and decisive, her gray eyes half closed, seemingly ready to drift back into slumber, the brim of her hat being pulled down as she shrank her neck. "One more time." Anger's voice remained hoarse, but carried an undeniable promise. "As much as you want. Spicy chicken jerky, or anything else you desire." The gray eyes under the brim blinked, the long, butterfly-like silver lashes fluttering slightly. The sleepiness in her gaze seemed to fade a bit, as if weighing the value of this deal. "Anything else I want?" she murmured softly. "Is it really anything?" Anger nodded. "As long as I have it, it's yours." Her gaze inadvertently swept over Anger's paper-white cheek, landing on the bandages soaked in rainwater and blood, faintly revealing fresh red, pausing for a moment. There was no sympathy in her gaze, only a near indifferent observation, as if assessing a tool on the verge of being discarded. "You will die," she stated, her voice still laced with the drowsiness of just waking, yet clearly penetrating through the sound of the wind. She seemed to already know what Anger was about to do. "Maybe," Anger acknowledged calmly, with no fear on his face, only a silent determination. "But that's my business." "Don't," Alolo murmured, her voice as light as melting snow. She seemed truly intent on falling back asleep, pulling the brim of her hat down further, curling up tighter, as if wanting to completely shut out this uninvited guest, reeking of blood and trouble. However, perhaps it was the lingering scent of the jerky on her lips that had an effect, or perhaps it was the faint aura emanating from this boy, stubborn like a quenched cold iron, that stirred a feeling within her. A flutter she had never felt before. After a long while, she very slowly, with obvious reluctance, extended a slender finger from her wide sleeves. That finger was delicate and pale, the tip surrounded by an almost imperceptible layer, as if the space itself was subtly twisting in transparent ripples. She pointed toward Anger's chest from a distance. No incantation, no brilliant light, just a complex, dazzling, yet faintly illusionary transparent rune flashed at her fingertip, vanishing almost too quickly to capture. The rune seemed woven from the purest ice crystals and the most resilient threads of space, carrying a coldness that isolated everything, freezing all things, silently sinking into Anger's chest. A sense of indescribable coldness instantly spread, not a bone-chilling cold, but a feeling of absolute, temporary isolation from the external fiery world. It was weak, yet extraordinarily pure. "Done." Alolo quickly retracted her hand, lowered the brim of her hat again, completely hiding herself in the shadows and warmth, her voice lowering to a whisper like a dream murmur, yet seemingly laced with some concern. "Don't die." Anger remained silent, unable to guarantee this to the girl, so he simply nodded. He glanced at the distant horizon, where the crimson rain clouds were beginning to take shape. "I will try my best to survive." Rain fell between the two. Alolo pursed her lips, said nothing, only gave a slight, Anger thought for a moment, suddenly recalling the memory of Alolo's only active involvement in Chapter 4. After a pause, he asked, "Defeating this should be easy for you, right?" Alolo nodded, her large wizard hat blocking the rain curtain. She just stared blankly at the sky. "Yes, but I have no reason to intervene." Her whisper melted quickly into the sound of the rain. Anger remained silent for a long time, then no longer lingered. "Is that so?" he said softly, his voice still hoarse but carrying a hint of relieved ease. He carefully felt the weak yet crucial protective power in his chest, like cradling a fragile ice crystal, deeply containing it within. Anger leaned against the cold, rough stone wall, using all his strength to slowly, unsteadily stand up. Each movement of his bones and muscles brought tearing pain. He took one last glance at the shadowy figure that had fallen back into slumber, as if nothing had ever happened, then turned and, step by step, dragging that battered body, which seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. He slowly walked down the path he had come. The light of the wind carrying boots flickered beneath his feet, like the flickering flame of life at this moment. While outside the bell tower, the ominous flames of the final confrontation seemed to be faintly burning on the distant horizon. This is a story that is fundamentally unimportant, hidden behind the glamorous protagonists, belonging solely to the small minions. 13th day after the disaster. Rulna Ebel stood at the edge of the reconstructed central square, her golden eyes scanning the bustling scene. She wore a well-tailored Ebel family outfit, her silver hair meticulously tied back, exuding a cold aura that kept strangers at bay, even more so than before. Only those familiar with her could detect that beneath the icy surface there was an unnoticeable layer of fatigue and deeper alienation. The disaster changed a lot. She witnessed anger's near-fatal charge, felt the despair of losing the trail of Siren, and experienced the insignificance in the face of absolute power. She participated in the subsequent crisis management, assisted Principal Aglera in stabilizing the situation, suppressed the undercurrents attempting to incite class conflict within the academy with an iron fist, and had a private discussion with Princess Inya. During the days when anger was seriously injured and unconscious, she became even more silent and sharper. Senior Rolna. A steady voice came. Yang walked up to her side. Tomatoes have tormented me 1,000 times. Yet I treat tomatoes like my first love. It's time for the Clams talent show. Let's dance for everyone. Opening the clam shell, slapping the clam meat, moving gracefully. Chapter 82 Reconstruction. He wore a simple trainee uniform, but the bandage wrapped around his right arm and the determination in his gaze that surpassed his age made him stand out. His injuries had healed faster than Angel's. The resilience of the heavenly saint armed was astonishing. He was no longer the slightly inexperienced heir to the brave bloodline who had just entered the academy, but a true warrior beginning to bear the name of a hero. Klasmat Yang. Lorna nodded slightly, her gaze falling on his arm. How is the recovery? It's no longer a big issue. Yahung moved his arm, his azure eyes clear and resolute. Is that so? Lorna's gaze turned toward the distant forest, where Angel's camp was located. Is he okay? Yahung followed her gaze and fell silent for a moment. Senior Angel, he is recovering quickly, but there are still no signs of waking up. He added, I've heard that classmate Siren is also adapting well to the lessons from Principal Ogra. At the mention of Siren, Lorna's eyes softened for a moment before returning to their usual coldness. After the disaster, Siren underwent extensive special training under Principal Ogra's personal supervision and initially mastered the method to suppress the warm current within her. She was now allowed limited activities within the academy, accompanied by specific personnel. Lorna would occasionally visit her, bringing her some pastries. Siren still seemed a bit dull, but the fear that had once been in her eyes had lessened, replaced by a quietness of having survived a disaster. Every time they met, that little girl would always ask about Angel. Come, Lorna repeated softly, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the icy crystal patterns on her sleeve. Shaking off her thoughts, she looked at Yahung. Is there any progress on the research materials left by Professor Kania at the academy? Yahung shook his head, his expression serious. Professor Trilla told me that her research involves many forbidden ancient evil rituals and soul grafting techniques. Moreover, we suspect she is not working alone. He lowered his voice. Some clues point to external forces, even the royal capital. Lorna's pupils constricted, a cold glint flashing in her golden eyes. For some reason, the seemingly kind and gentle face of Princess Ainea flashed through her mind. At that time, Angel's challenge to her in the competition was a hint. She took a gentle breath, the cold air piercing her lungs. Continue to investigate. Do not miss any clues. In a quiet room deep within the academy, shrouded by multiple purification arrays, Siren was sitting quietly by the window. She wore a brand new academy uniform, her light pink hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. The sunlight poured in through specially filtered glass, warming her. She opened her palm, and above it, a small cluster of warm golden flames appeared out of thin air, dancing and emitting pure light and heat, without a trace of sulfur or destruction. This was what Principal Ogre taught her, how to transform the warm current within her into a positive life fire. Just a trivial skill. A lazy and somewhat disdainful voice echoed deep in her mind. Siren did not panic like she did at first. She merely pouted slightly and responded in her heart. Era, Grandpa Principal said this practice is good for me. What do those little minions understand? Era's voice carried a hint of offended anger. My power is not meant for lighting candles? But Siren looked at the warm flame in her palm, her gaze softening. It's warm and beautiful like this. Angel will like it. Era. The voice fell silent, carrying a sense of frustration like a decayed wood that could not be carved. But Siren could feel that the warm jade on her forehead seemed to emit a gentler heat along with her mood. The fragment of Era that intertwined with her soul, although verbally harsh, seemed to have come to terms with reality since being sealed within her, especially after witnessing Ololo's terrifying power. It had become much more docile. Most of the time, it slept, and when it occasionally woke, it mostly mocked Siren's clumsiness or complained about the bareness of their living environment. Siren had grown accustomed to the presence of this tenant and even felt less lonely. After all, Era was the only one who could directly hear her inner thoughts, and most of its malice was not directed at her, but rather seemed like a form of sympathy for her plight. Of course, Siren would not forgive it, nor would she trust it. She gazed out the window, her eyes seemingly piercing through layers of buildings and forests, landing on the familiar lakeside. Angel, please get better soon. She cradled her face in her hands, her lips curving into a shallow, pure arc. 1 month later, in the tranquil depths of the Yala Great Forest, beside a familiar lakeside, Angel wiped the sweat from his forehead, chopped down the last log, and moved his shoulders. He looked at the makeshift little wooden house in front of him, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he wiped his nose. I guess this will do. I am hungry. A flat voice came from his side. Angel turned around to see a gray-haired girl sitting idly in a grass nest, staring blankly at him while hugging a wizard hat. Angel hummed in response, said nothing more, walked to the warehouse he had just built the day before, took out some jerky, and sat down next to Ololo. He handed her a piece and then ate one himself. The ruins of the camp still existed. Angel had only hastily collected some usable items before clearing a new foundation nearby, intending to rebuild. The two chewed on the jerky while gazing at the clear, sunny sky, the gentle breeze brushing against the lakeshore, occasionally carrying the unique and elegant fragrance of the girl. Angel glanced at her and then naturally reached out to wipe the crumbs of meat from the corner of her mouth. Ololo pursed her lips, staring blankly at a cloud in the sky, then tilted her head. Is it done? Angel nodded, lying back in the grass nest and closing his eyes. Almost. Just need to buy a few more things. The fresh sunlight, accompanied by the unique scent of wood in the forest, enveloped the two. Angel rested his hands behind his head, enjoying this moment of peace. It's Saturday today. I plan to take a long-awaited break. I need to go meet Siren. Lorna said she can move freely today. Angel casually stated. The gray-haired girl glanced back at Angel and then fell silent for a moment. She nodded. Angel chewed on a piece of jerky, resting his eyes. Is there anything you want to eat? The academy sent me some money. I plan to expand the camp and buy some seeds. Ololo shook her head, lying down next to Angel, her small head resting on his shoulder like a lazy cat. She placed her legs on Angel's stomach, comfortably rubbing against him, and spoke in a flat tone. Nothing. Is that so? Another silence fell. Suddenly, a canine magical beast appeared from nowhere. It stopped outside the camp, looking at the two, then clicked its tongue and ran off. Angel, Ololo said softly. HM? Angel responded. Don't come back too late. I'll be hungry. Ololo's voice was flat. If you're hungry, just go to the warehouse and get something to eat. Angel refused. I will only eat what you bring. Ololo insisted. Fine. Angel compromised. Ololo's lips curled slightly. Chapter 83 Skills in the afternoon. Anger left the camp, his steps slower than usual, carrying a sense of lightheadedness after recovering from a serious injury as he slowly walked towards the academy. There was no need to rush. At least for today, Anger planned to give himself a good break. In the depths of the forest, sunlight filtered through the newly lush branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows on the moist soil. The scars left by the monstrous uprising that swept everything a month ago seemed to have been quietly smoothed over by the continuous rain and the fresh greenery, leaving behind a sense of tranquility after a disaster. Regarding the aftermath of the incident involving the descent of the demon god, Anger actually knew very little. Severely injured, he had been in a coma for an entire month and only woke up a few days ago to the cold smell of potions in the medical room. Lorna told him that Principal Ogre returned from the royal capital in time, overcoming opposition to protect Celine from some radical professors. Although her soul had merged with the remnants of Era, there were no obvious signs of erosion or distortion. It could be observed and guided. I know your concerns, but ultimately, this is our failure as educators. This was what Principal Ogre said in an emergency meeting. It was said that he also dealt with several involved professors. Lorna also mentioned that after that meeting, Celine had been undergoing a month-long special training in magical control with Principal Ogre, with significant results. At least now, she wouldn't unintentionally ignite nearby books or curtains due to emotional outbursts. A beam of sunlight penetrated the treetops and fell on Anger's somewhat pale face. He stopped, his index finger lightly tracing a triangle in the air. Since the worst outcome had been avoided, these unresolved questions could be temporarily set aside. For him, what was more important was his unique skill had finally been unlocked. Below is a fragment of Anger's excited review of UNS after waking up in the hospital room. Skill name: Contract LV 0. Excited Anger. Oh, such a simple name. Let me see the skill effect. Passive. Anger. There is also a passive effect, holding back tears. Anger continued reading with excitement. You will automatically contract with mainline characters with whom you have a deep bond. Anger. After a long silence, he glanced at the entry again, confirming he wasn't mistaken. He muttered to himself, automatically contracting. What does that mean? Wait. Why does this skill feel like a pitfall? And deep bond? What kind of bond counts as deep? This concept seems too vague. With a bad premonition, he continued reading. The entry will refresh once daily at dawn, randomly selecting one among all existing contractors, and will weaken one of their attributes, magic, strength, agility, or skill, to 10 before providing it to you, rounded up. This attribute can be converted into your additional attribute coefficient for passive bonuses on that day. When the entry attribute is selected the next day, the current entry attribute will reset to 0. Note 1. The skill effect does not affect the contractor and does not notify the contractor. All information is only known to the skill owner. 2. To protect privacy, all contractors will be anonymous. Anger. Another long silence. It sounds complicated, but in reality, it's quite simple. Any mainline character with whom he has a deep bond will provide him with a daily random additional attribute value, holding back the urge to complain. Anger continued reading. After all, this was a passive skill. The active skill hadn't been seen yet, and it surely wouldn't let his efforts over the past few days go to waste. Holding on to hope, Anger wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and prayed silently to Celine, shifting his gaze downward. Active. After you select the daily entry attribute for passive bonuses, a random skill will be drawn from the contractor to whom the entry belongs. After the draw, you can use that skill once on that day without consumption, and a judgment will be made when using it. If the skill is magical, its effectiveness is strongly related to your magic attribute. If the skill is martial, its effectiveness is strongly related to your strength attribute, and so on. Anger. At that time, the hospital room curtains were very white and cold, just like his heart. One might ask, how could he, as a small fry, build a deep bond with those mainline characters? Was it all about looks? That day, Anger rubbed his brow, but soon realized that his skill was already activated. Anger was not very surprised since Celine and Lorna were also main characters. Moreover, Lorna was the one who helped him unlock the key condition for use. They were already friends and should meet the so-called prerequisite for a deep bond. So patiently, Anger continued to look at the attribute bonuses and the drawn skills. Daily attribute entry. Strength 7. Not bad. After all, only SSS-grade accessories can provide him with a total of 15 points of ability value. Purely in terms of skill bonuses, this is already quite high. Moreover, this skill provides an additional coefficient bonus, which is a valuable attribute boost in the increasingly difficult world of Final Fantasy. However, does Lorna really have such high strength? If 10 is 7, that means she now has over 70 strength? But, as his gaze continued downwards, anger froze in place. Contractor's skill, Heavenly Saint Armament, weakened version anger. The hospital room was very quiet. A few specks of dust fell on Anger's hair, making a deafening sound, and then they were lifted by the light outside, disappearing without a trace. Anger stared at those 4 words, speechless for a long time. Here's a cold joke. This skill protects the contractor's privacy. Another cold joke. Stinky little fry Anger has built a deep bond with the Heavenly Saint hero ahead. In that moment, Anger finally let go and laughed. Damn fate. The memory ended. A gentle breeze brushed his face, and leaves fluttered down. However, now that Anger reflected on it, he couldn't help but hum. Hee, I have a hen among my contractors. He has a deep bond with me. Hee. For the past few days, as long as Anger thought about this matter, he couldn't sleep happily. Far away from the noise and dust of Arturo's reconstruction. Deep within the royal dormitory, a carefully tended rose garden bathed in the lazy afternoon sun. The air was filled with a rich, sweet floral fragrance, almost covering the elegant aroma of the cup of black tea on the small table nearby. Princess Enya leaned against a white wicker lounge chair. Her simple moon-white long dress highlighted her snow-like skin. Her golden hair was loosely tied up, with a few strands falling by her cheeks, adding a touch of softness. Anger's skill has foreshadowing. I'll only say this much, and it's super strong. Those who read a lot might be able to figure it out. If you can't, then there's nothing that can be done. Also, the powerful hero Alolo is about to face a version nerf. Final Fantasy will undergo a balancing version change. Please pay attention to updates. Dear readers, Chapter 84 Betrayal. Her slender fingers gently pinched a parchment copy of the final investigation report on the Arturo incident, delivered through encrypted magic. Anya's gaze seemed to casually skim over the report, her lips always carrying a gentle and appropriate smile, as if she were reading an inconsequential court gossip. The report detailed the official version of events, an accidental leakage of ancient seals, the brave sacrifice of Professor Cania, Principal Ogla's heroic intervention, and the invaluable contributions of the Ebel family and the brave Yahan. Regarding the anomalies of Salashevy, the report merely noted that she was slightly affected by ancient energy and was under the special supervision of Principal Ogla. As for Angel Yalvis, his name was mentioned only once in the list of students who assisted in stabilizing the scene, like a small stone thrown into a lake. Anya's gaze lingered on the inconspicuous name Angel Yalvis for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the edge of the report, producing barely audible clicks. Her eyes were deep, like the undercurrents swirling beneath a calm lake, but beneath that calmness, there was now a barely perceptible, icy sharpness. Cania, she whispered softly, her voice as gentle as a sigh, tinged with just the right amount of regret. Your enthusiasm was ultimately too hasty. She set down the report, picked up a fine porcelain teacup, and elegantly sipped from it, her expression calm. The warmth of the black tea flowed down her throat, yet it failed to dispel the subtle discomfort in her heart, like a fine needle pricking her. The source of this discomfort was precisely that name. Before her, the scene after the confrontation vividly resurfaced. The boy lying on the sickbed, struggling to lower his head, once unyielding in the arena, to her. Princess Anya Ifafnia of the kingdom. Those emerald eyes, which had once burned with a cold obsession to drag her into hell, were, at that moment, replaced by a nearly desperate exhaustion and a kind of silence she interpreted as submission. I can help you. His voice was hoarse, yet clear. That oath, in her view, was the inevitable result of a loser coming to terms with reality. The final destination she had meticulously arranged for this unexpectedly resilient little stone in her carefully crafted script, making him a controllable, perhaps even interesting, piece in her grand game. The forest uprising was her carefully orchestrated play, though it had encountered some errors, nearly leading her to break this blade she found so intriguing with her own hands. But in the end, Angel survived, thanks to his indomitable vitality. She even personally visited him, so in Anya's understanding, Angel should have been a compliant piece in this storm, a piece that had already sworn loyalty to her. She had even hoped that amidst the chaos, this piece could play some unexpected role, bringing her some unforeseen surprises. But he did not, or rather, he never turned into a piece. Angel not only survived, but also, like a puppet that had freed itself from its strings, repeatedly deviated from her predetermined path. He guessed her plan and, at the last moment, in a manner she had yet to fully understand, forcibly took away the vessel she had chosen from the altar of the descending evil god. This was no longer a simple deviation from the plan. This was betrayal. A sense of humiliation, like being toyed with by ants, seeped silently into the marrow beneath Anya's elegant facade, like cold venom. Her slender fingers tightened slightly, but were instantly smoothed by her powerful self-control. Angel Yalvis. She silently chewed on this name, her tongue seemingly tasting a hint of bitterness tinged with rust. That oath, that submission she once took for granted, now seemed like a clumsy mockery aimed at her. How dare he toy with me time and again? A down-and-out noble who had once bowed his head and sworn loyalty to her. How dare he run rampant on her chessboard? How dare he take away the vessel she had chosen? Had he forgotten who he was? Forgotten to whom he had sworn allegiance? However, just as the flames of doubt were about to spread, another, more complex and twisted emotion, like creeping vines, entwined her. The very essence of betrayal, the audacity to feign submission before her, yet tear apart the oath behind her back. Or rather, arrogance? This reminded her of the pure, reckless killing intent in his eyes during the confrontation. Anya took a sip of black tea, remaining silent for a while, lost in thought as a flicker of realization surged in her heart. So that was it. The light in his eyes had never truly extinguished. It had merely been hidden away like a coiled snake, biting her fiercely when she let her guard down. Frustration? No, that was too superficial. The corners of Anya's lips slowly curved into a cold and playful arc. It was a sense of excitement, discovering that the prey was far more cunning and dangerous than she had imagined. A near-morbid desire for conquest stirred within her as a chess player faced an opponent who played by no rules, even daring to overturn the chessboard. How interesting, she murmured, her voice as light as a feather brushing past, yet carrying a chilling undertone that sent shivers down her spine, truly, becoming more and more interesting. A middle-aged man dressed in the attire of a court steward, with a stern expression, silently appeared from the shadows of the flower rack, bowing. Your Highness, the target you asked us to monitor, Angel Yalvis, has awakened and is currently in good recovery. He is primarily active in the forest camp near the academy, engaged in camp reconstruction and basic alchemy studies. The target, Soleshevi, is under the close supervision of Ogla, emotionally stable and showing initial signs of controlling anomalous energy. Additionally, Yalvis seems to be in frequent contact with a gray-haired freshman who resides at his camp. Alchemy? Anya's brows raised slightly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. She imagined the boy who had once sworn loyalty to her, now sweating in the forest, trying to arm himself with alchemy, and a deeper smile crept onto her lips, tinged with cold scrutiny and indescribable anticipation. Principal Ogla's supervision of Saleh was expected. Anya gently set down her teacup, her fingertips slowly tracing circles on the smooth rim, as if sketching someone's outline. As for that gray-haired girl, Alolo St. Eulania, she pondered. This name brought her an extremely faint, indescribable sense of familiarity. Chapter 85 Reunion, she seemed to have caught a glimpse of similar syllables in some dusty ancient texts. It cannot clearly grasp them. This made her more vigilant towards Angel's small circle. Anya's gaze fell upon a black rose named Abyss Whisper, blooming vibrantly in the courtyard, its petal edges shimmering with a strange dark red luster. She swirled the warm black tea in her cup, her voice returning to its usual softness, yet carrying an undeniable penetrating quality. Continue observing. I need a more detailed report. Furthermore, Anya's gaze returned to the report, her fingertips gently tapping on the name Angel Yalvis, her eyes becoming deep and cold. Senmai, regards to our loyal oath-taker. Her voice remained sweet, yet was like a honey-coated ice blade. Tell him that the wind in the forest is cool, rebuilding the camp is tough. I hope he takes care of himself. After all, she paused slightly, a hint of cruelty coloring her smile. A pawn that has betrayed its oath must prove its worth to remain on the board. Otherwise, being swept off the board is the only fate. At this point, she found herself reluctant to kill Angel outright. Anya smiled gently. If she could see that man, as resilient as cold iron, sincerely submit to her. Ah! Anya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she unconsciously took a sip of black tea. Quite nice. Upon reaching the commercial street of Arturo Academy, the campus quickly regained its youthful vigor after the riot subsided. Angel walked along the street, searching for the dessert shop that Lorna had told him about, and every passing student gazed at him in awe. Look, that's Senior Omai. That's Senior Yalvis. I heard he helped quell the recent chaos caused by the evil god. So handsome. I bet he could rival the so-called readers from Legends. Who says otherwise? Truly eye-catching. Arturo Academy Commercial Street, Honeycomb Dessert Shop. The afternoon sun streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows like melted gold, casting a warm, almost lazy glow throughout the shop. The air was thick with an almost tangible sweetness. Freshly baked muffins emitted a rich aroma of caramel and butter. Whipped cream carried a cloud-like light sweetness, and the perfectly brewed coffee beans exuded a deep, robust fragrance. These sweet aromas mingled with the cheerful laughter of students and the crisp sounds of cups clinking, creating a precious tapestry of peace after the storm. Outside the window, people came and went, sunlight danced on the clean streets. Everything seemed vibrant, as if the terrifying riot that had swept through the forest just a month ago was merely a distant nightmare. Lorna Eber sat elegantly in a velvet chair by the window, her silver hair flowing like cool moonlight in the sun. In front of her sat a glass of nearly untouched iced lemonade, the transparent glass glistening with fine water droplets, refracting tiny points of light. She gently stroked the cool, damp walls of the glass, tilting her head slightly, her golden eyes seemingly focused on the bustling street outside, yet her fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the cold glass, producing faint tapping sounds. But only she knew that her focus was somewhat scattered. Her thoughts had long drifted to the lakeside camp surrounded by the forest. Celine was wearing a brand new light blue dress today, the fluffy hem accentuating her soft, cute pink hair. She was taking small bites of the strawberry cream tart that Lorna had ordered for her, pink cream smudged at the corners of her mouth, her big eyes sparkling with pure anticipation. Every time the shop door's bell rang, she would immediately look up like a little puppy. Lorna withdrew her distant gaze, picked up a pristine napkin, and elegantly wiped the cream from Celine's mouth, her fingertips carrying a barely perceptible coolness that belonged to an ice mage. Don't rush. Yes, fine, you might be a bit slow. Her voice was as cool as a stream in early winter, but only she could feel the flicker of expectation within her heart, which mirrored Celine's, but she had to forcibly suppress it. The shop door's bell chimed clearly. A figure wearing a faded, worn-out old-school uniform pushed the door open. The sunlight outlined his slightly thin frame, his steps slow and cautious, as if recovering from severe injuries, yet still steady. Angel Yalvis. His complexion still bore the pallor of blood loss, but those emerald green eyes had regained their usual calm depth, like a forest lake returning to tranquility after a storm. His gaze swept through the shop, precisely and without hesitation landing in the corner by the window. Angel. Celine nearly jumped up instantly, her face breaking into an unreserved, bright smile, her voice ringing clear and bright, drawing the attention of several nearby tables of students. She instinctively wanted to rush over. Lorna quickly grabbed her wrist. Be careful. Don't run. Though she said this, her gaze couldn't help but fall on the approaching Angel. Lorna. Angel slightly nodded at Lorna, then pulled out a chair and sat down beside Celine. Lorna replied softly, her golden eyes scrutinizing him closely. How is her injury? Better? You seem a bit restricted in movement. Much better. Angel replied briefly. Angel, look, the strawberry tart that Sister Lorna bought for me. Celine proudly pushed over the half-eaten dessert, a delicacy she had never enjoyed before, now wanting to share this joy with Angel. Angel glanced at the exquisite yet somewhat mangled dessert, then at Celine's radiant smile. Thought for a moment, and picked up a spoon to take a bite, wiping his mouth. This taste was too sweet for him, but it's very delicious. Thank you, Celine, Angel said, patting her head. Celine visibly brightened. Angel, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Grandpa the principal gave me pocket money. She happily began to rummage through her small purse embroidered with daisies. No need, the academy gave me some bonuses. Angel stopped her, turning to the approaching waiter and saying, a cup of hot milk, and another muffin. Then he turned back to Lorna. I need to buy some things later, so I might not be able to sit for long. Lorna looked at Angel's calm profile, and the subtle sour feeling in her heart resurfaced. She cleared her throat, deciding to get to the point. Who is that little girl who often appears at Angel's camp? Chapter 86, Exploration. Speaking of which, Lorna's voice carried a hint of casualness, as if she was merely bringing it up in passing. How's your camp? Reconstruction going? The last riot must have caused quite a bit of damage, right? Angel picked up the hot milk that the servant had just delivered and took a sip. We're building new wooden houses, a bit larger than before. I plan to grow some food and buy a workbench for processing alchemical creations. Really? So, you're doing it all by yourself? Lorna's fingertips lightly traced circles on the cup's wall, her golden eyes seemingly glancing at him casually. That's a lot of work, isn't it? You just recovered. And in the forest. Haven T encountered any troubles? She deliberately slowed down on the word troubles, her gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Angel seemed to miss the deeper meaning in her words, and simply replied calmly, not really. The traps and fences have been reinforced. After the riot subsided, the magical beasts needed a rest, and Ololo comes by occasionally. Ololo. Finally hearing the name she wanted to hear, Lorna's eyebrows subtly lifted, her voice still steady. That gray-haired newcomer who always wears a big hat? She seems to enjoy visiting you. She paused, elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin as if it was just casual conversation. Speaking of which, she seems to always appear near you, in the library, the forest. I've even seen her a few times outside the medical room. You too. Close. Lorna's chosen skill was probing. Angel paused in cutting his muffin. He seemed to ponder the definition of close, then shook his head. Not really. She just likes to sleep in the grass nest in my camp. Ololo's nature was such. She seemed to inherently not care about interpersonal relationships. Angel had never felt any atmosphere similar to that between friends like Celine or Lorna when talking to her. Their conversations were always straightforward and to the point. Although Angel didn't dislike this pet-like feeling, well, it was indeed not close. Sleeping. However, upon hearing this, Lorna's voice slightly rose an octave. But soon, after seeing Angel's puzzled look, she quickly regained her composure and cleared her throat. Yet a sharp light flashed in her golden eyes as she pressed, she sleeps. In your camp? She took another sip of lemonade, trying to suppress the tumultuous annoyance and a hint of stronger acidity that Lorna felt was brought on by the lemonade. Yeah, Angel nodded lightly, pushing the cut muffin toward Celine, who looked at him with sparkling eyes, full of joy at being fed. Before she could finish her strawberry tart, there was more muffin. Angel was so nice, Ololo. She seems to think it's very comfortable there. Taking a sip of hot milk, Angel looked at the golden sunlight by the window. I don't really have a reason to chase her away, so I just let her be. After all, he indeed didn't have the strength to chase her away. And Angel felt quite bitter about it in his heart. Moreover, this was one of the prices Angel paid for seeking her help during that disaster. Lorna felt the glass cup in her hand suddenly sink, fine cracks spreading across the cup's wall. Let her be. What kind of talk is that? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to maintain a calm expression. The ice crystals at her fingertips flickered and quickly repaired the cracks in the cup's wall. She felt her cheeks burning slightly. It must be the sunlight. Indeed, it's better not to sit by the window next time. She wouldn't care about Angel's interpersonal relationships. Really, Lorna's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of a glacier, carrying a chill that almost solidified into ice shards. It seemed that Angel was very good at taking care of people. Even uninvited guests were treated so thoughtfully. She emphasized the phrase, uninvited guests, her gaze piercing like an ice pick aimed at Angel, carrying a hint of grievance that even she herself was unaware of. Angel seemed to miss the sting in her words, simply responding calmly with a hum, and continued to drink his milk. Not bad. Casually saying this, he was actually calculating which seeds he wanted to buy later. Angel was quite looking forward to his upcoming days of self-sufficient farming. After waking up, he had also exchanged some knowledge about alchemy with Professor Tryla. Angel planned to forge a weapon for himself. He had already grasped the basics of enchanting knowledge, and it was time to seriously create some alchemical items. Meanwhile, Lorna felt as though she had punched cotton, her chest feeling tight with frustration. She took a big gulp of lemonade, the sourness making her grunt in annoyance. Celine looked at the serious-faced Lorna and then at the calm Angel eating muffins. Her little head quite confused. She carefully picked up a piece of muffin, hesitated for a moment, but still mustered the courage to offer it to Angel. Angel, this is for you to eat. Lorna's gaze shot over like an ice pick. Celine, EW. Angel looked at the muffin being offered to his mouth, then at Celine's sparkling eyes, and fell silent for a moment. Then he slightly lowered his head, and in line with Celine's hand, took a small bite of the muffin. The action was very natural and calm. Crack! The glass cup in Lorna's hand made an extremely faint, crisp sound again, and several more cracks appeared on the cup's wall. She suddenly came to her senses, her fingertips flashing with ice crystals, quickly repairing once more. Lorna Eberly, the daughter of Duke Eberly, known for her frosty demeanor, at this moment felt the porcelain teacup under her fingertips was somewhat hot. Her golden gaze seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread. Angel Alvis was observing Celine with an almost specimen-like focus, watching her eat the last piece of maple syrup-soaked muffin with immense care. He spent more time watching Celine eat than he did watching me. This thought buzzed around in Lorna's mind like an annoying little bug. She forced herself to look away, gazing out the window at the sky painted orange-pink by the sunset, trying to cool down the inexplicable irritation rising within her with thoughts of school affairs. However, in truth, Angel was merely contemplating what effects the fire jade would have on Celine. After all, he had undeniably changed the predetermined fate. This was undoubtedly a complete adjustment to destiny. Would the subsequent plot change? Would anything happen because of Celine's presence? Angel was unsure. Only time would tell. Of course, Celine eating looked like a little hamster, quite adorable, so he unconsciously watched her a bit longer. This was also one of the reasons. Lorna took a deep breath, feeling that today's lemonade was so sour it could rot her teeth, and even the sunlight outside seemed a bit blinding. She felt like crying. Angel, that bug is just a red egg. Chapter 87 Awareness. However, as the warm sunlight fell on the three of them, Lorna looked at Angel's calm profile, then at Celine's slightly aggrieved, yet somewhat satisfied expression, and the bit of jealousy, worry, and frustration in her heart ultimately transformed into a silent sigh. Forget it. What is the point of arguing with this blockhead? Lualna came to the realization that her true opponent was not the women around him, but his stupid and slow-witted nature. Lualna chose to wait for the next battle, which was not a retreat in disarray, but a strategic withdrawal based on tactics. Ahem, she cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound as cold and steady as usual. I have to go back. Her fingertips unconsciously traced circles on the smooth cup wall. Principal Ogla would be listening to reports about the recent fluctuations in magical energy tonight, and she couldn't be late. Lualna seemed to imply that her departure was not her wish, longing for some man's concern. Angel finally shifted his gaze from Celine to Lualna. His eyes were calm and still, like a deep autumn lake, clearly reflecting her slightly furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips, yet not stirring a single ripple. He responded succinctly, as if confirming the weather, and then his gaze naturally turned back to Celine. Be careful on the way. He had initially wanted to invite Lualna to go shopping with him, but since she had other matters to attend to, Angel would not insist on her staying. She was not only his friend, but also a lifesaver. At this point, Lualna was no longer just a simple classmate to Angel. For this reason, Angel would not put extra pressure on her because of his own matters. He had always considered himself an understanding man. However, Lualna, there was not a hint of retention, not a shred of concern for her safety returning to the academy alone. And he didn't even spare goodbye, as if it were a charity. Did he think I was worried about someone else? This noble girl suddenly stood up, her silver hair creating a slightly rushed arc due to her swift movement, nearly knocking over the teacup beside her. Celine, she tried to make her voice sound normal. Avoiding looking at that blockhead. Do you want to go back to the academy with me? Your special training progress. Principal Ogla might still want to check. Lualna brought up the principal, trying to increase her leverage. Celine raised her pink head, the corner of her mouth still holding a satisfied smile with a bit of cream. She looked at Lualna, then at Angel, her eyes full of reliance and expectation. Her voice weak, yet exceptionally clear. I want to go with Angel. She pointed to the shopping list Angel had prepared. He said, "You wanted to buy something?" Lualna felt a sense of betrayal. She wanted to cry. Her beautiful golden eyes uncontrollably glared at Angel, filled with grievances, dissatisfaction, and a hint of bitterness from feeling overlooked that she herself hadn't even noticed. Angel met her gaze, his expression still unchanged, as if he hadn't received the complex signals her eyes were sending. He even nodded, acknowledging Celine's choice. She is coming with me. Lualna. Lualna felt a surge of frustration choking in her throat, unable to rise or fall. She looked at Angel's unperturbed face, then at Celine, who was gazing at him with full trust, and suddenly felt that the warm dessert shop had become unbearably stifling. Of course, Angel didn't think that much. He just planned to learn more about the fire jade from Celine, like the aftereffects and such. He had just woken up and had too many things left unclear. With that thought, he blandly took a sip of hot milk. Whatever. Lualna almost gritted her teeth to spit out those two words. However, even Angel, upon seeing her reaction, noticed that something was off with Lualna's expression. Ah, I see. After pondering for a moment, he looked at her and tentatively asked, Lualna, are you still hungry? Lualna's expression froze on her face, her eyes slowly turning red. As the daughter of a duke, she had never been humiliated like this. She had already eaten half a muffin. She was full. Do you think everyone is like Celine? She abruptly stood up, her movements swift enough to create a gust of wind. The wind chime at the door of the dessert shop jingled chaotically as her door swung open, the clattering sound seemingly accompanying the fleeing duke's daughter. Angel, I hate you. Angel watched that silver figure disappear into the noisy street outside until the sound of the wind chime faded. This scene felt strangely familiar. It seemed a princess from the past had once said the same thing to him. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Celine beside him, holding a bag of desserts with an innocent expression. Celine blinked her big eyes, saying nothing, looking cute. Angel glanced again in the direction Lualna had left. She said she hated me. Let us go. He picked up the list and went shopping. Although he didn't know why Lualna was angry, but he thought he should apologize to her later. Angel thought to himself as he walked out of the dessert shop with Celine. Angel felt a bit sad. The afternoon sun was warm, yet it couldn't dispel the lingering, slight confusion in Angel's heart from Lualna's departure. He tightened his grip on the slightly damp sheepskin paper list, his fingertips feeling the rough fiber texture. Each item on the list concerned the reconstruction of his lakeside camp, concerning whether he could truly establish himself in this forest. This confidence partly came from his almost self-abusive discipline training, and partly from the special contribution allowance granted by the academy. Shortly after waking up in the infirmary, Ms. Leggett, the director, had personally come to visit him. She brought a heavy purse stamped with the Arturo Academy emblem. Alvis, Ms. Leggett's voice was as serious as ever, but her eyes carried a trace of barely perceptible approval. Considering the potential contributions you made during the forest upheaval to protect the Academy's property and assist in stabilizing the situation, the Academy's higher-ups have decided to grant you a special allowance. The amount was not large, but I hope it can help you with your recovery and subsequent studies. Angel took the purse at that time. The weight in his hand stirred something in his heart. He opened it to take a look. Inside were 10 shiny gold coins. This amount was considered a fortune for him. He immediately understood that this so-called allowance was less a reward for his contributions and more a form of appeasement and compensation from the Academy's higher-ups for him being an unstable factor. Also with a hint of silencing, considering he was involved in too many sensitive incidents. Angel did not refuse, calmly accepting it. This money would allow him to rebuild the camp faster, purchase necessary supplies and alchemical materials, and enhance his strength. Each gold coin carried the hope of his survival. Moreover, Angel felt that this was a reward he deserved. It's just, Actually, Angel wished the academy would let him have a dormitory. However, it seemed they had no such intention, and Angel did not say more. Living in the forest was also quite good. At this moment, with this initial funding and Celine following closely behind him, he wove through the crowd in the academy's commercial street. Chapter 88. Shut up, Angel. Shall we go buy seeds first? Celine's voice carried a hint of cautious excitement. Angel replied, his gaze sweeping over the shop signs along the street, precisely locking onto the verdant herb shop. He needed seeds for mint and bloodwort. The former could repel insects and freshen the air, while the latter was a basic material for making primary hemostatic ointment. More importantly, Angel speculated that the cooling scent of mint might have a slight calming effect on the restlessness within Celine, based on his research. Entering the herb shop, the mixed aroma of soil and herbs invigorated him. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman, greeted him with a gentle smile and offered him some mugwort powder as a pleasant surprise. This would be quite effective against the mosquitoes at night. When paying, Angel used silver coins. He was frugal, saving gold coins for more important magic core fragments. In the financial system of the Kingdom of Ifafnia, even after conversion, gold coins always had a stronger purchasing power than the equivalent value in silver coins. Angel, you're amazing, you know so much. Celine's quiet admiration rang in his ears as he picked up a piece of grayish-white, fine sandstone whetstone. His movements paused imperceptibly at her words. He didn't know everything. He had just been forced to learn, through countless struggles for survival, which tools were the most practical and which materials had the best cost-performance ratio. If he could, Angel would also like to experience the days of buying and spending freely. He examined the grit of the whetstone, feeling its roughness under his fingertips, but his mind was occupied with the thought, this sharpening stone could make his dagger sharper. And in the forest, sharp weapons meant a higher chance of survival. As for Celine's praise, he felt a bit of heat in his ears, only responding with a low and continuing to focus on his task. Leaving the grocery shop and heading towards the mithril furnace, Angel's nerves tightened slightly. The next step would be a hard battle. The magic core fragments were crucial, and he needed a stable, gentle energy source to power the workbench for alchemical experiments. Attempting to create some basic potions and enchanted items. At the mithril furnace, he carefully selected 2 pieces of windbird magic core fragments. Their energy pulses were stable and continuous, like a breeze in the forest. Although the output was low, it was gentle and controllable, making it the best choice for a beginner like him. Moreover, Angel had the highest affinity for wind magic among all the elements. When paying, he counted out a few gold coins, applying slight pressure with his fingertips. Each gold coin spent made his heart tighten, but this was a necessary investment. Angel felt like he was bleeding inside. Finally, the shopkeeper snatched the money from his hand. Once you learn alchemy, you can make money, Angel. Keep it up, don't lose face. Angel painfully whispered to himself, without shedding any small tears. After leaving the mithril furnace, Angel weighed the remaining gold and silver coins in his pouch. The magic core fragments were a major expense, but rebuilding his lakeside camp, especially to support his long-term living there, could not rely solely on hunting and gathering. A stable food source was the cornerstone of survival. His gaze swept over the list, landing on the last item for replenishment, food crop seeds. Celine, he turned to the pink-haired girl beside him, who was holding a bag of grass seeds. Let's go to the harvest barn. Harvest barn? Celine blinked her large eyes, intrigued by the name. Is it selling food? Seeds, Angel explained. With seeds, we can grow all kinds of food. He led Celine into a somewhat secluded alley, where the shops felt more down to earth. The air was filled with the scent of grains, hay, and soil. The harvest barn wasn't large. The shopkeeper was a sun-baked, hardy-looking old farmer. Boss, do you have sweet potato vines and potato seeds? Also, some other vegetable seeds would be great. Angel got straight to the point. Yes. The boss greeted enthusiastically. The sweet potato vines are red-heart sweet. The potatoes are yellow-skinned and starchy. All good seeds. Angel carefully checked the sweet potato vines and the quality of the potato seed tubers. After confirming they were fine, he said, I'll take 2 bundles of sweet potato vines and a small bag of potato seeds, about 5 pounds. All right, the boss quickly bagged them. 2 bundles of sweet potato vines for 2 copper coins, 4 for 4. 1 pound of potato seeds for 10 copper coins, 5 pounds for 50 copper coins. A total of 54 copper coins, but I'll charge you for 50. Angel counted out 50 copper coins. This expense was within his budget, ensuring his camp's food self-sufficiency. The boss even gave Angel several packs of cabbage and radish seeds for free. Seelan curiously looked at the vines and tubers. Angel, can these really grow into something delicious? Ha! Little Seelan, what's so good about these things? When I regain my strength, I'll take you to eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Aira's lazy and disdainful voice echoed in Seelan's mind. Seelan instinctively shrank her neck, ignoring Aira. Angel carefully placed the seeds into his backpack. He didn't notice Seelan's reaction or her wandering gaze. He continued browsing the seed shop, planning to buy some things that Ololo might like to plant back home. Angel turned to Seelan, contemplating, the forest soil should be able to grow these. Sweet potatoes taste very sweet when roasted, and potatoes can be boiled or roasted. He paused, adding naturally, once they grow, I can let Rona and you try them. Upon hearing about food, Seelan's beautiful big eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, can I help you plant them? Just this afternoon? She asked carefully, with a hint of anticipation. It seemed Seelan was very eager to help. Angel looked at her innocent eyes, considering that he had to plant the seeds this afternoon. Otherwise, the vines would wither and affect their survival rate. Having someone to help would certainly speed things up, and Seelan's assistance was indeed a timely blessing for him. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Okay. But after we plant them, it will be getting dark soon, so I'll walk you back to the academy. MMHM. Seelan nodded vigorously. As long as she could help Angel, she was very happy. Moreover, Angel would also walk her back to the academy. She was even happier. Angel paid and shouldered his significantly heavier backpack. He called to Seelan, let's go back. As the sun set, the light in the forest path grew dim. Angel walked steadily, keeping Seelan on the side away from the street. The little girl, holding the bag of grass seeds, walked beside him, occasionally glancing at Angel's calm profile with an expression of anticipation. Although there were annoying voices in her head, she felt happy being able to help Angel with farming. Who are you calling annoying? Shut up, you stinky Aira. Chapter 89. Farming Angel felt the weight on his shoulders and listened to the soft humming of the girl beside him. He silently calculated in his heart. In the days since he woke up, the camp had already cultivated a piece of land, and today he would plant sweet potato vines and potatoes. He remembered that in Final Fantasy, there were some alchemical constructs that could stimulate the growth of crops. He could ask Professor Trilla about it later. Angel was planning the location of the plots, the depth of the trenches, the spacing of the seeds. These specific tasks that needed to be executed immediately occupied most of his thoughts. As for the strange behavior of Siren earlier, he glanced at the girl beside him, and a hint of worry flashed in her green eyes, but she was quickly pulled back to reality by the planning plan. In fact, after waking up, Angel had also discussed Siren with Ololo. When he learned that the fragment of the fire jade still remained in Siren's body, he felt a bit anxious, but Ololo said, it's fine, she doesn't dare to come out. At that time, she spoke with a tone that Angel couldn't understand, her expression flat but carrying a hint of sadness. However, since he had received this girl's assurance, Angel decided to temporarily set the matter aside and continue to improve himself to face the subsequent main storyline crisis. However, thinking of Ololo, Angel always felt that in the days after she defeated the illusion of Ella, she had become a bit lazier. Aside from the brief moments she spent eating during the day, she would curl up to sleep in the grassy nest of the camp and hardly used those exaggerated high-level sacred magic for trivial matters in life anymore. After a moment of silence, a gentle breeze brought Angel's scattered thoughts back. He needed to plant these seeds as soon as possible. This was the first step for the camp towards self-sufficiency. Come on, this is farming. How could Angel not take it seriously? Around 3 in the afternoon, the two figures merged into the shadows of the forest, heading towards the lakeside camp. Upon arriving at the camp, the cat-like girl seemed to have wandered off to find another place to sleep, not in the camp. Angel did not delay and immediately began to handle the purchased items. He carefully embedded the magic core fragments into the grooves of the workbench, feeling the faint humming coming from the base. The magic core fragments were extracted using a very clever alchemical technique. sorting through the inner core of the magical beast that contained violent power to obtain the fragments of pure magical energy, a common external energy crystal for alchemical constructs. Angel planned to learn how to make magic core fragments himself later. It would save money and could also be sold. After the forest riot incident, the Academy had given him quite a few magical beast cores. While pondering, he picked up a hoe and the bag of potato seeds. Walking toward a pre-selected sunny slope by the lake. Siren, he handed her a small shovel, dig a hole deeper. He gestured with his finger on the soft ground to indicate the depth and spacing. He measured a distance with his palm. Siren nodded vigorously, took the small shovel, and began to dig as he had shown her. She was serious, her small face slightly flushed from the effort, and a few strands of her pink hair fell down. Getting dirted. Angel was responsible for breaking up the large clumps of soil with the hoe, leveling it out to ensure the ground was soft. His movements were swift, his gaze focused on the ground beneath his feet, and as the hoe rose and fell, the soil flew. The two worked silently for a while. The sunlight of the setting sun gently spilled over them, with only the sounds of the hoe breaking the soil and the shovel digging. Angel's gaze occasionally flickered over to Siren. He saw that Siren once again because she was bending down to dig, had her pink hair falling down over her forehead, nearly covering her eyes. He put down the hoe, walked over to her side, and without saying a word, reached out his hand to help her tuck the troublesome hair behind her ear. Just as his fingertips were about to touch Siren's forehead, she suddenly recoiled slightly. The movement was not large, but it was sudden, as if her forehead had another eye. The small shovel in her hand clattered to the ground beside the freshly dug hole, and she froze in place, lowering her head, not looking at Angel. Angel's action paused in midair, his green eyes calmly observing Siren's lowered head and the fallen pink strands of hair. The air was quiet for a few seconds. He asked nothing, merely bent down silently, picked up a flexible blade of grass from nearby, and handed it to Siren. "Your hair." His voice was calm, revealing no thoughts. Siren was momentarily stunned, took the blade of grass, and awkwardly tried to gather her scattered pink hair into a lopsided little bun at the back of her head. She still kept her head down, her small face somewhat pale, and her fingers trembled slightly. Angel watched her clumsily tie her hair, his gaze lingering for a moment on her smooth forehead. It seemed there was nothing there, yet it seemed there had just been a fleeting hint of a faint red mark, quick as an illusion. He withdrew his gaze, squatted down, picked up a potato seed piece with the eyes facing up, and gently placed it in the hole Siren had dug. His movements were steady. Siren seemed to want to explain her unusual resistance earlier. She couldn't possibly have any resistance to Angel. That was a problem with Ella, not her. But Angel spoke first. "Is it still warm?" he asked, his voice not loud, as if he was just casually saying it, his gaze still on the potato seed in the hole. Siren's actions of tying her hair stopped. So Angel knows. He knows everything, Siren thought, and the worry that had just risen disappeared into the unknown. Angel is really nice. She remained silent for a while, before responding in a voice that was almost inaudible. "Yeah, sometimes." She bared her head, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with a blade of grass. "It feels like there's a little stove, warm." "Umph." Ella's dissatisfied voice echoed in Siren's mind, tinged with a hint of annoyance at being eavesdropped on. Siren ignored her, even wanted to scold her for interrupting when she was talking to Angel. But it seemed that this thought was also caught by Ella, causing her to sigh repeatedly in frustration. Angel did not pursue the matter further. He picked up another potato seed, placed it in the next hole, and gently covered it with soil. "The method Principal Ogla taught you," he said while mounding the soil, his tone steady. "As long as it works, that's fine." Siren watched Angel's steady movements, and her inner turmoil seemed to be soothed by this calm atmosphere. She quietly responded with a soft crouched down as well, took a potato seed carefully, placed it in the hole, and clumsily filled it with soil using the small shovel. Angel observed her actions of filling the soil. They were a bit childish and not very efficient, but she was earnest like a small animal. Cute. Chapter 90. Salvation. After he woke up, Lorna came to tell him about Saleh. The magical essence within her was steadily rising, which was reflected in her magical talent and physical attributes. It was as if she had been given an expanded purification tank. Saleh's affinity for fire magic now far surpassed that of Lorna. It was foreseeable that she would soon be able to learn high-level fire magic, as powerful as Lorna's ice magic. All of this was due to the fire gem that had intertwined with her soul. In fact, Principal Agura was also amazed by her condition. It is known that the rank of human souls differs from that of divine beings, yet Saleh could maintain dominance in this entanglement without even having her personality affected. This could only mean that Saleh herself seemed to possess some yet undiscovered peculiarities, which might also be the reason why Agura ultimately chose to go against the consensus. Angel picked up the hoe and continued to level the land beside him. The sunsets stretched their shadows long, and the sounds of the hoe and shovel meeting the soil echoed clearly in the tranquil lakeside. He didn't mention the fire gem again, but Saleh's intense withdrawal moments ago and her now slightly trembling fingers, along with the fleeting red pattern on her forehead, felt like a silent alarm ringing in his heart. He needed to master alchemy faster, to grow stronger more quickly. This was not just about food. It was also about his determination to protect this hard-earned peace. Angel could only work harder to cultivate this land, using the most straightforward method to accumulate strength for the future. As for why it had to be a straightforward accumulation of strength, don't ask. Speaking of simple strength, Angel couldn't help but glance at his UNS again. A wave of pain surged in his heart once more. Wait, hold on. On the panel, a previously overlooked, very tiny special detail suddenly caught Angel's attention. And then an emotion that surpassed shock deeply engulfed his heart. Angel first scrutinized the plain skill description carefully, then looked up at the sky, remaining silent for a long time. Angel suddenly felt like he might still have hope. Skill name: Contract, LV-0. The key point is not the skill name, but what followed in the parentheses that he had previously overlooked. LV-0. There is a skill level. This means that his UNS is a growth-type skill. Growth type. Growth type. Angel silently repeated these words in his mind, but a greater doubt emerged. Because this shouldn't be the case. As mentioned before, in Ultimate Fantasy, the strength and robust mechanism of UNS lies in its reliance on demigod-level values as its skill foundation. So there are basically no weak skills. Moreover, as far as Angel knew, all players worldwide, regardless of the values used to unlock their UNS, had their UNS already fully formed with no room for growth. This meant that this powerful skill, once generated, had its values completely fixed. As for Angel's skill, to put it nicely, it is indeed a mechanism anomaly, which could possibly yield some game-changing operations in dire situations, but in terms of the passive values it provides, is simply too weak. Furthermore, the active skills of the extracted character are also related to his own strength, as a small fry. Even if he drew the heavenly sacred armament of Yang, it would probably just be a slightly tougher fish on the roadside, right? But what if this is a skill that can grow? To be fair, this skill isn't weak at all. In fact, it could rank quite high among the UNS that Angel knows, because it imposes a restriction on the main storyline characters from which skills can be drawn. In Ultimate Fantasy, all characters who can participate in the main storyline, regardless of good or evil, are basically related to strength, not to mention the existence of models like Alarolo. If Angel really drew any of Alarolo's attributes, magic, skill, or luck, it would mean that he could become a version of himself that doesn't eat beef, pushing through all the main storyline obstacles. However, Angel didn't like this skill much because of its strong randomness. It should be noted that none of the 4 attributes he used as the skill foundation included luck. In fact, he only had 1 point of luck, making him an exceptionally unlucky individual who could even be struck by falling meteors. And regarding the term extraction, Angel found it hard not to believe that this skill would be linked to his luck. With this thought, Angel sighed lightly. Perhaps some might think that drawing the heavenly sacred armament of Yang today is already lucky, but this skill would cost him 5 years of life. Moreover, Angel's combat power is very weak, so even if he used the heavenly sacred armament, it would only be a roadside decoration. Luck. Furthermore, from another perspective, if it weren't for the title, Crownless Lucky Child, still having an effect, Angel would have probably died in the forest during the monster riot. He no longer dared to predict the timing of main storyline events. After all, the forest riot almost cost him his life, and the price Angel paid for his arrogance had already turned into scars, deeply engraved on his body, in places unknown to Angel. The fate of this world had already begun to deviate from the path he knew. At this point, Angel would not continue to attempt to follow the main storyline, even though he had a rough understanding of what would happen next. But that was not the main stage he wanted to fight on. After waking up, he had already set a tone for his future survival, trying to stay as far away from the disasters in the main storyline as possible. Saleh had been saved, and Angel had no reason to continue meddling in the main storyline content. It seemed that Yang and Lorna had also become friends after the incident with the evil god Era, forging bonds as comrades. He could leave the subsequent matters to the protagonists. Angel planned to be a mysterious forest camping guy. Unless the main storyline actively sought him out, he would never touch it all. Even so, the matter of UNS concerned his own strength. No matter what, Angel was unwilling to entrust his future to the elusive luck. If possible, he would rather be a man who could actively grasp his own fate. And this growth-type skill might provide him with power beyond the constraints of the main storyline in the future. What? Angel was lost in a beautiful fantasy. Is this the special aspect of UNS, which is unlocked based on charm values? Growth potential. What a wonderful phrase. Angel tightly gripped the hoe in his hand, his eyes slightly red. Children, I have hope. For some reason, Angel suddenly felt like dancing and crying out loud. The ups and downs of life were nothing short of this. Although he still wasn't clear on how this growth value would manifest or the conditions for skill upgrades, the fact that he could upgrade was a good thing. Glancing again at little Soleh, who was looking at him with some confusion, Angel put down the hoe and sincerely bowed deeply 3 times to the little Soleh who possessed divine attributes. Saleh visibly panicked. She looked quite cute. Chapter 91 Gift. The potato seed pieces and sweet potato vines were finally buried in the soft soil under the afterglow of the sunset, with some other vegetable seeds left. Angel looked at the sky and decided to plant them tomorrow. He carefully marked each plot of land, and Seelan's little face was speckled with dirt, even her nose, making her look adorable. Angel put down the hoe, walked over to the water bucket, scooped up a ladle of clear water, and washed his hands. Seelan obediently walked over, extended her muddy little hands, and scrubbed them carefully in the clear water. The cool water washed away the dirt and fatigue, but it seemed that the little black dirt stuck between Seelan's fingers had not been cleaned off. Angel pulled her little hand over and carefully helped her clean it under the water flow. Their fingertips intertwined. Seelan's small face flushed red, eyes closed, humming like a little animal. After washing her hands, Angel walked over to his backpack and took out a small cloth bag containing a shell hairpin, a gift he bought for her while shopping. To be honest, this was an expense he shouldn't have made because Angel really needed money, but at first sight, he thought it was very suitable for Seelan, and he hadn't celebrated her new life after waking up. As a gift, he thought, and bought it. This is for you, Angel said, handing the cloth bag to Seelan. To be frank, Angel was a bit nervous. After all, this was his first time buying a gift for a girl, and he wasn't sure if his taste would be liked by Seelan. If Seelan refused on the spot, he was confident he would feel sad for about 3 minutes. Or maybe 5 minutes. Angel thought of himself as a man with good stress resistance. Seelan was taken aback for a moment, confused as she took the cloth bag and opened it. When she saw the small, white shell hairpin adorned with pink pearls, her eyes widened instantly. She carefully touched the smooth surface of a shell with her fingers and looked at Angel's calm face. Humph, a cheap trinket, Ella's disdainful thought echoed. But Seelan completely ignored Ella. She looked up, her pink hair gently swaying in the evening breeze, and a pure and bright smile blossomed on her small face. She wasn't happy because the hairpin itself was beautiful, but because it was a gift from Angel, specially bought for her. This gesture warmed her heart, like being wrapped in warm spring water. Thank you, Angel. Her voice carried an uncontrollable excitement as she carefully took the hairpin out of the bag and awkwardly tried to pin it in her hair. However, because her hair was tied in a messy manner, the hairpin couldn't stay in place. Angel watched her clumsy yet happy appearance, a hint of subtle softness flashing in his emerald eyes. She looked adorable no matter how he saw it. Watching Seelan, Angel felt a tranquil sensation reminiscent of the time he spent watching cat videos, the corners of his lips unconsciously lifting. He stepped forward and extended his hand. Let me. Seelan's cheeks turned red due to her clumsiness. She lowered her little head and obediently handed him the hairpin. Angel gently took the crooked grass stem from her hair, used his fingers to smooth her scattered pink strands, and then carefully pinned the hairpin beside her ear. The action wasn't overly gentle, but it was meticulous. Seelan stood still, feeling Angel's cool fingertips occasionally brush against her ear, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening, and her cheeks warming. She secretly lifted her eyes, looking at Angel's focused profile, so close. The afterglow of the sunset reflected a warm golden hue in his emerald eyes, making him look extremely handsome. A strange, warm feeling quietly spread in her heart, leaving her a bit flustered, yet very happy. All done. Angel took a step back, looking at the pinned hairpin, very cute. Seelan raised her hand to gently touch the hairpin, her smile becoming even sweeter. Angel's gaze swept across the remaining streaks of red in the sky. It's getting dark. You should head back to the academy. Seelan's smile dimmed a bit. She looked reluctantly at the newly cultivated land, then at Angel's calm profile, and softly said, "Can I stay a little longer? Just a little." Angel shook his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. No, it's not safe in the forest after dark. He picked up a sword leaning against the wooden house. Let's go. As twilight descended, the light on the forest path was dyed a hazy blue-gray. The last rays of the sunset struggled to break through the gaps in the treetops, casting fragmented, dancing light spots on the ground covered with fallen leaves, like scattered fragments of gold. The air was slightly cool, carrying the fresh scent of grass and the dampness of the soil. In the distance, the chirping of returning birds could be heard, while nearby, the low hum of insects intertwined to create a tranquil background sound. Angel walked ahead, not hurriedly, occasionally using his sword to part the hanging vines or protruding tree roots. Seelan closely followed him, just a step behind, her pink hair appearing like a soft, glowing cloud in the dim light. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the cool shell hairpin at her ear. Each touch reminded her of Angel's cool fingertips, causing her heartbeat to quicken once more. She secretly lifted her eyes, watching Angel's tall and slightly thin figure moving forward in the twilight, a feeling she had never experienced before, warm, tinged with a bit of sourness yet sweetness, like vines quietly wrapping around her heart. She didn't quite understand what it was, but she felt that walking quietly behind Angel on this peaceful path felt very nice. A few late-returning fireflies appeared from who knows where, flickering with weak yet soft light, dancing lightly around the two like drifting sparks. A speck of firefly light landed on Angel's shoulder, lingered for a moment, then fluttered away. Seelan looked at that tiny glow, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a shallow arc. She suddenly felt that Angel's back was more beautiful than any scenery in the forest. This thought made her cheeks slightly flush, and she quickly lowered her head, staring at her dirt-stained shoe tips, her heart racing faster. Angel seemed unaware of the subtle shifts in the girl's emotions behind him. His gaze calmly scanned the road ahead, vigilant for any potential dangers. They walked until they could clearly see the lights of the academy's walls, and Angel stopped. "This is as far as you go." He turned to Seelan. "You go in yourself. Be careful." Seelan nodded vigorously, looking at Angel's calm face in the twilight, softly saying, "Angel, see you tomorrow." Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible attachment, and her fingers unconsciously touched the hairpin again. See you tomorrow," Angel nodded. He stood there until he confirmed that Seelan had safely entered the academy's gate within the patrolling guard's line of sight before turning around and stepping back into the shadows of the forest. Heading toward the lakeside camp. Seelan's gift, Lorna's bracelet, Angel muttered to himself. In fact, while shopping, he had also bought a string of deep blue fluorite bracelets. This was a gift he intended to give to Lorna after all, as she had really helped him a lot, but just thinking about giving a gift to Lorna gave Angel an inexplicable sense of resistance. No, that might not be quite right. It seemed to stem from a certain positive emotion. Tension? Angel couldn't accurately describe that feeling. It was always a sensation entirely different from what he felt when giving a gift to Seelan. Though faint, it was indeed distinctly different. Perhaps it was just an illusion, Angel thought to himself as he turned and walked into the forest. Chapter 92. Mushroom when he returned to the camp. The night was already deep. The lake's surface was like ink, reflecting the stars like scattered diamonds, and the camp was immersed in a profound tranquility. Only the window of the small wooden cabin emitted a flickering, dim yellow glow from his small oil lamp, which had been lit at some point. Angel gently pushed open the door. The glow of the oil lamp cast a warm orange hue over the cabin. Ololo was curled up in a corner of the bed, her enormous wizard hat nearly enveloping her entire body, leaving only a small tuft of gray hair and her arms hugging her knees exposed. She seemed to be in a deep sleep, with the flame of the oil lamp gently flickering in the shadow cast by her hat's brim. Angel's gaze swept across the room. Everything was as usual. He walked into the cabin and leaned his iron sword gently against the door. Approaching the water bucket, Angel scooped up a ladle of clear water. The sound of water splashing into the wooden basin echoed in the quiet cabin. A small gray shadow in the corner of the bed stirred slightly. The wizard hat lifted slightly, revealing a pair of exceptionally bright gray eyes that looked particularly clear in the dim light, gazing at him with a hint of confusion as if just awakened. "Shoo." Ololo's voice was thick with sleep, hoarse and soft. "Sorry," he replied simply, the cool water flowing through his fingers bringing a refreshing sensation. These past few days, Ololo had naturally taken up residence in his camp, which was a promise Angel had made to her in exchange for her help. He could give Ololo anything he had. After Angel woke up, Ololo came to him to have him fulfill his promise. At that time, she stood by the window, staring at the sky in a daze. "I want you to take care of me." Although it sounded somewhat vague, Angel indeed made an effort to do so. Not to mention the 3 meals a day, Ololo had been sleeping in his camp with him, and when the wooden cabin was not yet built, the two would huddle together in a grass nest to keep warm. However, Angel had asked Ololo why she didn't go back to the dormitory to sleep, and her answer was that she couldn't fall asleep. Since you can't sleep, then there's nothing to be done. With that thought, Angel ultimately allowed the little girl to come and go freely in his camp. In reality, he had no other options. Drying his hands, he squatted down by the stove, the flames sparking at his fingertips, quickly igniting the small pieces of wood, producing a light crackling sound. The orange flames leaped up, driving away the darkness in the corners with warmth and light, illuminating Angel's calm profile. It seemed Ololo was drawn to the firelight, slowly adjusting her position. Her enormous wizard hat still covering her face, but her body slightly stretching out. Her gray eyes quietly watched the flickering flames in the shadow under the brim. Her gaze somewhat vacant. "Want some water?" Angel asked, watching the kettle begin to emit wisps of white steam. Ololo mumbled in response. Angel stood up, took out 2 rough wooden cups, lifted the kettle, and poured the boiling water into the cups, steam rising and dispersing in the dim light. He placed 1 cup on a wooden stump closer to Ololo's bed. "Yours." Ololo glanced at the steaming cup of white water. After a few seconds, she slowly reached out her hand. The wide sleeves of her wizard robe slipped down, revealing a slender little white hand. Her fingers reached out, carefully avoiding the hot parts of the cup's rim, only pinching the edge with her fingertips, her movements carrying a cautious and lazy grace akin to a feline. She brought the cup under the brim of her hat, sipping the hot water in small gulps, letting out faint, satisfied sighs. Hot Angel also lifted his cup, blowing on the steam before taking small sips. The hot water slid down his throat, dispelling the slight chill of the night, bringing a warmth from within. The two didn't speak. Only the crackling of the fire and the sounds of drinking water filled the silence. A strange, tranquil understanding flowed between them in the silence. The firelight cast a very faint golden edge on Ololo's gray hair, and Angel's gaze inadvertently swept past, finding that the outline of the light and shadow against the leaping flames held an indescribable softness. Thinking of this, Ololo was indeed a very beautiful girl, beautiful to the point of being somewhat ethereal. He quickly averted his gaze, focusing on the water in his cup. "Today, where did you go?" Angel set down his half-empty cup, as if casually asking. Ololo paused her movement, the cup's rim hovering at her lips. "In the forest." Her voice remained flat. "I want to sunbathe." "Angel, that fits the cat's nature well." He picked up the last piece of jerky, breaking it in half, and handed the slightly larger piece toward Ololo. Ololo looked at the piece of jerky, her gray eyes blinking under the brim of her hat. In the end, she still slowly reached out her hand. Her movements seemed to be a beat slower than usual. She pulled the jerky back under the brim of her hat, nibbling at it slowly and delicately. The firelight danced in Angel's emerald eyes, reflecting his quiet contemplation. He remembered that he needed to return books to the library tomorrow, find a few books on basic potion making and plant characteristics, and continue learning alchemy from Professor Trila. All right, it seemed that they would be redividing classes based on performances in the combat competition tomorrow. He finished the last bit of jerky and drank the warm water in his cup. The flames in the stove gradually diminished, leaving only dark red embers. Angel. Alolo's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, her voice still muffled under the brim. Carry me down. Angel was taken aback, frowning as he turned around to look at the huge gray shadow in the corner of the bed. What? There was silence under the brim for a few seconds, and then she slowly repeated in a tone that carried a sense of entitlement. Carry me down. She seemed to adjust her position slightly. My legs are numb. I don't want to move. Angel, this is also part of taking care of you. Don't complain, Angel. He comforted himself, sighed, and walked to the bedside. The light from the oil lamp was dim, and he could smell the cool, slightly ashy scent of Ololo. Without hesitation, Angel bent down, extending his arms, one gently wrapping around her small waist, the other supporting her bottom, his movements swift and steady. With a posture akin to carrying a sack of grain, Angel hoisted Ololo onto his shoulder. Ololo. Although it wasn't quite the position she had imagined, Ololo did not resist. Instead, she let out a comfortable little sound, a docile little watermelon bug. The girl's body was very light, much lighter than he had imagined. Through the wide wizard robe, he could feel the outline of her body, slender and soft. Angel had no particular thoughts on this. He just felt that Ololo should eat more and gain some weight, otherwise it wouldn't he be healthy. Holding her felt like carrying a little gray mushroom that needed to be moved, his attention focused on ensuring a smooth motion. However, when Ololo's body fully fell into his arms, a very subtle, unfamiliar sensation brushed past his heart. It was a touch different from carrying wood or prey, softer, warmer, but this feeling was fleeting, too quick for him to capture, quickly replaced by the thought of carrying a sack. What a convenient sack. He deftly lifted her from the bed, walked over to the wooden stump that served as a bench by the stove, and steadily set Ololo down. The girl obediently sat on the stump, and Angel brought her enormous wizard hat over, placing it on her little head, while Ololo's eyes drooped. Angel, is this how you used to carry girls? Ololo said, unusually speaking a few more words. Angel, after some thought, he did not answer this somewhat sharp question. Chapter 93, Companionship. However, Ololo seemed quite satisfied with this position, closer to the warm charcoal fire. She lazily swung her pure, white little legs. Jerky. Her voice rang out again, still flat and calm, carrying a hint of nonchalance. She extended her small palm, facing up, and spread it out in front of him. Angel poked the charcoal fire a little, fell silent. After all, he didn't love keeping pets. He got up to grab a piece of jerky to feed her, while he himself popped a piece into his mouth. Ololo took the jerky and continued nibbling at it, taking small bites. She seemed to find sitting and eating a bit tiring, leaning slightly back against Angel's arm, which he hadn't had time to pull away. Angel looked down for a glance. Ololo was leaning against his arm, focused on chewing the meat in her mouth, her gray eyes looking at the dancing charcoal fire in the shadow of her hat brim, as if she were merely leaning against a pillar or a tree. Angel had no particular thoughts about this. He just felt that with her leaning like this, he couldn't draw back his hand to do anything else for the time being. He stood quietly in place, allowing her to lean against him, his gaze resting on the dark red charcoal fire in the stove, while he contemplated the specific book titles he needed to borrow from the library tomorrow. However, in the corners of his senses, some subtle changes quietly occurred. He could clearly feel the warmth of her back's outline transmitted through the fabric, a warmth more vibrant than the embers in the stove. The cool aura that surrounded her mixed with the warmth of the charcoal lingered at the tip of his nose, forming a unique scent signature. Her breathing was light, but every slight rise and fall was transmitted through the leaning arm. These sensations weren't something he was deliberately focusing on, yet they existed clearly like background music. making this corner illuminated by the charcoal embers seem warmer and more tangible than other places in the small room. Angel's thoughts were still on tomorrow's plans, but his body unconsciously recorded these details, the continuous pressure and warmth on his arm, the unique scent lingering at the tip of his nose, and the flickering shadows of the charcoal dancing at the edge of her hat brim and hair. These feelings intertwined, forming an indescribable, vague sense of presence. Alolo was a girl, not a cat, nor a watermelon bug. Suddenly realizing this, Angel fell silent and recalled how Lorna had angrily left today. He sighed softly, belatedly. Next time, he would have to explain things clearly to Lorna and apologize. However, after all, she was Alolo, so Angel quickly cleaned out the little bit of romantic thoughts from his heart and packed them away, until Alolo finally finished the last bit of jerky, contentedly exhaling a light breath, and her body relaxed further against him. Calmly, without any hesitation, he withdrew his arm. The moment his arm left her back, the warm touch and lingering aura also disappeared, leaving only a hint of cool air and a barely perceptible sense of emptiness. He instinctively moved his somewhat numb joints, attributing this subtle feeling to the poor blood circulation from maintaining one position for too long. "I am sleepy." Alolo seemed unconcerned about these matters, her voice carrying a hint of drowsiness after eating. She slowly slid down from the wooden stump, her movements still lazily slow. Wobbling back to the corner of the bed, she wrapped herself once again in the giant wizard hat, curling up, and quickly fell silent. Angel blew out the fire, and the small room instantly fell into deeper darkness. He lay back on his straw bed, closed his eyes. A wave of fatigue washed over him. He clearly planned tomorrow's itinerary in his mind. First, return the books to the library, then borrow fundamental identification of potion materials, common plants of Yala Forest, principles of low-level energy circuit stability, alchemy, Yaha, Enya, Lorna. These specific, pressing issues occupied all his thoughts. However, at the edge of consciousness before sinking into darkness, some vague sensory fragments quietly surfaced, the lingering warmth on his arm, the cool aura mixed with herbal ashes and charcoal at the tip of his nose, and the faint, even breathing sounds coming from the other side of the bed in the darkness. These fragments intertwined, forming a vague warmth, making this humble camp seem less empty and cold in the quiet of the deep night. This was the sense of security known as companionship. Yet, Angel did not probe into the source of this warmth. He simply sank into a deeper sleep within this vague warmth. Good night. The afternoon sun filtered through the tall stained glass windows of the sanatorium, casting warm and mottled light and shadow. The air was filled with a faint fragrance of herbs and the sweetness of flowers. This sanatorium in the Duchy of Ebel was serene, and Uni Harper had been resting here for several months. Yaha Sass gently pushed open a wooden door carved with vine patterns. Inside, the light was soft, and by the window, on a soft chair, Uni turned at the sound, her golden hair flowing like sunlight, her face breaking into a bright smile. "Yaha!" She immediately turned around, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Uni Harper had hair similar to Yaha's, but lighter, like pure golden wheat waves. Her blue eyes clear and bright, filled with pure joy at this moment. She set down the book in her hands and fluttered over like a light butterfly, naturally linking her arm with his, pulling him to sit down on another soft chair by the window. Her movements intimate and familiar, carrying the unique closeness of childhood friends. "You finally came." Uni pouted slightly, her tone carrying a playful complaint, yet the laughter in her eyes couldn't be hidden. "If you hadn't come soon, the roses outside would have wilted for me." Yaha looked at Uni's rosy complexion and bright eyes. His azure eyes were filled with relief, seeing that Uni had improved a lot during this time, and she was likely ready to attend school with him. Yaha let her link his arm, a shy smile playing at the corners of his lips. "How could I forget? It's just that there have been a lot of things at the academy lately." He glanced around the room, noticing the faint, exceptionally pure, and gentle energy aura lingering in the air, different from ordinary herbs or floral fragrances, carrying a soothing power. Yaha frowned slightly. This aura was quite special, but he didn't delve deeper. "The environment here is nice. You look much better." Uni's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "Yes, thanks to Lady Lilith's care." She took Yaha's hand, eagerly asking, quickly tell me how things have been at the academy. Was the joint competition fun? I heard. Something big happened in the Yala forest? Her tone was light, but her blue eyes carefully scrutinized Yaha's face, arms, and body, as if confirming that he was unharmed. Yaha began to recount his experiences, trying to downplay things. When he mentioned the monster tide encountered deep in the forest, Yuni's smile finally faded. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around Yaha's sleeve, her fingertips cold, her complexion gradually losing its rosy hue, turning pale. The fear and heartache silently spread in her blue eyes. Her lips pressed into a thin line, trembling slightly. When Yaha mentioned covering for White and Tracy, Yuni's body imperceptibly trembled. She suddenly looked up, her voice trembling as she tried to suppress her emotions. Yaha, did you use that heavenly sacred weapon? Chapter 94. The Saintess Yang fell silent for a moment, then grasped her icy fingers tightly, his voice low and firm. Yuni, don't worry, I'm fine. Yuni looked at him without asking further questions. She understood everything. She knew Yang better than anyone else. At such a critical moment, when only he could save others, how could Yang possibly not act? But Yuni didn't confront him. She just held his hand tighter, her fingertips cold. Yet her grip carried a silent promise. I will always be by your side. Silence descended. A heavy, warm current of pain and understanding flowed silently between them. Yuni lowered her head, resting her forehead gently on Yahang's shoulder, her golden hair brushing against his neck. She didn't cry or speak. She quietly leaned against him, feeling his reassuring body warmth. If no one cared about his sacrifices, then let it be her. Yuni Harper would give everything for this brave warrior. Yahang's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. He raised his hand, awkwardly yet gently stroking her golden hair. Yuni leaned in closer, and for both of them, in that moment, all worries, fears, guilt, and deep love and support intertwined in their silent reliance and clumsy caresses. Yang suddenly felt that all his sacrifices and efforts were worthwhile because of this heavy reliance on his shoulder. As long as Yuni was there, he could continue to strive as a warrior. Yuni lifted her head, her eyes slightly red, trying to muster a fragile smile. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a deliberately light tone. So, have you met anyone special at the academy lately? With a hint of testing and shyness. And to shift the heavy atmosphere, Yuni brought up the next topic. Yang answered honestly. Well, there's indeed someone who matters a lot to me. Yuni? Huh? The girl's smile froze, her eyes tense and alert, her hands instinctively tightening as a flicker of danger crossed her gaze. Clearly, she intended to betray her earlier vow and confront this heartless man before her. Seeing this, Yang immediately raised both hands in a surrender gesture, hurriedly explaining, it's a senior, Angel Yalvis, don't misunderstand. A guy? A senior? Yuni relaxed, relieved, and curiosity replaced her disappointment. What did he do that made you care so much? Yahang's azure eyes filled with memories as he spoke seriously. Well, he saved me. The image of the stone chamber engulfed in flames flashed before him, and he didn't want to elaborate further. He was used to sacrificing for others, and apart from Yuni, Angel was the first outsider who disregarded his own safety to protect him. As a brave warrior, how could Yarn not be moved and shocked to be protected by someone weaker than him? Yuni listened quietly, catching the confusion and near reverence in his tone. He sounds like an incredible person, she remarked, her voice unconsciously laced with respect. Yang nodded vigorously, recalling Angel's fighting style during the competition. He sighed. Senior Angel is strong, not in strength, but in the courage and will that explode in desperate situations. The memory of those flame-like green eyes was still imprinted in his heart. I want to understand him and learn from him. Feeling a bit shy, he rubbed his nose, his tone filled with a junior's admiration. Yuni understood, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. Yan, you care about him so much, could it be? She leaned closer, her voice playful. That you have special feelings for him? Like, think he's handsome? After saying this, Yuni giggled, clearly teasing her beloved. Yuni, Yahang's cheeks flushed red, and he helplessly glared at her. No, I just respect that senior and want to be someone who stands up like him in critical moments. His tone was serious and firm. Then he added softly, but Senior Angel is indeed very handsome. Yini, not you, huh? She cleared her throat, but knowing Yahing's character, she wouldn't overthink it. Instead, she earnestly encouraged him. Since you admire him and feel there's a secret, why not find out? Her words carried a little devilish mischief, and hearing you say that makes me curious. Someone who makes my Yang admire him must be extraordinary, right? Who knows? Yuni deliberately paused, leaning closer to Yahing's ear, lowering her voice to whisper, I might end up liking him too. Upon hearing this, Yahing's brows furrowed slightly, his fingertips turning white. He shifted his gaze towards the roses outside the window, his voice low and muffled. Oh, whatever you want. Yini keenly caught the slight change in Yahing's expression. Her eyes sparkled as if she had spotted an interesting prey. A deeper smile appeared on her lips, filled with a hint of pride. Suddenly, the girl stretched out her arms, gently yet firmly wrapping them around Yahing's waist, resting her cheek against his chest. Her voice was muffled in his clothing. Shy yet clear. Yang, I was just teasing you when I said I might like someone else. She paused, gathering courage. You know, the person Yuni truly likes, from childhood to now, has always been you. After saying this, she nuzzled against his chest, her arms tightening around him, a warmth surging from her toes to her brain. After being apart for many days, Yuni's longing and love for Yang finally erupted. After this treatment, she could accompany Yang to school and continue being a part of his life, and this realization made Yuni especially happy. Yahing's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. A scorching heat surged from his heart to his limbs. He smiled gently, awkwardly, and tentatively placed his hand over her arms that embraced his waist. This action, clumsy and silent, spoke more than 1,000 words. Just then, 3 soft and rhythmic knocks sounded at the door. Come in, Yuni answered, gently releasing her arms and sitting up straight, putting on a gentle and proper smile, as if the earlier embrace and confession had never happened. Yet her cheeks and ears were tinged with an undeniable blush. The door opened, and a black-haired girl in a pure white robe trimmed with gold entered. She had long, deep black hair that flowed smoothly, an exquisite face unlike that of ordinary people, skin so fair it was almost translucent, and a pair of crimson eyes like pure red rubies, deep and serene. An invisible, holy radiance surrounded her. If Angel were here, he would certainly recognize her as Lilith Clare, the saintess of the heavenly church. A character who saves the day in the 4th chapter of the main storyline, and a core character in the 5th chapter, a demon guide who has abandoned her faith. Chapter 95 Yuni, Lilith's voice was ethereal and pleasant, and it was time for the afternoon healing session. Her gaze fell on Yuni, filled with gentle concern. How are you feeling? Is yesterday's dream still stable? Lady Lilith. Yuni immediately stood up and bowed, feeling very well. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I have really improved a lot. Lilith nodded slightly, revealing a pure and perfect smile. That's good. Her gaze turned to Yang, her crimson eyes filled with just the right amount of curiosity. And who might this be? Yuni's cheeks flushed slightly. Lady Lilith. This is Yang Sass, my childhood friend. Yang stood up, straightened his back, feeling very nervous amidst his shock. Even someone from a rural background, like him, recognized the holy maiden Lilith of the Holy Church. She was the only human in the world who could contact the 3 great divine beings. It was said that countless pilgrims embarked on a journey to the holy capital just to meet her. But why was she not in the holy capital and instead at the branch of the Holy Church in the Ebel territory? Regardless, Yang bowed his head respectfully and knelt on one knee, performing a knightly salute. Yang Sass, greetings to Lady Lilith. Lilith's crimson eyes lingered on Yang for a moment, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. She nodded slightly, her voice ethereal and clear. Your bloodline is quite special. It carries the aura of light, yet contains ancient power. As she spoke, she looked at Yuni, gently smiled, and her expression became knowing. So you're the little hero that Yuni has been talking about. Yang fell silent, his ears slightly red, thinking how could Yuni say such things to the great holy maiden. He awkwardly nodded and said, That's me. A hint of understanding and deeper interest flashed in Lilith's eyes. No wonder the holy light resonates with you. She maintained her perfect demeanor and smiled at Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yang. She gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Lilith bent down to lightly support Yahang's shoulder. Please rise. We are of the same age. Moreover, in the teachings of the Holy Church, heroes and holy maidens hold the same status. There is no need to be so respectful towards me. If possible, I hope you can regard me as a friend like Uni does. Friend. Yang stood up, looking in shock at Uni, who was sweating profusely, shooting her a glance. How dare you? Uni glared back. What can I do if the holy maiden insists on this? The two little ones exchanged glances, making Lilith unable to help but chuckle softly. Yang closed his eyes, wiped his face, and sighed. My honor, Lady Lilith. Lilith. Yang forced himself to suppress the impulse to kneel in gratitude. For someone like Yang, who had faith, the princess and the holy maiden were not comparable at all. Lilith simply smiled gently, nodding in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over the two again, this time taking on a hint of formality. Earlier outside the door, I heard you discussing interesting matters at the academy, and it seems you mentioned classmate Lorna Ebul. Yang replied cautiously, yes. Senior Lorna's strength and sense of responsibility displayed during the forest turmoil were admirable. A glimmer of light flashed in the depths of Lilith's crimson eyes. Lorna Ebul. Huh. That noble person is indeed outstanding. I once had a brief conversation with her when I was young and was deeply moved by her almost perfect idealism. She paused. The Holy Capital is quite concerned about the recent energy fluctuations at our Tarot Academy, especially regarding Princess Anya's activities at the Academy. Yang thought for a moment. He had little interaction with Anya. The few instances he had were when he rejected her, so he simply shook his head and said, sorry. Lady Lilith, I don't know much about Princess Anya, except that she does have quite an influence at the Academy. Lilith nodded, pondering for a moment. She spoke gracefully and softly. Recently, there have been rumors in the Academy that a dark god has possessed a certain student. This concerns the divine, and we must be cautious. Therefore, the Holy See and the College of Cardinals have decided to send me to Arturo Academy as an exchange student for a period of observation and learning. On one hand, to understand the situation at the Academy. On the other hand, she looked at Yang, her crimson eyes filled with meaning. The power of the holy light may bring some balance to the Academy when necessary. Both Yang and Uni were stunned. What does this mean? They did not understand the implications of the latter part about weighing pros and cons, but in terms of results, Yang understood that a being as distinguished and noble as her would come to school. Lilith continued the conversation cheerfully, saying, I'm very much looking forward to life at our Tarot Academy, so please take care of me, Yang and Uni. Her gaze swept over the two again, lingering on Yang for a moment. Lilith's crimson eyes seemed to inadvertently catch the subtle atmosphere between Yang and Uni, and she recalled faintly hearing terms like senior outside the door just now. As a holy maiden, she was accustomed to sensing the connections between people. From Yahang's tone, she clearly felt a strong emotional fluctuation that was not merely gratitude or admiration, but a deeper, more profound feeling filled with shock, confusion, and even a certain indescribable attraction and yearning. This complex emotional connection seemed to have occurred between these two young men and involved elements of self-sacrifice and bloodline resonance, which were full of fateful significance. Wait, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning, subconsciously sweeping across her brain, which was filled with various sacred texts, epics, and, well, some special readings that accidentally mixed into the sacred library. This intense and complex bond that transcends identity and class. This ultimate question of why one would risk their life to save me. This plot pattern seems a bit... Oh, wait. No. Lilith's holy visage momentarily froze. A rare flicker of panic and self-reprimand flashed in her crimson eyes. Lilith Clare, what are you thinking? You are a holy maiden. She immediately recited a prayer of the holy light in her heart, forcibly suppressing those unholy associations. Her crimson eyes instantly regained their depth and calmness. As if that moment of distraction had never happened, she cleared her throat, and the holy radiance seemed to shine even brighter, forcibly steering the topic back on track. Speaking in a tone befitting a holy maiden, as if exploring a mystery. I just heard Yang mention that there seems to be some sort of special connection with Senior Angel. Hee. Lilith cautiously chose the neutral and sacred term connection, The holy light can sometimes perceive extraordinary bonds between people. His act of self-sacrifice to save you and the unusual resonance of your bloodline may suggest some fate that needs attention. She tried to make her voice sound ethereal and objective, as if merely stating a sacred possibility, but her ears couldn't help but subtly tint with a faint, almost imperceptible blush. He. Yang was taken aback by Lilith's sudden shift to such a deep and sacred discussion, a hint of confusion flickering in his azure eyes. The Holy Maiden's focus seemed particularly detailed and profound. However, Yang did not think too much about it, assuming it was part of the Holy Maiden's duties. But, for some reason, Yang kept hearing some lewd hee-hee sounds in his imagination. Chapter 96 Alchemy. He cleared his throat and respectfully replied, Senior Anger's actions are indeed admirable. He carries many mysteries. As for the connection, I can't be sure, but that feeling does exist. Yinny keenly caught the momentary stiffness in Lilith's posture and the slight flush in her ears. A sly smile flashed in her blue eyes, quickly masked. It seemed quite interesting. Yinny thought to herself, let's watch the show first. Lilith's crimson eyes momentarily brightened, as if she had discovered a new continent. A surge of uncontrollable excitement and curiosity nearly broke through her perfect expression management. She instinctively blurted out, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible joy. Really, this Mr. Anger and your bond sound quite intriguing? Her tone was sticky, and the previously pure and noble atmosphere was slowly corroded by some dark essence, giving way to a heavy breath laced with a unique aura that she didn't even realize had come from some special reading material. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lilith realized she had lost her composure. Boo! Her perfect expression froze for a moment, and a hint of panic flashed in her crimson eyes. She immediately cleared her throat, and the sacred glow seemed to intensify, forcibly steering the conversation back on track, her voice returning to an ethereal steadiness. I meant to say his selfless act of saving others, putting himself in danger, is indeed worth deeper understanding. Perhaps he possesses qualities worthy of the holy light's attention. Lilith struggled to maintain the solemnity expected of a saintess, but her ears quietly flushed with a faint, almost imperceptible hue of red. Yang was momentarily stunned, as if Lilith's fleeting days had been an illusion. However, the saintess's curiosity about Senior Anger made him happy to share the senior's merits with her. Perhaps she could help Senior Anger in the future. During Anger's days of unconsciousness,